In some unknown spring of the Republican era in the southern slums of Changsha, a young boy lay on a wooden bed. Years of illness had turned his complexion sallow and deathly pale, leaving only the delicate features he had inherited from his parents in this life. Lying on the sickbed, Su Mu turned his head to look at the Nine Turns soul-reviving pill that the whole family of the Nine Gates had sent, and placed in the chipped bowl by his pillow, his gaze filled with astonished doubt. Nine Turns soul-reviving pill. Effects upon ingestion: 1. Attains undying longevity. White hair turns black. The fleshly body becomes incorruptible. The body grows as light as a crane. All ailments are dispelled. All poisons fail to invade. Neither cold nor heat can harm. The mind is calmed, and the soul steadied. The spirit never wanes. Omens of fortune and calamity can be sensed. Hunger can be endured without food. Pill classification: seed of longevity. Foundational elixir for ascension. A mystical occult panel had been opened, successfully binding its soul host Su Mu. Am I so sick and weak that I'm seeing things, or has my time simply come? Su Mu pinched the pill from the cracked bowl. Without needing to sniff it carefully, he could already sense the thick, pungent odor wafting from it. This pill had been gifted to him by the whole family of the Nine Gates in Changsha City. Rumor held that its origin was extraordinary, unearthed from some large burial pit. The one who had been deceived into having this medicine delivered was the future head of the whole family of the Nine Gates, Huixiner, who at this moment was still merely a young girl, newly grown like a water lily, and not yet out of the boudoir, believing in it with utter conviction. Yet for Su Mu, a man from the future who had transmigrated into this tomb-raiding universe more than 10 years ago, while still in the womb, the meaning behind the whole family sending this pill was clearly quite different. For anyone with sense knew that in Huaxia's history, the so-called alchemist pills were for the most part heavily poisonous. Instead of granting immortality and ascension, they more often led to a slow, poisonous death. In true history, the principal ingredients of the alchemist's Nine-Turn soul-reviving pill should have been water gold, or lead, Ashian water, or mercury, cinnabar, Kunlun yellow, or sulfur, and stone yellow, or realgar. Nine-Turn soul-reviving pill. Effects upon ingestion: 1. Attains undying longevity. White hair turns black. The fleshly body becomes incorruptible. The body grows as light as a crane. All ailments are dispelled. All poisons fail to invade. Neither cold nor heat can harm. The mind is calmed, and the soul steadied. The spirit never wanes. Omens of fortune and calamity can be sensed. Hunger can be endured without food. Pill classification: seed of longevity. Foundational elixir for ascension. And yet, no matter how Su Mu rubbed his eyelids, opening and closing his eyes again and again, whenever he looked at this pill that ought to have been lethally toxic, that same descriptive panel continued to float before his sight. To hell with it, he'll gamble once. Su Mu opened his mouth and, eyes shut tight, swallowed the pill that had been pried from some burial pit by the whole family. In the next instant, an unfathomable ethereal voice sounded by his ear, neither hurried nor slow. Refine your body to resemble the form of a crane beneath 1,000 pines. Keep 2 scrolls of scripture. I come to seek the Tao and find no lack of words. Clouds linger in the blue sky. Water rests within the bottle. Changsha City, Northern District. On the second floor of the Hua family residence of the Nine Gates, an angry voice rang out. How many times have I warned you? Stop associating with that sickly wretch of the Su family. Hua Jinsi glared at her niece Huixiner, who was lying on the sickbed with a fever, and in her fury, smashed the teacup in her hand onto the floor. Huixiner, her head covered with a clean eye silkworm kerchief, lips pale, whispered, "But Aunt, didn't you all say that if his father hadn't stepped forward back then to shield our Hua family from disaster, there would be no Hua family as it is today?" Hua Jinsi's eyes turned icy. "You said it yourself, back then. Besides, after all these years, has the Su family not enjoyed enough of our Hua family's protection?" "Indeed, little miss," chimed in Aunt May, who was attending Huixiner. "When his grandfather and grandmother and his mother were buried, when medicine was needed to treat his illness and for all his daily needs, what has not been provided by our Hua family? Our Hua family has nothing left to feel guilty about toward the Su family. And besides, how much longer can he live? He can barely even get out of bed now. Sending this last sprig of the Su line away and giving him a decent burial is generous enough." Lying on the sickbed, Huixiner closed her eyes and tears traced down from the corners of her beautiful eyes. In her mind, scenes of the harmonious, joyful times she had shared with him from childhood onward surged forth. "Brother Su Mu, this arithmetic is so hard. Aunt and the others keep forcing me to learn these dry and boring skills," a younger Huixiner had complained. "Silly girl, it's only arithmetic. How hard can it be? You don't even need an abacus. Come, I'll calculate it for you. Watch carefully." Su Mu had laughed. "Brother Su Mu, let me show you my family's secret bone-shrinking art. Doesn't that hurt? You have to get used to your joints dislocating to use it, don't you?" he had asked. "Brother Su Mu, you're too weak to carry water. Let me fetch it for you," she had replied. "Don't forget, in your Hua family, you've had to practice the soft bone arts since childhood. You can't do heavy labor or touch such rough things," he had reminded her. "Brother Su Mu, do you think the grown-ups world is really that fun?" "Ha ha, now that's the right question," he had answered with a laugh. "How could it be that fun? The world of adults is even more dull and tedious. Everywhere its interests weighed and schemes calculated. Brother Ant and the others they killed the little white dog I was secretly raising today, she had sobbed. Don't cry. If you like, I'll keep one for you at my place. When you have time, you can come visit it. They're only tempering your heart, pushing you to grow up faster, he had comforted her. Lost in these recollections of their days together, this girl who would one day become a power presiding over her own domain, but who for now was still only a child at heart, the future, Huashingu, felt her chest tremble as she sobbed in pain. Inside a thatched hut in the southern part of the city, Sumu, who had lain bedridden for 17 full years and needed assistance even to rise from his bed, now wore an amused smile at the corner of his lips as he conducted all manner of experiments. The wound then proceeds to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, with not a single drop of blood falling. Fallen strands of hair twitch for a brief moment, even after landing on the ground, before finally returning to ordinary stillness. Breath can serve as nourishment for living things, allowing withered wood to sprout anew and flower buds to bloom. A wooden stick as thick as a thigh can be broken with a single palm strike, and within 10 breaths I am able to move 100 meters away. In the 18th year after his transmigration, he had finally welcomed a new life in this world. He had activated the Golden Finger system unique to transmigrators, the mysterious arts panel system. Feeling invigorated, Sumu swallowed another 9-turn resurrection pill, testing whether it would produce an effect akin to 1 + 1 = 2. Unfortunately, it seemed that no further changes appeared. Is this mysterious arts panel allowing me to perceive the mysterious artifacts of this tomb-robbing universe? If the mysterious pills painstakingly sought by ancient alchemists can have their special properties detected by the system, then is it not possible that other similar objects might also be revealed? As Sumu pondered, he straightened his clothing and washed his face and body. He remembered that in the tomb raiding tales there existed far too many objects interred in ancient graves that possessed a miraculous aura. When the Hua family servants were younger, they would help him keep clean, cutting his hair, helping him bathe. But once his male features became apparent, no one tended to such matters for him any longer. Only when that little girl came would she summon servants to bring water and help him wash. On the still surface of the water in the bucket, the face of Sumu in this life was reflected. Before this, there had been nothing in the room that could cast a reflection, and Sumu had never truly seen his own appearance. Still, he had imagined it would not be too poor, otherwise that little girl would hardly have kept coming to play with him and relieve her boredom. In the reflection upon the tranquil water, the features of this lifetime's Sumu appeared, delicate and refined, with a jawline keen as though cut by a blade, and star-like eyes shining beneath his brows. Still, I look a bit too delicate, lacking a measure of heroic vigor. Seeing his own handsome, yet youthful face, Sumu's lips curled upward once more, though he seemed faintly dissatisfied. Night fell in silence. The little girl, temporarily confined to her boudoir, and weakened by a chill she had caught, seized a moment when the guard at the door was inattentive and chopped her palm like a knife at his neck, knocking him unconscious to the floor. How can they feed him a deadly poisonous pill? I will not allow it, cough cough. The girl forced her weakened body to cooperate as she turned and leapt out through the window. Brother Sumu is naturally clever. He will certainly sense that something is wrong. I hope he hasn't swallowed that pill yet. Her steps were unsteady, and a veil of tears blurred the expressiveness of her bright eyes. Biting back her sobs, she searched for a chance to slip through the strict watch of the Hua household. Yet the Hua family compound, which held the 7th seat among the 9 gates, could hardly be so simple as to allow someone to come and go at will. Since you are so obstinate, I will take you to see him one last time. After this meeting, the karmic ties between him and our family will be severed. Come. Huajinsi, her bearing Frosty, appeared once more and ordered people to help the Nodiatra-covered Huasiener to her feet. Huasiener's pupils shrank. The scene stirred a powerful sense of déjà vu within her. The last time her aunt Huajinsi had softened like this was when the little white dog Huasiener had raised was beheaded before. A Hua family servant had discovered that Huasiener was secretly raising a little white dog and reported it to her aunt. Huajinsi had seemed gentle on the surface, saying she would bring Huasiener to have the puppy properly kept by the Hua household. But when they arrived, Huasiener saw only the dismembered remains of the little white dog. Afterwards, Sumu told her. This, he said, was a method the Hua family often used to hasten the maturation of those who might one day hold the position of family head. They claimed that human nature was complex and that one must sever one's weaknesses in order to wield power. She had long failed to understand those words, but at this moment she seemed to begin to grasp a hint of their meaning. The dog her aunt had killed was in truth her compassion for living things as an ordinary girl. Could aunt truly intend to kill Sumu? At that thought, Huasiener's eyes rolled back, her legs giving way as she fainted, and the 2 servant women beside her lifted her and carried her forward. Huajinsi's delicate brows knit tightly as her fists clenched. Had I known, I would never have allowed you to come into contact with that boy. What is so good about him anyway to leave you in such a state? Look at what he has turned you into. Humph. The two matrons supporting Huixiner exchanged a glance at her words, recalling the even crueler methods the previous family head had once used on Huijinsi herself. For several generations, the Hua family had been ruled by women. From ancient times to the present, women's status among the human race had been consistently low. To rise beyond being dismissed as mere vassals by men and to become the true power behind a great force was unimaginably difficult. In front of the thatched hut, bringing Huixiner with her Huijinsi, felt a measure of her irritation ease when she saw the handsome youth who was slowly growing into the likeness of his father and mother. Family heady. The old woman supporting Huixiner could not help but speak, watching the youth labor alone in the cold wind to repair his own dilapidated hut. The youngest son of the Su family had been born with a wasting sickness, a useless invalid. Yet without Su father there would be no Hua family as it stood today. As the distance between them grew greater, and as she went long stretches without visiting this sickly son of the Su family, Huijinsi had come to feel quite naturally that she owed the Su family nothing. But when the boy's miserable plight was laid out so vividly before her eyes, even the hardest of hearts struggled to follow through on their cruelest intentions. We will simply teach him a lesson, let him understand the gulf between noble and lowly, and make him completely abandon the notion of marrying into our Hua family. Alas, if he were a whole and healthy person, it would not have been impossible for him to have a chance. With that, Huijinsi turned away, head bowed, cradling the unconscious Huixiner as she left. After Huijinsi and her companion departed, the old woman, uncertain how harsh a beating she was expected to deliver or how cruelly she was meant to speak to shatter the poor youth's hopes of marrying into the Hua family, slowly drew the long whip from her hand and walked forward. Blame it on your being a sickly wretch, alas. As Su Mu, his body now recovered, repaired his ancestral home, a strange old woman's voice sounded at his ear. Crack! Before she even reached him, the sound of the whip slicing the air rang out. Su Mu's straw in hand froze for a moment. Is that meant for me? Surely not. I haven't stepped outside in 17 years. Whom could I possibly have offended? Su Mu turned around, and under the bright moonlight he finally saw clearly the person approaching. In both his past and present lives, Su Mu had never studied any martial arts. Yet now he seemed to have become somewhat different. In his sight, the whip that was about to lash across his cheek moved through the air at an incredibly sluggish pace. So slow that he casually reached out and caught it, pulling it into his hand. He instinctively gave it a tug, and the old woman at the other end of the whip was yanked off balance, tumbling to the ground in a most undignified sprawl. How is that possible? Another Hua family servant turned pale, staring at Su Mu, whose body under the moonlight seemed to emit a faint jewel-like radiance, and she halted in terror. Could it be that we are seeing his ghost after death? No, something's off. It isn't a ghost, he's alive. The boy, not going to fight anymore. Su Mu looked at the few elderly women who had suddenly attacked, and then halted with confusion. He had heard from Huixiner that the only ones in the city using women as enforcers were the Hua family. Recalling that Huixiner had not come today, Su Mu could roughly guess the identity of the visitors. The elderly woman put away her whip, her eyes carrying a strange smile. We are not going to fight anymore. The family head originally wanted us to come and teach you a lesson to deter you from the thought of joining the Hua family. But now it seems, given your appearance, you could indeed join the Hua family as a son-in-law. Su Mu, a son-in-law. Was this something people did during the Republic of China? Although his parents had died early and he had lost his home, the system had manifested, and he had already taken the 9 soul revival pill. A son-in-law. Was this something people did during the Republic of China? Although his parents had died early and he had lost his home, the system had manifested, and he had already taken the 9 soul revival pill. Get going, kid. We won't tell the family head that you've recovered. The rest will depend on your own efforts. Good luck. We have high hopes for you. The son of Su Boizhong certainly inherited his father's handsome features. If Su Boizhong had lived a few more years, perhaps our Hua family. The Hua family's enforcers gradually walked away, their voices fading. Guessing that these gossipy women had likely misinterpreted his lack of response, Su Mu could only smile bitterly. It is impossible for me to become a son-in-law. The Hua family is so strong, and their feudal mindset has not yet faded. If I go now, I fear that not even the ancestors of the Su family will receive offerings, and I will forever have to change my name to Hua. Hua Mu. That name sounds terrible. Su Mu continued to reassemble the framework that had been blown apart by the storm outside his straw hut, binding it with the fallen hay, and then climbed onto the roof to start repairing the leaking spots. Now that his body was completely well, he didn't need to trouble others to do such things, he could do them himself. But was he really going to live under this straw hut? But how was he going to make money? The complexities of the 9 gates had been recounted to him one by Huixiner over the years. Even small forces entering Changsha had to pay respects. As a nameless kid who had never shown any talent, how could he dare to barge into the 9 gates and become its leader? He was probably just reading too many novels. Just the basic necessities of life were making it difficult for him to move forward. Climbing onto the roof, Su Mu gazed at the brilliant starry sky, gradually calming the excitement he felt after taking the 9 soul revival pill. One must walk step by step and eat one bite at a time. Just like this piece of grass rope in his hand, damn it, why did it snap so easily? Are we going to sleep on the streets again tonight? Sumu sighed. Just then the voice of another unfamiliar man rang out. At this late hour, where are you planning to go? Where else? There's a call for people to fight down by Chongqing Mountain. Each person gets $1. And there's an extra reward for those who achieve merit. Chongqing Mountain. That group of bandits. Bah, Chen the head treats people so well. How could they be bandits? They are clearly heroes of the Green Forest. I have wanted to join them for a long time, but unfortunately they don't want me. Really, each person gets $1. Chen the head's words are worth 1,000 gold. This isn't the first time he's issued a Green Forest recruitment order. In this day and age, $1 can buy a life. Then I will go take a look. Wait for me. Do I need to inform my family? Don't worry, if anything happens, the money will be sent to your family. That is the head's righteousness. Chen the head. What a timely opportunity. Big brother, can you take me along? Sumu stepped forward. Of course. Anyone from our slum who wants to go can come with me. After all, if we stay here, we will die of hunger sooner or later, so who wouldn't want to earn some money for their family? The man nodded vigorously. The southern part of the city was filled with dilapidated straw huts, like Sumu's. They were either refugees who had fled to Changsha and were now being driven out, or people who had spent all their money and come here to find a place to live. They were all impoverished individuals, the destitute. As he spoke, a tall man who had called for gathering had already attracted many refugees from the southern part of the city. What legendary and mythical items are buried within the general's tomb of Pinger Mountain? Sumu, who is about to join the impoverished team of Chun Yulo, is flipping through the memories of his past life in his mind. The rat-faced old lady, the awakened white ape, the angry rooster, the six-winged centipede, the general corpse king of the Yuan dynasty, the body of the mountain-watching grandmaster, and the ascension pill. In the original work, the angry rooster is described as a phoenix descendant, but if it doesn't encounter an opportunity, it can only stop at the phoenix eye of rage for its entire life. The six-winged centipede is different. This creature can continuously evolve over time, but it is absolutely uncontrollable and excessively ferocious. Will the demon pill be detected by the system for its unusual effects? As for the mountain-watching grandmaster who transcended through death and left behind the ascension pill in his abdomen, I wonder if the system would define it as a true ascension elixir. Sumu swept away the past gloom, his face brimming with a smile, full of various expectations for the future. Such a beautiful future is what a transmigrator should have. Under the bright moonlight and the continuously advancing team, everyone wore smiles, just like Sumu. Everyone is looking forward to returning triumphantly, bringing considerable income to their impoverished families, or possibly leaving their barren lives behind and soaring into the city like a dragon. Even if they still cannot compare to the behemoth-like power of the old Nine Gates, being on par with the wealthy merchants in the city is already quite good. Among the old Nine Gates, not everyone rose to prominence solely based on their own abilities, did they? You are gravely mistaken. How many of the Nine Gates truly rose based on their own merits? Only San Yi, 3rd Master, and Ban Jia Hafli Wu Lao Go, 5th Master, and the other Wu Lao Go, 6th Master, can be counted. Who else did not rely on their families? Right? Among them, the one I admire most is San Yu. Despite being disabled, he can still climb to such a high position. I think Wu Yi is also quite good. He came from a truly lowly background like us, and having gained power does not forget his roots. What about Lu Yi? He is someone who fought his way from the north to the south, and has established himself in Changsha, becoming one of the 9 Gates. If I can survive this time, in return I will join them. Yeah, working as a lackey in their shop would be much better than continuing to sleep in the open and facing uncertainty. What about you, little brother? What are your plans? The impoverished folks chatted passionately, their words filled with aspirations for the future. Someone casually asked the youngest boy in the crowd, Sumu. Sumu came back to his senses and smiled, saying, if I can return safely this time, how about we all create a force together? What do you think? Joining the 9 Gates now is no different from entering the country in 1949. Cough cough. Joining the 9 Gates now, our group also finds it hard to stand out. Hey, isn't that the kid from Su Yes family? You are better now. Do you know him? Of course. How could I not know him? He is the son of Su Yi Su Boizhong. He is the sickly child that the young lady of the Hua family keeps bringing into our slum. Cough cough. Su Xiao Yi, since you know the young lady of the Hua family, why not share your views on the 9 Gates? Someone in the crowd recognized Su Mu. After all, Su Mu's appearance bears some resemblance to his late father, and those familiar with Su Fu could tell it. Su Mu nodded, saying, from my conversations with the young lady of the Hua family, it is clear that the current 9 Gates lack manpower and lackey support. After the Buddha Lord established himself in Changsha, he unified the 9 Gates, and the 9 Gates began to adopt rules. The Buddha Lord does not want any commoners under his command. He has his own team. Second Master is Buddhist, and the Red family consists of the original Red Lord's group. Aside from that disciple Chun Pai, no new members have joined for 10 years. San Yi has a quirky personality and only accepts the disabled. 4th Master. 5th Master. The crowd's initial understanding of the old Nine Gates, which only scratched the surface, gradually gained more insider information after Sumu spoke. Sumu stated that among the current old Nine Gates, only the 5th-ranked Go Wu Yi is still willing to accept new members. The others will not take in this group of commoners. Even if they have experience from this grand tomb expedition and aspirations for the Nine Gates, it is of no use. So it seems there is indeed no way to join the Nine Gates. Su Xiao Yi, you want to create your own force. Have you consulted the Nine Gates? This idea has been considered by many forces, but they have all been excluded by the Nine Gates or directly absorbed. Does Su Xiao Yi have other methods? Su Xiao Yi has the backing of the Hua family. He must have his ideas. I believe Su Xiao Yi will definitely become the son-in-law of the Hua family in the future. If Su Xiao Yi does not mind. After returning, what should we do together? I have some knowledge of antique appraisal. I know calligraphy and painting. I understand porcelain. I can fight. I have some selling channels. Among this group of people who walked out of the slums together, Su Mu's identity is the most special. After Su Mu mentioned creating a force, many in the crowd began to express their willingness to follow him. After all, in their eyes, Su Mu also has the identity of the future son-in-law of the Hua family. Throughout history, power and wealth have always been held by the aristocratic families. Many of the old Nine Gates are not local aristocratic families of Changsha, yet now they have become unattainable aristocratic families. The atmosphere in Changsha has been skewed by the old Nine Gates over the past 20 years, with everyone wanting to dig out a priceless antique to hoard or sell directly. But without the connection of the old Nine Gates, no matter how valuable the antiques are, it is difficult to trade or sell them. Sumu lowered his head, saying, "Let's first focus on returning safely, though I was only casually mentioning it. The general's tomb of Pinger Mountain is not that easy to excavate. The unloading rigid strength with 100,000 disciples will lose more than half this time, let alone the group of inexperienced local excavators around Sumu. Since we've spoken it out, then let's all do it. Su Xiao, you know Su Yi, it's settled. After we return, everyone will work with you to make a name for ourselves, ha ha. What everyone said has fired me up. There is an ancient saying, laughing towards the heavens as I step out, how could we be those who meet high-ranking people? We are not the common weeds. Ha ha ha, you uneducated scoundrel. Who here isn't a scoundrel? Except for Su Yi. What's there to laugh about, ha ha ha? As Sumu walked with the impoverished people heading to Chongqing Mountain, his heart also started to warm up. What a group of lowly people. What a group of common weeds. He may very well be able to tear apart the shadow cast over Changsha by the old Nine Gates, and let these lowly citizens see the dazzling light that represents hope. It seems that everything began to become interesting after swallowing the 9-turned soul-returning pill. Sumu smiled, surrounded by the crowd, as he continued to move forward. What is going on? Why have you arranged for our team to pave the way? Otherwise, do you think this chunk of gold is easy to obtain? Moreover, we will also provide you with 3 meals a day and arrange accommodations for you. We are all capable individuals. Let the person in charge come forward and speak. Capable? To what extent? A child picked up from Chongqing Mountain would claim to be capable. Can you compare to that? You are bullying us from Chongqing Mountain. If you don't want to take the money, then leave. We don't like your kind of people, huh? Forget it, uncle. Let's just follow their arrangements for now. After a night's journey, at the break of dawn, Su Mu and the others entered the city gates of Chongqing Mountain together. After reporting their names, origins, and purposes, they were led by several disciples of the Shelling sect to the accommodations that had already been arranged in the city, which also led to the above dialogue. As they walked, everyone saw the refugees and beggars lying around the city. The bearded uncle who had previously spoken with the Shelling people frowned, and said if they only need lives to pave the way, why not call these refugees and beggars? Everyone exchanged glances, puzzled. Sumu thought for a moment, these people have no experience in fighting, and they look pale and emaciated. I'm afraid by the time we reach our destination, many will have died from exhaustion, hunger, or illness, rendering them worthless. The bearded uncle nodded. So our lives are only worth a chunk of gold. We are going to pave the way for them. Sumu glanced at the continuous flow of teams entering the city and shook his head. With the ongoing wars in various places, lives have become worthless. Either join the army, but even then one might not receive any pay. I am just a deserter trying to return to Changsha. How could that group of soldiers in the north possibly pay the recruits? Sigh. A man with a scar on his face clenched his fists. You've arrived at your accommodations, you can stay here. The leading disciple of the Shelling sect casually pointed to the stables ahead and then turned to leave. Well, it's just like where we stayed in Changsha. But it seems our status truly only deserves to stay in such places. As long as we don't have to sleep on the ground, that's enough. I'm going for a stroll, you all can rest first. You've all had a tiring night of travel. Sumu greeted everyone and continued walking ahead. He was about to follow the Shelling warriors into the perilous Mount Pinger filled with poisonous creatures and mists, and he needed to prepare in advance. At the same time, he also wanted to see if his strange item identification system could yield any results in the densely populated Chongqing Mountain. Sumu walked forward, lost in thought. The 9-turn soul-returning pill was originally just a highly poisonous pill imagined by ancient emperors and alchemists as a soul-returning elixir, but the system automatically identified it as a genuine soul-returning elixir. Then what about the others? Could it be that only pills can be identified this way? At this stage, Sumu was still exploring the somewhat confusing system and had not obtained more accurate information. While lost in thought, Sumu noticed some commotion and chaos in the crowd ahead. It seemed that a person from a nearby village who did not understand Mandarin had come to sell something. Due to the language barrier, an argument broke out which then escalated into a physical confrontation. I can't even understand what they are saying. But to bring a torn beast's skin to Chongqing Mountain to sell, they must be very bold. Is he cursing? Who can understand their Miao language? Who knows? Regardless of whether he is cursing, just beat him up, and he will behave. Bang! The boy, who was dressed in peculiar clothes made of coarse linen, had a feather from a mountain pheasant sticking out of his head, and he was kicked to the ground at Sumu's feet, his face covered in blood. The boy's eyes were bloodshot as he gritted his teeth and shouted. Seeing the blood dripping from the Miao boy's head, Sumu's pupils dilated, filled with shock. He raised his hand. Wait a moment. Kid, want to save him? Fine, bring money. A tall and burly man grinned with disdain and mockery at Sumu's youthful and delicate face. Money. Sumu looked up at the thug in front of him. By the way, I really don't have a single coin. Fighting and robbing with no one to manage it right. Fine, then everyone who fought should take out all the money on them. Can you understand Chinese? Just wait a moment, I will go beat up these damned guys, and then come back to find you. I need your help with something. Sumu squatted down and said to the Miao boy, then stood up and rushed forward. Blood of the Witch Tribe, thin effect, unknown type, root of the witch. This was the virtual screen display Sumu saw when he noticed the blood flowing from the Miao boy's face. Root of the Witch, root of transformation. Since it has already appeared, there is no need for the system to explain the root of the witch. Sumu could roughly understand its meaning. To avoid the chaos of war, the Miao people who dwell in seclusion actually possess the bloodline of ancient witches. Although it is quite thin, it has been identified by the system as the root of the witch. According to ancient myths, Pangu split the chaos. The pure chi rose to become the heavens, and the turbid chi sank to become the earth. His left eye became the sun, and his right eye became the moon. The breath transformed into winds and clouds, seasons, and atmospheric currents. The voice transformed into thunder. His head became Mount Tai, and his limbs became the 4 pillars of heaven. His spine became the Unzao mountain, his torso became Mount Song, and his blood transformed into rivers and lakes, while his meridians became the earth veins and dragon veins of the mountains and rivers. The primordial spirit transformed into the 3 pure ones. 12 drops of primordial essence blood sunk into the earth, transforming into the 12 ancestor witches. The root of the witch in the system prompt might indeed be the root of the 12 ancestor witches. Before the root of transformation could manifest its greater power, Sumu reacted with unusual excitement to the sudden appearance of this witch root. Returning to reality. Having never learned to fight, Sumu still followed his previous approach, letting the opponent strike first and swing their weapon. Then, under the ability of the root of transformation, the movements of others became extremely slow in his eyes. He seized the opportunity to strike and subdue them. From the perspective of ordinary people, the scene they saw was that Sumu and the opponent clearly struck at the same time, yet his movements appeared astonishingly fast while the opponent's various techniques seemed clumsy like a child's. He moved gracefully among them, sidestepping, evading, and striking, each action perfectly timed. In the eyes of experts, Sumu's speed resembled that of someone who had long been through combat and had developed certain skills which allowed him to expose the opponent's weaknesses with each of their strikes. The sound of wind whistled past the boy's figure, flickered, moving so quickly that it was hard to discern with the naked eye, kicking up a cloud of dust and splattering blood. Is being strong the only way to reason? Bring the money. Sumu extended his hand towards the burly man lying on the ground, a smile playing at the corner. Dressed in a white button-long shirt, holding a folding fan adorned with landscapes and poetry, yet wearing a highly incongruous white gentleman's hat, Chen Yulo observed the crowd. Invited by the military leader Luo Laowai, he was about to embark on the monumental feat of leading the entire Xialing sect into the fray for the first time in his life. For this, he did not hesitate to issue the Green Forest Order, summoning heroes from across the land to come to his aid. His aim was to ensure a smooth first expedition leading the new and old disciples of Xialing. He also wanted to add a significant chapter to his career in tomb raiding, stepping out from the shadow of his father, the former leader. On the surface, most people believed he was mobilizing the entire Xialing sect for the sake of aiding the refugees pouring in from all directions. In reality, those within the sect knew that he sought to establish his authority and take over the true leadership of Xialing from his father. Among the 4 major tomb raiding sects, the other 3, Shan Daoren, Mo Jin Xiao Wei, and Fho Zhong Lang Jiang, have long since faded into the annals of history. Currently, only Xialing continued to thrive and grow vigorously. Even amidst the chaos of the Republic, it remains steadfast, maintaining a stronghold. This young man is not bad, worth using. Ma Guai go take a look. If he proves capable, bring him to our side. Chen Yulo snapped his fan shut and smiled, instructing his subordinate beside him. The slender man with a buzz cut nodded and quickly pushed through the crowd. Are your injuries serious? Here, take this to treat your wounds. They had it coming, bullying a Miao youth who doesn't understand the language. Su Mu tossed a bag of money he had acquired to the Miao boy. The boy, surprised, clutched the money bag, unsure of what to do. Su Mu patted the boy's shoulder and asked, "Which village do you live in?" "I know this child. He often sneaks over to sell goods from a village 10 miles outside our North City gate. The villagers there have no idea. The Miao people are quite reclusive and generally do not interact with outsiders," explained a slender man named Hua Ma Guai as he approached. "Do you understand the Miao language?" Su Mu asked Hua Ma Guai. Hua Ma Guai shook his head. "Their language is difficult to learn unless you live there from a young age. What makes him special enough for you to protect him?" Ignoring the sudden appearance of Hua Ma Guai, one of the 4 masters of shelling, Su Mu continued, addressing the Miao youth before him. "Take the money and go back to your village. It's not safe out here. You don't understand Chinese and you're bound to be discriminated against and bullied." Sister, Ren." The boy stammered, tears in his eyes. "Go on, I'll find you again later." Su Mu nodded. The boy forcefully stuffed the money bag into his pocket, looked around, and then started running wildly towards the city exit. "Huh." Hua Ma Guai let out a cryptic laugh. "This kid is still afraid of being robbed again. Young man, what's your name?" "That's interesting." Hua Ma Guai observed Su Mu, who had turned to leave as his smile faded and his eyes narrowed. Meanwhile, the crowd around them began to murmur as Su Mu brushed past them. "Are you crazy? That guy is one of the 3 generals under the leader. Alas, you've missed a grand opportunity. Ma Guai clearly has his eye on you and wants you to join his ranks. What a great chance. In this world, that person could determine your life or death with a single word. You better watch out." Haha. Blind to opportunity. How infuriating. Kid, be thankful you're not one of us in shelling, or else. At this moment, as the last speaker began to speak, Su Mu paused, casting a sidelong glance at him. The man instinctively shut his mouth, recalling the bloody scene from earlier when Su Mu taught those thugs a lesson. He knew that if he were in Su Mu's shoes, he wouldn't have easily taken down those men. He might even have lost. "Are you done? If you're done, I'm leaving." Su Mu shook his head and continued on his way back. After a stroll, he realized that aside from the strange blood flowing from the Miao youth, he had made no other special discoveries. However, even at this point, he still did not know how to obtain the foundation of the shaman. Was he supposed to draw blood? Even if he drained the Miao youth's blood, all he would gain would be thin shamanic bloodlines. Thin meant he could never truly possess the ancient Great Shaman Foundation. Without the Great Shaman bloodline for someone like him, who already possessed the Ascension Foundation body, it was merely an embellishment. No matter how beautiful the embellishment, it could not compare to timely assistance. "Hey young man, come take a look. I have genuine good goods here at my stall. See if anything catches your eye." At the entrance, seizing the opportunity, as people moved densely within the city and unfamiliar faces increased, a vendor called out to Su Mu. Su Mu glanced over and sighed, shaking his head. He couldn't distinguish antiques, nor could he discern the quality or authenticity of the items. Thus, whether the goods at the stall were fakes or genuine, he wouldn't spend money to buy. Oh. Just as he was about to step away, he suddenly caught sight of the vendor continuously pulling out items from a bundle, inadvertently tearing an old talisman on the ground. Demon-suppressing talisman damaged, he bent down to pick up the talisman, which the vendor had casually discarded, as if it were waste paper, pondering as he continued to walk forward. Ahead lay a stall selling various talismans claimed to have been blessed to ward off evil. The vendor was a man dressed in a Taoist robe, sporting a mustache, exuding a strong aura of feng shui and divination. "Young man, do you want a peachwood sword? Or perhaps other talismans to ward off evil? I have everything you need. All blessed and genuine talismans drawn by the Heavenly Master's office. How about I sell them to you cheap?" The middle-aged Taoist enthusiastically introduced the items at his stall. However, after Su Mu examined all the items, none of them displayed the same system indication as the talisman in his hand. Those that were indicated by the system must possess extraordinary quality. Yet the talismans at this stall should have been legitimate products. Why did they show no effect? Could it be that only items from ancient times would be recognized by the system? Yet most antiques are products of old eras, yet very few are displayed by the system. The reason behind this still eluded Su Mu. "Why don't you have a single talisman like the one in my hand at your stall?" Su Mu casually asked the Taoist vendor. The Taoist vendor scrutinized the damaged talisman in Su Mu's hand, and suddenly replied solemnly, "Most of these old talismans have been lost to time." Su Mu queried in confusion, "Aren't Taoists supposed to have an unbroken tradition?" The Taoist, who had few customers at his stall, shook his head with a wry smile. "It hasn't really been broken, but the process of talisman making was once very strict. A talisman is a talisman, and a charm is a charm. In the past, drawing talismans required choosing auspicious days, cleansing oneself 3 days in advance, fasting, burning incense, and called for specific brushes, papers, inks, and water. It required focused teeth-tapping hand signs, chanting spells, and precise steps, all done in one go before sealing. Often it took almost a year and 10 months to produce a single talisman. In those days, being a practitioner was harsh. They believed that spending so much time sincerely working on something was the only way to honor the divine and the talisman itself. They hoped this would allow the talismans to truly work. Sigh, isn't this just deceiving people and ghosts? Cough, cough, are you buying or not? Thank you. Nsu Mu retrieved a silver dollar from his pocket and tossed it onto the Taoist priest's stall. The priest stared dumbfounded at the coin, enough to purchase every single item on his entire stall. Sumu's steps grew light, a cheerful smile playing upon his lips. He felt he had just grasped the core criterion by which the system identified anomalous artifacts. The ninefold resurrection pill was an object of legendary longing, sought across countless generations by alchemists and emperors alike in ancient times. To attain it, they resorted to extreme rites, burning 3,000 boys and girls within alchemical furnaces by scouring mountains and rivers for rare celestial herbs to fuse into the crucible. Whether the final elixir ever truly conferred resurrection remains unknown, but the process itself was profoundly solemn and interminably arduous. What it embodied extended far beyond mere pharmacological composition. It carried the boundless devotion, relentless effort, and infinite yearning of all who pursued it. As the priest behind him had said in ancient times, crafting even a single talisman demanded extraordinary rigor. Yet in truth, such talismans served only as consolations, for oneself and for the world, possessing no genuine efficacy. The divine artifacts, those transcendent objects once fervently coveted by ancients, now rest within my hands. Perhaps this is precisely why the system deems them extraordinary. Sumu's eyes gleamed as he gradually discerned a subtle pattern. Alas, talismans cannot endure through time. Any paper medium inevitably carbonizes with age. There are no exceptions. He gazed at the fragmented talisman in his palm and sighed deeply. Hey, young sir, don't leave so hastily. You've given me such a generous sum. I'll show you something truly remarkable. I still possess one authentic ancient talisman, just like the one you hold. How swiftly you walk. Youth truly is a blessing. The priest stared at a weathered brick inside his satchel, a brick he had carried for years, upon which an ancient talisman, its function long forgotten, had been inscribed. He had traveled to Taoist temples across the realm, yet no master could decipher either the script or the effect of that talisman, so he kept it close to his person always. Under ordinary circumstances, few would pay exorbitant sums for a Taoist talisman. Most buyers sought only peace of mind, and indeed no talisman had ever demonstrated verifiable power. Sumu, hurrying away, knew nothing of Taoist esoterica, not even that talismans were not confined to yellow ritual paper, but could also be inscribed upon enduring mediums. Taoism boasts a profound and unbroken lineage. From the moment the first Taoist priest drafted the inaugural talisman, preserving it became imperative to transmit both its form and the sacred art of talismanic inscription to future generations. At the western city stables, Sumu, just returned, overheard a group of fellow destitute migrants from Changsha discussing an intriguing topic. No wonder the Xialing sect commands such reverence. One of the four great schools, even trading in rhinoceros horn, and indeed, rhinoceros horn is exceedingly rare, ardently coveted by nobles and officials alike, far more precious than most jade artifacts. Jade? Merely stone dyed with varying hues, beautiful only to the wealthy, worthless to us. A slab of meat holds more tangible value. Its market price fluctuates wildly. Rhinoceros horn, however, is different. Rhinoceros. Sumu paused, then finally understood the subject of their animated discussion. At that time, most Chinese citizens had never traveled abroad. Few had ever watched documentaries like Animal World as children. To those living in the Republican era, freshly emerged from imperial rule, the indigenous rhinoceros was universally known as C. C appears frequently in classical texts. In the area, China's oldest extant dictionary, in its 18th chapter, Shishou, explaining beasts, states, NSI, resembles oxen, possesses a single horn, is azure-hued, and weighs 1,000 jin. Mean the classic of mountains and seas. The Haniai Nanjing Southern Classic of the Inner Seas likewise records NSI dwells east of Emperor Shun's tomb, south of the Xiang River. Its form resembles an ox, its hide dark crimson, crowned with a single horn. These ancient descriptions refer precisely to the native Chinese rhinoceros. Where can one buy rhinoceros horn? At what price? Nsu Mu stepped forward and pressed for details. Seeing him, the bearded elder smiled broadly. Back from your stroll. We've just returned ourselves. The Xialing sect leaked this news. They're selling it. Bring money, and you may purchase it directly from them. Though they demand 10,000 silver dollars. How much? Sumu's lips twitched faintly. 10,000. The bearded elder chuckled, lips pursed. Nsu Mu exhaled slowly. These funds remain desperately insufficient. At the mention of rhinoceros horn, a passage from another ancient text instantly surfaced in Su Mu's mind. Living rhinoceros horn must never be burned. Yet when ignited, it releases an extraordinary fragrance. Its smoke clings to garments, enabling mortals to commune with spirits. Su Mu couldn't guarantee the system would flag the horn, but he sensed a 70 to 80% probability it would appear as a designated anomalous term. For native rhinoceroses had become vanishingly rare in China, not only in his future life a century hence, but even now in the Republican era. Su Mu had scarcely heard mention of a living specimen. Moreover, 10,000 silver dollars represented an astronomical sum for Su Mu at present. Even Zhang de Foyi, the preeminent leader among the Nine Gates, would soon find himself unable to raise such a sum upon visiting the Xinu Hotel. A man holding both official rank and dominance over a vast gray market network, yet still incapable of producing that sum. How then could Su Mu possibly possess it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 25, in 10, 12, in, Uncle Huzi, come here a moment. I need to speak with you. Su Mu drew aside the elder he trusted most. He emptied his pockets. I have only 12 silver dollars, found just now. The shilling people demand $1 per life, which 12 among us should return early. I don't wish. And the bearded elder seized Su Mu's hand firmly, his brow furrowed with solemnity. We swore to go together and return together. Besides, if you send 12 back with money, how can you trust they won't vanish with it? Su Mu's expression turned complex. I simply do not wish to see you perish without cause. And having faced death himself, he knew its terror intimately. Money meant little to him. He no longer required sustenance, having already ingested the ninefold resurrection. Without need for food or drink, he felt no material desire. And that $1 silver could purchase the life of one of these wretched men struck him as profoundly unjust. Life and death are decreed by fate, wealth and honor ordained by heaven. The bearded elder said, his sternness softening into a smile. Master Su, you surely don't look down upon us brothers, do you? Su Mu shook his head, and the elder clapped his shoulder. Good. Rest easy, Master Su. We men of Hunan retain our blood and spirit. Su Mu fell silent. Inborn with consumption, he had never earned a coin himself, nor spent a cent of his own money. For 17 years, every expense had been borne by the Hua family. Thus money held no concrete meaning for him. And now, suddenly confronting the grim reality of this chaotic age, that $1 silver could compel a man with wife and children to surrender his life, he felt only sorrow and lamentation. Kunlun, look at what this newspaper says. We must overthrow any authoritarian imperialist regime and create a happy life where everyone lives equally and harmoniously. Aren't we the rebels already well aware of this principle? In the past, scholars idolized the divine right of kings, the hierarchy of rulers and subjects, fathers and sons, yet they ignored the frozen bones of the dead lying on the streets, a group of antiquated and decayed bones. In my opinion, we should learn from what Mr. Sun Yat-sen has stated in the newspaper. But that guy refuses. Self-styled as the new generation of scholars, Chen Yulo was sitting with his legs crossed reading the latest news, educating his illiterate subordinates, when Huama Guai walked in from outside. Chen Yulo set the newspaper aside. Understand, capable people are always reluctant to bow to others, they just need to undergo some hardships. By the way, how are preparations going? Huama Guai cupped his hands and replied, most of the reinforcements have been accounted for. Everything on my side is ready. Among the crowd, a tall and robust man named Kunlun also nodded in agreement. A woman with long hair braided to her waist, red ant, nodded. I can set off at any time. Chen Yulo stood up. Then prepare the incense. I will go call the old man. Yes, the three responded in unison. Chen Yulo was not fond of his father's old-fashioned ways, needing to ask ancestors and the heavens before embarking on an expedition. However, due to traditional customs and his father's long-standing authority, he still had to partake in the tedious rituals of consulting the heavens. Are we really setting off this soon? The few people lying in the stable, Su Mu and others, listened with some surprise to the commands given by the newcomers. The old man said that today is an auspicious day. If we miss today, we will have to wait a while longer. Don't be so impatient. Today is the day. Pack up and meet me at the square. The newcomers were dressed neatly, with various equipment stowed in bamboo baskets on their backs. Uncle Hu and the others also took out their prepared gear, organizing it before joining the ranks. Su Mu brought nothing, simply waiting for Uncle Hu and the others. The four great sects are truly different. A look at how elaborate their preparations are before setting out. This is the tradition of a more professional sect, unlike us brash men who act on impulse without any reservations. But really, does the practice of consulting the ancestors and the heavens actually work? You haven't been on many expeditions, have you? Of course it works. The legacy of the Unloading Ridge warriors has persisted to this day for a reason. After consulting the ancestors and receiving approval from the heavens, even if we encounter any strange events in the underground palace this time, we will have some protection from the ancestors and the heavens. We are acting with righteousness and in accordance with the law. Uncle Hu explained to those around him with seasoned experience. Will there really be evil entities in the tomb? Sumu pondered to himself. This expedition to the general's tomb at Pinger Mountain is Chun Yula's first leadership action as the head of the Unloading Ridge sect, and it is also Su Mu's first time descending into a tomb. 9 Revolutions Rebirth Pill effect upon consumption grants immortality, turns white hair black, preserves the flesh light, as a crane cures all diseases, immune to all poisons, unaffected by cold or heat, calms the spirit, ensures peaceful sleep, predicts fortune and misfortune, enables fasting and endurance. Type of pill: Longevity Seed Foundation Pill for Transcendence. He flipped through the fragments of memory about the 9 Revolutions Rebirth Pill in his mind, gaining some understanding of how to defend against malevolent entities should they attack him. It is highly unlikely that Ain's spirit will seize his current physical body. With a foundation for transcendence already established, plus the calm spirit and peaceful soul techniques, he can face General Ain entities without fear. While lost in thought, Sumu arrived at a spacious square filled with various crowds alongside everyone else. In the center of the square stood a high platform. On the high platform stood Chun Yulo and his father, surrounded by a dozen or 20 Unloading Ridge warriors guarding the area to prevent any uninvited guests from stepping onto the platform. The Chun father and son stood at the front, setting up an incense altar with offerings of 3 sacrificial animals, strong liquor, and a bronze Unloading Ridge armor plate. The plate was engraved with the phrase, "Warriors, open the mountain, gods lend their way." Old Chun lit 3 long incense sticks, raised them above his head, and bowed to the heavens, his aged voice echoing slowly, "Heavens above with mountains and rivers, as witnesses our Unloading Ridge lineage descends from the red brows, breaking mountains with strength and prioritizing righteousness. Today in this chaotic world, not for greed or illicit wealth, but to save the people from peril. Big Chief, are these Unloading Ridge people trying to make a fool of someone? Huh. If you're going to explore a tomb, then just do it. Oh, why consult the heavens? What does saving the people from peril even mean? Huh? Shut your filthy mouth. Without them, how will you clear the way and search for the tomb?" This, unlike various other tomb raiders, a group of soldiers dressed in old earth-colored military uniforms were laughing among the crowd, completely disregarding that they were on the turf of the Unloading Ridge's Chongqing Mountain. However, the scar-faced commander at the forefront seemed to be somewhat controlling the situation, ruthlessly reprimanding his subordinates beside him. Upon hearing that someone was being disrespectful to the Unloading Ridge crowd, the others turned to look at the soldiers. When they saw a group of armed soldiers, everyone quickly turned their gazes away. Had I known they were collaborating with the soldiers, I wouldn't have come this time. Uncle, who gritted his teeth, his expression rather unsightly. The soldiers don't understand our tomb raiding rules. They just want to dig out treasures from the tomb, and many may die because of it. Yet we cannot resist their arbitrary commands and orders. Son, Uncle, who suddenly felt a notion of retreat, but at this moment the Unloading Ridge faction had already begun consulting the heavens. It was likely that none of those present could easily withdraw. Brother Chin, are you done? I'm done. Good. Brothers, fire your guns to celebrate. Ha! Bang, 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 bang. The deafening gunfire suddenly rang out, and a pungent gunpowder smell filled the air. Upon hearing the gunfire, the expressions of most people present subconsciously darkened. During the feudal dynasty, there were strict regulations on firearms, swords, and iron weapons. After the establishment of the Republic, the authorities similarly prohibited civilians from privately manufacturing guns and cannons, executing entire families for doing so. Looking at the crowd in the square from a distance apart from old Luo's crooked team, the rest of the people were mostly armed with cold weapons like knives or claws. In the event of a conflict, how could they possibly compete? Guns are a good thing. Unlike the others whose expressions turned grim, Sumu leisurely remarked this sentence. If he gets some money, buying some men and firearms seems quite appealing. At least when the invaders come in the future, he can ensure some self-protection. Or perhaps he could retaliate using the system he possesses. Line up properly, forming teams of 15. Those whose names are called should step out of the ranks and clear the path for the others according to the map. Here you go. This money can be given to you now, but we can take it back in the next moment. Those who are not afraid of death can run. The large silver coin mentioned earlier is just a deposit. Upon completing the task, there will be further rewards. Everyone has probably heard of our Chongqing Mountain's reputation. Oh, we are straightforward and prioritize righteousness. However, this only applies to those who treat us with the same righteousness. As the strategist Hua Mogwai stood before the densely packed crowd, he began to arrange the camp. These bandits seem more organized than Luo Laowai's crew, Sumu remarked in astonishment. The soldiers under Luo Laowai are mostly relaxed, some smoking, while wearing their military hats. Ask you, the camp is chaotic and disordered. In contrast, the members of the shelling power stood straight. Their attire may not be uniform, but their equipment was quite similar. Among those named as vanguards, not only was there Sumu's foreign team, but also disciples of the shelling power mixed in. They clearly know that the vanguard is often sent to pave the way for death, yet everyone shows a glow of excitement and high spirits. Brothers, let's go. Don't worry, once we encounter trouble, as long as you don't run, we can shield you from the front. Kid, your younger, stay behind us, and let us go first. Su Mu and the others from the refugee area in Changsha widened their eyes in disbelief at the scene before them. These shelling people not only did not treat them the outsiders differently, but even asked the younger Su Mu to hide behind them and let them lead the way. With your words we brothers are reassured. No worries, we won't run when trouble comes. As long as you dare to step forward, we will too. Ha ha ha, we are all men, who isn't? With that said, let's go. Let's go. Su Mu took a deep breath. When he truly crossed into this tomb-raiding world and joined the Shelling Power's ranks, he found the reality was entirely different from what had been described in his memories. In his past life, he remembered the original work of Ghost Blows Out the Light, which depicted the Shelling Power as a ragtag group that couldn't make a significant impact. Yet it later recorded how the Shelling Power perished while protecting Chen Yulo in the tomb of the Offering King. Clearly this so-called ragtag group held loyalty and camaraderie higher than the skies. Brothers, have you been to Loxingling? What kind of place is it? Loxingling is located in the high mountains, and we from Shelling rarely go there. It is infested with poisonous insects and creatures, and one careless step could cost you your life. However, nearby villages often venture up to gather herbs and trade for money. The ancient porcelain fragments that Luo Laowai found were discovered there. It is said that a grand tomb is buried there. Beyond the fortified area established by Chongqing Mountain, endless mountain paths stretched ahead. The mountain roads were flanked by dense forests where the low calls of birds and beasts echoed, and swarms of mosquitoes buzzed, thirstily flocking toward the sweaty crowd. Don't move yet, we will sprinkle insect repellent on you. A member of the Shelling Power in the vanguard took out a pouch and sprinkled a pungent powder over Uncle Hu and the others. When it was Su Mu's turn, he waved his hand, saying, I am naturally unbothered by mosquitoes, no need to waste it on me. A few nearby had already been bitten and swollen, yet Su Mu was completely unbothered, which was indeed quite strange. Hearing this, the Shelling Power member passing by Su Mu nodded and put away the nearly empty insect repellent pouch. Most of the mountain herbs nearby have already been gathered by villagers. This insect repellent was purchased at a high price from outside. We don't know how long we still need to walk, and these mosquitoes carry some toxicity, so let's save as much as we can. If everyone were like this young brother and unbothered by mosquitoes, this path would be much easier to traverse. The vanguard member of the Shelling Power shook his head and continued to clear the obstacles blocking the road with his blade, paving the way for the team behind. Hey, little brother, don't go. Finally found you. Why are you here too? Su Mu looked curiously at the middle-aged man in a Taoist robe. Isn't this the Taoist who was selling talismans and peachwood swords at a stall in the city? I calculated a fortune for myself, and the omens said this journey would bring wealth, so I signed up. Come, little brother, I still have a talisman here. Take a look and see if you want to buy it. Old Taoist, don't think you can trick our Su Ye's money. How much can your broken talisman be worth? Also, we are from Changsha. Do you know our Ba Yi from Changsha? Do you dare to use such tricks to fool us? Uncle Hu frowned and scolded. The Taoist, unfazed, continued to pull out a green brick engraved with ancient talismans from his pocket. What Ba Yi ate ye? Where are you from? Well, never mind, little brother, I'll give you this. You've already given me money before. The name of the old 9 gates from Changsha is equally as renowned as the Shelling name in their current journey. Among them, Ba Yi Chi Tizui is known for his exceptional fortune-telling skills. The Taoist is merely a con artist living by deceitful means, and how could he continue to be brazen in front of the name of Chi Ba Yi? What is this? Su Mu took the heavy ancient brick handed to him, which still had moss that had not been properly cleaned off. Order of the Rain Master. Complete command effect, unknown type talisman. Ah! A scream echoed in his ears. Su Mu, holding the ancient brick, looked down at the Taoist, who suddenly collapsed, clutching his leg. The Taoist's ankle was a bloody mess with blood splattering everywhere, and a ferocious beast claw-like iron trap tightly clamped around his ankle. Don't move. Taoist, it seems your leg is not going to make it. Someone take him away. The few members of the Shelling Power in the vanguard frowned and waved for others to help the Taoist down. A beast trap. Ouch. Ouch. Be gentle. Who the hell set this beast trap? The Taoist's face turned pale, biting his gums in pain, while cursing. Little brother, we will meet again. Oh, don't step on my foot. The Taoist was carried away down the mountain. It was probably the beast traps set by the nearby Miao village. They often go up the mountain to gather herbs and hunt mountain beasts. From now on, everyone must be careful to pass this message down so that the following teams avoid walking through the areas we haven't traversed yet. The vanguard member of the Shelling Power frowned as he gave orders, passing on the information. Su Mu looked at the patch of weeds that he should have stepped on, just now slightly dazed. The sudden appearance of the Taoist had pushed him away from stepping on the beast trap. Could it be that? Not. How do you use the talisman? Hey you. Su Mu, holding the blue brick engraved with the profound talisman Rain Master. Command came back to his senses, and the silhouette of the Taoist was already out of sight. After the system message appeared, Su Mu knew that the talisman on this blue brick was certainly extraordinary. However, while he knew that the 9 transformation soul returning pill could be used merely by swallowing it, he had no idea how to use this talisman. Burn it. Or do you just need to copy it to use it? Or perhaps it needs to be combined with special steps, rituals, and incantations. Su, just throw it away. Why are you holding such a useless brick? The bearded uncle shook his head with a smile. Among the ancient relics in the tomb, the traps set to prevent tomb raiders and the tomb bricks were the least valuable. Some sellers might even find them inauspicious, refusing to buy anything else after seeing them. The blue brick given to Su Mu by the Taoist was clearly intended to deceive someone like Su Mu who was unknowledgeable. Do you know how to use the talisman? Su Mu asked the people around him. Everyone shook their heads, thinking that Su Mu was too naive and had never seen the world, genuinely believing that Taoist talismans and magical spells existed. After not receiving the answer he wanted, Su Mu helplessly continued to carry the blue brick. When the team stopped to rest, he took the opportunity to ask the members of the vanguard and finally found a pen and paper. Ignoring the moss and dirt on the blue brick, he wiped it clean with his right sleeve and bent down to carefully depict the runes engraved on the blue brick. Su Mu had never learned Taoism and had no experience in drawing or recognizing talismans. The heads, bodies, and feet of the runes on the blue brick were all engraved with a peculiar and strange mark which was vastly different from any modern or ancient characters. Therefore, while copying them, Su Mu often drew the symbols incorrectly. Isn't this a downward hook? And what's that? What do these three horizontal lines mean? This is too difficult, he muttered to himself as he sat cross-legged on the ground, studying the runes on the blue brick as he copied them onto the paper. Others looked over and shook their heads with bitter smiles. Su, do you know the effect of this talisman? Just copy it. You foolish boy, talismans and spells are all tricks by the Taoists. You really believe in them, ha. Such a simple-minded thought. I was like that once, believing everything. Youth is so wonderful, but this journey has certainly become less dull, ha. Why do you call him Su? Who is he? How could he come here with you to our unloading ridges, ever-victorious mountain? Su, his father was a famous righteous warrior in our area. Later he died protecting his friends. This child has suffered. He lost his father shortly after birth, then his mother and his grandparents, and he has a serious illness. It worked. Su Mu did not listen to the conversations around him. After engraving for a long time, he finally managed to completely replicate the talisman from the blue brick onto the paper in his hand. He picked up the vividly copied talisman paper and slowly recited, Rain Master. Command. In the sky above, silver snakes darted and thunder suddenly roared. Is it going to rain? Wasn't it clear just now? There aren't any dark clouds, are there? Why did it suddenly thunder? Rain Master. Command. Boom. Rain Master. Command. Rain Master. Command. Boom. Rain Master. Command. Boom. Accompanied by the intermittent thunder in the sky, the members of the vanguard team finally noticed the strange commotion from the young man in their midst. They saw that every time Su Mu held the paper with the bizarre talisman and recited the 4 words Rain Master, Command, thunder would certainly sound above. However, there was only thunder and no signs of rain at all. There weren't even any dark clouds overhead. Little brother, why don't you try stopping for a moment? Someone reminded him. Su Mu nodded and stopped reciting the words from the talisman. Silence. Quiet. In a moment of silence. All right, you can recite it now. Rain Master. Command. Boom. Wow. The vanguard team, resting at the edge of the dense forest, suddenly stood up, their eyes wide as they looked at the long-haired youth sitting cross-legged on the ground. It couldn't be wrong. Absolutely couldn't be wrong. The thunder in the sky sounded at the same time as the boy's low chant. Could there really be someone in this world who could summon wind and rain? Unheard of, unseen. Little Su, what exactly is going on? The bearded uncle and others who had come out of the Changsha refugee camp gathered around Su Mu. Su Mu quickly thought of a response. He scratched his head and said, Uncle, you all should know that I was gravely ill for a while. After recovering, I started seeing all sorts of strange things. Just now I saw the meaning contained in the talisman engraved on this blue brick, so I copied it and recited it aloud. Amazing. The bearded uncle was so surprised that his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Others widened their eyes in disbelief. Su Mu looked at the copied talisman and said, It seems to only produce thunder without rain, so its effect doesn't seem that obvious. At this time, someone in the crowd stood up. I've heard the Taoist from my hometown say that talismans are not drawn like this. They don't draw talismans on white paper. They use yellow talisman paper, wolf hair brushes, and most of the pigments are made of cinnabar, and some even mix in chicken blood. I see. Su Mu was filled with surprise and excitement as he finally discovered why this talisman, which the system displayed as having strange text, failed to produce a real effect. Do you have wolf hair brushes, yellow talisman paper, and cinnabar? Su Mu looked up at the crowd. Everyone. The bearded uncle said without thinking, that Taoist has. That Taoist. Everyone rolled their eyes, who didn't know that Taoist must have some. However, they had already traveled 3 hours away from where they encountered that Taoist, and he must have gone back to the ever-victorious mountain to recuperate. The team of unloading ridge warriors was making their way toward Old Bear Ridge. Holding his military cap to fan himself, Luo Laowai looked at the sky and asked, Brother Chen, according to your unloading ridge's way of speaking, what does this weather phenomenon signify? Chun Yulo listened to the thunder that was rumbling above almost like a song and hesitated. Suddenly an officer beside Luo Laowai interjected. I know it must be that the heavens have eaten something bad and are about to relieve themselves. Chun Yulo and Luo Laowai turned their gazes away from the sky and suddenly landed on the grinning officer. Luo Laowai waved his hand. Take him out and shoot him. Let me see if it's you or the heavens who are relieving themselves. No, boss, please don't. When we were at the ever-victorious mountain, I told you not to keep interrupting. You didn't listen. The boss and Chun are friends, they can joke with each other, but you keep making fun of the head of Unloading Ridge. The boss isn't killing you out of respect for him. How can you save face? It's thundering. After confirming that her childhood friend and bamboo horse, Su Mu, was safe and sound, Huasiener swept away her previous sorrow and rarely went out to play for an entire day. Returning from a day of strolling and dining with the daughters of several wealthy merchants in the city, she realized that night had fallen without her noticing. Even more unusually, the streets tonight were strangely devoid of people. Oh. On the way back, Huasiener suddenly spotted a brightly lit grand stage having not brought her mates. The stage was set up in the middle of the road, clearly hastily constructed during the day. Born into the Hua family of the old Nine Gates, Huasiener had been forced to learn the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting since childhood. Due to her aunt's affection for the second master of the Nine Gates, she often accompanied her to the Hong family pear garden to watch performances. Looking at the performers on stage, Huasiener exclaimed, "Isn't this the play of Zhong Kuei exterminating demons which is only performed during the Ghost Festival?" Observing the serious and eerie makeup of the actor portraying Zhong Kuei, Huasiener couldn't help but shudder. In the next moment, she suddenly remembered what had happened at the Xiao Wu Min train station in the city last night. This incident had been heavily suppressed by the authorities, making it difficult for the average person to hear about it. Only she, being in the Nine Gates, and a few others would know the ins and outs. In the early hours of last night, a freight train, without any train number, suddenly arrived at the Xiao Wu Min train station in Changsha. After the train dock, station personnel immediately came forward to inspect it. What made the station staff's scalp tingle and their spines chill was that this freight train, which should not have arrived at this hour, contained not a single living soul. After the incident, the Buddha master Zhang Qishan, who was in charge of security for Changsha, entered the scene. Whoa, I want to go home. I'm lost. Do you know where my home is? Gulp. Huasiener swallowed hard, gazing blankly at the hunched black shadow standing before her. The black figure was indiscernible in gender, its back covered in stone dust, hair matted into clumps, and a face continuously dripping with crimson blood. On the stage, the male actor in Zhong Kuei makeup suddenly raised his voice. Grievances have a head, debts have a master. Why are you little ghost haunting me? Hurry and retreat. Huasiener felt her hands and feet turn cold, numb, and uncontrollable. As the actor portraying Zhong Kuei shouted sharply, the ghostly figure transformed into smoke and gradually dissipated, prompting Huasiener to suddenly sprint towards her home. Sumu, 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 Sumu. Huasiener whispered the name that occupied her mind at that moment, continuing to run. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed that every household along the street had their doors tightly shut, with red lanterns emitting a warm glow hanging uniformly outside. It was as if the entire city was engaged in some suffocating bizarre ritual. Oddly enough, as Huasiener kept murmuring Su Mu's name and ran home, she no longer encountered any ghostly figures along the way. Are you crazy? Coming back so late? Don't you know what happened last night? I had people searching for you everywhere. Upon entering, her aunt Huajingxin's scolding voice rang out. Hearing that familiar scolding voice, Huasiener finally let out a breath. She had been holding her legs, turning weak as she collapsed to the ground. Ghosts, there are ghosts outside. Huasiener's lips turned pale, her eyes dazed. Bring the young lady to the living room, light the fire pit, and offer incense to the ancestors. Huajingxin was displeased, but considering her niece's young age, she couldn't help but think of a way to resolve her niece's eerie predicament first. Miss, come, let me help you up. Listen, wandering souls and wild ghosts, this is my Hua family's young lady. If you dare to harm my family master, our Hua clan will fight to the death to protect her. Like a shrew, the woman stood with her hands on her hips, shouting and cursing loudly at the tightly shut door. The crackling fire pit was carried by the servants to the threshold of the living room, with women on either side, holding willow branches dipped in water. The dead do not interfere with the living. Do not blame my young lady for offending you. Once you cross the fire pit, you will enter the realm of the living. May our ancestors bless and protect my young lady from the wild ghosts. The old woman assisted Huasiener as they crossed the warm fire pit, entering the living room. Inside, the incense had been burning for an entire day at the ancestral tablet, filling the spacious room with its fragrant smoke. Huasiener began to feel the coldness in her body dissipate, her hands and feet regaining sensation. Huajingxin stood at the front of the living room by the incense table, glancing at the rapidly burning incense sticks. You girl, hurry up and come over to bow to the ancestors and offer incense. If it weren't for the ancestors' protection tonight, you would have experienced the terror of the fierce ghosts. Huasiener dazedly approached to bow and offer incense. Seeing this, Hua Jinshin gritted her teeth and said, "Is the ritual for the second master and eighth master not finished yet?" A maid outside replied, "Eighth master said it needs to last at least 7 days to send those tragic souls away. Out tonight has only just begun." On the street, a drunken, clueless guest staggered, rubbing his eyes, as he saw the gray, ghostly figure standing in the shadow at the street corner. At that moment, upon seeing the ghostly figure, the drunkard was suddenly overwhelmed with a strong urge to vomit. After running to the dark corner to expel the alcohol in his stomach, he suddenly realized that his mouth was covered with strands of black hair. The next moment, he fell to the ground, rolling his eyes. In front of a stage set up in the middle of the road, a foolish and naive person clapped and cheered for the play of Zhong Kuei exorcising demons. In the next moment, their dazed eyes regained clarity, and they tiptoed toward the yard where their family was. Like other residents in the city, family members had their doors tightly shut, trembling. The knocking on the door came in a certain rhythm. "Who is it? How could you be so heartless, leaving my corpse outside, without collecting it, making me a wandering soul, without a master, withering in the wind and rain? You weren't you supposed to have died in that train? Buddha Master's men sent word. Well, you are so heartless, I will kill you. The knocking on the door grew more intense. Time returned to noon. At the Hong family Pear Garden, the second master, Yue Hong, who had taken over the role of Pear Garden Master from his father, stood on the high platform, his cold gaze pressing down on the crowd below. "Everyone listen closely. If anyone makes a mistake while performing the Zhong Kuei play in the next few days, I, the young master, will not spare you, and the Hong family will not tolerate you either. Those who err, get out of my sight." I believe everyone understands the seriousness of the Zhong Kuei play. Yue Hong did not wish to intervene in the affairs of the Nine Gates, but this matter is different. It concerns the lives of the entire city's people. Next, those whose names I call come to the backstage to start the face painting. From this moment until the end of the performance, if anyone dares to speak a single word to me, I will have Chun Pai cut out your tongues. In the audience, the youths whose names were called straightened up from leaning against the pillar. A boy named Chin Pai wore a half-smile, surveying the group of Hong family actors about to perform the Zhong Kuei. "Strange, I heard from my subordinates that someone saw a ghost during the day today. Deputy officer, why haven't we seen anything?" A little soldier in a brown military uniform pushed his cap and curiously asked the deputy officer in front of him. The deputy officer, named Zhang Rishan, rolled his eyes at the soldier. "If you keep asking such childish questions, they might just throw you into the river for a bath." Ha! A burst of laughter erupted among the soldiers present. After the laughter subsided, they looked up at the second-floor window of the courtyard, which was still lit, unaware of what urgent business was being handled inside. The main cause of all this was the fierce beast Qiongqi. Soldiers who had fought on the battlefield for years naturally exuded a fierce aura that sent spirits fleeing. With a master who had the Qiongqi beast inscription on his back beside them, what kind of ghost would dare approach them? However, it was the common people outside who suffered. Those with good fortune would face no troubles. But those who were fated to see ghosts would surely come to misfortune. In the courtyard, Deputy Officer Zhang Rishan suppressed his smile and replaced it with a serious expression. "In the past few nights, after the bodies of the dead have been discovered, remember to inform the mortuary staff not to mention anything about ghosts. Just say it was an unfortunate accident. Everyone must remember this." "Yes." The soldiers, aware that this matter was serious, quickly suppressed their smiles and nodded vigorously. Bang! A loud sound of something heavy hitting the ground came from the office on the second floor. Everyone in the courtyard immediately controlled their breathing, fearing that they would attract the wrath of the one on the second floor, whose aura was laden with a terrifying energy. Who set this trap? Who is responsible for this wicked scheme? Do they really think I, Zhang Qishan, am easy to bully? Someone go call Old Aid over here. Good. Very good. Get this sinister trick sorted out for me. Don't let me find the mastermind behind this. Hurry up. Yes, Buddha Master. Footsteps echoed from the stairs of the second floor down to the first. In the courtyard, seeing his comrade descend from the second floor with a grim expression, Deputy Officer Zhang Rishan took a deep breath and said, "Is Buddha Master still unable to control his emotions?" The person inside the higher-ups repeatedly emphasized not to engage in such superstitious matters, yet this incident has fallen upon Buddha Master. If handled well, it's no fault of his, but if not, the responsibility falls entirely on him. I've said it before, this position is hard to hold, Sai. We've all been in this official capacity for so long, how can it be easy or hard? All the intrigues in the officialdom are shielded by Buddha Master right. We have nothing to fear, we just need to follow orders, let's go. The deputy officer patted the shoulder of the person and shook his head. The mansion of the sixth house of the Old Nine Gates, known as the Blackback Old Six. As night fell, everyone in the mansion instinctively closed their mouths, straining to control their eyes, not daring to look in the direction of the master's room that kept them locked inside. Creak, 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 a chilling grinding sound akin to ice continued to echo from the bedroom of the Blackback Old Six. The bedroom's doors and windows were covered with yellow talismans marked with red brush strokes, tied with red strings, and an atrigram mirror hung high at the entrance. "Sixth Master, is everything all right? It should be fine. Didn't we invite 8th Master over to set things up? 8th Master said that for the next few days we in the 9 Gates should try to minimize nighttime outings, saying it's an extremely rare calamity day. What does that have to do with our 6th Master? Why does it feel so eerie in 6th Master's room? Don't ask what you shouldn't. I hope 6th Master can survive this. Sumu, Sumu, Sumu. Worn out from a day's journey, Sumu was awakened by the familiar voice of a girl calling his name in his dream. Upon waking, he saw that the Vanguard team had gathered once more waiting for him to wake up to continue their journey. In the mountains and forests, the temperature difference between day and night was vast, and some indescribable things always seemed to emerge at night. However, the occasional rumbling thunder in the evening made the entire team unwilling to camp and rest by the roadside or in the jungle. Those with survival knowledge in the wilderness knew that if one got drenched in rain, without a warm place, sickness or even death would easily befall members of the team. It seems there are people living halfway up the mountain. There's a firelight, and it looks quite big, likely able to accommodate around 100 people. Let's go down and check the situation. The lead disciple of the Shelling sect lit a torch, and while gazing out from a high point towards the foot of the mountain, inadvertently discovered the firelight halfway up the mountain. Let's go, Sue, little immortal. The leading disciple of the Shelling sect smiled, and though it was a teasing remark, there was not a trace of contempt in his expression. As the vanguard of the large group, they all knew that Sumu truly possessed the strange ability to summon wind. Sumu nodded, unable to forget the voice of Huasiener calling his name in his dream. Logically, having swallowed the 9-turn soul-reviving pill, he should no longer be dreaming. Since he had dreamt, it must mean something unusual had occurred. Yet at this moment, he was still over 20 or 30 miles away from Chongqing Mountain, let alone the further commotion in Changsha City. I suddenly remembered a story, let me tell you. The disciple of the Shelling sect holding the torch walked, while sharing a tale with everyone. When traveling at night, if you hear someone calling your name, do not turn back. The elders say that once a person turns back, the flames on their shoulders will extinguish, and at that time, evil entities will approach. Uncle with a beard grinned. I've heard that story so many times. Let me share a new version I accidentally overheard. When encountering ghosts, one must not speak at all, let alone mention anyone's name. The reason for not speaking is that ghosts cannot discern whether they are in the underworld or the mortal realm. If you don't speak, they will think you are a ghost. Mentioning other names calls that person's name, allowing the ghost to find an entry point and attach itself to that person, harming them. Is there really such a thing as a ghost in this world? Sumu listened to the ghost stories shared by the others and felt a bit baffled. He looked around at the darker surroundings, and aside from the dense forest and rocks, there were only traces of a few forest animals moving about. Where are the ghosts? What Sumu didn't realize was that generally those whose lives are not yet spent and whose fortunes are currently prosperous cannot be harmed by evil spirits even if they walk into a ghostly area. Let alone Sumu, who had swallowed the 9-turn soul-reviving pill. At this moment he appeared to those strange entities as a being radiating a dazzling light, an embodiment of utmost yang energy. We should be reaching the Old Bear Ridge soon. Why haven't we seen any Miao villages nearby? Does that boy really need to travel this far to sell goods in Chongqing Mountain? Sumu looked at the lodge halfway up the mountain and recalled the matter of the Witch's Foundation. These mysterious and supernatural matters did not concern him as long as they did not harm him, but the bloodline of the Witch clan was different. That was a legendary ancient witch capable of shattering mountains and rivers with a single punch. The downhill path is slippery, be careful. Uncle Hu tapped the hand of Sumu, who was following behind him down the slope. Sumu nodded, gathering his spirits once again. Tomb raiding is neither a dinner invitation nor a delicate craft. It is a labor-intensive task. Without sufficient strength and courage, one cannot participate at all. In times of chaos, warlords across the land are embroiled in constant conflict, each vying to seize power and become the ruler of this realm. Yet no one pays attention to the impoverished common folk living beneath their feet. The fiercer the battles rage, the more the local populace suffers. From what Sumu learned from Huasiener, most areas in the north have become desolate with 1 in 10 homes left standing. Soon the flames of war will reach the south, encroaching upon Changsha City. Taking advantage of the relative calm in the southern regions, those with foresight are frantically amassing wealth. With money, at least one can ensure that they and their families won't starve during their escape. With money, one could live like the wealthy, marrying a concubine from a wealthy family. Is that not a delightful life? Sumu shook off the wet, slippery mud from his feet, a bitter smile gracing his lips. The books make tomb raiding sound simple, but in reality, every step taken is incredibly arduous. I wonder how Wu Xiaosan, Fatty Hu Bai, and Shui Liang managed to overcome such challenges. What are these 3 young masters and Fatty you're talking about? Are there records of our tomb raiding in any books? Uncle Hu and the others beside Sumu suddenly became interested. From the feudal dynasty to the present, reading has always been a pastime reserved for the wealthy. Tomb raiding, digging graves, how could such acts be recorded in books? Not now, but in the future there will be. When that time comes, I will write. I won't write about what is already in the books. Oh, I will write about you, uncle, and you, big brother, and about our brotherhood. Sumu smiled brightly. That's wonderful. Su Xiaoxing, just don't write me as I am now all disheveled. When I go back you'll change into a neat outfit for you to see, and then you can write about me based on that image. The leading disciple of the Xieling sect blushing scratched his head shyly and smiled. Come on, for us to do such things and have them recorded in a book would only invite ridicule from the world, would be laughed at even after death. Another disciple of the Xieling sect walking with a wooden stick appeared listless. As he spoke the atmosphere instantly cooled, everyone fell silent, their expressions grim. Su Mu smiled again and said, then I won't write about our dirty and embarrassing moments in tomb raiding. I will write about our adventures, our camaraderie in the face of danger, and how we helped the refugees after raiding. I will write about the Xieling lineage not inferior to anyone else. Look, many people are now seeking their own fortune, struggling to survive, while what are we doing? We are looking for a way out of life, shattering the old thoughts imposed on our backs by the feudal dynasty. After acquiring wealth, we did not hoard it like other local tyrants, we opened our granaries to take in refugees. We engage in this lowly work, yet with these very hands we save others. We are so kind, so great. The vanguard of the group continued to move forward. Similarly, no one spoke again. They merely raised their ears to listen to Su Mu's passionate discourse. Since joining the Xieling sect and engaging in grave digging, many disciples dare not return home, fearing the pointed fingers and spittle from townsfolk directed at their families. The reason they continue is solely because they feel it brings in quick money. Aside from this path, many of them possess no. However, according to what Su Mu is saying, they are not dirty grave robbers. Instead, each one has become a great hero, saving the country and its people. Although they have indeed been engaging in heroic deeds all along, the Xieling strength could expand to tens of thousands, not merely because they have wealth. Magan Shaoishan Daoist Fho Zhonglong, the old ninth gate, Xiang Yunfeng, who among them is not wealthy? Yet no one can do what the Xieling sect does, being selfless and sharing their skills. Outwardly, anyone who comes to seek their help is welcomed. Those passing refugees and beggars are met with open granaries. When money runs low, everyone just continues to dig graves. Su Xiaoge, you really are different from other scholars. Your reasoning suits us well. We have been wandering aimlessly, lacking direction, but now it seems we have found a strong core. A few of us have followed the old boss. In fact, we aren't short on money at all. This time we came out at the old boss' earnest request to look after the new boss. In Xieling, it's not as straightforward as you think. After all, we are just here to serve the Qin family. If one day you really achieve what you say, I would be willing to lead this batch of old Xieling people to follow you no matter where you go. We are men too. We want to accomplish great things. We once thought of joining the army, but everyone knows that wherever we go, we are just selling our lives to others. The Chun father and son ask us to serve them, but they only put on a facade, so we are willing to stay. Su Mu glanced around. Nearly 100 people were listening attentively to his conversation with the man before him, and a different thought arose in his heart. Su Mu spoke. If that day truly comes and I, like others, let you charge forward for my own wealth and glory, you may as well take your knives and strike me down. If I flinch, then I am not a true man. The man, who identifies as a disciple of the Xieling sect, said solemnly, did you mean that from the bottom of your heart? Su Mu nodded. Absolutely, with heaven and earth as my witness. The crowd fell silent. In truth, throughout this day's journey, as Su Mu continuously expressed numerous future aspirations, they had begun to entertain thoughts of leaving the Xieling sect. The other party ceased to speak, and Su Mu also fell silent. Some matters are better left unspoken. It's unnecessary to drag them out indefinitely. This is a mortuary temple. We have arrived. The group halted before the Lao Xiongling mortuary temple, awaiting the arrival of the rear team. Primarily, they were waiting for Chun Yulo's arrival. Moments later, Chun Yulo, seated in a sedan chair and wearing sunglasses, was helped down by his subordinates as he stretched lazily. Chun Yulo removed his sunglasses and looked at Luo Laowai, who had also disembarked from the sedan. The customs in Xiangxi are simple and unadorned. I hope you won't hold it against me, but let me first go in and greet the owner of the temple to see if he allows us to stay another night. Watching the young and arrogant Chun Yulo, who acted haughty and pretentious due to his youthful vigor, Su Mu instinctively turned his head away. What a pretentious guy. The Xieling crew and the grunts accompanying Luo Laowai merely exchanged indifferent glances as if such sights were commonplace. Brother Chun, please. Luo Laowai extended his hand. Chun Yulo removed his hat and bowed slightly. Brother Luo, kindly wait a moment. Then he led his men through the creaking gate into the silent Yizhuang. Luo Laowai stared at his silent subordinates and snarled, damn it all, have you all turned mute? The grunts stammered, still too fearful to utter another word about Chun Yulo. A Xieling disciple from the vanguard nudged Su Mu beside him. Our leader is a scholar, but ever since you appeared, why do we find him increasingly unbearable? Su Mu merely smiled, offering no reply. What are you muttering about? Who is this fellow? A woman strode forward, her figure clad in a deep indigo cloak over a russetared, form-fitting short tunic, her long jet-black hair braided into a thick plait, her face radiating sharp, unyielding vitality. Sister Hong, The Xialing disciples saluted with clasped fists, deliberately averting their eyes from her piercing. Honggu approached Su Mu unbidden, appraising him up and down before remarking coolly, "So there's a fair-skinned youth among the ranks. Yet somehow he's made it this far. Impressive." Huama wise man stepped close to Honggu and whispered something in her ear. Her brows arched sharply. Truly that formidable. Meanwhile, Su Mu moved to the side of the Yizhuang's main gate, his gaze swiftly scanning the yellow talismans pasted along its walls. Still useless. So the system insists I descend into tombs again and again. Su Mu chuckled wryly. The system identified ancient artifacts imbued with latent mystic potency. Such objects required immense concentrated obsession, a profound, unwavering yearning, to awaken their latent power. Pills of longevity sought desperately by emperors since the Qin dynasty promised eternal life and celestial ascension. Talismans too were forged not by ink alone, but by the collective hope of suffering multitudes during droughts. Officials and commoners alike erected altars, burned talismans, and beseeched heaven for timely rain. When plagues raged and medicine was beyond reach, people clung to fragile faith, drawing talismans on cheap yellow paper, burning them, and swallowing the ash in water, seeking only solace. For millennia, alchemy had yielded no true elixirs. Talismanic arts likewise remained inert. Yet Su Mu's system existed precisely to awaken these objects, to manifest the profound, centuries-old aspirations they embodied. Leader, beware. Something's happened. Everyone inside now. Sudden cries erupted from Chun Yulo's lieutenants inside the Yizhuang. Bang! The Xialing men burst through the door, knives drawn, faces twisted into grim, ferocious scowl. From a rear chamber came a halting voice once more. Phew. False alarm, leader. Just a corpse. Nothing but a corpse. No need to fear. Fear? Have I, Chun Yulo, ever feared anything? Why is this fat rat gnawed off the corpse's ear? Leader, don't chase it. Leader. With furious haste, Chun Yulo kicked open the window paper, his face flushed with rage, and lunged, dagger in hand, after the plump mountain rat that had suddenly popped up and startled him. That rotund rodent had just humiliated him before his entire Xialing crew. Unbeknownst to the others, as Chun Yulo stormed out, consumed by wounded pride, a pungent, acrid odor had already been inhaled by most present. Clang! It began with the first man, whose body stiffened abruptly, dropping his long blade. Then the rigidity spread like wildfire through the crowd. Only those remaining outside the Yizhuang remained unaffected. Fox spirit, illusionary urine. While descending the mountain, Su Mu had already recalled his past life memories, memorizing every twist of fate awaiting them here. Now observing the dazed, slack-limbed figures within the Yizhuang, he knew instantly what had transpired. A soft exhale escaped his lips. Su Mu, alone among all who entered, remained untouched. He expelled a heavy breath of stale air, unconsciously directing it toward the bearded man standing rigid before him. The man shuddered violently, then stirred groggily back to consciousness. Step aside. Seeing this, Su Mu's mind instantly calculated his next move. What's wrong with them? Why do they look possessed? Fall back. The Yizhuang is cursed. Then what of those inside? Shall we abandon them? Wait for the leader's return. No one move rashly. What is that boy doing? Why is he unharmed? Finally, beyond the Yizhuang's open gate, while everyone warily watched the uncanny scene within, someone noticed the youth strolling calmly across the courtyard, one hand clasped behind his back. The youth walked steadily among the entranced, his posture serene, one hand held behind him, while the other traced subtle, flowing gestures in midair, Taoist mudras taking shape. First he raised a single palm vertically before his chest, nodded faintly, then transformed the upright hand into a delicate lotus blossom finger gesture, before imprinting a sacred Tao Buddhist seal upon each afflicted face. Then followed a spectacle the onlookers outside would witness as nothing short of divine. One by one, those struck by Su Mu's seal stirred awake from their illusions. Not a minor immortal. He's a true celestial sage. The Xialing vanguard warriors gaped eyes wide with stunned awe. On the road, Su Mu had briefly displayed fragments of divine power, summoning wind and rain. Perhaps mere coincidence. Yet what of this? Coincidentally, mountain mist rose just then, stealing silently into the Yizhuang, wrapping Su Mu's ethereal presence in an even deeper veil of celestial mystery. Commander! A grunt steadied Luo Laowai, who nearly dropped to his knees in reverence and hauled him upright. Though none else yet prostrated themselves or cried out that a celestial exile had descended, each felt for the first time the tangible living presence of divinity. Their comrades who'd entered earlier had clearly fallen prey to the Yizhuang's malign influence, frozen in vacant, rigid stupor. It was Su Mu's fingers weaving sacred seals who had pulled them back from the abyss. In truth, had Su Mu not exhaled that vital breath, capable of reviving withered wood and coaxing blossoms from barren grass, into their lungs, they would have perished upon the fox spirit's return. Young, immortal. Thud. Within the Yizhuang, one awakened man collapsed onto his knees, bowing his head without hesitation. Su Mu's expression remained impassive, but inwardly he rejoiced. This was precisely the outcome he sought. Next he planned to gather loyal followers and establish his own sect. The Shelling crew possessed exceptional expertise and formidable individual prowess. If he could win them over, it would be ideal. Is everyone alright? Chun Yulo rushed back flustered, and dust streaked his pristine robes stained with blood, whose no one could tell. All turned at the sound, watching Chun Yulo return disheveled and breathless, having recklessly charged alone into the wilderness solely to avenge his wounded pride, heedless of his men's peril. Instinctively their eyes drifted back to the youth in the courtyard, hands clasped behind his back radiant as a celestial exile descended, and without speaking they all shook their heads. The human heart, when it solidifies, becomes incredibly firm, but when it disperses it can be astonishingly swift. It is akin to a mirage, unseen and untouchable. What are you all kneeling before this kid for? Have you lost your minds? Get up. Chun Yulo's face, already flushed from embarrassment, turned beet red again as he scolded the disciples of the Yizhuang. The crowd snapped back to reality, but the memory of Chun Yulo abandoning them in favor of his own emotions cast a cold shadow over their faces. Hearing the commotion, Su Mu turned around, having just finished his display, and met the gaze of the tall Taoist, Zhigu Xiao. Upon seeing the face of Zhigu Xiao that resembled one from a previous life's drama, Su Mu felt a surge of complex emotions. The actor who portrayed Zhigu Xiao in the drama perfectly embodied the character as imagined by all the fans. Zhigu Xiao, who had scoured mountains and rivers, losing the lives of his fellow disciples along the way and bearing the burden of his master, yet still could not find a way to break the curse upon his kin, was a figure of shattered sentiment. Brother, you don't know, after you left just now it was as if we were possessed. We saw some foul things, our bodies frozen in place, and we could only watch as that ghostly entity was about to claw open our hearts and lungs when this little immortal appeared. He made a hand gesture on our heads, and we miraculously emerged from the ghostly realm that the demon was pulling us into. The disciple of the Yeshing explained the events that transpired after Chun Yulo left. Chun Yulo's gaze turned scrutinizing as he assessed Su Mu. How can there be so many supernatural occurrences? It must have been just the urine of a raccoon spirit causing delusions, right, Zhigu Xiao? Zhigu Xiao remained silent, not engaging with Chun Yulo's words, his eyes fixed intently on Su Mu. A peculiar sensation suddenly bloomed in Zhigu Xiao's heart. Mountain moving, Zhigu Xiao. He bowed to Su Mu, his expression unchanged. Not yet affiliated with any organization, Su Mu thought for a moment and blurted out, Lao Jiumen. Su Mu. What is mountain moving? What is Lao Jiumen? You've never heard of it. You are quite ignorant, aren't you? The mountain moving mentioned by this Taoist must refer to the sect that is renowned alongside our Yeshing warriors. As for Lao Jiumen, don't you recognize those folks from Changsha? The Nine-Gate Prefect. Goodness, when did such formidable powers infiltrate our Yeshing? What do you mean infiltrate? Aren't they all openly introducing themselves? That does seem to be the case. When Chun Yulo heard that the nameless Su Mu had actually mentioned the title Nine-Gate Prefect, his gaze towards Su Mu shifted markedly. In recent years, Lao Jiumen had been extending its reach, threatening to cover the Xiang region. How could he not be aware? It was merely that the two large forces operated in different spheres, hence there was little conflict. Upon hearing Su Mu mention Lao Jiumen, the faces of the people from Changsha began to glow with excitement. This statement indicated that Su Mu, upon returning, would undoubtedly strive to integrate himself into Lao Jiumen. Otherwise, wouldn't he become a laughingstock in the Jianghu? A nameless individual pretending to have connections with Lao, unless Su Mu decides to leave this circle altogether. So it turns out we are all brothers in the same trade, haha. Since everything is resolved, let's go inside, warm ourselves by the fire, and drink together, haha. Caught in the middle and feeling forgotten, Chun Yulo awkwardly interjected. Zhigu Xiao nodded and led his three disciples into the Yizhuang, where Su Mu was. Chun Yulo also approached Luo Laowai, attempting to regain some of the lost face in front of this outsider. Brother Chun, what they mentioned about the mountain-moving Taoist and the Nine-Gate Prefect refers to. You see, didn't I regain? Chun Yulo felt secretly pleased, maintaining composure on the surface as he continued to fan himself slowly. Brother Luo, you may not be familiar with our line of work. The so-called mountain-moving Taoist is one of the four major sects alongside our Yeshing warriors. They are known for their expertise in mountain-moving, grave robbing, and treasure hunting. And the Nine-Gate Prefect that this young man mentioned is from another faction, an emerging force in the Jianghu that is divided into 9 gate lords, hence the name 9 gates. Among these 9 there is the Buddha, Lord Zhang Qishan. Luo Laowai suddenly interrupted, Zhang Juni. I know him. So he is also in this line of work. No wonder he is so extravagant with his spending. I've heard that the mountain-moving sect does not seek gold or silver, but only ancient texts and scriptures. That is indeed the case. As cultivators, we seek only the opportunity to attain Tao, showing no interest in material possessions. What a pity. I was hoping to share news about a precious ancient artifact with you just in exchange for what you three might find in ancient scriptures or alchemical recipes. Sorry, we 3 siblings have no interest in treasures from tombs. However, if you are interested in ancient texts or alchemical formulas, we might be able to offer you 1 or 2. Oh, what a shame. I finally got wind of the news about the immortal pearl. Sai Zhigu Xiao, that is a rare and exquisite pearl known to shine brightly even in the night, illuminating the horizon. It is priceless. Zhigu Xiao and his disciples. Zhigu Xiao's voice trembled. What did you just say? Where is the immortal pearl? The sudden change in tone drew the attention of everyone nearby. Earlier, Qin Yulo, who had been deeply impressed by Zhigu Xiao's abilities after being saved, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What sort of event could cause someone like Zhigu Xiao, who could have easily dispatched him, to be so alarmed? Who exactly is that boy causing him so much distress? Let's drink, Brother Chun. Luo Laowai clinked his cup against Qin Yulo's. Qin Yulo remained silent, suddenly gulping down the bitter wine, feeling a slight pain in his chest. He was born at a height unattainable by most, destined to command thousands. Anyone in the Jianghu had to address him with respect, calling him the chief. At his age, he was experiencing the most glorious days of youthful exuberance. Why, after stepping out this time, was he facing setbacks at every turn? Heaven granted him an exceptionally illustrious background along with eyes that could see through the night. Yet why was he not endowed with a truly brilliant mind? Sigh. After finishing the first cup, Qin Yulo refilled his glass, saying little as he continued to down another cup. All the pain resided within that cup. Sumu lowered his head to look at the scriptures displayed on the straw brought out by the 3 disciples of Zhigu Xiao. His gaze lingered on the 2 ancient texts that had a system introduction. Sumu pondered a point. The 3 of Zhigu Xiao were not actually here to search for scriptures, so this fellow had few ancient texts on him. These 2 texts were actually secretly left behind by his junior sister, Hualing, who genuinely loved the Tao during her descent into the tomb. If it were Zhigu Xiao, he wouldn't even glance at these ancient texts, stepping over them without a second thought. Sumu picked up the 2 ancient texts and began to browse through them. It was his first time seeing a system identification for ancient items. As he opened the ancient text, the content transformed into simplified characters that Sumu could understand, with the words constantly being reorganized and reordered. The 3 disciples of Zhigu Xiao did not notice the strange scene before them. They only saw Sumu seriously flipping through the texts. The true scripture of Upper Clear Great Cave indeed records cultivation methods, but it's somewhat difficult to enter, requiring the identification of internal orifices. The Yunji 7 signs is much simpler. The method for refining the 9 turn soul returning pill is also included. What is surprise? What the heck is surprise? Sumu maintained a poker face, suppressing the smile forming at the corners of his mouth. The true scripture of Upper Clear Great Cave needed to be studied diligently after returning, and he would also need to use other books that recognized orifices and meridians to assist. Only then could he embark on the path of cultivation. The Yunji 7 signs contained no cultivation methods, only information about alchemy and talismans, and the content was not extensive. However, for Sumu, who had only consumed the 9 turn soul returning pill and held a talisman of Rain Master command, that he didn't know how to fully use this was already the most valuable ancient text. Sumu's thoughtful appearance led the 3 disciples of Zhigu Xiao to believe that the value of these texts was not in. The elder disciple Lao Yongrun pulled Zhigu Xiao aside and whispered, "Senior brother, we don't have any other valuable items. This person has clearly realized that these 2 ancient texts are not worth the Heechin pearl." Look. Junior sister Hualing also appeared worried and haggard at the side, just as Sumu had said earlier. If the Heechin pearl fell into someone else's hands, it might just be a big luminous pearl that glows at night, but it is also extremely precious. Money they did not have. Treasures they also did not possess. Crack. Zhigu Xiao suddenly took out something hanging from his waist and smashed it in front of Sumu, who carries a handgun with them, claiming to be a good Taoist. Damn. It's a branded handgun. I knew it. I told you they were all tomb raiders looking all ethereal. Is definitely a trick, huh? If reason doesn't work, I, the impoverished Taoist, know a bit about firearm techniques. Ha ha ha. Are these 2 about to fall out and come to blows? Surrounding murmurs began to arise. Sumu was startled by Zhigu Xiao's action of smashing the gun. He was genuinely afraid that Zhigu Xiao might press the gun against his forehead without saying a word. Others did not understand Zhigu Xiao, but Sumu, who had traversed through time, knew that this character was ruthless and precise with firearms, just like the mountain-moving Taoist at the beginning of the Ghost Blowing Out the Light series. I don't know how to use a gun. Sumu looked in amazement at Zhigu Xiao pushing the handgun towards him. Zhigu Xiao shook his head, with a few yellowish weeds tangled in his messy hair, perhaps due to the fatigue from day and night travels, making him appear particularly haggard. Zhigu Xiao's deep-set eyes said, "In exchange for my life, can we trade for information about the Heechin pearl?" So it was like this. Sumu pushed the handgun back. "What do I need your life for? However, this matter needs careful planning. That place is extremely dangerous. You are also a Taoist. Do you know how to divine?" Junior sister Hualing closed her eyes and quickly calculated with her right hand. After a moment, she opened her eyes again and said, "It's the Ji Shui Kuan, the Kuan hexagram." Sumu quietly waited for her to continue speaking. He did not understand the hexagram. Hualing continued, "Dui above can below water above, and lake below the lake is not in water. It signifies great misfortune, meaning absolute despair. The peril within is an inner demon. The constraint outside DUI is a restriction. Isn't it mostly misfortune with little fortune? Sumu asked in confusion. Hualing sighed. All misfortune, no fortune. Zhigu Shao punched the ground, his eyes glistening with moisture. Sumu let out a sigh. The Xianwang tomb is still too dangerous, and it seems it's not the right time to open it. Going there would only lead to death in vain. However, if you can wait a while longer, perhaps I can accompany you to take a look. Zhigu Shao's mood plummeted. He could not envision a beautiful future. Even if the three of them teamed up, they would only end up trapped. And with Sumu, who was not very old, how could they fare any better? Zhigu Shao casually thought of a result. Hualing then closed her eyes again to calculate. After opening her eyes again, she said, the hexagram has changed. It is the unique hexagram of all 6 lines being auspicious. The Dishan, Xian auspicious for humility, a gentleman has an end. Looking at Su Mu's confused expression, Hualing explained, a gentleman with humility can endure hardships and dangers, and everything will be auspicious. Seeing Hualing's eyes fixed intently on Su Mu's actions, it was clear that the hexagram pointed directly at Su Mu himself. This also explains why the beast trap that Su Mu was supposed to step on was instead triggered by the suddenly appearing street vendor Taoist. The 9-turn soul returning pill not only pulled the critically ill Su Mu back from the hands of the King of Hell, but also gave him a foundation for ascension and an everlasting fortune. This matter cannot be rushed. Su Mu rubbed his slightly swollen temples. Being stared at so intently by a woman was a first in his life. Moreover, the other party was a little Taoist girl with a certain charm. Before the three of them could ask why, Su Mu directly raised his hands and said, actually, this is my first time participating in a tomb raid. I am just a layman. You can't just drag me into the extremely dangerous Xianwang tomb just because I am a lucky charm. Even though I am very lucky, you are not. If you all die, what use is it for me to retrieve the Hechen Pearl? We don't mind dying as long as you. You plan to die like this, so why should I help you with other subsequent matters? Isn't it better for me to take the Hechen Pearl and sell it? We just met. Why do you trust me so much? I don't even trust myself. This. Zhigu Shao, with a face full of weariness, locked eyes with Su Mu. Indeed. In this chance encounter, why should Su Mu risk himself for just a word of friendship and deal with the matters left behind after their deaths? Su Mu chuckled lightly. Don't be too sad. Meeting me means you found your benefactor, right? I know the location of the treasured Hechen Pearl you've been searching for your whole life, but I lack experience in tomb exploration and prefer not to go now. Where are you staying? Then my senior brothers and sisters will follow you, Zhigu Shao said seriously. Su Mu shrugged. I haven't earned my first pot of gold yet. I have no money. Zhigu Shao glanced sideways at Qin Lu, who was still drinking with old Luo, and said, no problem. For this operation, we can negotiate with that group from Xialing, and we can split the gains 50-50 or 70-30. When it came to business capabilities, Zhigu Shao and his 2 senior siblings displayed an extraordinary level of confidence, considering themselves not inferior to the thousands of Xialing laborers currently present. Su Mu recalled memories from his past life and found that things seemed to be just as he remembered. The journey to the general's tomb at Pinger Mountain. The Xialing laborers brought over by Qin Lu, apart from initially misidentifying the entrance to the tomb and working together to blast open the tomb door only to fall into a quicksand trap, seemed to have no other effect. The dragon seeking was done by Zhigu Shao. The furious Qingji was also found by Zhigu Shao. Most of the corpse kings were faced unknown by Zhigu Shao alone. Furious Qingji. Almost forgot one thing. Su Mu quietly discussed with Zhigu Shao about finding the furious Qingji that existed within the Miao village. Zhigu Shao nodded. I've heard a bit about this. I once saw related records in a certain tomb stating that there is a place called Phoenix County in the Xiangxi region, which periodically gives birth to sacred phoenix chicks. Su Mu frowned. Is that so? I thought it was just an occasional appearance of the furious Qingji. It's not by chance, but rather there are patterns to be found. The records in that tomb were sporadic, without clear explanations, only mentioning that the phoenix nests in the phoenix tree, and where there are phoenix trees in the south, there are phoenixes which eventually land as chickens. Su Mu seemed to grasp a point. Wait a moment, let me sort this out. Are you saying that in the ancient tomb you found by chance it was recorded that in Phoenix County every once in a while sacred phoenix chicks will be born? Zhigu Shao nodded in confusion. These are not ordinary chickens born from eating mountain herbs. Could it be that within this vast mountain range there still hides an ancient divine beast, the phoenix? Is the furious Qingji a descendant of its bloodline? Or is there something here that allows those infected to continuously acquire the bloodline of the phoenix? Forget it, we should know by tomorrow. Well, leave the team first and find the furious Qingji before heading to the Old Bear Ridge at Pinger Mountain. Miss Taoist, you should know the locations of human acupoints, right? I have something I need your help with. As for the matter of the furious Qingji, it would only be until tomorrow along the way when Su Mu arrives at the Miao village and sees it with his own eyes that all his confusions can be resolved. But at this moment, he had something more important to do. That was to begin cultivating the Shangqing Great Cave scripture. By the way, did you bring the tools for drawing talismans? Like vermilion wolf hair brushes and yellow talisman paper. Who brings that stuff? Cough cough, we are not truly Taoists. Little brother, please forgive me, my junior brother is not bad at heart, just a bit foul-mouthed. Su Mu was at a loss for words. After obtaining the Yushur command talisman, Su Mu could hardly contain his desire to test its true power. But none of the entire team had any talisman-making tools. Even these three Taoist-like figures in front of him lacked. The Miao village they were heading to tomorrow probably wouldn't have yellow talisman paper and such either. After all, it seemed the people in Miao village didn't believe in these things. You still believe in these? Zhigu Xiao shook his head. If you like, after we find the Mo Chun pearl, the three of us will search high and low for you. But talismans and pills are ultimately just external objects. They cannot be truly trusted. Zhigu Xiao, who had already considered Su Mu as one of their own, earnestly advised him. Su Mu remained silent, turning to continue discussing the human acupoint matter with Taoist Hualing. Hualing sat cross-legged on the ground facing Su Mu, extending her fair fingers to lightly tap the area of Su Mu's abdomen. This place is what you asked about the Huang Ting, which is the middle dantian. The area between the two kidneys and the lower back is the Ming Min, and the top of the head is the Bai Hui. Su Mu silently repeated it once, imprinting it in his mind, while beginning to practice the basic chapters of the Shangqing Great Cave scripture. This scripture differs from the cultivation novels Su Mu had encountered in his past life. The Shangqing Great Cave scripture does not form a golden core, nor does it follow the path of the Yang spirit. Instead, it requires daily guidance of the qi from the 24 stars into the body through the Bai Hui, settling into the Huang Ting, refining the 5 organs, and nourishing the Ming Men. The scripture states that by cultivating to the end, one can directly ascend to immortality. Ascend to immortality. As Su Mu began his cultivation, he suddenly hesitated and stopped the rhythm of his meditation. He had asked Zhigu Xiao and his siblings and learned something about the Tao that ordinary people rarely knew. Zhigu Xiao said that perhaps there really is a path to immortality in the world, but whether through the golden core path or the corpse transformation method, one would ultimately leave this world completely. To the immortal gate. In Su Mu's understanding, the immortal gate Zhigu Xiao spoke of was likely another dimensional world that transcends the current world. Those who could achieve immortality in this world have mostly gone to that realm, no longer able to interfere with the course of the normal human world. Since we already have talismans available at this stage, let's take it slow with the cultivation. The foundation for ascension has already been laid. Ooh, what if I accidentally ascend directly? Looking at it this way, it seems the foundation of the shaman path is somewhat better. It won't lead to an immediate ascension, but will continuously enhance physical strength, eventually giving rise to the shamanic powers. Decided then, to hell with cultivating immortality, I'll pursue the shaman path. Su Mu, after trying out the cultivation methods in the scripture, resolutely chose to abandon it. This cultivation scripture, even if practiced to the end, would not yield any divine abilities, but would only allow mortals to ascend the heavenly gate and transform into immortals. Su Mu's personality is somewhat Buddhist, but he is not so devoid of desires. At least for now, he has not experienced what is known as a rich and colorful life. In a haze of thought, Su Mu could not recall when he fell asleep. He only remembered the buzzing noise and the sounds of drinking that had been surrounding him. When he woke up, Zhigu Xiao and the others had already begun practicing a certain set of martial arts in the courtyard. In contrast, Chen Yulu lay in a corner, mouth full of grease, snoring loudly. After waking up, Su Mu instructed Uncle Hu and the group from Changsha not to rashly clear the way for Chen Yulu and others, to slow down their pace and wait for Su Mu and Zhigu Xiao to return together. No, for some reason the center of my brow keeps twitching. Su Mu, walking alongside Zhigu Xiao towards the Miao village, leaned against a tree trunk, his complexion slightly pale. Are you feeling unwell? Zhigu Xiao frowned and stepped forward to check Su Mu's condition. Su Mu shook his head. He knew his own situation well enough. It was certainly not due to illness or any malevolent influence. But he could not articulate why he felt inexplicably uncomfortable. After waiting for a moment with the discomfort still lingering, Su Mu endured the inexplicable unease and continued to follow Zhigu Xiao and the others into the Miao village. People. As soon as they entered the Miao village, excited shouts erupted ahead. Seeing the Miao youth he had helped earlier at Changsheng Mountain, the discomfort in Su Mu's heart diminished, significantly replaced by a smile of joy. The foreshadowing he had set up earlier was now coming to fruition. Go home, my grandpa can speak human language, the Miao youth said, rubbing the back of his head and grinning. Su Mu couldn't help but chuckle. This guy summarized what the Han people said outside as human language, implying that the speech in the Miao village was not human language at all. Meanwhile, Su Mu noticed that the Miao villagers here were somewhat different from the Miao people he had encountered outside. Each person had a very well-developed physique, all muscular regardless of gender. They all had bronze skin, their brows exuding a rugged and untamed aura. The youth kept shouting, guiding Su Mu and the others towards his home. As they walked, the Miao men and women they passed displayed a layer of hostility upon seeing Su Mu and the others dressed and looking like Han people. Since the boy was not very fluent in Han language and only gestured repeatedly, Su Mu and the others became too lazy to engage in further conversation. After a moment, The boy took Su Mu and the others to his home, where they met the grandpa he had mentioned who could speak human language. At that moment Su Mu realized that grandpa in their speech actually meant grandfather. The old man, puffing on a thick cigarette, tilted his head back in his recliner and glanced at Su Mu and the others. "So you're the one who saved my grandson. Indeed, you must have ill intentions coming to my doorstep seeking a reward. In the yard there are the herbs I collected from the mountains. Take whichever you fancy. To you Han people, these herbs are quite valuable. Consider it a token of gratitude from my family." Upon entering, Su Mu saw the herbs laid out to dry in a bamboo basket, but noticed nothing unusual. Hearing this, Zhigu Xiao's disciple, the old foreigner, instantly changed his expression. Small places are always petty. You doing something is always done in a stingy manner. This young man saved your grandson out of kindness. We did not come seeking a reward. Can you still stay here? Let's go see your brother, young man. Zhigu Xiao turned his head to look at Su Mu. His meaning was very clear. It was up to Su Mu to decide whether to stay or leave. Kill a chicken to eat. The boy ran over and tugged at his grandfather's beard, playfully bouncing around. The old man had yet to exhale the smoke he had inhaled. Upon hearing this, he nearly choked and gasped. "Cough, cough, you trust him so easily." The boy nodded vigorously. "He is strong. He fought 5 people. I was beaten and they all laughed, but he did not laugh. He helped me." The old man's murky eyes lifted slightly, finally beginning to look at Su Mu and the others earnestly. Historically, ethnic minorities have seldom received fair treatment from Han people. Although there is a language barrier, they still live in Huaxia. As the citizens of this land faced such treatment from the outside, they gradually banded together, and a sense of exclusion began to emerge. It was quite normal for a boy who could not communicate to be beaten and laughed at. However, if someone could not bear to watch and stepped in to help, that person's moral character would stand out significantly. At least in the eyes of this Miao elder, he was deserving of respect. "Then let's start a fire and cook. I'm old, and although you are guests, I still need to trouble you to help catch a chicken from the yard. Grandson, go start the fire, and don't cause any trouble." The old man got up, swaying a bit, as he went to tend to the herbs he had laid out to dry. "I'm familiar with this kind of thing, you'll do it." The old foreigner, who was Zhigu Xiao's disciple, automatically volunteered and headed towards the beautiful rooster locked in a cage in the yard. Last night, Su Mu had spoken with Zhigu Xiao about the angry dawn chicken, so upon arriving here, Zhigu Xiao noticed the unusually loud crowing of the rooster in the yard. Phoenix breed angry dawn chicken effect, unknown type, bloodline of demonic beasts, incomplete. Su Mu glanced at it, but did not rush to examine the angry dawn chicken. Instead, he walked to the kitchen door, watching the boy kindle the fire. Is the witch tribe here born with this bloodline, or is it acquired through diet? Su Mu pondered this question on the way here. If the witch bloodline is innate, then Su Mu would likely be unable to acquire their bloodline. Unless Su Mu marries a Miao girl from this area, the child born might carry the witch bloodline. Aside from that, Su Mu could not think of any other way. Having walked all this way, I'm a bit thirsty. Where's the water you drink? Su Mu entered the kitchen, pretending to be thirsty. The boy pointed to the water tank behind him. It's clean, drink. Su Mu lifted the lid of the water tank to take a look, but found nothing unusual. The rice jar was on the side, and there were no system notifications either. After searching for food, Su Mu found nothing and wondered if he could only watch the foundation of the witch lineage slip away right before his eyes. I've given up the path of cultivation, now waiting for the path of the witch tribe. Is there anything I've overlooked? Su Mu slapped his forehead, shaking his head repeatedly. Bloodline. No, I can't keep thinking in this direction. Bloodlines are innate. Unless it's like the Zhang family, which requires blood transfusion, but that also needs special equipment. No, I can't think about bloodline inheritance. Wait, inheritance? Which inheritance? Are there any ancient temples, or the like nearby? Su Mu stood by the kitchen window, gripping the mud at the edge of the window tightly. Kid, don't think about it. The valuable things in the temple were long moved by Yuhan people, and we've got no antiques here. Just give up on that thought. The old man coughed twice and continued to fiddle with the herbs he was drying. Indeed, there is a witch temple. I don't want any antiques. Oh, where is the temple at? Go straight that way and turn a corner. You came late. Last time a troop came by and cleared everything out, leaving only 12 broken idols, all odd shapes, and I don't know who carved them. Not a single person remains. Listening to the old man's unconscious mocking, Su Mu's heart began to heat up. Could it really be the temple of the 12 ancestors of the witch? To be honest, old man, we came here this time to seek this chicken. What do you think is a fair price? Be straightforward. A person who can see that this chicken is extraordinary at a glance possesses some skill. One word, not for sale. This chicken is amazing. Not only is it unafraid of people, but it can also fly. Zhigu Xiao frowned, looking at his junior brother, the old foreigner, who had been busy for a long time without securing the angry sun chicken. He then glanced in the direction where Su Mu had left. The angry sun chicken was suggested by Su Mu, and it was also his request to come here. Why, upon arriving at the destination, does it seem that Su Mu's interest in this angry sun chicken is not as great as that old dilapidated temple? Wasn't that young man just now not one of your group? I didn't smell the sin of death on him, unlike you, grave robbers. I definitely can't sell the chicken to you. I won't let you degrade my family chicken that I've raised for 8 years. If that young man speaks up, perhaps you might have a slim chance. The old man twitched his nose, shaking his head in disgust. Those who frequently enter graves always carry a peculiar odor that cannot be washed away. The scent on Zhigu Shao and the other two was not bad. But if it were a corpse dog member who devours human flesh to conceal the dirty things in the tomb to obtain treasures, their scent would be even more intense. On the road leading to the old witch temple in the Miao village, curious eyes filled with wonder were all focused on Su Mu, who was walking down the country road. Wherever Su Mu passed, a spring breeze would rise, carrying the pleasant fragrance of flowers and herbs. In the grayish countryside, Su Mu's figure seemed to emit a shimmering light, overshadowing the colors of what a refreshing young man. He must be from outside, right? What a clean man, unlike you all who are dirty and stinky all day long. He is quite clean. Wait, are you interested in that young man? What business is it of yours? Mother, can I pursue that boy? Him. Look at his skinny arms and legs. Can he work in the fields or go hunting for herbs? Foolish. Su Mu, not understanding a word of the Miao dialect, only heard the surroundings becoming more raucous with his arrival. However, his purpose was not the group of people around him, so he paid them little attention. After walking a while longer, Su Mu spotted the dilapidated witch temple standing at the foot of the ancestral witch temple. Sure enough, Su Mu's eyes lit up, brimming with spirit. The ancestral witch temple. Description: it houses 12 statues of the immortal ancestral witches, and there seems to be some unknown secret hidden here. Entering the temple, lighting incense, wiping the statues, offering tributes, and sincerely kneeling to pray. Perhaps a miracle will occur. Type temple. Lighting incense, offering tributes. Su Mu turned around and hurried back to the Miao youth's home, urgently asking Zhigu Shao for 3 incense sticks. He then handed over some money to the Miao youth and his grandfather to get some fruit and a piece of beast meat. This young man looks even more like a priest than we do. The old foreigner chuckled repeatedly as he watched Su Mu run out again, laughing heartily. Through their brief interactions, the three of them knew that Su Mu had an inexplicable strong interest in scriptures and talismans. Now he even had to spend time worshipping an old abandoned temple that had long been neglected. It truly made them laugh out loud. I'm afraid the real priests and monks are nowhere near as sincere and serious as Su Mu at this moment. In the dilapidated and abandoned witch temple, Su Mu, who had been busy for quite a while, was covered in dust and looking disheveled. The 12 ancestral witch statues were extremely tall and varied in form. Every corner needed to be cleaned thoroughly, which would indeed require a lengthy period of time. Fortunately, there was a small stream flowing down from the mountain beside the ancestral witch temple, allowing Su Mu, who had also taken a clean cloth, to use the fresh water to wipe the statues. Look at that outsider, you fancy. It's really funny that he actually goes to wipe the old temple that no one in the village maintains. He must have a problem in his head, ha. This temple has existed since my grandfather's time. It was already here when our village settled here, but it is not depicted in any statue or painting. The elders say they are the 12 wild gods. They are beings transformed from spirits, deceiving the common people into offering incense to seek the path to immortality. That's why no one has come here for many years. I've heard that there used to be some jewels and bronze vessels in this temple, but they were all taken away by the soldiers who came here to escape from the outside battles, and the statues were also smashed and broken. If there really were gods, they would have long since come out to take revenge on those soldiers, instead of quietly enduring. The villagers near the witch temple kept pointing and discussing Su Mu, who was busy in the distance. Since the outbreak of wars everywhere, people have generally stopped believing in these legends of divine protection. Moreover, the statues in this temple are far from the majestic and impressive ones seen in ordinary temples or monasteries. Each of them doesn't even have a normal human form. Di Jiang Zhu Meng, Zhu Rong Ru Shou Gong Gong Xian Ming, Ho Tu Chong Liang, Zhu Jiuyin Tian, Wu Shi Zi Shi Bai Shi. As Su Mu wiped the ancestral witch statues clean, their names appeared above them. This temple only has these 12 ancestral witch statues. Figures like Qi Yuxing Tian and Xiang Lu are not worthy of sharing this shrine. After finishing the cleaning, Su Mu took out a fire stick, ignited the incense in his hand, and placed it into the crevice of the bricks in front of the statue. There should have been an incense burner here, but it was probably taken away by someone who valued it. Boom. The thunderclap that shook the sky was no longer the artificial resonance conjured by Su Mu's Rain Master's Edict talisman. It was a genuine celestial anomaly. The Wu clan. The primordial Wu ancestors. A race whose very existence had never been acknowledged by this realm, now spoken of once more. And the speaker, kneeling in solemn veneration, paid homage to a lineage whose traces had been utterly erased from history. After 3 full prostrations and 9 kowtows, Su Mu lifted his head again, only to find the lingering gazes of fragmented ancestral Wu statues converging upon him from disparate corners of the shrine, unervingly synchronized. Su Mu's skull roared as if filled with thunder. His thoughts spiraled beyond control as though seized by a malevolent specter. His face flushed crimson and sinews beneath his skin surged like coiling dragons. In the hazy dreamlike light, one by one the primordial Wu ancestors detached themselves from their stone effigies and advanced towards Su Mu in solemn archaic postures. I am Dijiang. I am Zhuyin. I am Zhumeng. I am Hotu. I am. Clawed hands, scaled limbs, serpentine torsos descended upon his brow, layer upon layer of primordial touch. An immortal laid a hand upon his crown. With hair bound and vows exchanged, eternal life was bestowed. In the next breath, crack. A torrent of ancient, untamed wilderness energy erupted, shattering the upper garments clinging to Su Mu's frame and revealing a torso of near-perfect sculpted strength. Ephemeral esoteric inscriptions flickered across his skin, arcane sigils too profound for mortal tongues, then faded slowly into silence. His once ordinary brown irises now shimmered with a fractured golden radiance as though stardust had crystallized within his pupils. Su Mu clenched his fist and felt it, an explosive visceral power surging through his veins, raw and unprecedented, yet undeniably real, the palpable essence of primordial wilderness itself. The earth beneath his feet no longer felt inert, instead it pulsed as a living conduit, channeling mysterious energies directly into his core. Even the air beside him breathed in rhythm with his own, each inhalation replenishing vitality without cease. He reached out, grasped the wind streaming into the temple, and molded it into a translucent, tangible shape. He kneaded the swirling vortex between his palms, shaping it into a gleaming blade, then hurled it forward. Whoosh! A gale erupted, slamming into the distant mountainside and carving a deep, smoking crater into the rock. This. Su Mu stared wide-eyed at the devastation wrought by his unconscious will, speechless, stunned. No wonder the Wu clan of legend scorned forging weapons. They needed none. Their bodies were divine. Though his conclusions settled in his mind, his gaze remained riveted on the cratered mountainside. His skin was smooth, yet beneath its surface ran dense, interwoven layers of hardened dermal architecture, resilient as tempered steel. His features were fair, but that fairness concealed an overwhelming, devouring aura, as though he might swallow heaven and earth whole. At this moment, the feathered ascension foundation, granted by the ninefold resurrection pill, had been utterly eclipsed, forgotten. What need had he now for immortality-seeking cultivators or scripture-chanting monks? This power, fierce, untamed, brutal, was the swiftest path to dominion over the mortal world. He turned back toward the ruined Wu ancestral temple, tightened his fists once more. Once I settle all affairs, I shall bring you home. Boom. Dark clouds thickened like ink. A lightning bolt, thick as a man's thigh, lanced down from the heavens and struck the temple with cataclysmic force. The deafening explosion sent Su Mu instinctively raising both arms, shielding himself from the hail of shattered tiles, crumbling stone, and flying earth. The Wu ancestral temple, obliterated. Thud thud thud. Dijiang's faceless clay head tumbled from the wreckage and rolled to rest at Su Mu's feet. A surge of boundless fury rose within him. He lifted his gaze, blazing toward the indifferent vault of heaven. The celestial disturbance subsided instantly with the temple's destruction, sky clearing to reveal serene azure, drifting white clouds, and not a trace of the earlier storm-racked chaos. It seemed the anomaly had stirred only in response to a faint ethereal whisper of Wu essence, descending as divine retribution to obliterate the shrine, then vanishing as swiftly as it came. Fear not. I have etched your visages into my soul. Though lightning has shattered your idols, it cannot erase the Wu bloodline, real, enduring, alive in this world. Upon my return, I shall commission new statues, gold-laden, exquisitely wrought. Let lightning strike once. I shall rebuild tenfold. Strike again. I shall rebuild 100-fold, until it ceases its wrath. After heaven and earth severed their connection, the gods withdrew from mortal sight. What use is thundering rage in this remote wilderness if they dare not manifest among men? Empty titles, gods and immortals alike, are but hollow myths. Su Mu gently lifted Dijiang's fallen head and placed it atop a broad boulder beside a mountain stream. He could not carry the clay idol. Doing so would only invite further desecration. For now it must remain here. Yet the vision of its awakened form was already seared into his memory. As he walked back, Su Mu moved in quiet dejection. Heaven shows no mercy to mortals. What transpires above belongs to heaven, what unfolds below belongs to humanity. That temple, perhaps the last sanctuary of Wu blessing remaining in this world, had been casually annihilated, razed by divine wrath, struck down by lightning born of capricious celestial anger. You call him skinny monkey. Look at those muscles. Tisk tisk tsk. Impossible. That pretty boy from outside couldn't possibly possess such perfectly balanced musculature. Huh. Didn't see it coming, did you? True enough. Just looking at his delicate, refined face, you'd never guess the sheer explosive power coiled beneath his clothes. I underestimated him. Still, humph, too pale, too soft. A man must be fierce. Like me. Bronze skin. Look at this forearm muscle. Watch closely. It'll vanish the moment I relax. Uff, you're just jealous. Not watching, not watching. Returning to the Meow Boy's home, Su Mu asked Zhigu Shao and his two companions for clean, modest clothing. He held no eccentric predilection for bare-chested exhibitionism. Su Mu's height and build closely matched that of Lao Yongren, the younger disciple of Zhigu Xiao, so although the garment fit snugly, it served adequately. Emerging from the house clad in fresh attire, Su Mu was met with the trio's laughter. Not bad. Not bad at all. You even look the part. More like a proper Taoist master than I do. Young Master Su, why not wear Taoist robes permanently? They suit your bearing perfectly. Giggle giggle. The elder says this rooster is sold only to you, not to us. What's going on? Su Mu stepped forward puzzled. Having had no time to trim his long hair or groom his appearance, Su Mu wore it tied high like Zhigu Xiao, imbuing him with the unmistakable aura of a venerable Taoist adept's disciple. This rooster has accompanied me up the mountains gathering herbs for 8 years, warding off venomous insects and beasts all the while. Yet keeping him longer risks his awakening into a spirit that might harm others. Killing him feels unforgivable. Sigh. Young master, if you wish to buy him, take him. Unlike these 3, you bear no reckless cruelty. I trust you won't mistreat my rooster. Phoenix Seed, the Fury Chicken. Introduction: a rare breed of phoenix. Its eyes are inherently unusual, with eyelids extending from the bottom upwards resembling human pupils. Type monster. Once again spending a large sum, Su Mu assessed the Fury Chicken he had just purchased, which was significantly larger than its peers and possessed extraordinary eyes. In the original work, the Zhigu Xiao relied on this Fury Chicken to pass through the general's tomb at Bottle Mountain. The Fury Chicken's proficiency in countering toxins surpassed that of other similar chickens. Weighing just over 10 pounds, it faced the enormous 6-winged centipede, which was far larger than the biggest python, and showed no fear, fighting vigorously. Strangely, this chicken remained still, not running, jumping, or making a sound when in Su Mu's hands. Could it really have gained sentience? The old foreigner curiously observed Su Mu and the Fury Chicken tied with a grass rope at his feet. The Fury Chicken, being an exotic breed, had begun to exhibit characteristics of becoming a spirit creature. If nurtured with suitable heavenly materials and treasures, it might one day soar to new heights, transforming into a phoenix. Raised in an old farmer's home, most of its diet consisted of grains or leftover food from the household. Occasionally, it would forage for medicinal herbs in the mountains, allowing it to consume toxic insects for sustenance. If taken away by Zhigu Xiao, even if the Fury Chicken survived after completing the journey to the general's tomb at Bottle Mountain, it would be disregarded and forgotten. However, in Su Mu's possession, things were different. He had methods to encourage the Fury Chicken's path of transformation. He'll call you Brother Cohen. Su Mu, whether due to the bloodline of the witch clan within him, or for other reasons, found that the Fury Chicken showed no signs of rejecting him, quietly staying beside him with its head held high. Brother Cohen, are you planning to keep this creature by your side for a long time? Su Xiaoga. To me, this chicken seems quite old, though it might not have much time left to live. The old foreigner shook his head. Su Mu scratched his head. Have you ever seen a chicken die of old age? Zhigu Xiao and the others thought for a moment and shook their heads again. Under normal circumstances, the lifespan of a farm-raised rooster or hen typically only lasts until its owner feels hungry. No one would raise a chicken until it naturally died of old age. Very few have witnessed a chicken die of natural aging. From Brother Kun's appearance, it seems to be in its prime. Its brilliant feathers truly reflect the careful selection of our ancestors. Let's wrap this up and move on. We need to catch up with Chun Yulo and his team, or we might run into trouble. Su Mu frowned, recalling how Chun Yulo had mistakenly identified the correct entrance to an ancient tomb while trying to show off, resulting in the deaths of many unloading warriors. Let's go, Brother Cohen. Goo goo goo. This spirited Fury Chicken seemed to understand human speech, clucking as it followed Su Mu, bobbing its head. Do you know what chickens evolved from, or rather devolved from? Evolved. Aren't chickens just chickens? They are born as such. Is there another explanation? Ha ha ha, some brothers do know. I used to read a lot and accidentally came across a research report on Brother Cohen, which said that chickens evolved from the land-dominating dinosaurs of ancient times. What are dinosaurs? Dinosaurs. You all forgot. You are all from the Republic era. Let's drop this topic for now. Su, brother, since you returned from your outing, I can't help but notice you seem a bit different. When I look into your eyes, I feel an inexplicable sense of panic, as if your face carries a certain gravity and sternness, yet you don't have a fierce appearance. It's quite strange. Perhaps we just haven't interacted with living people for too long. Zhigu Xiao sighed, suddenly inserting this comment into the conversation. As the last leader of the Zagra Lama tribe living on the remote border of the Central West, Zhigu Xiao bore many responsibilities. From birth until now, he had been obsessively searching for a way to break the curse of their tribe's short lifespan. Time spent in the tomb often felt longer than that spent above ground. It had been too long since he had interacted with normal living people. He sensed the 3 beside him falling into a deep sense of tragedy due to Zhigu Xiao's words. Su Mu quickly changed the subject. After this observation, I plan to open an antique shop and do some business to earn money, which will give you more opportunities to interact with normal people. Then when the time is right, we can go to that tomb of the Offering King to obtain the Miaochen Pearl. In Su Mu's memory, the dangers of the tomb of the Offering King far exceeded those recorded in most texts. The reason Hu Bai was able to escape unscathed was purely due to sheer luck and divine intervention. Su Mu did not believe that he and these three mountain-moving Taoists could be similarly blessed by destiny. Moreover, he felt that he was growing increasingly distant from the so-called Chosen One. After all, witches are beings that the heavens do not tolerate. The group continued to chat as they made their way towards Old Bear Ridge. While speaking, Su Mu suddenly felt a surge of anxiety at his brow, instinctively becoming alert to his surroundings. Creak, creak, creak. A large tree that could live for many more years suddenly creaked as Su Mu passed by. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a wild boar rubbing its back against the trunk. After being rubbed, the trunk quickly broke and fell directly towards where Su Mu was standing. I knew it, the path ahead would only get more difficult. Su Mu quickly ran out of the range of the collapsing trunk, shaking his head and muttering to himself. After consuming the 9 Revolutions rebirth pill, he had gained a foundation of transformation inherently endowed with great fortune. As the roots of the witch blood entered his body, they were ravaged, thoroughly losing the efficacy of their original fortune. The celestial beings couldn't manifest their powers in this perilous realm, forcing Su Mu to face imminent death. Yet various methods could still allow Su Mu as the vessel of the witch to meet a tragic end in some desolate wilderness. How the roar of a tiger echoed through the mountains. The old foreigner took off running. It's been years since I've seen a mountain spirit. Why today is there both a falling tree and a mountain spirit hunting down? Flower spirit, quickly calculate today's journey. Check if we've offended any taboos. Flower spirit was also running and began to calculate upon hearing this. Watch out. Zhigu Shao suddenly flipped over, grabbing the old foreigner and rolling onto the ground. A massive rock suddenly rolled down the mountain without warning, speeding past them. Then Zhigu Shao executed a nimble flip, standing up once again. Su Mu was taken aback by this scene. He stepped forward and said, "Martial arts, right? That move of yours, the Kowachian kick, seems quite powerful. Can you teach me?" Zhigu Shao looked puzzled. "How do you know I have a move called the Kowachian kick?" Su Mu disregarded the question. "Can you teach me?" This kid, how could he have learned senior brothers Zhu Bi's pointing of Yuan and Ao's shattered jade technique? Is it really that easy? PFF. Senior brother, it's your own foolishness that prevents you from mastering even the skills of senior brother. My archery skills are unparalleled. Archery? What archery? Try it on me. After learning the techniques of Zhigu Shao, Su Mu wiped the sweat from his forehead and approached the old foreigner. The old foreigner hesitantly handed over the longbow and arrows from behind him. Su Mu bent the bow. The old foreigner reminded the tail of the arrow should be held high near the eye level. What your eyes see is the direction of the arrow. Your hand must not shake and your body must not move during the draw and release. That's how a novice should do it, unless you're like me. Bang! It exploded. Su Mu looked somewhat guilty at the broken bowstring in his hand, a slight blush on his tender face. This thing should be what the old foreigner relies on for his livelihood, considering how he usually cherishes his bow and arrows. It exploded. The old foreigner gaped, his eyes filled with shock. The bowstring of this bow was not made from ordinary materials. It was crafted from the tendons of several animals bound together through a unique secret method. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to even draw this bow, let alone aim and shoot. How did Su Mu as a novice archer manage to snap it? How terrifying must this power be? Let me see if it can be repaired. Next time when drawing the bow, be careful not to use too much force. The old foreigner spoke, though uncertainty filled his heart, his face devoid of light. Could it be that this pale-faced young man before him is the legendary prodigy of martial arts? Sorry about that. Su Mu scratched his head, smiling wryly. It's fine, he can fix it. The way I just taught you to exert force was quite novel, right? How did you find it? Zhigu Shao approached and inquired about Su Mu's martial learning. Su Mu nodded with some excitement. It was indeed quite novel. I never expected that such a simple punch could produce so many variations, and that by swinging body movements one can exert 10 times the effect with just a fraction of the force. Come, let's spar a bit. Su Mu showed hesitation. This isn't it inappropriate? Zhigu Shao's brow furrowed deeply. It's fine, I won't hurt you, will only use 5 points of strength. No, it's just that my natural strength is overwhelming and I'm afraid I might accidentally hurt you. Hearing this, Zhigu Shao looked down at the old foreigner who was on the ground repairing the broken bowstring. Anyone who could snap a cow tendon would indeed be inconvenient to spar with. It would be a small matter to injure him. What if I accidentally killed him? Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities for me to feed you techniques. Look, that's where they are heading. Upon reaching a higher vantage point, Su Mu saw a strange colorful light illuminating a place among the million mountains ahead. The Xiangxi region is rife with poisonous insects and mists, and the sky always appears gray and indistinct. But before their eyes there was an extraordinary mountain wall. A beam of golden sunlight broke through the thick fog, shining straight down, illuminating a mountain mouth that opened like a bottle to the heavens. Inside the mountain mouth something seemed to reflect the sunlight back, making the brilliance even more intense and dazzling. Treasure bottle swallowing dragon description. Thousands of bamboo shoots emerge, myriad treasures soaring to the sky, gathering wind and chi. As long as the mountain stands, the chi will not disperse. Type blessed land. Just as Zhigu Xiao and the others looked in the direction Su Mu pointed, he saw a scene different from those around him. The system prompt appeared once again. However, this time the type was something that had never appeared before. Blessed land. What effects could a blessed land have? Could it be that after death one hides here to preserve the corpse from decay? Or that one could become immortal after death? But ultimately it's all related to what happens after death. Do I have to die here to test its effects? Su Mu frowned. Then a different thought crossed his mind. So-called blessed land seems to be related to the term cave heaven. Cave heaven and blessed land are places those cultivators seek throughout mountains and rivers. Could cultivating in that treasure bottle swallowing dragon blessed land provide some benefits? Or are there other effects? Oh well, once we arrive I should be able to feel the effects. Su Mu pondered. The voices of Zhigu Xiao and the others once again came to his ears. What a spectacular celestial phenomenon. This place must certainly hold a grand tomb. If I were to die, I would want to be buried under such celestial phenomena. What nonsense are you spouting, old foreigner? It truly is a rare sight. The treasure bottle swallowing dragon celestial phenomenon requires the right terrain, mountains, rivers, dragon veins, and feng shui. All must be present, a rarity among thousands. After a few remarks, the four continued to advance. Soon they caught up with the group that was moving slowly due to the burden of supplies and weapons. With the identity of the old nine gates and accompanied by a mountain-moving Taoist, Su Mu received a different treatment this time. The unloaders noticed the newcomers and guided Su Mu and the others to Chun Yulo and Luo Laowei's side. Brother Zhigu Xiao. Chun Yulo, who was grateful for Zhigu Xiao's life-saving grace, displayed a very courteous demeanor towards him. Head Chun. Zhigu Xiao also cupped his hands and bowed in return. As for Luo Laowei, he adjusted his official hat that had blocked his view, wearing it askew and laughing. With the chief of Unloading Ridge and the mountain-moving Taoist assisting us, we should be foolproof, ha. Thus both of you are capable industry leaders. For this operation, I, Luo Laowei, being older, will take the liberty of making a decision and first discuss the distribution of the spoils afterwards. Brother Zhigu Xiao, please don't mind. This time, both Head Chun and I brought quite a few men and gear. Originally we planned to split it 50-50. Now that you're here, we'll take 1 point off and split 9 points with Brother Chun. How does that sound? After all, there are only 3 of you, no counting this young man 4. There can't be. Right. On the way here, Chun Yulo had mentioned to Luo Laowei how he had almost fallen into the trap set by that lazy spirit, naturally bringing up Zhigu Xiao's sudden appearance to offer assistance. Chun Yulo was a proud person, believing he was second to none in the world, but when mentioning Zhigu Xiao, he couldn't help but feel a hint of respect. Luo Laowei could read people's hearts. This was not difficult for him to see. Thus, the current discussion on profit-sharing came about. Chun Yulo and Luo Laowei focused their gazes on Zhigu Xiao, waiting for his response. Zhigu Xiao looked to Su Mu, for the 3 siblings were not genuinely interested in money. However, if Su Mu wanted something, they would help him obtain it, that was all. When Chun Yulo and Luo Laowei, awaiting a response, observed this scene before them, their expressions suddenly changed to one of displeasure. How could a dignified mountain-moving Taoist have to look at a half-grown boy's face to make decisions? And evidently their guess was correct. Those capable should work harder. Let's see how much everyone can contribute next. If you can't even find the tomb entrance. Do you know who you are underestimating? In the memories of his past life, the impression left by their first meeting in this life made Su Mu quite dislike Chun Yulo. Thus he paid no mind to the mocking voices of Chun Yulo's followers. Then I'll follow your arrangement. Lord Su has returned. Brothers, come here, this money is for you, I want be. Hello, Uncle Bearded everyone. Did you encounter any dangers on the way? Great. Then we shall see what tricks you can play after leaving our team to follow this little brat. Get lost. What are you looking at? Do you want to rebel as well? Don't forget Chongqing Mountain has your parents and young ones. It's fine, go back to your business. Some matters can wait until we return to discuss. Su Mu watched as the disciples of the Xiaoling sect who had developed a following for him, then gathered the people who had come out with him from the refugee camp in Changsha, no longer participating in the vanguard tasks. Once the familiar faces were gathered around him, Su Mu spoke. Take out the weapons you carry with you. I want to experiment with something fun. Su Mu smiled as he first took the waist knife handed to him by Uncle Bearded. During the Qing dynasty, it was strictly forbidden for Han people to forge weapons privately. When the Republic of China was established, many feudal laws suppressing the common people were abolished. After the chaos of war spread across the country, people regained the ability to forge tools. However, long-bladed weapons like waist knives were still quite rare. Usually there were small machetes, daggers, and such. Uncle Bearded explained with a smile. I joined 6th Master's team, and this was given to me as a reward by 6th Master afterwards. Su Mu naturally understood that the 6th Master mentioned by Uncle Bearded was the 6th ranked knife wielder among the 9 gates, known as the Black-Backed Old Six. After obtaining the Shangqing Daodong Jinjing and Yunji Qiqian scriptures from the items carried by the trio of Zhigu, Xiao, Su Mu often perused them. He had become so familiar with the cultivation method of the Shangqing Daodong Jinjing that his body would automatically operate circulating the power of the 24 stars to refine his internal organs. As for the ancient text Yunji Qiqian, Su Mu inadvertently discovered a description of a spell named Golden Light Sharp Blade while flipping through it. With the waist knife in his left hand, Su Mu attempted to form several hand seals with his right hand, murmuring the incantation. This was another form of system notation that Su Mu discovered while looking through Yunji Qiqian. It was different from talismans, scriptures, temples, and blessed lands. He had previously secretly tried and found that these incantations, when paired with hand seals, could indeed invoke the extraordinary. For instance, the mysterious energy released by the Golden Light Sharp Blade incantation, coupled with the hand seals he was currently reciting. Alright, Su Mu returned the waist knife to Uncle Bearded. Uncle Bearded examined the familiar waist knife in his hand with a puzzled expression, seemingly seeing no difference. He tentatively swung it in the air, but still saw no special effects appear, just as everyone was puzzled. While Su Mu continued to cast spells on the weapons handed to him by other companions, he explained, "You can test whether the sharpness is different from before." The companions who had spells cast on their weapons began to swing them against the surrounding trees and grass. Uncle Bearded swung the waist knife towards a branch the thickness of a finger, but lost control and almost threw the waist knife away. So fast. Uncle Bearded looked incredulously at the waist knife in his hand. He tried again, swinging the waist knife at a sturdier object beside him, of course excluding stones. Aside from stones, which no wise person would strike with their weapon overhead, no other obstacles could withstand the sharp blades enhanced by Su Mu's spells. The crowd couldn't imagine how terrifying the effects of such a sharp blade would be if it were to strike a human body. It was feared that half a person would be cleaved apart. The effect lasts only half an hour. Sheathing it can extend the effect to 3 to 5 hours, depending on how tightly the item is stored. Next time we encounter enemies, I will enhance the means of defense for my brothers. Every 2 hours I will cast the Golden Light Sharp Blade spell to empower your weapons. Su Mu, surrounded by the crowd, spoke with a serious expression. Outside the crowd, the Xiaoling warriors, including Chun Yulo and Luo Laowai, looked at Su Mu's recent actions with a bewildered expression. Chun Yulo smirked. So this kid is just using these mystical things to fool people. No wonder everyone called him Little Immortal when I returned last night. It's just a trick of the rivers and lakes. With a folding fan in hand and a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth, Chun Yulo continued to fan himself. No, chief, that kid really has something new. I've seen it too. As a military officer of the Xiaoling warriors, one of the 3 great generals under Chun Yulo, Hua Maguai, couldn't help but remind him. Hua Maguai felt that they should not continue to underestimate someone who seemed to possess some mysterious power, regardless of whether the person was a youth peer, male or female. Last night, I was also among those trapped in the illusion. The first thing I saw upon waking was him forming hand seals leaving from the direction of my forehead, and then I truly came out of the illusion. Hua Maguai continued, trying to make Chun Yulo believe his words and stop underestimating that mysterious youth. Chun Yulo continued to stride forward, shaking his head and mocking. It's probably just that the toxins in everyone's bodies have dispersed. The charity house is spacious, and there has always been a breeze making the raccoon cat toxins spread throughout the charity house less potent. Although Chun Yulo said this, he still recalled the terrifying experience from last night that left a deep impression on him. After being struck by the hallucinogenic toxins released by raccoon cat urine, Chun Yulo saw from among the mounds of graves a figure resembling a rat ant rushing towards him in a twisted posture. The old woman's eyes glowed green, her arms and hands resembling beasts with claws gleaming coldly. Just as those claws were about to pierce through Chun Yulo's chest and extract his internal organs, Zhigu Xiao appeared in time, jumping out to kill the rat ant on the spot. Was that really just an illusion? But the feeling of death was so real. Is it really useful, eh? The old foreigner turned to look at his senior brother Zhigu Xiao. They, dressed as Taoist priests, were merely pretending to deceive the world in order to carry out their illicit deal. They did not understand any true Taoist teachings. Only Hua Ling had a slight understanding, but it was merely superficial with no further in-depth study. Brother over there, try cutting this. Zhigu Xiao said, little, simply throwing one of the twin guns hanging from his waist towards the person he called out. The man had no time to react. Seeing the projectile coming at him, he instinctively raised his wrist, holding the dagger. The iron 20-shot mirrored box gun was easily sliced through by the coarsely made dagger, dropping to the ground. Zhigu Xiao quickly stepped forward to pick up the intact gun body. What do you say, senior brother? The spells are real. When Su Mu saw someone about to test a weapon against a nearby boulder, he couldn't help but facepalm and remind them, a spell is just a breath, who once used it is gone. The sturdier the object, the faster the spell dissipates. I don't have time to entertain you all with spell tests. If you keep doing this, don't come to me for spells anymore. After being reminded by Su Mu, the man, clearly not the brightest, withdrew his knife with an embarrassed scratch of his head, saying, sorry, Master Su. You foolish idiot. If you do this again, just leave us. Do you really think you can stay with Master Su? Go eat shit. Uncle Hu spoke up unreserved in his defense of Su Mu. The man having been knocked on the head by Uncle Hu flushed and quickly lowered his head. It's a pity I still haven't found the paper and pen to draw the talismans. Su Mu sighed. He had tested the effects of elixirs. He had also tested the effects of spells. The scriptures were the same as were the temples. At this moment, he still held another peculiar ability, though he had yet to find a suitable way to use it. The types of talismans recorded in the ancient text Yunji Qiqian were not many of spells were the same, and so were the alchemy methods. This book excelled in its complex content, not solely focusing on methods of cultivation. Then there was the nearby Cave Heaven and Blessed Land. The treasure bottle swallowing dragon. Su Mu raised his eyes looking towards the direction illuminated by the clouds that had been cut open above. The light emanating from the mountain's mouth was a thick golden hue, not as blinding as the sunlight at that time, seemingly imbued with some mysterious power. The group continued to move forward. Walking behind Uncle Hu, Su Mu raised his hand again, tracing something in the air behind Uncle Hu, murmuring incantations once more. What is this? The old foreigner asked curiously as he leaned closer. Su Mu completed his spell and explained a protective golden light spell which can block a lethal blow. Why didn't you give this to everyone this time? The old foreigner blinked, full of expectation. Su Mu remained silent. Zhigu Shao nudged the old foreigner's shoulder, saying, "You talk too much, let's go." Senior brother, hey, I'm just asking out of curiosity, what is the reason? Does this spell consume too much mental energy? He looks like he has no pressure at all. The old foreigner couldn't help but continue to press. Zhigu Shao glanced back at Su Mu, who was walking behind, and murmured, "If you had this ability, would you cast this spell on Chen Yulo?" Without thinking, the old foreigner blurted out, "Of course it would be for senior brother and junior sister, the others don't matter." "Huh." Zhigu Shao fell silent, discreetly guiding his junior brother. After the old foreigner laughed, he realized the deeper meaning of Zhigu Shao's guidance. Except for Uncle Hu, the others from Changsha were merely fellow townsmen to Su Mu. These people, when faced with interests and life-and-death situations, would unhesitatingly cast Su Mu aside. Even Uncle Hu might not be an exception. What Su Mu did was merely to find peace of mind, believing that Uncle Hu treated him well. Or do we have it too? The old foreigner's smile was brilliant, and out of the corner of his eye he caught sight of Su Mu behind the three of them, also forming a spell and reciting the same incantation he had used on Uncle Hu. Zhigu Shao, whose face had been serious all along, also revealed a smile at this moment. It was clear that Su Mu regarded the three of them as his own, spare no effort to protect his companions. Changsha City. This day marked the second day since the cargo train loaded with numerous corpses arrived at the Zaiwoman station in Changsha. It was also the second day of restless souls haunting the city, foretold by Qi Tizui after a divination. Qi Tizui said that after 7 days this bizarre occurrence would most likely cease. The premise was that one must strictly follow his methods, performing as a mage for 7 consecutive days, setting up the ghost-catching stage of Zhongkue for 7 days. After a night of eerie and strange events, the citizens of the city were filled with anxiety. However, when daylight broke through the night, the strange occurrences lessened significantly. Nevertheless, some would still see the vengeful souls lurking in silent, deserted places, their pairs of blood-red, frightening eyes. In the Hong family pear garden. After a whole night of hard work, the actors from the pear garden dragged their exhausted bodies inside, washed up, and headed to various resting places. Their previous generation's rules were extremely strict, and even after changing the leader, it remained the same. Master, according to the reports from those who returned, no one broke the rules last night. Chen Pai, who rushed in to report, fixed his gaze on the figure of Er Yuehong, who was polishing the statue of the Grand Master in the backstage. Regarding the rumors circulating outside that Er Yuehong became infatuated with the play and ended up with a male body and a delicate female heart, Chen Pai was not surprised. Master Er Yuehong had told him before. If Er Yuehong had been born with a strong physique, his father would have let him sing the role of the overlord. Unfortunately, he had always been weak and could not grow into the image of an overlord, but instead became a specialist in the role of Yu Ji in the overlord plays. Er Yuehong was a famous performer in Xiang province. He had paid a considerable price to become a renowned actor. With a delicate figure and a gentle voice, he had adopted the demeanor of a woman, which was a flaw left over from years of performing. But in fact, his master was not feminine in the least. As Chen Pai pondered, Er Yuehong had already finished polishing the statue of the Grand Master. Er Yuehong nodded slightly, saying, "With the Grand Master's protection in the pear garden, no strange occurrences will happen. At night, let the brothers be more cautious. The ones who performed on stage these past nights, their pay should be calculated as if it were a festival." They all returned and scathed right. Chen Pai calculated, it should be about right. Er Yuehong turned his head, and his phoenix eyes exuded a mysterious aura of authority. Seeing this expression from the other, Chen Pai instinctively swallowed hard, saying, "They'll go check again. They should all have returned. They were just too tired. Some went to rest without greeting anyone. They'll go see if everyone is back." Sweat dripped from Chun Pi's forehead as he turned around and dashed off. On the surface, the Hong family appeared to be a friendly and approachable place for Pear Garden Opera, but those in the industry knew that the Hong family was also a top-notch organization in tomb raiding skills. They dared to enter the eerie, deathly graves, or would anyone doubt that they wouldn't dare to harm or kill? No, I can't stand this, no way, no way. In the basement of the Hua family, Huasiener trembled, her brows utterly repulsed by the corpse coffin placed not far away. The coffin had already been opened, and the foul stench emanating from the corpse filled the entire basement. Ugh, Huasiener had already vomited multiple times today. Breathing in the nauseating odor, Huasiener suddenly recalled the last time she saw Su Mu. At that moment, Su Mu had fully recovered, and an appealing fragrance of flowers and grass constantly emanated from him. That scent remains unforgettable to Huasiener. The Hua family ranked 7th among the 9 gates. Naturally, they were engaged in treasure hunting. Aunt May, do you remember the night we last saw Su Mu? Do you recall that suddenly there was a fragrance of flowers and grass around? Thinking back to that feeling, Huasiener seemed to feel much more at ease, but due to repeated vomiting, her complexion remained pale and haggard. The woman known as Aunt May furrowed her brow. You again mentioning that person. If the family head were here, you would surely receive another scolding. However, it seems there was indeed a mysterious fragrance that night. But wait, weren't you unconscious then? Caught off guard, Huasiener blushed, her round eyes darting around quickly. Today, do I really have to touch a corpse? Aunt Mai's face was stern. You've passed all sorts of palace traps and mechanisms quickly, yet you always struggle with the simplest task of touching a corpse. Once you get used to it, it will be fine. Sometimes dealing with the dead is much easier than dealing with the living. After all, the dead do not have so many convoluted issues. Aunt May took out a pair of soft gloves made of ice silkworm silk that she had prepared in advance and handed them to Huasiener. Huasiener received the gloves, but hesitated to move forward. The first test of the Hua family's treasure hunting legacy had become Huasiener's final challenge. Not far away, the corpse in the coffin had its mouth, armpits, and waist adorned with corresponding jewels placed by the Hua family. The purpose was to make Huasiener experience touching a corpse and retrieve treasures from within it. This was to prepare her for future tomb explorations where treasures might be found beside corpses, allowing her to adapt in advance to avoid missing out due to physiological fear. Cough, cough. Huasiener coughed twice. Aunt Mai's brow was tightly furrowed. That boy harmed you greatly. He clearly knows that tuberculosis is contagious, yet he got so close to you. If it weren't for the family head making you take preventive medicine every day, you would likely be gravely ill by now. No, you are already gravely ill. What are you always thinking about, that tuberculosis, boy? With so many men outside with your status, do you really fear not finding a marriage partner in the future? Aunt May spoke of what everyone in the Hua household knew. He is truly different from others. Mentioning Su Mu, Huasiener seemed to awaken as if she had taken medicine, beginning to step forward. Sigh. Aunt May shook her head with a bitter smile. If he were here, he would surely tell me not to be afraid. But somehow, as long as he is present, I truly would not fear anything. Even if there are numerous difficulties ahead, I would still resolutely move forward. He said that without experiencing wind and rain, one cannot see a rainbow. All the current difficulties and twists are merely paving the way for a beautiful future. He once told me a very magical story, one that I still remember to this day. He said that in the story, the protagonist pointed his sword to the sky and dare to ask the celestial beings above, can you descend to the mortal realm? He said, in this world, there is me, Su Mu. The world is joyous, and I am joyous too. He told me not to speak words of anger to those close to me, not to speak words of contradiction, and also not to remain silent. He said that the shoulders of youth should bear the clear wind and bright moon, the willows swaying and the grass growing and the orioles singing. The woman observing Huasiener's test was deeply shocked. No one had ever told her such words, nor had anyone shared such principles with her. Huasiener had become such a silly girl largely due to her long interaction with Su Mu, gaining numerous wise sayings and truths about life. She understood how the world worked and how to be a good person. It was not as they, the outsiders, imagined that Su Mu was merely using sweet words to deceive their young lady for more resources, medicines, and protection from the Hua family. The young lady must often hear the principles of Su Mu recounted by the little lady, but why are they not allowed to interact? Is it merely because he is a dying person? Suddenly the woman thought of another deeper reason. Hua Jinsi was the heir of the Hua family, raised under a harsh, violent education. The notions instilled in her were always that human hearts are sinister, the world is tough, and all crows under heaven are black. She would not allow someone to exist in this world who is pure and has no guilt towards heaven and earth, no guilt towards humanity. Moreover, that person might even have a relationship with the next head of the Hua family. Why should Huasiener be able to meet someone like Su Mu, while she, Hua Jinsi, who has toiled for half her life for the Hua family, has never encountered such a person? Hua Jinsi's unrelenting disdain and slander against Su Mu were also validating the suspicions in the woman's heart at that moment. I got it, Aunt May. Huasiener's excited call pulled the woman's attention back to reality. She looked at Huasiener, who was muttering Su Mu's name while mustering the courage to do what she had previously detested, touching a corpse, with a complex gaze. Fortunately, that person was not dead. Otherwise, he would have likely become a permanent source of distress for the young lady. I will report to the family head immediately congratulating the young lady for passing the test. Next time you can join us on our expedition. Also, if that boy really returns, I will secretly inform you, young lady. Wow. Aunt May, I love you. Wait for me, Aunt May, it's too stinky and dark here. It seems Sumu guessed the reason for the faint calls in his mind while resting with his eyes closed. It must be because someone was repeatedly mentioning his name, leading to a vague response from the void. He had already established a foundation of transformation, but without cultivating the Yang God path, he couldn't manifest the separation of soul and body. Yet he felt a strange sensation, as if he could perceive the call from miles away. He just hadn't figured out how to respond to the other party in his mind. Perhaps one day, when he reaches a certain level, when someone still speaks his true name in this world, he might be able to cross thousands of miles and appear beside. The world is still a long way off. Take it step by step, observe carefully, and for now do not think about anything else. First, resolve the matter at hand. The sound of the breeze rustling through the valley resembled ghostly wails. It made everyone standing at the cliff's edge instinctively tighten their clothing. The sound of crashing stones continued as the gravel slid down the cliff when the crowd arrived. The stones fell into the abyss, and for a long time there was no echo. Make sure to hold onto your gear. Bring out anything that can hold treasures. If you see anything valuable, stuff it in with all your might. Once we return to the handsome residence, there will be great rewards for me. Old Luo Wei shouted loudly within the soldiers' camp as he looked down at the cliff. After walking for a day and night, they had finally arrived at the treasure location within Old Bear Ridge Bottle Mountain. Brothers, you placed your trust in me, Chun Yulo, and only for that reason did you leave your elders and children at home to follow me here. Rest assured, I, Chun Yulo, shall be a man of his word. The promises I made still stand. If anyone is wounded or dies in this descent, double compensation will be paid. Meanwhile, having discovered that the cliff beneath them was the entrance to the general's tomb, Chun Yulo began to rally the whole party. The shelling strongmen clenched their fists, bracing themselves for the crises that might erupt at any moment. Chongqing Mountain's prosperity and longevity did not come without reason. For generations, the Chun family had established the rule to prioritize protecting the families of brothers who died in tomb raiding and to pay generous compensation to the wounded and bereaved. That rule had never once been broken. The Chun family was wealthy. If you hewed to their methods when entering a tomb, you would not only stand a far better chance of safety, but also receive handsome wages afterward. In these chaotic times, no one put faith in fate emperors or lofty rhetoric. The impoverished folk trusted only the tangible benefits placed before their eyes. Cold hard coin, silver dollars, and small change held in the hand spoke louder than Luo Laowai's and Chun Yulo's stirring proclamations. Sumu's approach, by contrast, was far simpler. As the other two camps delivered impassioned calls and received hot-blooded responses, all eyes in the crowd nevertheless fixed upon Sumu alone. Zhigu Xiao was ordinarily taciturn, never one to show off. When the hour came, he spoke little, he acted and shunned flourish and empty words. Sumu swept his gaze around. He could see that these people from his home were all waiting for him to utter the same rousing rhetoric as Chun Yulo or Luo Laowai. But Sumu read the mood of the crowd and spoke gravely. Avoid injuries when you can avoid death. It is fine to be cautious. Life matters most. I do not ask you to recklessly brave danger, to take arrows, or to plug sandtrap mechanisms in the tomb. Do not brawl with the shelling men or Luo Laowai's group over first claim to treasure. In any crisis, protect yourselves first. And when you go down, try to assist Zhigu Xiao and the other two as much as possible. Their skill needs no elaboration. Only if they live will our chances increase. Also, you may quietly learn some of the mountain movers' techniques while you can. Sumu rubbed his nose and cracked a joke. No one beside him smiled. They continued to watch him with complicated expressions. They had chosen Sumu to be the anchor of their little team. One reason was that Sumu might indeed have ties to the Hua family of the Old Nine Gates. Their kin hailed from Changsha. As long as he lived, he would sooner or later return home, and to return would mean facing pressure from the Hua family and other gate leaders, something they neither dared nor wished to oppose. Another reason was that Sumu was a little immortal who could command the services of a mountain-moving Taoist with astounding abilities. He looked like someone of limitless promise despite his youth. They were prepared for Sumu, like other power leaders, to treat them as disposable, mere stepping stones to be tried. Yet events unfolded contrary to their expectations. There were no grand vows of a glorious future, nor were inflated profits dangled as the sole incentive for the descent. Sumu had but one rule: minimize injury, minimize death, preserve life at all costs. I will not hoard what I know. Learn as much as you can, and if you do not understand, come ask me in your spare time. Of course, I am not unrivaled. There are always greater masters beyond the horizon. When Master Su finished speaking, Zhigu Xiao, unusually loquacious, took up the thread and added a couple of remarks. Then let us begin. How are we to descend from such a height? The bearded man fretted, shaking his head with a troubled countenance. On Chun Yulo's side, the shelling strongmen had already emptied their packs and begun to assemble them into a long centipede-like ladder draped along the cliff. Luo Laowai, the instigator of this tomb-raiding venture and a partner to Chun Yulo, naturally held priority to ride the ladder down the cliff. "It's tied, senior brother," called the old foreigner from the crowd's edge. Zhigu Xiao nodded and strode forward. Only then did the crowd realize how outrageously simple Zhigu Xiao's method of descending the cliff was. He had merely secured a single rope to a massive boulder on the precipice. Position some to guard the rope in case anyone attempts to cut it and sever our return. The rest remain on standby. That will do for now. Sumo followed, and those beside him drew their weapons, watching the shelling strongmen and Luo Laowai's group with caution. Luo Laowai and Chun Yulo exchanged a glance of stunned disbelief. A single rope to cross that bottomless abyss. What if it snapped halfway or a hand slipped? Are the mountain movers always so audacious? You're going down like that too? Come, I'll show you. Zhigu Xiao had not expected Sumu to be bold enough to follow in that posture. He hurried forward to inspect the ropes Sumu held. This was different from the bungee jumps Sumu had known in a previous life. The hemp rope had little elasticity. Tied at the waist, most people could not withstand the force of the fall. At best, it would choke the lumbar discs and shred skin and flesh. At worst, bones would splinter and organs be crushed by the sudden force. As long as the rope is sturdy, it will do. No need to fuss, Sumu said. He tugged the hemp rope that the old foreigner had painstakingly bound to the boulder and gently pushed aside Zhigu Xiao, who meant to check the knots himself. If Sumo were an ordinary mortal, he would never have dared such a terrifying act with the sang-froid of a veteran. But he was not ordinary. Since he had obtained the Wuzu bloodline and become one of the ancient witches of this realm, he had not truly tested the limits of his own flesh. Reflecting that he could compress a coil of wind into a gaseous weapon and launch it, he judged that such bodily harm would likely have little effect upon him. With that thought, Sumo stepped back 2 paces, launched into a run, seized the rope, and leapt toward the chasm below. Chun Yulo and Luo Laowai instinctively shut their eyes, unwilling to witness what followed. To jump from such a height, with only a hemp rope, these people were mad. Wind began to scream in Sumu. The shelling strongmen who were slowly making their way down the centipede ladder were dumbstruck as 2 figures shot past them, plunging downward. As they clung to the ladder and inched downward, none of them dared peer into the abyss whose bottom they could not see. These 2, however, had simply taken hold of a single hemp rope and leapt straight down. Don't let go, ever. Control your speed. Not so fast. Your hands won't withstand that violent friction. We're doomed. After leaping off the cliff with a rope, Zigusho continuously regulated his descent by bracing his feet against the sheer rock face. Though this method drastically slowed his fall, it guaranteed absolute safety, utterly foolproof. He kept pressing his feet firmly against the cliff wall. First, the friction between his soles and the cliff generated resistance, mitigating the downward force and sparing his body from the crushing impact of sudden freefall. Second, it allowed him to gauge the rope's length and survey the abyss below for hidden perils. Yet Zigusho had not anticipated that Su Mu had given none of this a moment's thought. You, liar. Ah. From Zigusho's vantage, Su Mu had vanished entirely. Only the taut, rigid grass rope remained stretched unbendingly straight by the immense force of the plummet. A few shelling Elixirs still cautiously ascending the cliff-hanging ladder twitched at the corners of their mouths. If this lad survives this, I'll eat excrement on the spot. What recklessness! Even the Banshan Dauren wouldn't dare attempt such a feat. Tisk tisk tsk. Haven't I heard that eating excrement threat before? Pa, last time was pure luck. The boy stumbled upon dog shit. This time is different. I won't have to eat it. I'm certain. Care to wager? Wager on that. I've no such peculiar taste. His speed is astonishing. He shot past us in a flash, gaining over 100 meters in an instant. That same distance would take us nearly half an hour, perhaps even longer. Fast, yes, but oddly serene. A heavy thud echoed through the ancient long-sealed palace buried deep within the abyss, a place untouched by outsiders for centuries. Then acrid dust from crumbling architecture billowed upward in a swift, dense cloud. I'm unharmed, don't worry. Su Mu's clear, resonant voice rang out from the abyssal depths, carried aloft alongside the plume of dust, now drifting toward the shelling Elixir clinging to the ladder above. Hearing this, Zigusho finally exhaled in relief, and resumed adjusting the tension on his rope, deliberately easing his descent. The shelling Elixir who'd earlier made the bet stared upward, dumbfounded, just as his companion's calf swung into view directly overhead. The man blurted out, equally stunned, he still lives? Is he a deity? By the way, shall I prepare the meal now? I'm already feeling rather inclined. Get lost. Having landed safely, Sumu glanced at his palms, stinging fiercely, and offered a wry, self-deprecating smile. At such velocity, only a being beyond mortal limits could land unscathed. The rope had scorched his palms almost to the point of sparking, yet he'd halted his fall with sheer, unyielding will. Upon impact, he shattered the palace roof's tiles and supporting pillars, and scattered a writhing swarm of small dark green centipedes carpeting the floor. The centipedes themselves were utterly unprepared. No creature should dare plummet like this, defying all natural law, unfazed by their venom potent enough to dissolve flesh like sulfuric acid. How could I forget Brother Cohen? Sumu smacked his forehead, recalling the nagging sense of something missing upon landing. Atop the cliff, the old foreigner, a frail figure guarded by a contingent of Changsha tomb raiders, glanced first at the nooching chicken beside him, then at the cliff's edge, his brow furrowing violently. Your Brother Cohen. Gurgurgur. Earlier the old foreigner had again attempted to seize the mutated nooching chicken. Whether that act alone had provoked its wrath, or some other cause, the bird had long held him in open contempt. No, I've got rations. Here, take them. Just don't peck me. His scalp prickling, the old foreigner hastily unslung his pack and produced dried provisions. It's time to depart. Clad in full shelling armor and gripping Zaya Shinfeng, the sacred heirloom blade of the shelling tradition, Chun Yulo strode purposefully toward the cliff-hanging ladder. Compared to Zagusho and Su Mu, Chun Yulo's descent followed a far more meticulous conventional procedure, yet one grounded entirely in reliability. Before even stepping onto the ladder, numerous shelling Elixir had already tested each rung, confirming its integrity. His armor and Zaya Shinfeng lent him unwavering confidence, assurance that whatever peril awaited below, he would meet it unbroken. Make way. The chief approaches. The shelling Elixir parted swiftly, clearing a path for Chun Yulo to pass first. Chun Yulo stood at the precipice, drew a deep breath, and turned his legs, trembling faintly as he began descending the cliff-hanging ladder. Light no fires, if you value your life. Zagusho, hold your position. Observe from there. The abyss teems with venomous centipedes. Every inch of the floor is crawling with them. Contact means certain death. Are you injured? I'm unharmed. I fear them not. Their exchange drifted upward on the wind, reaching the ears of the shelling Elixir above. As the shelling Elixir neared the palace rooftop, their expressions hardened into cold, mocking smiles. Understood. None of you descend. We'll let him claim the treasure alone. Someone mimicked Su Mu's tone, delivering the line with theatrical flair. Ha. Laughter erupted instantly. Perched atop the palace, Zagusho hesitated. Yet recalling Su Mu's uncanny feats, he chose not to descend further. Has any of our team descended yet? None seen. Likely all still above. Good. I'll clear these venomous pests first. Once they're gone, you may come down and retrieve the artifacts. Standing within the vast, echoing hall of the subterranean palace, Su Mu withdrew a fire striker and searched for flammable materials to ignite. Unlike Chun Yulo, he possessed no night vision. Within the gloom, his vision faltered, rendering the surroundings indistinct and alien. At the flare of flames, swarms of venomous centipedes, hiding beneath crates and debris, surged forward once more. What? Does the aura of my Wu lineage intimidate the demonic nooching chicken, yet fail to daunt you vermin? Golden flecks shimmered within his pupils. Sensing the overwhelming biological dominance radiating from his bloodline, the centipedes recoiled en masse, refusing to advance. SSSSS. I know you're here. If death holds no terror, come test it. Su Mu listened closely to the loud, grating rustle echoing nearby, and pressed forward, alert and vivid. The six-winged centipede had likely already emerged, but likewise sensed the unique bio-aura of Su Mu's Wu ancestry, and thus lingered hesitant to draw near. Fu Sheng Wu Liang. Su Mu approached the colossal statue of a Taoist immortal seated at the hall's center, lit the ever-burning candle, its wick still coated with animal fat, and immediately beheld those four characters suspended high above the nave. Could I be mistaken? Isn't this supposed to be the general's tomb? Su Mu strained to recall the details of the Bottle Mountain General's tomb chapter from his past life. This was unmistakably a Taoist temple. No rational person would erect apotropaic blessing-bestowing statues inside their own tomb, let alone hang a plaque inscribed with Fu Sheng Wu Liang. Candlelight flickered softly. Su Mu moved to other stations, igniting all 81 eternal lamps. In an instant, the nameless palace blazed to life, its interior unveiled in warm golden light. Murals of auspicious cranes amid swirling clouds adorned the surrounding walls. Then came rows of ornate shrines. I've clearly come to the wrong place. It's not here. Nsu Mu frowned, surveying his surroundings before reaching this conclusion. Ni's gaze then fell upon the peculiar bronze alchemical cauldron inside the Taoist temple. Beneath it lay the site where Guanshan Taibao achieved corporeal dissolution. And this was no Yuan dynasty general's tomb, but rather an ancient alchemical hall. At least leave me one. Nsu Mu stepped forward and crushed another cluster of venomous centipedes beneath his foot. In the alchemical hall bore no trace of pills. They had evidently been devoured by this swarm. It was highly likely the six-winged centipede responsible. Nsu Mu recalled something else Zagusho had casually mentioned on their way here. Zagusho had said that Binger Mountain had once served as a cultivation ground for alchemists, funded by an emperor of a certain era who, like countless others, sought immortality and ascension to Buddhahood or celestial divinity. In the end, the alchemists failed to refine a true elixir of eternal life. Then with dynastic succession and shifting imperial patronage, Binger Mountain was abandoned. Deprived of imperial resources, the alchemists lost access to both rare ingredients and daily sustenance, gradually fading into silence. Most of the pills they produced were hastily concocted, superficially potent, yet dangerously toxic with severe side effects. For instance, the ninefold resurrection pill Su Mu ingested after awakening his system. And many similar elixirs existed. Among them, the famed five-stone powder celebrated in ancient court poetry and historical records. The five-stone powder was primarily refined from substances such as quicklime and sulfur, and upon ingestion, it would immediately induce flushed skin and heightened alertness. Ancients mistook such effects for signs of transcendence. Yet modern archaeological and medical research has revealed that most emperors and high officials of antiquity died suddenly and violently due to chronic consumption of these lethal elixirs. Leaving aside later scholarship, even Zagusho, a banship master of the Banshan Taoist lineage whose sole purpose was retrieving ancient sutras and primordial alchemical texts, understood this fundamental truth. Thus the three of them never gave such pills a second glance. Non-AE pill laced with lead, mercury, or sulfur was outright poison to ordinary beings. Yet for Su Mu, and for the venomous centipedes beneath his feet, such toxins could be transmuted into miraculous vitality. Shall I descend to investigate? Su Mu's brow remained furrowed, his eyes fixed unwaveringly upon the site of Guanshan Taibao's corporeal dissolution. Why are there nothing but Taoist relics? No valuables at all. And could this young man have already taken them all? And no, that can't be right. He isn't even wearing any pouches or containers, and truly seems to be carrying no large objects. And this sandalwood, it's eaten wood. This is a charcoal perpetual lamp, and the statue's surface is gilded with real gold leaf. And there's a glazed porcelain lantern atop its head. And is this a bronze tripod? We've struck it rich. Wow. One by one the Shelling Elixir descended, illuminated now by steady light, and beheld the full array of artifacts within the temple. Their eyes, honed by decades of appraisal, instantly identified every valuable object around them. Su Mu glanced about, and exhaled in quiet relief upon confirming none of his companions had followed him down. SHSHSH, and the centipedes stirred again, roused by the heat signature of these intruders. And what is this? Where did so many insects come from? And what insects? Shin Yulo, supported by his men, leapt down the cliff-climbing ladder, and froze at the sight a tide of centipedes surging toward a nearby Shelling Elixir. In the next instant, the stunned Shelling Elixir, still motionless, unreactive, was instantly overrun. And their bodies dissolved into viscous sludge the moment the centipede's caustic venom, stronger than sulfuric acid, entered their flesh, leaving not even ash behind. Still staring. They're coming for you. Run. Su Mu frowned, unable to withhold his warning. In truth, this was not the first time he'd warned the Shelling men, but they had fixated solely on the legendary treasure buried below, convinced Su Mu intended to seize it alone, and rushed down drunk on greed. Chief, you go first. And at that critical moment, Chen Yulo's three elite generals, despite their scalp crawling with terror, stepped resolutely before him. Chen Yulo's face darkened. His gaze instinctively darted to Su Mu, who stood utterly unscathed amid the chaos. Why was Su Mu untouched while everyone else was being slaughtered? Run! Hua Mogwai wildly brandished his torch, attempting to incinerate the advancing swarm. Yet that feeble flame only startled the light-averse insects for a fleeting moment. Wherever the fire's glow failed to reach, the swarm surged forth anew from the shadows. As Chen Yulo stood paralyzed, more Shelling disciples fell, one after another, melting into putrid sludge. Go! Kunlun and Hongu. Hua Mogwai. Chen Yulo gripped the latter's handrail, voice breaking with anguish. Go! Hua Mogwai watched horrified as centipedes crawled up his ankles, soon to cover his entire body. And before his eyes, comrades perished in identical fashion. He knew his fate was sealed. Idiot. Watching Chen Yulo, whether feigning virtue or genuinely agonized over sacrificing three men for his own survival, still lingering motionless at the ladder's lowest rung, Su Mu muttered a curse. Even a novice grave robber knew the cardinal rule: flee first, save comrades later. Never let your weakness become their death sentence. Why have the swarms dispersed? Hongu, her face pale, trembled as she spoke these words upon Su Mu's approach. Hua Mogwai and Kunlun noticed it too, and instantly grasped the cause. Why didn't you tell us earlier? Hongu's eyes brimmed with tears as she stared at the corpses of her fallen comrades. Su Mu's expression hardened. Open your damn eyes wide. They dare not advance within 2 meters of me. So, you expect them all to climb over my head to survive? And you up there, don't just stand there. Move. Do you intend to abandon those three? The other cliff-climbing ladders ended short, not reaching the temple floor, but stopping instead atop its tiled roof. Only Chen Yulo's ladder extended fully downward, crafted with extraordinary effort precisely because he was the Xialing chieftain. By remaining rooted at its base, Chun Yulo blocked all escape. For no one else could flee unless they scaled the temple pillars, clambered onto the roof tiles, and then hooked onto the rungs of another ladder. Ryup, in, watch out, in. The candlelight flickered, swayed by a sudden gust of wind. A six-winged centipede about the width of a normal human body and covered in countless fine legs finally revealed itself, standing upright on its lower half. Its eyes, glimmering with an eerie green light, seemed to express a humanoid emotion as it scrutinized Su Mu and the others who had not yet left. You all go. Kuan Lun, seemingly born a bit foolish and looking rather dim-witted, crossed his arms and gathered everyone behind him. Honggu, let's go. Huama hurriedly pushed the only woman among them with his back. Sumu had no time to care about the emotionally charged bystanders and reached up to cast spells on Kuan Lun's back, which was about half a meter taller than him. 6 Ding and 6 Jia Protective Charm. Golden Light Blade Spell. Just as the spells were completed, Kuan Lun had already lunged toward the six-winged centipede to hold them off. Sumu followed closely behind, saying, "Be careful, this guy is also highly poisonous. Partridge Whistle. Bow and arrows. Catch it well." Sumu watched as Kuan Lun, powered by sheer brute force, embraced the six-winged centipede. The two of them rolled on the ground, struggling fiercely. He began to draw his bow and notch his arrows, simultaneously casting the Golden Light Blade spell onto the arrows in his hand. The glow of Kuan Lun's protective spell began to dissipate rapidly. Blood dripped from the centipede's wounds onto Kuan Lun's skin, instantly producing burning white smoke. Get out of the way. In a moment of urgency, Su Mu seized the opportunity and released an arrow from his hand. Then he bent his bow and notched another arrow. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. He resembled an unyielding wild bull, repeatedly drawing and releasing arrows, emptying the quiver of arrows in his hand. Kuan Lun rolled aside, clutching his bloodied and mangled right arm, drenched in sweat from the pain. Suddenly the group who had been making noise paused in their escape and turned to look at the six-winged centipede pinned to the ground, resembling Jesus on a cross. The six-winged centipede was not dead, yet it struggled on the ground, its entire body pierced by sharp arrows, with the arrowheads firmly embedded in the stone slab of the temple. It continued to attempt to struggle, its broken shell oozing blood that corroded the surrounding floor, yet it could not budge the arrows embedded in its body. Sumu approached, holding the arrows, and looked down, saying, "This is it." He wielded the sharp arrow enhanced by the Golden Light Blade spell and forcefully sliced open the six-winged centipede's chest, retrieving the demon core hidden within. Demon Core's six-winged centipede year 699 effect supplementary. As the system notification appeared, Sumu opened his mouth and swallowed the bloodstained demon core. A consciousness within him reminded him that the bodies of the Witch Clan had never feared these demonic cores despite the act of swallowing them. Goo goo goo. The angry sunny chick descended from the sky, its eyes darting as it quickly ran towards the corpse of the dead six-winged centipede and began to peck at it. Outside, the sky had darkened and night had fallen. The old foreigner who had been waiting for news from the Partridge Whistle and Sumu could only helplessly ask the divine chicken to check the situation first as he made his way there. From the mouths of the unloading mountain warriors who retreated above, it became clear that they seemed to have found the wrong tomb, stumbling upon an alchemy temple instead. Within the temple resided a group of venomous centipedes led by a six-winged centipede that had already transformed into a demon. The unloading mountain warriors suffered heavy casualties, and even Luo Laowei's people did not escape unscathed. "Partridge Whistle, is Su Yi all right?" "He's fine. Why are you all here?" "We were worried about you. The people above were too scared to come down, so we decided to come and take a look together." "Senior brother, is anyone still holding the rope above? What about the mountain ladder?" "Don't worry, Yu is still here. They wouldn't dare cut off our way back together." Goo goo goo. After pecking at the six-winged centipede's corpse for a while, the angry sunny chick was still not satisfied and continued to peck at the venomous centipedes on the ground. The centipedes, upon seeing the angry sunny chick, displayed even more fear than they did when encountering Su Mu, quickly retreating. The slower ones were pecked up one by one. What a valiant rooster. Chen Yu Lu and the others looked in shock at the angry sunny chick they had previously looked at. With the angry sunny chick here, the centipedes should not dare to show their faces again. "Let's all come down and see if there are any other exits. It's a pity not to take this bronze alchemy furnace. It's worth quite a bit." Su Mu slung his bow and arrows over his back and organized his quiver. In the absence of suitable weapons, these bow and arrows were quite a decent option. Bang! Uncle Hu and the others jumped down from the mountain ladder together. Bronze ding. "Yes, and there's also a shark oil lamp. You guys look for anything else valuable." Sumu kicked the already lifeless six-winged centipede corpse and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. The demon core of the six-winged centipede he had swallowed began to gradually reveal its power. The Witch Clan's wild and primitive tattoos on his skin reemerged. Something seemed to be sprouting from his brow. It also seemed that something was trying to break out from his shoulder blade. He felt a similar sensation in his abdomen. Sumu recalled the 12 ancestral witch statues he had seen in the ancestral witch temple and couldn't help but swallow hard. No. Could it be that the path of evolution for the witch clan only leads to growing non-human organs and bodies? If he truly grew something like a vertical eye in the middle of his forehead, or organs resembling a three-headed six-armed giant like Xingtian, would he not be seen as a monster when walking among humans? During the relatively closed-off period of the Republic, that might have been acceptable. But if a new era of peace arrived, would he not have to guard against humans everywhere to avoid becoming a test subject for oddities? No, don't let that happen. Sumu patted the area of his forehead and shook his shoulders, constantly praying in his heart not to manifest any characteristics of alien creatures. Law of heaven and earth. A strange thought suddenly surged in Sumu's mind, as if he had unlocked information sources after accessing a deeper bloodline. He sensed the strange thoughts flooding into his mind and closed his eyes. The witch clan's body is the source of all power. The larger the body, the more terrifying the power obtained. But suppressing the growth of the body may allow for the accumulation of explosive power when needed. Evolving into a different body may grant divine abilities. The six-legged, four-winged ancestral witch Emperor Jiang hovered in the void, instantly breaking through space, multiple times racing through the air at incredible speed. The bird-faced, human-bodied ancestral witch Zhu Meng exhaled a breath, causing mountains, marshes, and lands to bloom with an abundance of flowers. The beast-headed, human-bodied ancestral witch Zhu Rong pointed a finger, and the mountains thousands of miles away instantly split open with volcanoes erupting and magma soaring. The ancestral witches Gong Gong, Xianming Ho Tu, and Chang Liang demonstrated their innate supernatural abilities in Sumu's mind. It seemed they were guiding Sumu to choose a direction for growth. The powers of the witch clan are inclined towards the physical body. It is similar to the Western Queen Mother tribe in The Thief of Time, which probably discovered a certain method. Thus, they devoted themselves to relentless research, achieving the effect of pseudo-mortality. However, the negative effects brought about by this pseudo-mortality are quite evident. The drawbacks can directly overshadow the long life they pursue. After consuming the 9 turns resurrection pill, Sumu has obtained Feather Transformation Foundation and also gained the effect of pseudo-mortality. The pseudo-mortality brought by the pill is not true immortality. Based on the continuous learning and contact with the Bazaar during this period, Sumu has formed some ideas. The longevity induced by the 9 turns resurrection pill refers to if he can smoothly navigate the rest of his life without facing any deadly threats. If so, he could live for a long time, his body would hardly wither, and his life would not decline with the passage of time, much like the Western Queen Mother, finding a secluded place to hide for hundreds or thousands of years. By avoiding the world, he would not face deadly crises, and by not stepping into biological society, he could attain endless lifespan. I choose. Sumu had already made plans. Just as he was about to voice his choice, he suddenly noticed Uncle Beard and the others starting to move the bronze alchemy furnace. Don't move. As soon as Sumu's words left his mouth, a dreamlike mist suddenly rose from beneath the bronze alchemy furnace that had been moved. The colors of the mist were not uniform in front of everyone. Some saw red, some saw green, and others saw purple. Yet the effects brought about by the emergence of the mist were similar. The legs felt heavy, as if unable to lift. The head was dizzy, feeling as uncomfortable as after a hangover, making normal thought impossible. The body felt hot, as if standing atop a volcano. Bang! The partridge whistle, standing on the beam, crashed down, rolling on the ground, while covering its head in discomfort. Others also exhibited similar intense reactions. The mist rose, and a male Taoist figure clad in an ancient Taoist robe leisurely floated up from beneath the bronze cauldron. The Taoist did not have a substantial body, lightly floating in midair. A purple pin-yellow talisman was affixed to his forehead, dressed in a black robe and black hat, wearing a pair of dust-covered boots. The robe material was decayed but tightly adhered to his body with threads, not completely falling apart. The ghostly figure of the Taoist floated into the great hall in a meditative posture, eyes closed, fingers forming certain hand seals. Buzzing, this guy did not die from the poisonous pill. Sumu staggered, his pupils shimmering with a gold. If he was like this, others were in a worse state. Everyone in the alchemy hall fell into a strange state, holding their heads and swaying drunkenly, their gazes vacuous and dazed, while the visual world turned upside down. After fasting for 100 days on the Gung Shinex Nu Day, casting the corpse resolution talismans, sacrificing talismans for 3 years, refining with blood essence and pills, and then using a treasured sword divine weapon to commit suicide, severing the body, fleeing through the sword's light and blood shadow. Bearing a fate of military disaster, possessing celestial roots with a strong primordial spirit, when calamity strikes, consuming spiritual pills, embracing plants and trees, dying with a borrowed knife, leads to spirit escape. It is the immortal of the military resolution. Sumu cursed, slapping his heavy head. With the appearance of that ghostly Taoist, he recalled the contents noted while perusing those 2 ancient books during this time. The method of becoming an immortal through corpse resolution has many paths. It can generally be divided into 5 types: military resolution, fire resolution, water resolution, metal resolution, and earth resolution. The concept of corpse resolution immortal was first proposed in ancient texts dating back to the Eastern Jin period, authored by an ancient figure named Gu Hong in the book Biopuzi. Biopuzi on Immortality and Extreme Words chapters both describe it. There are also similar cultivation methods within Taoist temples. Sumu remembers. In a past life, a film titled Dual Pupils also depicted fragments regarding the corpse resolution immortal. However, whether in Biopuzi, the true immortal's teachings, or Taoist ancient texts, the concept of corpse resolution immortal felt too distant for Sumu. It seemed to exist only in the fantasies portrayed in books, television, and novels. Yet Sumu also remembered that in his past life, there was an elderly man named Wu who was born in the late Qing dynasty and lived to 98, surpassing 100 years. After his death, he sat in a vat for 3 years, and when the vat was opened, his flesh did not decay, his hair and nails were intact, and his joints could move. He was reported by many media as a real case of corpse resolution immortal. Therefore, whether there truly exists such a thing as immortals and the method of corpse resolution, Sumu is unsure. However, at this moment he believes this ghostly figure is even harder to deal with than the 6-winged centipede with a substantial body. Even with his witch bloodline, he cannot resist the absurd actions that seem to want to draw the souls of everyone away. Follow me. In the alchemy hall filled with the painful cries of many, a hollow, emotionless male voice echoed in everyone's ears. Who is speaking? Where are you taking us? Follow me. Who is causing trouble? Get the hell out here. Follow me. Sumu looked down, gripping the half-finished talisman Rain Master Edict in his pocket. You want to take us all to become immortals? Then let's see if I can take you away too. The method of corpse resolution is all of inferior quality, thus the young spirit exits and escapes into the void, ranking among the lower ghosts and immortals. Knowledge in his mind continued to surge, and Sumu's lips moved slightly. After reading the Supreme Clarity, Great Cave, True Scripture, and 7 Seals of Yunji, he had a vague concept regarding these supernatural beings. Ghost immortals fear thunder the most. Whether it is spring thunder, summer thunder, or any thunder at any time. Rain Master Edict. Follow me. Rain Master Edict. Follow me. Rain Master Edict. Follow me. Boom. The thunder beneath the night sky was even louder than when Sumu controlled the talismans during the day. Pat, pat, pat. Large raindrops fell rapidly. It is unclear whether it was due to Sumu manipulating the talismans causing a change in the world, or if it was simply a rainy night. As the sound of thunder and the patter of raindrops arose, Sumu seemed to see the ghostly Taoist figure with the purple pin yellow talisman on his forehead. Through the yellow talisman, a pair of hollow black eyes fixed directly on him. Don't think about it, I will blow your body up later, or cover you with some talismans. Want to become an immortal? You've met me, that's quite difficult. The breath of rain covered the eerie atmosphere in the alchemy hall, impacting and quickly dissipating. Everyone slowly woke up, looking around in confusion, searching for the strange hollow male voice that had just spoken. The partridge whistle walked beside Sumu. Ghost immortal. Yes, Sumu nodded, putting away the Rain Master Edict talisman into his pocket. I almost fell into his trap. That guy is right below us. You all be cautious while moving and searching for a way out. He'll go down and take a look. Is it going to be okay? The partridge whistle frowned. Sumu shook his head. As long as the thunder does not stop, he won't dare to come out. Besides, I think he hasn't completed the final step. Otherwise he wouldn't be trapped here, nor would he be so kind as to want to take us to become immortals. This bronze object is Chenha. This place has been experiencing continuous anomalies, each one more perilous than the last. Thus, Chen Yulo frowned as he approached Zhigu Shao and said, I'm afraid this matter cannot be resolved so easily. Luo Laowai is not someone easy to deal with. What? The dignified leader of Shelling, are you actually considering teaming up with that old man to forcefully seize it? The people around Uncle who drew their weapons on guard for any potential danger. Zhigu Shao had a stern expression, clearly not siding with Chen Yulo. Chen Yulo pointed upward. If we don't obtain the item those he has in hand along with their firearms are not to be trifled with. How about this, we keep the item for now? Rest assured, I Chen Yulo keep my word. I will definitely provide you with a satisfactory outcome. Do not worry about Luo Laowai and the others. That guy has no idea that his enemies are already on their way and his territory has been breached with the news leaked by his subordinate officer. Sumu's voice came from beneath the Taoist temple. Everyone was taken aback. No one knew about this matter for the time being. Trapped on Bottle Mountain, they wouldn't receive any information from the outside world. How did Sumu know? Knowing that Luo Laowai has enemies outside, and also that the opponent's territory has been breached with the enemies bringing their elite troops to confront Luo Laowai. Is this true? Chen Yula's face turned serious. If you send your Shelling people back to check, they will surely find some traces. I saw other military standard troops marching at the foot of the mountain when I came here. They are probably not far from us now. Sumu's voice rang out again. Below, Sumu was counting the items left behind by the Guanshan Taibao who attempted to achieve immortality through corpse transformation. According to the content in the two ancient books determined by the system, any method of achieving immortality through corpse transformation requires the fundamental preparation of abstaining from grains, avoiding common food. The Guanshan Taibao's corpse had a multitude of small bags hanging from its waist, and those bags surely contained treasures similar to the Bai Shi Sang Jing in front of me. However, most of the items had already been consumed by this guy, leaving very few behind. Then there were some pills of varying colors corresponding to the 5 elements, and a feng zhu which resembled an inner core of a beast. 5 elements pills also have methods of refinement recorded in the Yun Ji Qi Qian. These pills are akin to the vitamins of my previous life in ancient times. They are suitable only for those naturally lacking in certain attributes. Of course, they can also be used during the abstention period to supplement the foundational Tao, allowing entry into the immortal gate. Another 2 books, this Guanshan Ji, Mi should be similar to the half-volume of Feng Shui Secrets in Who Bai His Hands, a technique for seeking dragons and probing gold, quite interesting. Guanshan Fortune-telling is a method of observing star omens, also quite intriguing. This corpse transformation pill. Corpse transformation pill effect can enter the corpse transformation process after consumption. Type pill. The system's label was very simple and clear. It seemed to remind Sumu not to take this path. Sumu glanced at the corpse of the Guanshan Taibao, which was feared to be damaged by the thunder, and patted its head. I told you to learn from others about corpse transformation. You fool. You just scared me half to death. Are you moving? Are you going to keep leading us? Now you know fear. However, your family, the Feng family, is indeed obsessed with immortality. You're one to talk. Your ancestor Feng Shirley, or whatever his name is also one. He sealed the immortal village and sought after rare items like the Pangu corpse moss. It seems that old man was unwilling to use ordinary methods of corpse transformation to become the lowest tier of ghost immortals. Instead, he aimed for a higher realm. However, in the end it seems he also failed, becoming a creature that is neither human nor corpse. As a qualified transmigrate, Sumu is quite familiar with the plots of Thief Pen and Ghost Lantern. Naturally, he knows that the Guanshan Taibao lineage was created by an old man named Feng to suppress the 4 factions of Tomb Raiders. After the establishment of the Guanshan Taibao lineage, its effectiveness was remarkable. They first eliminated several golden talismans of the Mokjin school. Then they incorporated the Green Forest heroes into the anti-rebellion faction in the court. They completely eradicated the inheritance of the Fa Qiu Zhong Lang Jiang and lost the Fa Qiu Tianguan seal. Only the rarely encountered mountain-moving Taoist lineage managed to escape, after settling 3 of the 4 factions. Because the 2 brothers Feng Shirgu and Feng Shirley had different ideologies, they split from their clan. So good you've even left me dried vermilion, and there's still yellow paper. Now you can't get out for sure, old man. Sumu, who was counting his spoils, accidentally noticed the paper and brush placed in the corner. He casually picked them up, collected some rainwater dripping from outside, wet the vermilion, and began for the first time to properly draw the talismans. Corpse suppressing talisman, destruction talisman, 9 dragons, fire talisman. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, why is it so easy this time to draw these complex talismans? Normally it would take me a lot longer to finish them in one stroke. Still silent. Then I am going to stick them all over your face. Alright, I'll take that as your acquiescence. Sumu said to himself, placing all the completed talismans on the forehead of the Guanshan Taibao's corpse. If it weren't for the system helping me transmigrate, I would have almost been killed by you just now. Even the plot characters Zhigu Xiao and Xin Yulo are deeply wary of you. This time it's my turn, I won't go easy on you. I'm leaving, don't send me off, and no farewells, goodbye. Sumu, jumping down from the pit, saw the exit ahead of This exit leads down to the alchemy hall above. Are these things enough to start a business? Sumu, arriving at the well-lit area, looked at the others who were also counting the ancient items in the Taoist temple. Uncle, who calculated and nodded. Just this bronze alchemy furnace is enough. The other bits and pieces are about you guys. The local men of Changsha have been living under the 9 gates for years. How could you have seen such good goods? Chunyulo, how about making a deal with you? Sumu spoke to the dazed leader of Xialing, Chunyulo, who seemed to be lost in thought. Chunyulo nodded dumbly. What? You say? Sumu paced forward with his hands behind his back. As for the next matter, we won't participate. This is not the general's tomb you are looking for. It should be in another place on this mountain. I have a corpse-suppressing talisman, which can help you control the corpse king that will arise due to this cave's fertile ground. I can also cast a protective golden light spell once for you, ensuring you won't suffer a fatal injury. After taking the items back, remember to send the corresponding reward to us in Changsha. I will be waiting for you there. There are 2 reasons that prompted Sumu to refrain from delving deeper into this ancient tomb. First, it is from the Yuan dynasty, which was not ruled by the Han people, and thus the items hidden within the general's tomb are mostly ordinary antiques and paintings. These hold no value for him. However, he is short on money, so he decided to sell charms and spells instead. Second, he suddenly recalled that Luo Laowei's enemies would be arriving soon. When that time comes, it would not just be a clash of cold weapons, guns and cannons would be in play, leading to indiscriminate attacks on both sides. At that point it remains uncertain how many of the people Su Mu brought with him would survive. What he fears most is that the few people from Zhegu Shao may also be affected by the change in the plot due to Su Mu's appearance. If anything were to happen to the three of them here, Su Mu would suffer greatly. It was not easy to encounter a few mountain-moving Taoists with experience in digging tombs. Without them, where would he find other core members from the four major sects to serve as his subordinates? As for the 9 gates, he did not have much contact with them. Those people are very shrewd and would not allow a powerless person like him to command them. Furthermore, he had been out for 2 days already. He had no idea if the thatched house storing his parents' and grandparents' spirit tablets had been vandalized. He wondered if the Hua family had been diligent in guarding his old residence. This body of flesh and blood is entrusted to him by his deceased parents. Now that he has money, it is time to return and properly organize the old residence, building a better spirit hall and spirit tablets for his parents and grandparents. Sure, and thank you for the reminder. I will deal with that Luo Laowai when I return. Chen Yulo smiled, completely shedding his earlier dislike and contempt towards Su Mu. Su Mu is a novice in tomb raiding and has no clear understanding of what is valuable. However, in other aspects, Su Mu seems to far surpass him. Are we really just going back like this? Oi. A voice murmured from the crowd, still reluctant to part with the true wealth hidden in the general's tomb. Su Mu scanned all those following him. Those who do not wish to return with me can stay here with Chun Baotou. The rest of us will leave. Should we hurry through the night? I'm afraid. The bearded uncle frowned. Su Mu nodded vigorously. We should take advantage of the night to leave early. Once a fight breaks out, we won't be able to escape. Everyone thought carefully, and it indeed seemed reasonable. Luo Laowai and the warlord leaders often appeared to be carefree and unlearned. But when it comes to modern warfare, no one here would be a match for them. At that time, the pursuing enemies would surround this place. Without a gap, bullets would rain down from all directions, and there would be bomb explosions. As for Chen Yulo, Su Mu was completely unconcerned. On the surface, this group of people from Xialing appeared to be bandits occupying the hills. In reality, the original text had recorded that Xialing had 2 warlords under its command with subordinates all over the country. Before they lost their influence, who would dare to touch Chen Yulo? There was a mountain tunnel in front of the Taoist temple that could allow passage, and it did not align with the direction of the people on the cliff. Before leaving, Su Mu gazed at the heavy bronze alchemy furnace and decided to sell it directly to Chen Yulo. Carrying such a heavy item on foot would be too slow, and the target would be too obvious. Chen Yulo was taken aback, ordering his men to hand over a large sum of money and several gold bars to Su Mu, saying that if it was not enough, he would supplement it after returning. I'm not very good at managing money. On the way back, Zhegu Shao, carrying the heavy silver dollars and gold bars for Su Mu, spoke up. The old foreigner and Hua Ling exchanged glances and shook their heads. Su Mu also shook his head. The 4 shared a smile, as if they had found kindred spirits among the millions. Su Mu's gaze skipped over Zhegu Shao and the 3 others, and when he looked at the rest, he instinctively frowned. Give the money to them. I don't feel at ease. On the way back, if it weren't for this group knowing about Su Mu's oddities, the 3 of Zhegu Shao would be formidable fighters. Otherwise, Su Mu and his group might not safely return to Changsha. The rainforest after the rain was quite tranquil, and the muddy path beneath their feet was very slippery, causing everyone's pace to slow down repeatedly. Fortunately, after a while of rain, the moon emerged. Under the bright moonlight, everyone could discern the path they had come from. Under the night sky, Su Mu, climbing the high mountain behind Laoxiong Ridge, was sorting through the harvest while contemplating future plans. He definitely needed to settle in Changsha. In times of life-threatening illness, what he could see was only the shining spirit tablet in the room. The Su family had once been quite illustrious in Changsha, not inferior to others. However, Su's father lost his life due to loyalty to his friends. After Su's father's death, the Su family gradually declined. All of Su's father's former drinking buddies had vanished. Because Su Mu contracted an incurable form of tuberculosis as a child, even some relatives who once maintained connections gradually distanced themselves from his family due to financial interests. Although it may seem a bit rustic, rest assured in your graves below there will be no further setbacks to trouble me. The Su family will not be completely submerged in the river of history. At least as long as I am alive, I will strive to restore the former glory of the Su family, living up to our ancestors and my parents. Suddenly, the quiet post-rain forest was broken by the sound of copper bells clanging. Standing high above, Su Mu's gaze fell, his pupils slightly constricting. In the moonlight, beside the mountain path at the waist of the mountain, a Taoist in yellow clothing was shaking a bell while chanting. Behind him followed a group of stiff-bodied followers, their heads covered with burlap bags, making it impossible to distinguish their gender, moving by hopping. Corpse driving. Su Mu withdrew his gaze and continued to walk ahead on the mountain path leading to Changxing Mountain. The region of Shaanxi has long been rich in strange legends. However, this was also the first time Su Mu had witnessed a corpse driver in the night, where the corpses were not bound by any ropes or bamboo strips. They simply followed the sound of the Taoist's bell, hopping towards it. Perhaps this world is far more complex than he had previously imagined. not just the parallel world of the 9 doors and the 4 tomb raiding sects. By the way, could one of you go check on that Taoist who got caught in the animal trap? If possible, please invite him to Changsha. Sumu suddenly recalled this matter and instructed the followers behind him. The bearded uncle nodded, beckoning one of his companions to go to Chongqing Mountain to invite that Taoist. Rain Master command order. Sumu took out the talisman from his pocket, glancing at it as he walked. This talisman was not recorded in Yunji 7 signs, nor was it found in the Shangqing Daodong scriptures. Neither of the 2 ancient texts, Yunji and Shangqing, contained similar effect talismans. He did not know where the Taoist who sold talismans and peachwood swords had obtained this heavenly signaling talisman. He also wondered if that person had any secrets hidden away. In Changsha City, in a certain luxurious living room brightly lit, a man in military uniform crossing his legs looked at the burlap-clad youth sitting beside him and spoke. So have you thought it over? I didn't invite you here just for tea. If not for hearing that you. The young man curled his lips, a cold smile playing on his face. Why would you want to recruit me, someone who needs a master to bring me into the 9 gates to take down Buddha Master Zhang Qishan? The man leisurely sipped his tea. Because everyone says you are ruthless enough, Chenpai. I heard from Hua Sen Yang that the rule of the 9 gates is that whoever topples one of the doors can take the corresponding position. I also know that there is much to gain within the 9 gates, if we cooperate. Due to the bizarre incident of the pileup of dead bodies at the Shaowu Gate train station, there has been a stir in Changsha City these past few days. Once night falls, people hastily lock their doors, unwilling to step outside. Moreover, the group from the Hong family Pear Garden continues to sing the eerie and strange opera Zhong Kuei captures ghosts on the streets, which has alerted more citizens to the severity of the situation. The Hong family Pear Garden is not short on funds. Its leading actress Er Yue Hong earns enough money to support the entire opera troupe. However, Er Yue Hong is not able to perform just any role. For instance, the opera Zhong Kuei captures ghosts, which is performed for free only during the Ghost Festival, can only be staged by the other actors under her. The performances during the Ghost Festival are not meant for the living. No one watches, yet the performers must sing for the entire night regardless. This is because there are rules in the Pear Garden. Once the opera begins, the audience is not limited to just the visible, ordinary people. There are also various spirits and deities present. Still, some brave souls venture out unperturbed by any of this. One such person is a young man named Chenpai who is quite skeptical of the supernatural. In his life, he fears nothing, not even ghosts or deities. The only one he fears is his adoptive master, Er Yue Hong. As the second in command of the 9 gates, she is the head of the Hong family. He has never had any desire for power or influence. Therefore, whether for his master or for his own future, Chenpai needs to make a name for himself in Changsha City. The high-ranking military official named Lu Jinshuan has summoned him with the intention of toppling the current dominant figure of the 9 gates, the Buddha Master Zhang Qishan. Within the 9 gates, Chenpai holds a low status. By seniority, he must refer to the other gate masters as sir. However, he feels indifferent towards all gate masters except for his master Er Yue Hong. If given the chance to seize their power, he would do so without hesitation. Moreover, the one extending the invitation for cooperation is Lu Jinshuan, who is from the same unit as Buddha Master Zhang Qishan, but has different influences. To move against Zhang Qishan, I have no official backing, and the higher-ups won't allow us to fight amongst ourselves. Any conflict would lead to mutual destruction, and that could result in both sides being purged. Lu Jinshuan pondered, contemplating why he suddenly extended an invitation to this roadside nobody Chenpai. The struggles within the 9 gates can only be intervened in by forces from the Jianghu. So where do you think we should start? You can only incite conflict and topple Zhang Qishan if you become a true master of one of the 9 gates. Otherwise, your master. Lu Jinshuan glanced at Chenpai and spoke naturally. If Chenpai were to seize power from Er Yue Hong, it would be quite justified, as it is expected for a disciple to inherit their master's skills and influence in times of their master's incapacity. Chenpai slammed his teacup down with a bang. We may be insignificant, but if anyone dares to harm my master, I won't need her to intervene. Even if I die, I will peel off a layer of skin from that military officer. Lu Jiangxin's eyes flashed with a hint of violence, quickly masked by a forced smile. Ha, I was just joking. With your master's exceptional skills in opera, if someone were to target her, the wealthy gentry in the city would never agree. I think that Li Ming's reputation seems rather poor, otherwise he would also be one of the top 3 in the gates. Chenpai merely contemplated the name of Li Ming for a moment, his expression instantly falling. You really are an outsider. Let me just say this, you might want to check your estate and see if you can uncover the eyes and ears of the 3rd master. Lu Jinshuan looked towards the guarding soldiers, a storm brewing in his heart. Is Li Ming really that formidable? The sound of singing opera wafted through the wind to the ears of Su Mu and others standing outside the city gate. When heading there, one needs to discern directions and search for targets, resulting in a slow journey. However, returning with clear targets and familiar routes, the time taken was reduced by more than half. Do you not know what has happened in the city these past few days? Out at this hour, still daring to work. The guarding soldier was pulled aside by an uncle with a beard weighing the coins in his hand, instinctively frowning. The responsibility and authority of guarding the city falls upon Zhang Qishan. As the head of the old Nine Gates, apart from military affairs, he is involved in all matters concerning the Nine Gates. Thus, for those who dare to venture out at night for illicit activities or smuggling, the local ruffians and citizens typically turn a blind eye. What happened? The bearded uncle smiled ingratiatingly, echoing the soldier in front of him. Last night, hearing the talk of unusual events in the city, Su Mu walked over from the crowd, joining others to listen to the soldier recount the bizarre incident of the train entering the Xiao Wu Gate station. The uncle with the beard shifted his eyes and said with a smile, "You've worked hard, military officer. Being on duty at a time like this, are you not afraid of those strange occurrences?" The soldier, upon hearing this, suddenly raised his head. "You folks who encounter these supernatural events. Ahem." A more serious-looking soldier nearby suddenly coughed twice, signaling the other not to say too much. "Since we are all familiar faces, just go in. Get some rest soon, and remember to close the doors and windows properly. If something happens, don't say we didn't warn you." The serious soldier pushed the talkative soldier's shoulder out of the way, allowing Su Mu and others to enter the city. The soldier, named Zhang. Could it be that he is one of the personal guards of that man? From the northeastern Qilin Zhang family bloodline. Walking on the return path, Su Mu recalled the unique influence of Zhang Qishan among the Nine Gates. Zhang Qishan's origins are mysterious. He descended into Changsha City to take on the role of defense officer, and most of his troops were also brought along with him, unlike the usual soldiers from the local military camps. These people are all, without exception, former disciples who rebelled against the Qilin Zhang family alongside Zhang Qishan back in the day. They all possess the unique skills of exploring caves for dragons and seeking treasures, and they carry the bloodline of the eternal Qilin to varying degrees. Ordinary wandering spirits and ghosts cannot get close. In the city, every household has tightly shut their doors and windows, while red lanterns radiating a warm glow are hung all around the streets. After entering the city gate, the sound of singing opera also drifted through the wind to Su Mu and others' ears. It's the Zhongkue captures ghosts opera. This is serious. Otherwise, this opera would not be performed. When we pass by later, let's hurry and not linger, nor should we watch the performance on stage. That's meant for the ghosts. The bearded uncle with ample experience reminded those around him as they walked. Ghosts. Su Mu's eyes glimmered with shimmering golden light in the darkness as he quickly scanned the surrounding shadows. He took out the Yun G7 signs and began to flip through it. He remembered that this book contained a mysterious method he had yet to use. According to the ancient text Yunji Chichen, what Su Mu is reciting now, the Duran Sutra, has the efficacy to stabilize the nation's fortune, enhance the bright qi, and transcend the souls of the deceased. He had previously used the spells and talismans from this book, and they had shown corresponding effects. Therefore, when he heard about the restless spirits in the city, he thought of this chapter in the ancient text. The group following Su Mu no longer wore the dismissive smiles they once had towards magic. Their faces were solemn and serious, filled with reverence. The way of immortals values life. Limitless is the path to saving others. As Su Mu recited, the complex and dense foreign substance in the darkness began to melt away like ice and snow. Uncle Hu and the others walked closely behind Su Mu, observing the surroundings. After entering the city, their peripheral vision scanned the dark corners where they could see faint, ghostly shadows. Just as those ghostly figures sensed the deathly aura clinging to them and attempted to crawl out from the deep blackness, Su Mu began to chant. After Su Mu recited the sutra, the foreign entities in the darkness became motionless, quickly transforming into wisps of smoke that vanished into the air. The pitch-black hues that enveloped their path swiftly returned to normal under the night sky. As they passed the stage set for the ghost-catching performance by Zhong Kue in the Hong family pair orchard, Su Mu slowed his pace, a look of surprise and doubt appearing on his face. The group of Su Mu attracted the attention of the performers on the stage. They were merely playing their roles as masks, not truly possessing the ability to exorcise ghosts. Seeing Su Mu and his group appear in droves, the bored performers sang their play, while their eyes kept shifting towards Su Mu and the others. Is this what they call not according to the method? Can one really summon spirits after following the method? Su Mu did not stop, but hesitated slightly before stepping forward once more. The performers on stage playing Zhong Kue's ghost-catching role were not extraordinary. It was the sudden reminder from the system that made Su Mu feel somewhat strange and unexpected. After this trip to the general's tomb at Bottle Mountain, Su Mu had gained a fair understanding of some clues regarding the system he possessed. The two scriptures in his hands, when placed before Zhigu Xiao and the others, still appeared to be nothing more than common. Anyone could obtain and recite them. However, to him, the arrangement of the characters in the ancient text was distinctly different. As for the talismans, Su Mu also had Zhigu Xiao and the others try it, but they mysteriously found that they could not sketch the talismans drawn by Su Mu. Either they could not see the true form of the talismans in their eyes, or they could perceive them, but became dazed when attempting to draw, unable to create them, let alone utilize the talisman's powers. Thus this was merely the manifestation of the system's power within Su Mu, something others could not access. The night is deep, shall we leave it at this for now? Uncle Hu and the others followed Su Mu to the slums in the west of the city, pausing to ask. Su Mu nodded, saying, "We'll discuss this tomorrow. Everyone should rest well tonight. I believe you all have a sense of what this trip to Bottle Mountain entails. I ask that you keep it confidential." Uncle Hu and the others nodded in agreement, serious and earnest. After watching them leave, Zhigu Xiao and the other three cupped their hands and said, "Then we'll find an end to rest about the money." Su Mu raised his hand and smiled. "I haven't found the Misty Pearl yet. Do you think I'm afraid you'll run off with the money?" "Go ahead." Zhigu Xiao nodded, turning to leave with his junior brothers and sisters. Moments later, Su Mu returned to the dilapidated thatched hut that had not yet been fully repaired. The original Su family courtyard was not located here, but in the affluent area of the city. However, after the death of Su Mu's father, the Hua family ceased to assist the Su family under the pretense of medical treatment. Su Mu's mother had no business acumen, so for the sake of survival she sold the old house and brought Su Mu to live in the slums, which were said to be the ancestral grounds of the Su family's rise. Unexpectedly, less than a year later, Su Mu's mother passed away, leaving behind a 5-year-old Su Mu. Following these continuous changes in the Su family, some people within the Hua family took pity and began to intensify their support for Su Mu the orphan. They provided food, clothing, and medicine. Who did the house sell to back then? It seems to be one of the 9 gates. I was young then, and my mother didn't take me along when she sold the house, so I never got the chance to ask afterward. Forget it. When morning comes, perhaps all the doubts from the past will have answers. Su Mu pushed open the door and laid down on the bed, appearing somewhat weary. His body and spirit did not carry the fatigue that ordinary people felt, but the overthinking during this trip had left him somewhat exhausted. After Su Mu lay down, he quickly fell asleep. Others in the slums also returned home, one after another, sharing their experiences from this trip with their families. However, they all uniformly kept silent about Su Mu's extraordinary and remarkable qualities. "Dad, you won't believe it. After you all left, this place, which was said to be uninhabitable, surprisingly bloomed, with vibrant flowers everywhere." In front of Uncle Hu, his little daughter with a ponytail jumped into her father's arms with a smile. "Yes, not only have flowers blossomed endlessly, but some herbs have also emerged. Although I don't recognize them, the big sister next door knows a bit, and even took me to gather those herbs, which I sold for quite a bit of money in the city." The woman, warming the leftover food for her man and pouring the low-quality grain wine, happily recounted the strange events that had occurred in the slums over the past few days. The little girl sat in her father's arms, sniffing hard. "Dad, do you smell that delightful fragrance of flowers? It's neither too strong nor too faint, but it's really pleasant." Uncle Hu listened to his wife and daughter's words, a smile spreading across his face. Upon returning, they noticed something. The slums, once filled with a sense of decay and darkness, now appeared to have a warm glow under the night sky. "Not only that, my dear, I also heard something even stranger. Don't we often have people falling ill due to leaking roofs and cold nights? Now that's also gone. Miraculously, everyone was healed overnight, and there's more." His wife continued to share the good news that had happened around them in recent days. The more Uncle Hu listened, the brighter his smile became. The other residents living here surely had no idea that the root cause of all these blessings that had come to those trapped by fate residing in this impoverished slum was none other than that young master of the Su family. Elders often say that those who survive great calamities will have good fortune afterward. The young master of the Su family, having suffered from illness for over a decade, had suddenly recovered, and surely his blessings would be endless. He had only slept for a few hours. Before dawn, Su Mu woke up, unable to fall back asleep. Now he had money. However, if he were to use this money to buy back the old house, he would not have enough for what he wanted to do next. Chen Yulo had promised him that he would come to visit after their trip to the tomb and would make up the remaining money for Su Mu. That said, whether Chen Yulo would actually come and whether he would give him the profits from this tomb raiding was uncertain. "I once heard from that girl Siener that people who come from outside to purchase antiques only recognize the old 9 gates. Because the old 9 gates are protected by the local defense officer Zhang Qishan, allowing transactions to be completed smoothly. Other factions, no matter how famous or powerful, cannot share in this local market. The people of the 9 gates feast while leaving the leftovers for the small local forces to share. It's a pity I haven't ventured out much before. I'm not familiar with the streets and markets of the city. Otherwise I could start making plans now. Well, since I'm free, I might as well study these books some more." After waking up, Su Mu originally wanted to make some plans for the upcoming day, but unfortunately, he didn't even have a map of Changsha City's urban area, so he could only focus on the ancient texts he had acquired. The Taoist methods recorded in the Upper Clear Great Cave emphasize external strength and spiritual power. Wait, what about the 24 constellations? They're gone. Is it due to the physical condition of the witch clan? Without the ability to cultivate the soul, one cannot walk the path of cultivation. Right when the other shops open, I need to buy some tools for drawing talismans. Spells require finger gestures and chanting, while talismans are much simpler. And there are the pills. The alchemical methods recorded in the Yunji 7 signs differ from the ancient methods. What it states is that instead of treating mercury and sulfur as main ingredients, they have now become simple medicinal guides. Refining pills and crafting talismans captivated Su Mu even more than the prospect of purchasing a shop. The physique of the witch clan could not continue normal cultivation. He could only rely on continuously consuming rare spiritual materials and demon pills from the world for assistance. While Su Mu was busy planning for the future indoors, he did not notice that the day had already brightened. However, after dawn, fine rain suddenly began to fall from the sky. It was raining. The two senior brothers are waiting for the master at the tavern. For some unknown reason, the Taoist priestess Hualing blushed as she held an umbrella and knocked on Su Mu's door. "Do you only have one umbrella?" Su Mu was puzzled, as his intentions might not be directed towards the lodges and taverns in the city. "Hualing, you go. My senior brother and I have never shared an umbrella with anyone. You're younger and a girl, so it would be more appropriate for you to go." Hualing recalled the words of the two senior brothers during their journey and thought of many possibilities, which none of them were true Taoists after all. Even if they were Taoists, the Taoist rules did not state that Taoists were not allowed to descend the mountain and marry. The wandering partridge whistle was not a fool, and the once naive old foreigner had gradually matured after gaining experience. Su Mu's news of possessing the Yaochen pearl bound them to him. Did they not want to bind Su Mu to them in another way in order to swiftly complete the mission of saving their entire clan from the bloodline curse? Is there really only one? Su Mu sighed helplessly as he waited for Hualing's response. "It seems everyone is poor." Su Mu smiled bitterly. He indeed did not have a single umbrella in his room, and it was not good to go out in the rain. "Master Su! Master Su! Master Su!" The poor people from all directions continued to gather and arrived in front of Su Mu's house one after another. Not everyone was holding an umbrella. Some, like Su Mu, had none at all and stood there in the rain with broad smiles on their faces looking at Su Mu. "It's raining, so those who can share an umbrella should do so. It's not about face," Su Mu said with a smile. The men holding umbrellas nodded and called those who were not holding umbrellas to step under the umbrella. "I just want to buy a shop. You all see which location is better and reasonably priced." "Last night I slept late because I was thinking about this. Our old Changsha city has become a well-known trading hub for antiques due to the presence of the 9 gates. Therefore, there are many antique shops opened by outsiders and locals, but most trading amounts are miserable because everyone only recognizes the 9 gates. In this case, one can only rely on the 9 gates, which grow stronger, and those merchants wanting to make their mark here gradually lose the ambition to do so. So, Master Su, if we want to eat from this bowl of rice from the 9 gates, I'm afraid. These people have long dwelled in the lower tiers of society and have some channels and friends for trade. However, to challenge the established 9 gates, they would likely suffer grievous losses with little to show for it. Moreover, with the limited money Su Mu has investing in the antique circle would create no ripples at all. Thus, in terms of manpower, resources, and finances, Su Mu currently could not compete with the 9 gates. If he cannot compete with the 9 gates, he can only become a vassal of the 9 gates, continually exploited until he ends up like other scattered merchants with no prospect of rising. "I'm not in a hurry for an antique shop. I want to find a street with powerful feng shui and divination." Su Mu thought of many things early in the morning leading to his current decision. "There is a feng shui street, but we don't know where the master is." The bearded uncle smiled wryly and shook his head. Su Mu waved his hand, "Just lead the way." The bearded uncle had no choice but to nod and lead the way. Those who had long roamed the tomb-raiding circles of old Changsha knew that there was a master of the 9 gates on that feng shui street. This person was named Chi Tizui, ranked 8th among the 9 gates. His tomb-raiding and gold-digging skills were ordinary, but he possessed a remarkable ability for fortune-telling with accurate divination. Chi Tizui made a living by buying and selling antiques, using his fortune-telling skills for those who came to him to trade valuable antiques. Su Mu stepped forward. Hualing held the umbrella beside him. The other people from the slums paused for a moment and followed behind Su Mu. When he woke up, Su Mu had already begun to think about what he needed to do during the day. Naturally, he also thought about getting involved in antique trading to make money for future endeavors. But upon reflection, he and those around him would indeed find it quite difficult to infiltrate the realm of the old 9 gates. Using his weaknesses to challenge their strengths was far less effective than Su Mu leveraging his abilities to open up different markets. The disturbances from the dilapidated Su family's thatched cottage had recently caught the attention of the Hua family. Last night, Su Mu and the others returned too late for the Hua family to notice, but today the commotion created by such a group gathering and acting together was different. Su Mu, a sickly youth from the fallen Su family. How could he draw so many impoverished people to rally around? In the antique-styled living room arranged by the Hua family, Hua Jinsi, draped in exquisite garments, was having her breakfast tea while listening to her subordinate report on the commotion caused by Su Mu, who had unexpectedly returned to Changsha. With a calm expression and steady heartbeat, Hua Jinsi replied, "A mere 20 or so individuals are hardly a threat. They may have secretly learned some skills behind our backs, but ultimately they lack expertise and are nothing but a bunch of timid cowards. Otherwise, after all these years, they wouldn't have remained vassals under the Nine Gates. As for that umbrella-wielding Taoist, that is indeed intriguing. You should casually inform the young lady about this news later. Hua Jinxi's lips curled into a slight smile as a scheme formed in her mind. Yes, the subordinate replied, turning to leave. In the courtyard, Hua Xian'er, accustomed to being awakened for her morning exercises, was perspiring profusely as she diligently practiced her punches and kicks. Among the many leaders of the Nine Gates, only Qi Laoba did not possess any martial skills. Even the half-bodied San Yili had his arms enhanced with strange tremendous strength. As a sect that thrived on grave robbing, the Nine Gates faced not only sudden attacks from fierce creatures, but also the threat of zombies rising from their graves. While traversing the martial world, it was inevitable to encounter those who did not recognize the Nine Gates and were ungrateful. Thus, Hua Xian'er was forced from a young age to learn martial arts self-defense techniques and the family's secret skill of bone contraction, along with the ability to seek out treasures. Miss Su Mu has returned, reminded a servant as he walked from the living room to the courtyard. After finishing her last set of punches, Hua Xian'er gathered her breath and smiled with excitement. Where is he? I will change into clean clothes and go meet him. The servant lowered his head and said, he has returned this time with a group of people and is currently heading toward the city, though I don't know what his intentions are. Moreover, he has brought back a young and beautiful Taoist. Got it? What kind of Taoist? Young and beautiful? I don't believe it. I must go take a look. Hua Xian'er paused her steps, her spirited eyes glimmering with a peculiar emotion. Up ahead is that old tea house. On the surface it appears to be a teaseling place, and although many outsiders see it as such in reality. The bearded uncle led the way, simultaneously introducing Su Mu to the true ins and outs of the street ahead. Various tea aromas wafted from the street, accompanied by the steam and bubbling sounds of boiling water. The narrow stone path, damp from the rain, felt particularly wet, perhaps due to the presence of tea shops that had been brewing tea for years. At the deepest part of the street, known to the old residents of Changsha as the Old Tea House, was an old wooden fortune-telling stall, which was adjacent to a small incense hall. The old wooden table of the stall was polished to a sheen, adorned with brass divination tubes, a yellowed fortune book, and an ancient inkstone. The area behind the stall was dimly lit, cluttered with miscellaneous items. At the end, a blue curtain hung over the incense hall door, shrouded in mist. Anyone unaware might think someone was hiding there, indulging in opium. Freshly picked tea before the rain. It has a sweet aftertaste, misty mountain spring tea at a fair price. Aged black tea and old fu bricks, great for dispelling dampness. Listening to the incessant calls of the vendors, Su Mu stopped the bearded uncle in front of him. Wait, isn't I looking for Feng Shui Street? The bearded uncle laughed bitterly. With Bai Yi around, who would dare to set up a fortune-telling stall in the city? So what do you think? Would you trust Qi Bai Yi, who has been stationed here for generations and lives by fortune-telling, or would you trust a wandering sorcerer? Su Mu shook his head. All right, then, isn't that Qi Taizuo's stall? There's an empty shop right next to it. Everyone turned to look, and upon seeing clearly, their expressions changed. Recently, they had heard a rumor that after Buddha Yi took office as the head of the Nine Gates, he had become very close to Qi Bai Yi, cultivating a deep relationship. He also intended to pull Qi Tiezhua to his side, and had spread the word in the city to deter anyone from provoking Qi Bai Yi. Additionally, he planned to expand Bai Yi's operations. The empty shop beside Qi Taizuo's stall was certainly not a vacant shop without business, it was likely. Has the partridge whistle not arrived yet? He'll go ask. You all stay back. I don't want them to misunderstand that I'm trying to coerce them into a deal, since you are all standing here waiting for me. Let's go, Hualing. Su Mu halted the group of followers behind him, who looked anything but trustworthy, and allowed Hualing to continue holding the umbrella for him as he quickly moved forward. The tea shop owner and his assistant, both with grim expressions, were taking down the sign and packing their belongings beside Qi Taizuo's shop. Excuse me, is this shop for transfer? Who are you? The tea shop assistant was about to respond impatiently when the owner suddenly covered his mouth. The tea shop owner looked at the handsome young man in front of him and the umbrella-wielding Taoist beside him, instantly bypassing them to see the group of ferocious individuals waiting for Su Mu not far away. In these tough times, having someone hold an umbrella for oneself in the rain while appearing completely at ease was certainly no ordinary feat. One must possess some status. Transfer. The shop owner glanced at Qi Taizuo's fortune-telling stall, which showed no reaction, and excitedly spoke. How much? However, my friend, with the money hasn't arrived, yet you need to wait for a bit. Su Mu's lips slightly curled upwards. No need. How much do you have on you? I only have this much left on me. Enough. Completely sufficient. This shop will be yours from now on. Little brother, let's go. Still watching. Doesn't this shop make even 10 silver dollars in annual revenue? Su Mu looked at the tea shop owner and his assistant, who had run off with the money, feeling somewhat puzzled. He did not know much about the power dynamics within the city. Previously, when he interacted with Hua Xian'er, they had little understanding of the Nine Gates and other factions' configurations. Stop dawdling, get to work, take down the sign, and then. Su Mu called over the group of followers blocking the street and began to instruct them on the specifics. This tea shop had accumulated tea leaves for years, permeating with a complex tea aroma that was likely difficult to mask even after multiple cleanings. Furthermore, its arrangement did not meet Su Mu's preferences at all. Su-yi, this place is likely. What are you afraid of? We haven't offended anyone. Go help me find a sign maker first. Ask how much it costs, then buy some cleaning tools. These are all worn out. What needs to be dismantled must be dismantled. What needs to be repaired must be repaired. By the way, where is the partridge whistle? I have no money left. Not knowing the value of money until one is in charge. After asking, gather information. I want to see how much is left. We don't even have a proper place to live, and we still need to buy a house. Next time we travel, we can't walk anymore. We need a cart or an ox cart. Everyone's clothes are also in tatters. We don't even have clean ones, and your scraggly hairstyles and beards. Upon hearing that someone dared to steal the store given by Buddha Yi to Chi Ba, countless heads popped up in the tea house, eagerly watching the unaware stranger. Looks like there's a good show to watch. What boldness. Daring to steal something given by Buddha Yi to Ba Yi. Perhaps he doesn't know about this. Don't mention it. I only found out through a friend that the shop was specifically named by Buddha Yi. I heard from the fleeing shop owner that the young man bought out his shop for $10 silver. This kid is really a naive fool who doesn't know that any shop in the city costs at least $100 silver. Ever since Buddha Yi became the head of the 9 gates, it has been a long time since any local forces dared to challenge Buddha Yi. What is this guy talking about? I wonder if the money is enough to buy decorations and items for the shop. Thinking too far ahead. Let's see if he can last through tonight. First, Hey, that guy over there, that shop is. Shut up. Want to watch the show or not? What does it have to do with you? They're coming. How much will it cost? I don't know. Let them first figure out roughly how much the purchases will require. Don't stray far. Stay here and hand them the money. This shop isn't bad. Where's the owner? How much he'll pay? He's gone. Just take the $10 silver I have on me. That should be enough. So cheap. You know the trade. I don't. Neither do I. Su Mu and Zhigu Xiao stared at one another with wide eyes for a long moment, then shook their heads with helpless, rueful smiles. Sit. Su Mu picked up a stool the tea house owner had tossed aside, turned it over, set it properly, and sat down at the tea table. I can't even tell whether this was originally a tea house or a shop. There isn't a proper counter. We'll need to clear the entire ground floor, set out tables and chairs like Chi Tizui next door, and convert the second floor into a resting area. Su Mu pondered, deeply beginning to appreciate how hard it was to be a proprietor. What do you plan to sell? Antiques too. Zhigu Xiao poured the new tea he had sent someone across the street to buy for Su Mu. The scalding liquid gurgled, and the fragrant scent of tea rose in the air. No, we're doing this. Su Mu reached out and slammed the only talisman he had onto the table. Isn't that Zhigu Xiao's pupils trembled as he stared at the Yushir chilling talisman. If everyone possessed such a thing and knew how to use it, the world would truly be altered beyond recognition. Not that one, he said hoarsely. I have other talismans and some pills as well. Zhigu Xiao swallowed and watched as Su Mu emptied from his pocket the pills he had obtained from Pinger Mountain. If he remembered correctly, those pills would not outright kill, but would surely bring sickness. He admitted Su Mu had odd, uncanny talents, but selling counterfeit medicine, that was almost too heartless. Don't disbelieve me. When I have refined them, eat one and try it. I cannot promise it will dispel the curse in your bloodline, but it will surely grant longevity. Su Mu spoke with solemn assurance, his confidence unshaken. The ancient alchemical methods he carried were not the worthless products of inferior ancient peerless. As the first systematic test subject, Su Mu knew their efficacy well. Zhigu Xiao's face turned ashen, bitter words lodged in his throat. Seeing his doubt, Su Mu adopted a grave expression and said, when the shop opens, you'll see. I will make each talisman and pill so coveted they will be worth a fortune and impossible to obtain. Master Su, someone's asking for you outside. A voice suddenly called from downstairs. Su Mu rose and saw a familiar girl standing on the ground floor. Don't go far, he told her. I sent them to buy supplies. If you lack money, give them the cash. But be clear about this, I'm afraid those fellows might try to swindle me. With that, Su Mu strolled downstairs. You are back, he added. Her gentle voice sounded beneath a rain that was growing heavier. Under an oiled paper umbrella, a small face, suffused with quiet grievance, came into view before Su Mu. The patter of rain did not reach the tea house patrons nearby, so they continued sipping their tea, watching in fascination toward the shop that had inadvertently drawn the attention of Fo Yi, head of the Jiu men. When they saw the girl, exceptional in bearing, dress, and beauty, they all inhaled sharply. Huasianer of the Hua family. Is it really her? Are you sure? The Hua family that kicked out my father when he came to propose. Let me see, let me see. Don't shove me. Get lost. What a rare sight. This young mistress actually came so far to this poor place. Yes, place is indeed a bit run down, but it can't be that poor, can it? Can Chi Tizui compare to the 3 great houses of Huahong and Huang? Which of those isn't a first-rate old family of Changsha? Keep your voice down, don't offend Ba Yi, whose official career is on the rise. Miss Yenner, do you know that reckless youth? This is trouble. If the Hua family clashes with Fo Yi, those two colossal powers colliding would shatter peace across Changsha. You are back. As if afraid, Sumu had not heard the girl squeeze the words out between her teeth, her voice thick with resentment. Sumu stepped forward and slipped beneath her umbrella, offering a curt nod. I'm back. I did well this time. Where shall we go? Today it's on me. Zhigu Xiao tossed some money down. Under the oiled paper umbrella, Sumu, whose looks and bearing rivaled those of the famed Huasiener, walked at her side. The shop was still unrepaired. The crew returned with dust-smeared faces and the stench of sweat hardly presentable to guests. Where did you go? They took me to fight a duel, a large duel. On the tea houses lining the street, the onlookers rubbed their eyes hard. Did I missee? That Hui young lady holding an umbrella for that fellow. Who is he? Does the Jiu Men contain such a figure? Let me think. Fo yes followers or soldiers heir, ye only as Chun Pai San yes men are largely disabled. C yes people are not of that temperament. Wu Yi has no brothers or heirs. Lu Yi likewise. Ba Yi is even less likely, and Jiu Yi has no sons or nephews. Someone not of the Jiu Men still daring to be so arrogant. Besides the Jiu Men, there are a few other families. I suspect. Could he be of the Bai family? The Bai family. Impossible. After the rise of the Jiu Men, the Bai family was battered and broken. Even if once a noble Changsha house, they no longer measure up to the Hua family. Then who can say? Go investigate quickly. Damn it. That fellow dared to strike first. My Miss Yen, we must look into this thoroughly. If he's merely a luck-driven pretty face with no background or power, he will not only face Fo yes wrath. Our own fury will be added as well. Standing beneath Huasiener's oiled paper umbrella, Sumu and she were muffled by the rain and did not hear the surrounding. You want to fight? How big was the duel? Dangerous. Quite big. I even encountered a corpse-transcended ghost immortal and nearly fell into his path, but in the end it was all right. If you need money in future, tell me. Why go to such fights? You whose hands rarely do honest labor. That was because I was ill before, wasn't it? Actually, I can do a little of almost everything. If your family ever plans to send someone to fight, you can call on me. They'll protect you. Why are you suddenly unhappy? Did your aunt scold you again? That old woman. I've put up with her for a long time. Aunt didn't scold me. She had someone tell me you had returned and that you had brought back a young, beautiful Taoist nun. She must have had ill intent. The Taoist nun's name is Hua Ling. She was only one of 3 Taoists I met on the road who became a friend. Whatever you want to eat, drink, or do, I'll accompany you. In the old tea alley, Su Mu's arrival stirred a fragrance unlike tea, a scent of plants and blossoms suffused with spiritual qi. The rain began to lessen. Outside the long stone-paved street, the sounds of people grew lively. A group of citizens gathered in an open space by the street, either shopping or enjoying a leisurely outing. I have roamed Changsha City since childhood. There are no interesting places left to explore, sighed Huasiener. The Hua family is wealthy and powerful, and she is well-versed in every shop and business in Changsha City. Besides clothing and jewelry, she has little interest in anything else. Sumu was different. Hearing the commotion, he suddenly became interested and instinctively grabbed Huasiener's hand, urging her to move quickly. Make way, make way. Years of illness had kept him from stepping outside for 17 years. Previously, when he accompanied the mound diggers up the mountain, he had only experienced the feng shui of tombs and had not witnessed the customs of the Republic era. A loud clap sounded from a copper gong, instantly capturing the attention of the onlookers. In the open space, surrounded by the crowd, a street performer dressed in coarse cloth was passionately performing for the audience. Bang! One of the performers with bare arms broke a thick wooden beam with a single strike, his muscles bulging as he executed the move with precision, earning a thunderous applause. Awesome! Amazing! Incredible! Su Mu's gaze fell on the wooden beam, where the fresh wood marks were clearly visible, showing no signs of age. That's genuine skill. Su Mu's eyes sparkled. The older generation's methods were indeed heavy-handed, and he had truly mastered the real skill of breaking wood with bare hands. What's so special about this? Huasiener showed little interest, but seeing Su Mu captivated by the performance, she couldn't help but recall his past experiences. Indeed, as the young lady of the Hua family, she had already played and seen everything in Changsha, leaving her with little sense of novelty. But Su Mu was different. His first half of life had been spent confined to a bed, struggling even to get up to drink water. Isn't it impressive? Su Mu turned to glance at Huasiener, concerned that she might not enjoy the excitement that boys typically liked. It's impressive and quite fascinating. Huasiener forced a smile and nodded vigorously. Su Mu, look, there's someone who can breathe fire. Huasiener eagerly pointed to a corner where a street performer was preparing to showcase his fire-breathing skills. Where? Fire control technique. Zhu Rong. The sudden appearance of the system subtitles caused Su Mu's expression to stiffen instantly. Fire control technique. Zhu Rong description can create fire from any combustible material type. Fire attribute. Divine ability. Divine ability. Su Mu suddenly recalled the series of ancestral images that had appeared in his mind after swallowing the 6-winged centipede demon pill in the pill refining hall of Fu Sheng Wuliang. At that time, he did not choose any of the ancestral evolution paths because an intuition told him that choosing any path would lead to a transformation of his body into something akin to an ancestral being. Choosing the ancestral deity Emperor Jiang would lead his body to develop towards that of 6 legs and 4 wings entirely formless. Choosing the ancestral deity Zhu Meng would result in a bird-like face and human body tinted in a layer of emerald green. The same applies to other ancestral beings. After much hesitation, Su Mu boldly rejected the invitation of the ancestral consciousness for evolutionary paths in his mind at that time. Subsequently, the 12 ancestral beings suddenly merged into one, eliminating any extraneous limbs, leaving only a complete human form. This was Su Mu's choice at that time. However, he did not expect that when he saw the street performer demonstrating the fire control technique, the system would notify him that he had acquired the fire control technique divine ability. Fire control technique Zhu Rong description can create fire from any combustible material type. Fire attribute divine ability. After glancing again at the sudden system panel for the divine ability, Su Mu pondered for a moment and reached a conclusion. This fire control technique seemed to be merely at the most basic level, unable to truly create fire from thin air with the prerequisite of borrowing from any combustible material. Meanwhile, a flurry of thoughts regarding the fire control technique surged into his mind. In nature, there exist the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. To wield the ability to control fire, one must touch and interact with combustible materials, allowing the Bodhi's fire divine ability to initiate basic fire control. Ladies and gentlemen, take a good look. My disciples' fire breathing and wood breaking skills are merely basic skills. Now witness my divine ability. The small old man, short in stature, called out to the crowd with a smile, drawing their attention towards him. The other street performers ceased their acts at that moment and turned to look at the old man fiddling with a long rope. This is impressive. Su Mu, this is amazing. I've only seen it once and from a distance. Now I want to see how this fellow makes things disappear into thin air. What is he going to do? Su Mu came to his senses and, along with the onlookers, looked at the short old man who was still focused on adjusting a thick old hemp rope. It's the legendary immortal rope. Heavens, it really is the immortal rope. This old man can do it. What is the immortal rope? Just watch and you'll know. Indeed, compared to other street performers and their skills, the performance of the immortal rope is truly priceless. Su Mu felt his hand, which was holding Huosiener, tighten a little, wondering if that warm and smooth touch was. When he looked up again, Huosiener's long swan-like neck appeared in his sight. She was also on tiptoes in the crowd, looking very excited. The immortal rope. Su Mu had never heard of this term before and couldn't help but shift his gaze in curiosity. After fiddling with the rope for a while, the small old man suddenly tossed the rope high into the air amidst the soft rope stood upright in the air as if it had ingested some divine medicine, with the end of the rope firmly held by the old man. Bang! The sound of firecrackers went off. 2 of the old man's disciples launched firecrackers filled with red powder, hitting above the upright rope in front of him. Immediately after, the old man chuckled and like a monkey jumped onto the standing rope, quickly climbing upwards. Moments later, he disappeared above the red smoke of the firecrackers. With a thud, the previously firm rope fell limply to the ground, but the old man's figure was nowhere to be seen. The red smoke dissipated quickly and no trace of anyone could be seen above. A trick. A magic show. Thank you all for gathering here to watch this old man's performance with my disciples. The world is tough, and we travel far and wide. While most were still looking up for a glimpse of the vanished old man, he had already started moving through the crowd, holding out a plate to collect tips. Did you see that? Huosiener's eyes shone brightly, as if the incredible trick was her own performance, and she slightly puffed out her chest. Su Mu shook his head. In his past life, he had heard people say that the older generation had real skills, but he was astonished that the trick was indeed so magical that it even fooled him. Although it was obvious that the old man could not genuinely possess the divine ability to warp space, otherwise he wouldn't have fallen to the level of a street performer. You want to learn? It's useless. I once asked my aunt to help me decipher and find someone to teach me the immortal rope, but she said that such skills, even if the person were killed, would not be passed on. My aunt said this is a form of inheritance. Immortal rope, D. Jiang description. I think I've glimpsed the secret. Let's find a secluded spot, and I'll demonstrate it for you. Su Mu's voice trembled with exhilaration as he glanced at Huosiener's smug little expression, an irrepressible urge to display his prowess before her surging within him. Huh, you truly know how. Don't deceive me. Come on, yes I do. This divine rope of mine may even surpass his. The rain gradually ceased. The air hung thick with the rich damp scent of freshly turned earth after rainfall. Huosiener folded her umbrella and followed closely behind Su Mu, searching for an empty alleyway. Passing a stall selling farming tools, Su Mu casually purchased a length of rope, coiling it neatly around his wrist before striding forward with renewed purpose. A spatial ability had just begun to stir. The primordial deity Di Jiang, the sovereign of space, had just bestowed his innate spatial art upon Su Mu. The rope Su Mu had bought measured barely 1 meter in length. Once they reached a deserted spot, Su Mu halted, then hurled the rope high into the air with sudden force, and grasped its taut end, as if opening an umbrella. Su Mu smiled faintly at Huasiener, the divine rope, spatial translocation. Where did he go? Huasiener's eyes widened in disbelief as Su Mu vanished before her very eyes, before he'd even climbed the rope. Her lips parted in silent astonishment. Divine rope Di Jiang, acquired by observing the divine rope illusion performance, enables spatial translocation within a 10-meter radius. Type spatial art. Crouched atop the tiled eaves of a nearby residence, Su Mu grinned mischievously, evading Huasiener's searching gaze. To activate the divine rope translocation, one must hold a vivid mental image of the destination. In other words, the landing site must be somewhere familiar, or at least previously seen and within visual range. Also, the landing point must never be midair, otherwise a failed translocation would end in an undignified tumble, face first into the dirt. The efficacy of the six-winged centipede's demonic core is astonishing. Fortunately, I chose not to inherit any single primordial deity's art outright, thus retaining two distinct abilities. This spatial translocation drains my physical strength, not spiritual energy. One use leaves me breathless. Clearly it cannot be wielded lightly. Oh no, why is she crying? Thud. Su Mu leapt down from the eaves, speechless at the sight of Huasiener hunched on the ground, sobbing quietly into her knees. I told myself Su Mu was dead, truly dead. This can't be real. It's all a dream, a dream. Wake up, Huasiener. Wake up now. Wah. Huasiener crouched there, weeping unreservedly, raw and unguarded, vanishing into thin air. How could such a thing possibly exist in this world? Don't cry, don't cry. Someone might see and laugh at you. I'm not dead. I'm very much alive. Just now I was merely performing a trick for you. It was only an illusion. I'd placed a mirror here beforehand. What you saw was merely my reflection. Su Mu scrambled desperately for an explanation, even as a firm resolve hardened within him. Never again would he reveal his spatial art before those he held dear. Unlike talismans, incantations, or pills, this art manifested with terrifying world shape. Here, feel my hand. Is it warm? As Su Mu extended his hand, the girl suddenly lifted her head and rushed straight into his arms. He felt the tremors radiating from her chest pressed against him, tasted the salt of her tears dampening his cheek, heard the ragged, heart-wrenching sobs echoing beside his ear, and sighed deeply. Confined to his sickbed by illness, Su Mu had first approached Huasiener out of idle curiosity, never imagining that over time affection would quietly take root within her heart. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Hey, did either of you see my 3-inch ding? A stranger strode into their vicinity, tall and slender in a pale moon-white coarse-cotton robe cinched at the waist with a black sash, his complexion like fresh snow, his brows sharp as swords, his star-bright eyes furrowed in concentration. He made soft rhythmic sniff-sniff-sniff sounds, like coaxing a dog, while scanning the area intently. Wu Laogo. No. At this moment, he was still Wu Xiaogo, still searching absently, utterly indifferent to the young man and woman locked in embrace before him. To him, nothing mattered but that tiny creature. Everything else was mere background noise. Yin yin yin. A fluffy white puppy whimpered softly, finally spotted tucked away in a corner. Wu Xiaogo scooped the pup gently into his arms, his smile radiant. Shall we strike a deal? Clutched tightly by Huasiener, Su Mu seized the rare chance to meet the fifth master of the 9 gates, and spoke without hesitation. A deal, eh? Wu Xiaogo frowned, cradling the pup he called 3-inch ding. Many outsiders unfamiliar with him were instantly deceived by his guileless, boyish charm. They instinctively assumed him simple-minded, even foolish. But those who knew Wu Laogo well understood beneath that innocent facade lay a cunning mind, and his martial prowess and tomb-raiding mastery were peerless. The Wu family of the 9 gates, a tomb-raiding lineage that had weathered glory and ruin alike, yet remained unshaken, ranking 5th among the 9. 2 generations prior, during the era of Wu Laogo's grandfather, the Wu family commanded immense renown across Changsha City. In the 4 diagnostic methods of tomb excavation, observation, smelling, inquiry, and palpation, their mastery of smelling was unparalleled. While others relied on geomantic surveys, studying mountains and rivers, seeking dragon veins and feng shui notes, the Wu family needed only their noses. A single whiff could reveal nearby tombs, and even approximate their age. A calamity struck, leaving the entire generation dead save for the infant Wu Laogo. When he descended from the mountains, he faced scorn and hostility from every fellow practitioner in the city. Yet that half-grown boy somehow secured the 5th master's seat of the Wu family of the 9 gates. Unyielding, unbroken. What kind of deal, eh? Now still young Wu Laogo held the pup close, refusing even to glance at Su Mu. I'm preparing to open a shop on Laocha Street, specializing in talismans, pills, and other cultivation aids. Not interested. Take your questions elsewhere. Let's go 3-inch ding. Before Su Mu could utter another word, Wu Laogo shook his head, and several sharp-eyed silk-clad attendants emerged silently behind him. What about the blood corpse tomb? Sumu waited until Wu Laogo was nearly turning the alley's corner, then dropped the phrase like a stone into still water. Ahead, Wu Laogo froze mid-step, his frame-rigid shoulders trembling violently. The Blood Corpse tomb had nearly eradicated the Wu family, yet he had never spoken of it to anyone. To tell that tale would invite neither sympathy nor respect. Only ridicule from peers and mockery from outsiders met with a cold dismissive, serves them right. The talismans I sell can subdue corpses, so thoroughly that even if you blew up the Blood Corpse tomb no one would dare intervene. So, shall we make this deal? Bring him to the estate. No, invite him. Gently. And the young lady stays too. She comes along as well. Brother, since this is a transaction, let us continue our discussion elsewhere. My residence offers fine tea, and delicacies from you, Lu Chun. Why not join me for a taste? Gray brick walls, and a large black door. Brass studs are nailed to the door with a faded copper ring hanging from it. The door frame is engraved with the words Wu Mansion, the characters sturdy and full of the marks of time. Looking at the door frame of Wu Mansion, Huasiener suddenly realized that the power that had coerced her to come with Su Mu was actually the fifth master of the Nine Gates, Old Dog Wu. Huasiener was about to speak. Su Mu reached out to cover her mouth, signaling her not to reveal her identity as a member of the Hua family. Huasiener nodded and whispered, "That guy is he, Old Dog Wu. I heard from my aunt that Old Wu is as ruthless as Third Master with a myriad of schemes. What are you planning?" In Huasiener's mind, Su Mu's provocation of Old Dog Wu seemed like inviting disaster. Why provoke anyone, let alone the Gate Master of the Nine Gates? A smile hung on Su Mu's lips. "I know he is Old Dog Wu. There are many wealthy people in the city who keep pets, but those who can roam among the wandering artists are mostly from poor alleys, and probably only he fits that description. Rest assured I have my plans. This secluded mansion is quite similar to my family's old residence." Upon entering the front yard, one can see blue stone slabs laid on the ground, with two old osmanthus trees planted on either side. Directly in front of the main gate stands a blue brick screen wall with mountain and water patterns carved into its surface. In the corner of the yard sits a ceramic water tank from which blue lotus blossoms emerge, with several koi fish swimming freely beneath the lotus. Similar to Su Mu's memories of the Su Mansion from his childhood, the main hall of Wu Mansion also features a three-room layout, with wide sorghum columns and dark shiny cedar beams reflecting the long passage of time. In the center there is a black wooden offering table on which the ancestral tablet of the Wu family is placed, while beside it hang unusual wooden dog tags shaped like dog heads. Seeing that the dog tags were only slightly lower than the ancestral tablet of the Wu family, Su Mu's eyes flashed with a peculiar color. It is rumored that this white-faced old dog Wu has lost the ability to smell due to the Blood Corpse tomb incident. Thus he raises a large number of spirit dogs to replace his sense of smell and seek treasures. Therefore it is easy to imagine how important dogs are to the Wu family at this time. In his thoughts, Su Mu's peripheral vision swept towards both sides of the hall. Standing on either side are pitch-black antique shelves filled with various ancient artifacts, bronze items, porcelain, and jade. "Sit. Someone bring tea." Old Dog Wu, cradling a puppy, sat in the main seat and ordered someone to prepare tea and snacks. "How did you come to know about my Wu family's matters? I have never told anyone about this." "Don't say you calculated it. Old Dog Wu never believe in such things." Old Dog Wu spoke first, directly cutting off the explanation Su Mu had prepared. "If you can't explain it, then both of you won't be leaving today. Rest assured Old Dog Wu won't be that ruthless. After you die, I will arrange for you both to be buried together." Old Dog Wu's lips curled up, his smile warm and bright, giving no hint that he was discussing matters of killing. Su Mu paused and said, "Actually, my Su family has been eyeing that Blood Corpse tomb for a long time. Before you dug the tunnel, did you not also unearth some bloody mud? However, the tunnel my family dug was in a different location. When the Wu family encountered trouble, my family was on site, but we were scared away by the blood corpse emerging from the cave. Afterwards, my father felt guilty for not warning the Wu family about the dangers of the Blood Corpse tomb. He passed away due to sudden circumstances." Old Dog Wu frowned, constantly observing the changes in Su Mu's facial expressions as he spoke. The existence of unparalleled treasures hidden in the Blood Corpse tomb is known to anyone with a bit of experience in the field. The Blood Corpse tomb could not have been discovered solely by the Wu family. If others had the ability, they could find it too. Su Mu's words were seamless, without any flaws. Feeling the slight movement under Su Mu's feet, Huasiener said, "In a daze, Su Mu's father was killed on the spot by the bandits seeking revenge for my aunt." Old Dog Wu's gaze shifted to Huasiener. "And your aunt is?" Su Mu nodded. Huasiener collected her expression. Her nobility no longer concealed the Hua family of the Nine Gates Huagency. Old Dog Wu's gaze shifted to Huasiener. "And your aunt is?" Su Mu nodded. Huasiener collected her expression. Old Dog Wu raised his eyes and suddenly smiled. "So it is Madame Huasan. I have heard a bit about this matter. Su Huazhong was indeed a renowned hero. I see it now. I apologize for any previous offenses and hope for your forgiveness. So can the transaction still proceed?" Old Dog Wu lifted his teacup regarding the descendant of Su Leizizi. "If it's due to unfortunate circumstances, the Hua family will not neglect you. Why resort to schemes like selling talismans and elixirs to roam the rivers and lakes? Schemes. Sumu nodded. Fine, you will soon see whether I am one of those con artists roaming the rivers and lakes. At that time you better prepare some money and face to come find me in my shop. Seeing Sumu stand up, Huasiener hurriedly followed suit. Sumu cupped his hands. I apologize for what I said earlier about your family being harmed. The past is hard to look back on. I will be next door to Chi Tiejuis Old Tea Street. Farewell. Old Dogwu stretched out his hand, but the words of retention were swallowed back down his throat. It's impossible for a distinguished figure like him, a master of the Nine Gates, to bow down to a stranger he encountered out of the blue, who speaks casually. Yet this young man had an attitude of believe it if you will, and don't come to me for help when you have troubles, which truly did. Old Dogwu was rumored to be a person of great influence in Changsha City, but who among the Nine Gates is not just a mortal? Strange person, Old Dogwu finally concluded, letting out a slight sigh. The near extermination of the Wu family due to the Blood Corpse tomb is something he could never let go of in his heart. I fear that until his death he will still feel guilty towards his ancestors. Grandfather, father, and brothers all perished in the Blood Corpse tomb, with only he still young at that time not able to enter the tomb, thus leaving behind a frail body. Hey, where are you running off to? Suddenly the puppy in Old Dogwu's arms broke free again, landing on all fours, and sprinting towards the direction Sumu had left. By the door of Wu Mansion, Sumu stopped, squatting down to pet the snow-white puppy that was panting and trying to please him. After swallowing the 9-turned soul-returning pill, his breath and the sweat secreted from his body became rare spiritual medicine in the world. The puppy named Sensi Yuanding had spiritual awareness and instinctively wanted to stay in that place filled with spiritual energy. Thus it ran away from its owner's arms once again. In the front yard, Old Dogwu, searching for the dog, slowed down his steps, incredulously watching Sumu petting the dog. The name of Dogwu is known to all. If Old Dogwu cannot even train a dog better than an ordinary person, how could he possibly have the title of Dogwu? Sensi Yuanding is a rare spirit dog which, once raised up, is far superior to other breeds in his yard. At the same time, to prevent the spirit dog from running off on its own, Old Dogwu had recognized it as his own before Sensi Yuanding had even opened its eyes. Why is this July osmanthus suddenly blooming? It has just passed Qingming. The osmanthus tree planted by the ancestors of the 5th master blooms only once a year, and its fragrance is delightful. Old Dogwu glanced sideways at the century-old osmanthus tree in the front yard that was blooming rapidly. He couldn't smell the fragrance of the flowers. These 2 July osmanthus trees were planted by the ancestors of Old Man Wu's generation, or even further back in the old residence of the Wu family. They only bloom once a year when July arrives. Each time they bloom, their fragrance surpasses that of most osmanthus trees outside. Yet it is only early May. How could they suddenly flower? Old Man Wu turned around again, but the handsome young man and beautiful young woman were no longer in front of the Wu residence. Only a young puppy, still barking and being held tightly by the doorman, remained. Hey, weren't they just blooming? Why did it stop suddenly? Is it already withered? It's not like a night blooming. Serious. What's going on? Could it be an illusion? But the fallen petals and the flower buds on the branches are indeed real. 5th Master, do you know what's going on? Old Man Wu retrieved the young puppy from the servant's hands and walked back to the main hall with a serious expression. Do not spread today's events, nor let them leak out. Yes. The servants hurriedly nodded in agreement. You still have a way with small animals, Huasiener said with a beaming smile as she looked at Sumu beside her. Sumu shook his head with a smile. There's nothing I can do, but it's just my natural charm. By the way, Siener, do you know who bought our old residence? What would be the current market price to buy it back? Huasiener did not expect Sumu to ask this question. After pondering for a moment, she furrowed her brows and said, I heard from my aunt about this. Su Boizhong from the Su family was a well-known chivalrous hero in this area. During the old times, he made a living by escorting goods and had a group of loyal brothers following him. Su Boizhong was known for his righteousness, and most people in Changsha, both inside and outside, were on good terms with him. At that time, Hu Jinxie was still young and had not yet succeeded his father as the head of the Hu family. One day, while escorting goods, Su Boizhong heard sounds of fighting from within the Hu family mansion. Upon entering, he saw the Hu family being attacked by bandits who used martial arts tricks to disguise their dirty deeds of robbery and abduction, taking advantage of the mansion's vulnerability to oppress and kill the people inside. Being a man of honor, Su Boizhong could not tolerate such vile acts happening before him. Thus, disregarding everything, he charged in alone with a sword on horseback. The outcome was predictable. Su Boizhong fell under a flurry of blades. By the time the brothers who were escorting goods rushed in and killed the bandits, only the young Hu Jinxie remained in the Hu family. It's strange, my aunt said, that your father's brothers all met with some kind of retribution afterwards. None of them ended well, and soon they all died unexpectedly. Not one survived. Moreover, your mother, who lived a life of luxury, also inexplicably fell ill with an incurable disease. You too. Does this mean what my aunt said is true, that good people get no good returns? Huasiener recounted everything she knew about the Su family. The reason she had not told Sumu before was that at that time Sumu was already weak, and she did not want him to be so upset that it would lead to a serious shock. As for your old residence, it is common knowledge that it was bought by the Huang family, who rose to prominence. Over the years, the Huang family has accumulated quite a bit of property, much of it being the old residences of many people in the city. My. Sumu seemed to have hit a point as he tightly grasped the words "the old residences of many people" that lingered in his ears. Aside from the matters regarding the Su family, Huasiener, who often interacted with Sumu, would talk about the affairs of other families in the city, mentioning that there used to be a Bai family in Changsha, which gradually disappeared due to the powerful influence of the Nine Gates. Or about a young man who came from the north and became the new defense officer of Changsha, even inserting himself into the Nine Gates, rapidly rising to become the leader of the Nine Gates, known as Lord Zhang. Or about a wandering swordsman who, angered by the humiliation from the sixth master of the Nine Gates, retaliated fiercely, instilling terror in the sixth gate, and was subsequently promoted to a high position, and so on. The Huang family, ranked fourth among the Nine Gates, was something Sumu had certainly heard from Huasiener. Tell me about the water locust incident. You know the nickname of the fourth master. No one in the city dares to call him that to his face. It's something they say behind his back. Once you're targeted by that guy, it's like being entangled by a leech, making it impossible to shake off, very troublesome to deal with. The Huang and Hua families are old forces in the city. Although they don't get along, they still maintain a polite facade. The Huang family used to be a relatively mediocre family until the emergence of the water locust, which began to rise. Now the rumors say that the water locust even looks down on the Buddha Lord, seemingly having connections with the officials. As for purchasing property, I haven't heard of him using strong-arm tactics. After all, most of the old residence owners in the city were once prosperous families. At worst, Sumu pondered. So you mean those families all experienced strange incidents like my family perishing unexpectedly, and it was only natural for him to acquire their properties? Huasiener suddenly became a bit shy. There's one more thing, but I hope you won't take it to heart. After all, it's such a mysterious matter that no one can clarify it. Go on, Sumu nodded seriously. My aunt said that there are rumors among the people that the Huang family is backed by a powerful sorcerer who is secretly causing trouble. It is said that before some families met with disaster, someone found a bundle of hair tied with a red thread in the beams of their ancestral home during cleaning. They say it is a kind of curse technique. Oh, let the past be the past. Sumu, please don't overthink it. The Huang family is powerful, and dealing with them won't be easy. Don't let this put your hard-earned life at risk. The Su family only has you left as a male heir. You haven't even continued the family line yet. Huasiener suddenly blushed, her cheeks as red as an apple. Curse technique. Luban technique. Unbeknownst to them, noon had arrived. Without solid evidence or answers, Sumu, guided by Huasiener, arrived in front of a restaurant called Jade Tower Spring. This name. Sumu looked at the signboard of the restaurant. Huasiener nodded. Old Man Dog 5 we just encountered mentioned that the food here is indeed quite good, especially the spicy roasted chicken. Huasiener thought of the delicious food and couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Sumu weighed the money in his pocket. Well, it should be quite expensive, right? Yeah, a full meal would be around $5. How much? The cheapest is $5 a meal. Oh, what's wrong? Oh, don't worry, I won't let you pay. Oh, I have money. I have money too, but... Sumu recalled a conversation he had with Uncle Huzi and others when they were together. A single dollar was enough for them to cover a month's worth of meals, and they could even afford meat occasionally every 3 to 5 days. What kind of shabby Jade Tower Spring restaurant dares to charge $5 for a meal? No way, I used to think too simply. Once the shop opens, it'll specifically make money from those wealthy clients. 8,000 coins for a charm. Head dream on. Unless you have 10,000 coins, don't even think about getting the charms and pills I create. These rich folks are truly outrageous. Sumu secretly cursed in his heart. Meanwhile, the customers inside Yulukin also noticed Sumu and Huasiener. The Hua family was not short on money, so Huasiener's attire and adornments radiated luxury. In contrast, Sumu wore a long coarse robe that was faded and worn with patches and a stiff collar. The belt used to cinch the loose robe hung down, adorned with a few wild grasses. His cloth shoes revealed a large hole at the big toe, and even the black fabric had a white sheen. Get lost. Go beg at the back door. Do you understand the rules? The shopkeeper swiftly blocked Sumu from entering, arms outstretched, and a look of disdain on his face. Miss, this beggar dares to follow you. Should we teach this ignorant fellow a lesson? A group of men sitting by the window on the first floor with a plate of fennel beans on their table and a jug of rough wine beside them rolled up their sleeves and stood up laughing. Yulukin is a well-known place of extravagant consumption in Changsha, yet it's not uncommon for some fallen young masters with some status, but no money, to come here to save face with simple food and drink. The shopkeeper judged people by their appearance and knew that the other party's ancestors had been wealthy, so he did not obstruct them too much. However, someone like Sumu, who clearly looked like a poor wanderer, would have no chance of entering Yulukin. The first floor was a spacious hall densely packed with tables and benches mainly used to entertain some wandering guests and fallen young masters. The second floor was truly a place where one couldn't set foot without at least 10 coins. Get away. Huisiener glared and hurriedly grabbed Su Mu's hand. He is my friend. Who are you calling a beggar? You have such a lowly view of others. Kid, don't you know your own status and strength? What use is a handsome face? Will this young lattice family agree to you two being together? However, some women are also shameless. They trade with handsome meat sellers in private and dare to bring them to such places openly. Truly shameless. I dare bet that this woman is not a proper lady. Perhaps she is from the Lihong courtyard. Ha! A prostitute and a pretty boy, a perfect match. Ha! Huisiener's face turned red from the words. But with her strict upbringing, she couldn't throw a tantrum like an ordinary girl, only stomping her feet in anger, gritting her teeth. The sound of coins hitting the ground echoed. You drive these guys out, and this money is yours. Su Mu flicked out a few coins which landed with a crisp sound in front of the shopkeeper. Huisiener turned her eyes playfully and glanced at the few men. Are there any members of the 9 gates upstairs? Are there any from my whole family? This young lady was bullied by these street beggars downstairs. Can you still eat your meals? Hiss, the young lady of the 9 gates. Who is she? How many young ladies can there be in the 9 gates? What a joke. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the second-floor staircase to the first. The first to arrive were naturally those under the whole family. Upon seeing the young girl standing at the entrance of Yulukin, they all bowed and cupped their hands, calling in unison, "Oh, it turns out to be that young lady from the whole family. How dare you lowly scum treat our 9 gates lady with such disrespect?" With a leisurely tone, a man with a group of thugs descended from the stairs. I just heard someone insulting those engaged in dirty business, right? What a coincidence, we also engage in lowly business. Who said that? Repeat it to us again. No one from the first floor is allowed to leave. If anyone dares to run during the chaos, they'll kill your entire family afterwards. Apologize. It's too late. Those who just slandered the 9 gates and the young lady of the whole family must cut out their tongues and bow down to lick my shoes clean before I decide whether to forgive them or not. That's right, the 9 gates are indeed engaged in businesses that can't see the light of day. Didn't you guys take this opportunity to gain some benefits? What? Only when you're hungry do you know to cling to us, and when you have the opportunity you spit on us and insult us as filthy scum. You all can take it. The people coming down from the second floor did not show any courtesy to the first floor's diners, openly spitting at them. However, none of the diners on the first floor dared to respond bravely like before. They stood up straight in fear, lowering their heads, faces pale. Take it easy, Lord Lu, take it easy. A bunch of young kids, just let them mess around. What if they are young? Does being young give them the right to insult beggars? It's that, Lu. This guy is here too now. It's truly impossible to handle this situation. The lame one, Lu by surname, is that one under the 3rd master. It's over. The one-legged middle-aged man with a cane turned red in the face as someone helped him downstairs. Upon hearing the name of this person, even the 9 gates members instinctively closed their mouths and respectfully made way. Take it easy, Lord Lu. The shopkeeper of Yulukin wiped the sweat from his forehead and jogged forward to greet the lame Lu. Lu pushed the shopkeeper aside and cast a fierce glance at the crowd. If I hadn't heard it would be fine. But since I've heard those words, consider yourselves unlucky in this life. Remember to pay attention in the next life. Oh, don't underestimate any street beggar or wanderer. I used to beg on the streets with the 3rd master. Oh, what's wrong with that? Do you all think it's a disgrace to the 9 gates, or do you think we are the true filth? Cut out tongues. Hee, take these few out and chop them up to feed the dogs. After the lame man descended the stairs, the entire venue fell silent. The few who had previously insulted Su Mu and Huisiener were so frightened that they knelt on the ground, urinating themselves, repeatedly mumbling words of begging for mercy. However, those familiar with the methods of those under half-sectionally knew that once the lame man came down, this matter could no longer be avoided. Without bloodshed, this group would never rest. Even if Zhang Qishan were present at this moment, he could protect them for a while, but not for a lifetime. The 4th master of the 9 gates is like a leech clinging to the bones. Half-section Li's 3rd master is even more so. Since Lord Lu has spoken, let it be like this. How should we handle the others, Lord Lu? Everyone on the first floor can disperse. The cost of food and drink will be on me. Sorry for disturbing everyone's enjoyment. That kid over there, come here. Let's have a good meal together as beggars. Miss, don't. It's fine, let her come with me. All right, beggar uncle. Su Mu raised his hand, stopping the Hua family members from taking Huisiener away. The Hua family members did not want to offend half-section Li for no reason, so they could only suppress their impulses and send someone to quickly relay the message to the family head Hua Jinxia and wait for the other's decision. Meanwhile, Su Mu had already brought Huisiener to the table of the lame uncle. Why the hell should I go to the second floor? Knowing I only have one leg, you still want me to hop up and down to eat, so others can laugh at me. Get the hell out of here, go away, get far away. The lame man kicked away the servant beside him and turned to Su Mu with a grin. Not bad, you have quite a bit of the spirit I had with the 3rd master back in the day. When facing these high and mighty people, just don't be timid. Hey, we just do it. Hey, after all, we all have one life. Who's afraid of whom? Ha! Aren't you a local? The cripple raised his hand to pour a bowl of wine for Su Mu, his murky eyes sizing him up before speaking. Sumu looked at the earthen bowl filled with wine and frowned. Yes, I just haven't been out much due to illness. I've only started going out recently. The cripple nodded, saying no wonder. If you were familiar with the faces here, it wouldn't be the people from the Hua family who would come to help you. He raised his wine bowl, signaling Sumu to clink glasses. Horseyener tugged at Sumu's sleeve, lowering her head. In her mind, she and Sumu had yet to grow into adulthood. Drinking was something only adults did. Sumu thought about the events of the past period, feeling a wave of melancholy. He raised his wine bowl to clink with the cripples and took a small sip of the murky grain alcohol. Gulp. The wine was still as unpleasant as ever, whether it was so-called Maotai beer or the local brew. Sumu, with a bitter taste from swallowing the wine, picked up some peanuts with his chopsticks and began to chew. Little brother, you seem a bit reluctant. Come on, let's finish it. The cripple frowned, his face clearly contorted from swallowing the bitter wine, yet he pretended to be at ease as he spoke to Sumu. If we're drinking, then let's drink. Sumu closed his eyes and downed the entire bowl of wine. With his witch clan's body, how could he be afraid of this ordinary alcohol? Don't mind me, I see that you, little brother, are also a straightforward person. No worries, after this bowl, I won't let him drink anymore. The cripple looked at Sumu, who also finished the wine in one gulp, his face full of smiles. It's fine, this little wine won't get me drunk. By the way, uncle, I want to ask you something. Have you heard about the Hua family from the Nine Gates raising someone skilled in the Luban techniques? Sumu stood up, poured a bowl of wine for the cripple, taking the opportunity to gather information. The cripple nodded in satisfaction at Sumu's performance, and after eating a few more peanuts, spoke up. These matters others may not know, but we do. The cripple's faction was special. They belonged to the lower end of the upper three doors among the Nine Gates, under the command of San Yi, a capable subordinate of Ban Jieli. He had followed Ban Jieli during his downfall, and over the years they had stood shoulder to shoulder until Ban Jieli became the underground emperor of Changsha. The Hua family from the Ping Sen men had always wanted to rise to the upper three doors, so Ban Jieli, being at the bottom of the upper three doors, naturally became their target. Lu Ban's methods, that guy knows a bit. It's fine to deal with ordinary folks, but he dares to target San Yi. I don't know what San Yi is. After the incident, San Yi didn't get angry as usual. He simply summoned the guy and scolded him in front of all of us. This matter ended without further consequences. The cripple, having downed 2 bowls of wine, had a rosy complexion, his eyes bloodshot, clearly already drunk. The floodgates of his mouth opened, revealing secrets about the Hua family of the Nine Gates that should not have been disclosed. Indeed, the Su family also became one of the targets of the wandering sorcerers who understood Lu Ban's methods, leading to their downfall and the acquisition of their ancestral home. Then they continued to search for the next target until they provoked Ban Jieli. The cripple didn't mention how Ban Jieli countered the methods, but had already revealed most of the secrets. Sumu raised his bowl again, his mind clear. Thank you for the information. I know what to do next. The cripple hesitated for a moment, bitterly shaking his head. I won't drink anymore. I didn't expect you, little brother, to have such a strong capacity for alcohol. You've downed 3 bowls without changing color. Sumu ignored him and downed the bitter wine in one go. The fiery alcohol stimulated his throat, flowing hotly into his abdomen. Horseyener suddenly held Sumu's hand, staring at him with a worried expression. Sumu knew the cripple couldn't drink anymore, and wanted to understand the events surrounding the Su family's misfortune, which he had already grasped. So he no longer raised his cup. Sumu took a couple of bites of food, and suddenly spoke. In a few days, send someone to the shop next to Chi Tiezhuan Laochiji. I have a pill to treat your broken leg. The cripple rubbed his eyes. What did you say, little brother? Sumu's expression turned serious. I just returned from outside, and I don't have enough alchemy materials with me, but I should have them in a couple of days. If you don't come, I will also send someone to deliver the regeneration pill to you. Thank you for helping me out, and for this meal. Sumu stood up and cupped his hands in farewell. The cripple stared blankly as he watched Sumu and Horseyener leave, feeling a wave of shock. A miraculous pill for regrowing limbs. What was his lame leg worth? He was already of an age where he had experienced all the hardships and joys of life. But there was one person who was different. San Yi was not very old. He had just barely passed the hardest phase of life. But having lost both legs, he would find it difficult to encounter true happiness again in the future. Are you really going to deal with Yi? Horseyener asked, nervously pulling on Sumu's hand to stop him. Sumu halted his steps and nodded vigorously. Relying on mere black magic to harm me and my family. I must avenge this grudge. It would be a disgrace to be a son. Horseyener bit her red lip. What do you plan to do? I can't mobilize the Hua family members right now. Sumu patted her small hand. You don't need to get involved. I will handle it myself. If it were just to kill him, it would be too simple. He won't die until I allow it, and no one can do anything to him. Sumu suddenly remembered that during this time Chun Pai would likely attack the Water Locust Manor, slaughtering the entire Water Locust family. Then he would replace them and become the so-called 4th Yi of the 9 Gates, Chun Pai Asi. However, the situation was different now. The chaos and wrongdoings done by that Water Locust fellow had also implicated the Su family. This grudge, he had to take revenge himself. Horseyener struggled to think of ways for Sumu to take revenge, but after pondering, she still couldn't come up with anything. The Hua family was indeed quite powerful and thriving, but to expend their entire faction against another force that was equally formidable all for an outsider man wasn't something Huijinsi, the head of the Hua family, would agree to. Su Mu suppressed the complex emotions in his heart and forced a smile. Do you want to know the name of my shop? True Immortal View. Yes, that's the name of it, just came to me. Huisiana looked puzzled. Why did you choose such a name? At the same time, she was successfully diverted from thinking about avenging Su Mu. Su Mu walked ahead with his hands behind his back, taking strides. This story is related to another tale. Haven't you always wanted to hear me tell a story? Then I'll share it with you. Once upon a time, there was a little girl who had been taken in by a Taoist temple since childhood. She was naturally intelligent and could discern ancient and modern scriptures. The scriptures said, to cultivate virtue is to become an immortal, to accumulate merit is fundamental, to cultivate the heart and accumulate virtue, to show compassion to the world, and only after achieving perfection can one transcend with the yang spirit. Anyone who violates the killing precepts will be bound by karma and cannot use immortal arts. Once when the girl descended the mountain to experience the world, she saw a madman bullying a rural family of 4, breaking the husband's limbs, nailing the wife to the door for forced humiliation, and throwing the child into a pot to be cooked. The girl asked why such a wicked person had not received retribution, why the kind and innocent people would suffer such a fate, and where was the way of heaven. Her master only replied, good and evil will eventually be rewarded. As the girl pondered, a second pupil bizarrely grew under her eyelids. And then what? Huisiana pressed for more. Later, that girl with the double pupils abandoned the orthodox Taoist teachings and built a temple by herself, naming it True Immortal View, and established a rule that anyone who killed 5 demons could achieve the position of True Immortal. Officer, there's something I need to discuss. Speak. Didn't the Buddha say earlier that the brothers should find a larger store for the 8th master? Next to the 8th master, there is a tea shop for transfer. The brothers have already paid the rent, but who would have thought that a young brat came out of nowhere and spent a fortune to buy that store? Did you tell him that was the store the Buddha had his eye on? I did, but no one listened. He seems to have been busy renovating the store all day today. Officer, what should we do? During the day there are too many eyes, and we can't wear this outfit to avoid gossip from the common folk about the Buddha. Once it gets dark, we'll bring people over. Are we going to take action? Of course. Do you think we can just talk reason in the dark? All right, understood. I will have people prepare. The soldier who reported the news turned the corner and was pulled away by a few companions. The soldier smiled brightly. Done. Later we'll just kill them all, but don't let the news leak out. If the Buddha's officer finds out that we secretly forced a purchase through intimidation, he will definitely not spare us. The companions nodded one after another, their mouths curling into sinister smiles. On the outside, they are the guards at the city gates of Changsha, responsible for protecting the safety of the common folk within the city. Internally, they are the renowned Zhang de Buddha, the head of the 9 gates. How could he casually bully the common folk for such small gains? It is true that he said he would help his loyal follower Chi Tizui find a larger store. It is also true that he plans to merge the abandoned tea shop next to Chi Tizui with his. The money has also been taken, but once it falls into the hands of the doers, the situation has changed a bit. Do you really believe there are immortals in this world? Huisiana looked at Sumu seriously. Sumu shrugged. I don't know, but there should be, right? I've never really seen an immortal. Huisiana continued to ask, you said you want to open a store to sell pills and talismans. Oh, will people really buy them? Won't you lose all the money you've worked hard to earn? You don't need to worry, I have you. Those people. Do you think I'm really foolish? It's guaranteed to be profitable. They're not stupid, they follow me because they know I'm speaking the truth. Alright, let's talk more inside the store. Boss, do you have vermilion and yellow paper along with wolf hair brushes? Sumu walked into a shop selling funeral supplies, knocked on the empty counter, and called out the middle-aged man with a mustache. The man scrutinized Sumu for a moment. Did someone in your family die? Sumu. Sumu spoke again. Just tell me if you have all the tools for writing talismans. The man stroked his chin. I do have them. Do you want cheap or expensive ones? Sumu questioned, is there really a The man nodded. There are many kinds of paper for yellow talismans, and vermilion varies between fine and coarse. As for brushes, most sold in the market are fake wolf hair. Where do you think so many wolves come from for everyone to pluck their fur? They mostly use dog hair or chicken feathers. Huisiener banged the table. Boss, don't use foul language. The man was taken aback. Not that kind of chicken feather, ah? It is chicken feather, forget it. Let me show you. It was the first time Sumu had heard that even the brush's paper and ink had such intricate details. The man brought out a pile of items used for drawing talismans from the shop and placed them in front of Sumu and Huisiener. Sumu examined the items in front of him and then asked, by the way, boss, do you know how talismans are generally used? The man's mouth twitched slightly. So you too want to play with talismans? Smash. Huisiener pulled out money and slammed the pouch on the counter. The man smiled bitterly. I'm not a Taoist, but I do know a bit. Generally, talismans are affixed to certain places to produce corresponding effects. Some need to be burned, and they also require incantations, while others need to be dissolved in water and swallowed to work. Sumu's eyes lit up. I see. In the ancient texts in his hands, there were indeed some talismans for healing and rescue. For example, talismans for dissolving fish bones, stopping bleeding, dispelling cold, and curing epidemics. He previously thought that not all talismans could work just by holding them and reciting like the Rain Master's Edict talisman. He didn't expect that the owner of this funeral supply shop actually knew something about it. While buying so much, is there a ghost haunting your home? The middle-aged man with a mustache had an exaggerated expression as he watched Sumu buy everything in sight, his eyes wide open. Sumu was too lazy to explain to him, and said nothing. Instead, Huisiener, who was beside him, suddenly became interested and whispered mysteriously, "To be honest, we plan to open a store selling talismans in the old T Street. If your house gets haunted, or if others come here to buy things and get haunted, they can come buy from us. We will help you. Let's go." Sumu pulled Huisiener, who was still advertising for him, out of the current shop. After packing things up on his back, Sumu thought, "By the way, the Hua family also deals in antiques. Could you help me keep an eye out for those legendary antiques that are real? I can pay to buy from your family later. Speaking of which, I suddenly remembered a bronze ding that my family brought back from outside some time ago." The person who sold this bronze ding said it was one of the 9 dings from ancient times, the Jing ding, which sank in the Sea River. "Which 9 dings? How do you say?" "Those are the 9 dings of the 9 provinces that were crafted after you controlled the floods. Haven't you heard? All right, you haven't attended a private school. How is the ding explained in the myths? Stabilizing the national fortune." Sumu tentatively asked, but Huisiener refused to mention it. "To see the ding, I fear that even if Huisiener becomes the head of the Hua family, Huijinsi won't let that ding circulate." Huisiener said that Huijinsi took one look at that aged bronze ding and had already put it into his personal treasure house, and he wouldn't easily show it to others. Upon hearing Huisiener say this, Sumu suddenly had a guess. Those legendary items he wanted to find might already have fallen into the treasure houses of certain people. If they are from ancient times, that's fine. A people will eventually die. After death, they will be reluctant to part with them, and will be buried as burial goods underground. Most of the people Sumu summons now are experienced soil masters, and sooner or later they will dig up those legendary items. But if they fall into the hands of someone like Huijinsi, who is still alive and has a relatively long lifespan, then it would be nearly impossible for Sumu to obtain these antiques. Forget it, there will definitely be a way to see that ding later. I want to write a couplet to paste on the store's entrance. Do you know where I can buy one? Go this way. Should I get someone to help you carry your stuff? Sure. Under the guidance of Huisiener, who is very familiar with the shops in Changsha, Sumu quickly found a shop selling couplets and door gods. "How many couplets do you want, young man? I have some written. They are all by calligraphy masters. Take a look. I don't want ready-made ones. I want freshly written ones." "Freshly written. That's fine. I'll come this way. Would you like to hold the brush, or should I help you write?" Sumu turned to Huisiener. "I remember your writing is quite good. Come on, help me write 2 couplets. Huisiener nodded, took the brush and ink offered by the boss. "What should I write?" "I think something like, the rivers and lakes are turbulent." "I'm gonna write that. 33 outside, 9 heavens high, there are immortals in the 9 heavens. Immortals are but transformed mortals. Only fear mortal hearts may not be steadfast. When one is unshackled by form, the great Luo heaven lies right before the eyes." Sumu recited the line, yet Huisiener, standing before him, remained motionless, her brush suspended. He recited it once more. Before Huisiener could react, the shop owner's gaze shifted repeatedly as he studied Sumu. "For what purpose shall this couplet be used?" "For the main entrance of my shop," Sumu replied. "A bold couplet indeed. What does your shop sell?" the owner exclaimed, astonished. "Talismans and pills, Sumu. When one is unshackled by form, the great Luo heaven lies right before the eyes. Do you truly fear no Taoist will see it and strike you down?" Huisiener raised her brows. She had hesitated not out of distraction, but because Sumu's line struck her as audacious, even brazen. After all, it was merely a shop peddling talismans and pills, fraudulent at that. To inscribe such a line felt like an affront to spirits and deities themselves. Consider this: if Master Chi Taitui were to rise each dawn and behold this couplet hanging on his neighbor's door, clearly visible the moment he stepped outside, he would scarcely enjoy a single cheerful morning. Cultivators hold spirits and deities in the highest reverence. Sumu frowned. "Will you refuse to write it, even for extra payment?" "Never. More money means more ink," the owner declared. "I'll write it myself, miss." Huisiener sighed deeply, and finally set brush to paper. This was Sumu's shop sign, his first shop's entrance couplet, and the very first inscription marking his entry into commerce. Who else but she could render such characters? Laocha Street. Hastening tomb raiders, dusty and sweat-beaded, reported rough valuations of artifacts to Zagusho, who sat vigil inside the shop. 1 lintel plaque, and we'll need an interior signboard too. I negotiated a discount. He offered 10 palm-sized wooden plaques free of charge, including engraving. The price is... We contacted skilled carpenters. They're ready to begin immediately. They know the location and estimate 2 days' work. Excluding lunch, the cost is... These tables and chairs are obsolete. Buyers have been arranged. They'll arrive shortly and fetch us a modest profit. Zagusho weighed the money pouch in his palm. Beside him, Hua Ling recorded figures while Lao Yongren and the tomb raiders finished cleaning the first floor. Huasiener had accompanied Su Mu when they left together, and now half a day had passed without trace of either. All preparations were complete save for naming the shop, a decision reserved solely for Su Mu. Before departing, Su Mu admitted he held no clear vision for the shop's character, leaving its design entirely to Zagusho and his companions. Zagusho laid out the funds required for each task. Hualing, record every sum. When Su Xiaoga returns, he'll review the ledger. Let no one entertain deceitful thoughts. Money means little to Su Mu or me, but betrayal, that carries consequences. Oh heavens, how dare we? We all depend on Lord Su for our livelihood. Rest assured, Elder Zagusho. Very well. Those requiring payment step forward and declare the sums needed for your assigned tasks. A whirlwind of labor filled the day, time slipping away like water. In the blink of an eye, dusk descended once more. The sky deepened into twilight. Lao Yongren led the group to the neighboring street to buy dinner. Then they returned dragging stools or settling casually upon the floor to eat together. With Su Mu still absent, renovations had already begun on the shop's ground floor. Carpenters wielded tools dismantling and reassembling wooden beams and panels with precision. Zagusho stood nearby, bowl of rice and vegetables in hand, directing the craftsmen on spatial layout and structural design. Meanwhile, at the Zhang Qishan residence, centered in the city's heart, a 10-man squad slipped out beneath the knight's veil, clad in civilian attire. Each bore a sidearm and a sharp long blade, silent, swift, and cloaked in shadow, as they raced toward Laocha Street. We're nearly there. Remember well, brothers, not a single soul must escape. Let me repeat, should the Buddha or his aide learn we've embezzled from this operation, they'll uncover our prior private accumulations, and none of us need reminding what awaits those found guilty of such treachery. The sated cannot fathom the starving. I truly admire the Buddha and his aide. So wealthy yet so disciplined, no indulgence, no courtesans, no mistresses. We, not so fortunate. Ah, if only I'd severed this wretched thing long ago. Damn it, just left a woman's bed, did you? Now you dare speak thus, after betraying the Buddha and aide who brought us all out of the Zhang household. Once this is done, we cease all greed. To avoid discovery, hold nothing back, brothers. Laocha Street. As daylight surrendered to night, the flow of tea patrons thinned. The affluent had already migrated to gilded dens of decadence. The penniless, too, had retreated home with the falling dark. Tea and idle talk cost little, but tea alone cannot fill the belly. In these harsh times, even simple meals at restaurants carry unbearable prices. Still hard at work, brothers? Splendid. May your business flourish. Farewell, everyone. Master Chi Taiatui was not present at his hall. He remained abroad, resolving strange phenomena across the city. Upon receiving word from outside, his shop assistant locked the premises and hurried out of the old street with his comrades. No sooner had Chi Taiatui's men exited Laocha Street than they encountered the 10 cloaked figures advancing silently from the front. The leader tilted his chin toward them. Yawning, Chi Taiatui's assistant nodded. They're all inside, though whether their master has returned or remains upstairs I cannot say. My sincerest thanks, esteemed officers. Be gone. The leader's voice dropped low and sharp. Right away, we're off. The man grinned, then sprinted off with his fellows, already envisioning the bloodshed soon to unfold. Among the 9 gates, Zhang Qishan's personal guard possessed unmatched combat prowess, capable of defeating 10 foes alone, and each carried firearms, weapons forbidden to common folk. All shops besides ours have received our warning. Once inside, follow my gunshot. The moment it rings out, act. Fearing they might barricade themselves inside and delay the patrol's arrival, fire first at the periphery, then storm inward with blades drawn, cutting down every soul in sight. The lead guard drew his sidearm and slipped soundlessly into Laocha Street. At sunset, every tea house and shop lining both sides had shuttered, lights extinguished, windows sealed tight. Where is Lord Su? So late, and still not returned. Could it be Miss Hua has detained him overnight? Uncle, who seizing Su Mu's absence teased his companions with bawdy jests. They dared only jest lightly, never daring to openly criticize Miss Hua. Even among themselves they feared crossing Su Mu's threshold. Who knew whether Su Mu, the peerless celestial-like figure, still wielded the art of mind-reading? So thinking, they continued eating, bowls cradled in steady hands. Bang! A spinning bullet tore through the air, striking Uncle, who squarely in the back of the head. Clang! A grating shriek echoed, sparks flaring violently. What in the... Golden light from his protective charm flickered and vanished instantly. Unaware, Uncle, who reflexively snatched the now stationary bullet from midair, palm closing around it. From afar, the guards at the street's mouth stared, eyes wide, mouths agape behind their veils, as if witnessing the impossible. In truth, Su Mu had deceived Uncle Hu and the others. The golden light protective charm possessed no fixed duration. It simply activated or failed. Only upon activation did it fully dissipate, hence this astonishing spectacle. Likewise, the golden light blade charm operated under the same principle. Are you dazzled by the flowers? Let me give it a try. Next to the Zhang family's bodyguard, another person took aim at another individual and pulled the trigger. Bang! The same scene unfolded before the Zhang family's bodyguards. The man watching the bullet spin in front of his right eye truly perceived the movements of the newcomer and the gunfire. Enemy attack. The bullet fell, and the man shouted anxiously, "It's the protective golden light spell from Master Su at work. There's only one chance. Brother Wang and third brother should take cover first, and we will hold them off next." The others who had yet to unleash the spell's effects decisively moved forward to shield the already protected Uncle Beard and another person. Bang! 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 Whoosh! The sounds of gunfire and blade unsheathing rang out simultaneously. The once formidable Zhang family bodyguards who could typically take on 10 opponents completely abandoned the thought of engaging in close combat. Pulling the trigger on their handguns became nothing more than a mechanical defensive action. Bullets couldn't kill. What on earth were these people? Humans or ghosts? Moreover, none of the people here feared death, after drawing their blades they decisively charged back at them. The bodyguards recalled the recent strange events that had caused quite a stir in Changsha City, and they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Could it be that this group of people before them were possessed by vengeful spirits? Most of the crowd rushing towards the men in black had already lost the effects of the protective golden light spell and were rendered ineffective. Yet when they saw that the powerful firearms which typically inflicted heavy injuries or even death upon being shot failed to harm themselves, and others, a surge of ferocity swelled within their hearts. The reason they couldn't be killed by bullets was that Su Mu had cast the protective golden light spell on them beforehand. Behind them lay the foundation for the future prosperity that Su Mu had long wished for. It was Su Mu's first store and the only hope for all of them to rise from the bottom to the upper echelons of society. Were they not afraid of being poor? Were they supposed to fear death? If they lost Su Mu's protection and his expectations for them, continuing to live in poverty, with empty stomachs and tattered clothes, what was death to them then? Who sent you here? An eerie figure invisible to the naked eye suddenly appeared and grabbed one of the Zhang family's bodyguards by the throat, lifting him off the ground. It was Master Su. Stop. Be careful not to hurt Master Su. Uncle Beard and the others quickly halted their movements, clearly seeing the ghostly figure that had appeared suddenly. The Zhang family bodyguard being throttled felt an even greater shock. It was one thing that bullets couldn't kill them. How could someone appear out of thin air and so easily grip his fatal throat? The terrifying strength of the youth, that brutal force mismatched with his slight frame. Not talking. Su Mu frowned and added a bit more pressure. He had spent a long time shopping with Huasiener, buying many items, and when he was about to return in the evening, Huasiener had called him to another well-known restaurant in the city for dinner. Thus he had returned at this hour. What he did not expect was that they who had not yet completely exposed themselves to the many forces within the city would encounter unidentified enemies launching a night raid. Brother, stop. How dare you? The bodyguards were tense, continuously shouting, hoping to force Su Mu to cease his actions against the man he was about to strangle. Su Mu glanced at the remaining 9 individuals, raised his right hand, and moved the person he held aside. If you won't talk, then you won't either, right? Then, I'll talk. We are the bodyguards of Master Buddha. Shut up, brother. They're too sinister. It's better to spare a life than face punishment from Master Buddha's deputy after the fact. We traveled a long way from the Zhang family, and many brothers have already died along the way. Su Mu slowly released the man he was choking, still frowning Zhang family bodyguards. No, why did you suddenly come to trouble me? Do you even know who I am? The bodyguards shook their heads bowed. Su Mu was even more curious. No, you don't even know who I am. How did Zhang Qishan order you to come kill us? One of the bodyguards stepped forward. Actually, it's about you buying the store. Through this person's explanation, Su Mu finally understood the reason. You send someone to call Zhang Qishan, or your deputy Zhang Rishan here. I will wait for you with the others today. This matter must be given us an explanation. You dare draw a gun. Bang. The person who was kicked away and his nearby bodyguards finally saw the strange trajectory of Su Mu's movement. It wasn't an extraordinary speed technique. It was merely teleportation. Go get your master. Su Mu clapped his hands, ignoring the Zhang family bodyguards who were staring wide-eyed. Uncle Beard and the others, already aware of Su Mu's mysterious powers, smiled as they went inside the store to fetch a chair and placed it beside Su Mu. Su Mu nodded, settling comfortably into the chair, staring eye to eye with the Zhang family bodyguards before him. Feeling a bit uncomfortable behind him, Su Mu casually lowered the plaque he was carrying on his back, raising his right hand slightly to prevent it from falling. The upside-down plaque, bearing the words, "True Immortal Pavilion," caught the attention of the Zhang family bodyguards. People of Master Buddha, are you okay? Huasiener approached with a few of the Hua family subordinates, curiously observing this bizarre scene. The Zhang family bodyguards, reputed to be able to take down anyone who had never faced defeat in battle, now dared not directly meet Su Mu's cold gaze, casting their heads down in fear. It's fine, you all go on with your business. I'll keep an eye on this. This matter will definitely be resolved for everyone. Su Mu sat comfortably in the chair, waving his hand at the crowd. Many of the items he purchased were meant for use in the store, and the sooner the store was ready, the sooner it could open. As for these trivial matters before him, there was no need for others to waste their efforts and time. These are the items bought by your Master Su. Take them. Hua Xianer nodded, ordering her subordinates to unwrap various heavy items and hand them to Uncle Beard and the others. Uncle Beard and the others exchanged glances, each reassured by the thought that Su Mu's safety was not in jeopardy, and thus turned to continue their tasks. What happened downstairs? Not much. Master Su has already handled it. Senior Zhigu, where do you think this couplet should? A bit higher. Yes, don't move, just this position. The right side should also be a bit higher. Zhang family boss, what are you all doing? A bunch of useless fools. Isn't the money the Buddha gave you enough? If you're short on cash, why not just tell me? We're all family. Would I really be stingy over this little money? As for this matter, I will report it truthfully to the Buddha. You all better prepare for the punishment. Come here, take this brat away, and lock him up for now. We'll deal with the punishment later when the Buddha finishes his current tasks. Old T Street, huh? You don't need to come with me. I can go alone. Are you all looking to embarrass yourselves? Do you still think that once you become an official, the common folk are no longer human, but mere stray cats and dogs that can be trampled upon at will? Get lost. Due to the strange events that had been happening in the city recently, the busy adjutant Zhang Rishan had just returned when he heard his personal guards waiting by his door recounting the incidents that took place at Old T Street. These guards were aware of Zhang Qishan's temper and dared not rashly report such dirty affairs, but the adjutant Zhang Rishan was somewhat more lenient and was closer to them. After waiting for half a day, they were just waiting for Zhang Rishan to return and handle it. Upon hearing the news, Zhang Rishan also felt a surge of anger, but recalling that they were all from the same bloodline as Zhang Qishan, he instinctively felt a sense of favoritism. I don't know whether the other party is asking for money or something else. Management has been too lax. In the future, we must be as strict as other teams. Fortunately, no one was killed, though otherwise this matter would be difficult to handle. Zhang Rishan returned to his room, took all his cash hidden in the bedroom, and headed out under the cover of night with a box containing gold bars and other valuables. What sudden appearance? Bullets that can't kill. They must be making up lies. There are certainly people in the martial world more skilled than the Zhang family. If you're inferior, then you're inferior, but to think of using this to deceive, these little brats sigh. Shaking his head with a sigh, a bitter smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of Zhang Rishan's mouth. In front of Zhang Qishan's residence, a rickshaw was waiting, rotating day and night. After getting on the rickshaw, Zhang Rishan announced the name Old T Street, and the driver nodded, quickly pulling the rickshaw toward the destination. Soon the rickshaw driver brought the adjutant Zhang Rishan, who had come alone, to the entrance of Old T Street. Zhang Rishan paid the fare and walked anxiously towards the entrance of Old T Street. Old T Street was not unfamiliar to him. After Zhang Qishan intervened in the Nine Gates and became the leader of the Nine Gates, he had been closer to Qi Tizui. He often sent Zhang Rishan to call upon Qi Tizui, who was at the Old T Street. However, this time was different from the past. He was not there to summon Qi Tizui for a meeting at the Buddha's residence, but to apologize. Zhang Rishan took a deep breath and forced out a smile. This group of brats must have been blinded by greed. How dare they do such things behind our backs? The Buddha knows that we were in the wrong, so he sent me here to present a congratulatory gift to the brother who is about to open shop here. Holding a wooden box containing gold and silver, Zhang Rishan called out to the guards blocking his path and walked directly to the young man still seated in the chair. Su Mu himself had a good foundation, but had previously been poor and dressed in tattered clothes. Today, after hearing the mocking words of the diners at the Alukan restaurant directed at Su Mu, Hua Xianer took Su Mu in the afternoon to buy several sets of clean-fitting clothing. Moreover, Su Mu, as a time traveler, had no thoughts of being destitute or begging on the streets in his bones. People rely on clothing and horses rely on saddles. With clean clothes, Su Mu presented himself before Zhang Rishan as a refined young master. Zhang Rishan had traveled from north to south with Zhang Qishan and had experienced much. Thus, upon seeing Su Mu, he immediately concluded that Su Mu must be a young master from a wealthy family venturing into business. Instinctively overlooking Su Mu's figure and glancing at the new shop next to Qi Tizui that was under renovation. In the 33 realms, there are celestial beings in the 9 heavens. Celestial beings are merely transformed mortals. I fear mortals lack determination. Half a word conveys profundity. No need for countless writings if one does not let oneself be burdened by form before one's eyes, is the great celestial realm. True immortal view. The shop's lintel and couplets had already been posted by Zhigu Xiao and others, revealing themselves before Zhang Rishan's sight. Looking at these characters not far away, an inexplicable sense of shock surged within Zhang Rishan's heart. Such couplets and lintels, if placed in the wilderness, would surely make anyone who encountered them feel as if they had seen a true immortal hiding in the wild. But if placed in the bustling market, what kind of business would a shop with such a name be engaged in? Stop. Come over and see if the compensation from the Zhang family branch is satisfactory. Su Mu smiled, snatching the wooden box from Zhang Rishan's hand, and upon opening it his smile became even more radiant. Just when he needed it, a pillow was delivered. Having spent nearly half of his savings on buying things for the shop, and needing to pay wages to the people following him soon, he was indeed short on money. Zhang family branch. Zhang Rishan was unmoved by anything else, merely raising an eyebrow, catching a point in Su Mu's words. Su Mu casually tossed the wooden box to Zhigu Xiao, and Huasiener also stepped forward to help count the approximate market value of the gold and silver inside. Su Mu stretched lazily. I wasn't talking about you, but you seem to be a legitimate descendant of the Qilin. They are all illegitimate children, am I right? Zhang Rishan waved his hand, letting the guards behind him return first, then squatted down next to Su Mu's chair. How do you know about these matters? They did wrong, and it was our fault. I have apologized, but if you can't explain the situation, it won't just be a matter between the guards and me. Changsha won't tolerate you. Zhang Rishan smiled, but there was a sharp, cold glint hidden in his eyes. The Zhang family's matters must not be known to too many outsiders, otherwise what awaited the entire Zhang family would be a flood of outsiders seeking longevity. What a coincidence I happened to wander here, traveling from south to north. I've seen quite a few of your Zhang family members. They all seem to look quite similar, as if they were carved from the same mold. Before the other party arrived, Su Mu had already calculated in his heart, completely unfazed. Then tell me, who do you know from the Zhang family? In the sea and mountains we don't meet. In the east, west, south, and north archives, Zhang, Heike Haisong. Zhang Qiling. Zhang Rishan's hand instinctively tightened around the armrest of the chair, making the wooden armrest creak. As for the others, they were nothing. Those from the Zhang family were all wandering relatives. But once Zhang Qiling's name came up, the situation was different. This guy actually knows the clan leader and has met him. Then the so-called secrets of the Zhang family to the outside world must already be known to him. But looking at him so nonchalant, how is he different from those outsiders who want to obtain the Zhang family's bloodline? What on earth is going on? Su Mu looked down at Zhang Rishan, who was squatting at his feet and was known as by Sui Mountain among the third generation of the Nine Gates, feeling a bloom of joy in his heart. As a qualified traveler in the tomb raiding universe, one could be unaware of Zhang Rishan or the other capable men under the Nine Gates. But one could never be ignorant of the existence of Brother Zhang Qiling, who was referred to as a god in the world of tomb raiding. What? You still don't believe me? Do I need to continue? Zhang Rishan listened intently, learning about the Zhang family's many secrets that even the family members were unaware of, as they talked about how the Zhang family had always kept their longevity bloodline and the secret of the bronze door hidden from the world. But during the Ming dynasty, a man named Wang. In a moment of thought, Zhang Rishan's peripheral vision swept over the wooden door couplets and door lintel that had been arranged by everyone. Before me lies the great Luo heaven. True immortal view. It was evident that the young man running this shop was a practitioner of Taoism. Could it be that this person has already attained enlightenment? Is he the legendary terrestrial immortal? Actually, that's enough. Some of what you said I have never even heard of. Zhang Rishan shook his head bitterly. He sighed, then, little immortal, what did you bring me here for this time? Zhang Rishan glanced at the gold and silver belonging to him that had been tucked away by the partridge whistle, feeling a twinge of pain in his temples. The atmosphere had already reached this point. Su Mu spoke up. Zhang Qishan has a predicament. If you listen to me, it may be resolved. Zhang Rishan perked up his ears, waiting for a long time, but still did not hear Su Mu continue. He lowered his head, and then realized that Su Mu was gesturing for him to bring money. Zhang Rishan was taken aback, his lips twitching slightly. I've spent all my private funds. Wait a moment, I'll go fetch the Buddha. Go hurry up. Su Mu waved his hand. Zhang Rishan quickly got up and ran towards the van waiting for him at the door. Drive her back to the Buddha's residence. No, wait a moment, you go first, I have something else to do. Suddenly Zhang Rishan remembered something, quickly feeling around his pockets only to find himself frozen in place. He and Zhang Qishan were not used to handling cash. Usually expenses for food and drinks were paid by his subordinates first, then reported back to the residence, and the housekeeper's personal guards would take the money. After giving Su Mu his private funds, he had not a single cent left. How can I take a taxi without money? I could go to the Buddha's residence first and retrieve some, but if I got off the carriage and told the rickshaw driver I didn't bring money, wait a moment, wouldn't that just be embarrassing? Embarrassment doesn't matter. If I lose face, won't these drivers gossip about Zhang Qishan behind his back? After much thought, Zhang Rishan decided to run back instead. After all, Su Mu's shop is right on Old Tea Street. It won't run off anytime soon. Inside Old Tea Street, while Su Mu was self-absorbedly collecting the chairs and walking towards the crowd, he suddenly felt something and sharply glanced up at the dark buildings around him. Someone is watching. There are quite a few people here. Su Mu's eyes narrowed as he mumbled to himself, I almost forgot that guy Zhang Qishan is the target of the Wang family, and so is the Nine Gates. How could I have overlooked this? However, the Hua family possesses such rich treasures, and the Wang family's treasure vault descendants of Wang Songhai, who always pursue longevity, should have even more right. Just as I don't know where the Wang family base is in Gulongjing being targeted, is just right. I can follow the lead. Do I still want to continue manipulating the puppets behind the Nine Gates and Zhang Qishan? Then let me play the pig to eat the tiger this time. Su Mu did not intentionally erase the traces of these suddenly arriving watchers, but continued to walk forward, pretending to be unaware. It is still too far to deal with the Wang family. After all, they are a hidden family with more than 200 years of heritage with layers of connections spread throughout the country, and they are all fanatics who would sacrifice their lives for family honor. They are not so easily dealt with peeling back the layers of their secrets. But if it comes to the Huang family ranked fourth among the 9 gates, then it would be simple enough. However, to let the fourth master who caused the death of his entire family die so easily would be too simple. Sumu quickly scanned through the techniques and talismans he currently possessed in his mind, and found that they all seemed to be orthodox methods. They could subdue evil, break curses, and invoke celestial phenomena, but there were no crooked or unorthodox methods like the Lu Ban Book's exorcism. No rush. Once the shop opens, I can use talismans and elixirs to exchange for various ancient treasures, among which there are bound to be some evil methods and ancient charms. Since evil methods harm my entire family, then let evil methods return the favor. Have you all eaten after a long day? Sorry, I went to buy these miscellaneous items. Let's call it a day for now. Let's go drink. Sumu walked to the shop door and saw the smiling crowd increasingly satisfied with the shop's decorations. After handing a chair to Uncle Huzi, he cheerfully called out, "Partridge Whistle, come here for a moment, and Sienna too. Sienna, as the future head of the Hua family, you should have dealt with similar matters. What do you think is a suitable monthly salary for these people? I actually know this. Our Hua family pays different salaries according to abilities. Generally, the lowest servants receive." Sumu nodded and suddenly turned, saying, "Everyone is here, right? We just discussed that everyone has worked hard along the way, and I have kept in mind the actions you took to protect the shop, even moving forward in the face of gunfire. Let me be frank. The things I will do next may endanger your lives, and even the safety of your family members. I cannot guarantee that I will be able to protect you every moment, nor can I ensure that your families won't be threatened or harmed because of what we intend to do. So for those who want to leave, you can come to Partridge Whistle and receive $50. Sumu finished speaking and quietly waited for the crowd before him to make their decision. $50 was an idea proposed by Huasiener. Because Huasiener was from the 9 gates, she knew that even if this group of rural folks truly dug up some genuine treasures, as long as they didn't escape to the northern border, they couldn't sell them for a high price. The forces under the 9 gates would take a share first, and then the people under the 9 gates would take another share. Only when it reached the hands of the 9 gates leaders would it have true value. Items that could be sold for tens of thousands may only fetch $20 or so for the lower ranks. Not following the rules. Sorry, there's no money, nor can one keep their life. Therefore, $50 is already quite a lot for an ordinary. Hearing that they might lose their lives and cause their families to be destroyed, some people blushed as they stepped forward to take the money. Following Sumu might yield more, but life is the most important thing. Is there anyone else who wants to leave? It's okay, everyone is out here for money, just like me, no need to feel embarrassed. Alright, no one else, right? Have they all left? Yes. Good. From now on, those willing to protect their lives and those of their families with me will receive $100 a month, and those with superior abilities will receive additional rewards. The gold bar Zhang Rishan just brought, come break it up, and you all present will divide it first. Has the Taoist selling talismans on Changxing Mountain not come? Sumu asked upon not seeing the vendor's figure while distributing salaries. Uncle, who holding a heavy pouch of money, smiled broadly. My leg is injured, and I can't go down the mountain for a while unless there's a carriage to bring him here. Should we get him? Definitely. If he hadn't stepped in for me, it would have been my leg that was broken. Sumu found an excuse. He actually wanted to understand where that Taoist acquired the original Rain Master Command talisman. If it was also obtained from some ancient tomb, then did that tomb contain similar talismans? A Rain Master Command talisman could grant him extraordinary abilities to manipulate the weather, but what about other similar talismans? Whether from Shangqing dating Yunji Qiqian or Guanshan Secret Collection and Guanshan Astrology, none of these ancient texts recorded similar talismans. Uncle, who nodded. Now that he had money, Sumu could give him similar instructions, and he could judge for himself what to do. Otherwise, hiring a carriage to bring that Taoist down from Changxing Mountain would also be quite an expense for him. That would be $100. It seems everyone is not very interested in team building. But then again, taking the money home to buy something for family is the most important. You may go, I won't keep you for dinner and drinks. We can gather again another day. Sumu waved his hand. Upon hearing this, Uncle Hu and the others instantly turned around, their smiles even brighter as they left. We 3 siblings are full, not hungry. Zhigu Xiao quickly pulled the old foreigner and Hua Ling away, leaving space for Sumu and Huasiener. However, both Sumu and Huasiener had just eaten and felt no hunger. Well then, let's go sit for a while. Sumu held the shop key, turned it, and walked towards the staircase with Huasiener. Huasiener raised her hand, calling to the Hua family subordinates who wanted to follow, quietly following Sumu upstairs. During the Republic era, there were not as many high-rise buildings as in the future. Besides restaurants and hotels, most places were only 2- or 3-story residential buildings. Thus, standing on the second floor, the two could easily see the brilliant stars and the bright moonlight outside the window. After reaching the second floor, Sumu did not speak anymore, simply walking to the window and staring at the stars without revealing his thoughts. Huasiener walked to Sumu's side, lifted her head, and looked at the dazzling night sky, filled with shining stars. During the journey to Pinger Mountain, they had acquired some wealth. With the magic of the talismans and elixirs, he would soon rise up and become another shining star in Changsha, distinct from the old 9 gates. Everything the Su family lost would be reclaimed in his hands. It was just a matter of time. Before traveling back in time, he had no interest in tomb raiding. However, since the miraculous ancient artifact identification system appeared, turning decay into wonder, he developed some interest. Becoming a god or an immortal, it was all the same. Do you want to hear a story? Once upon a time, the heavens and the earth were not as they are now. In that direction, there was a high mountain connecting heaven and earth named Bujo. At that time, mortals could climb that mountain to ascend to the heavenly realm and breathe in celestial energy to become immortals. Later, Bujo Mountain broke, and since then there has been no shortcut for mortals to become immortals. However, a powerful human still found a similar method, discovering a type of tree called Jinmu. As long as that tree species is planted, a giant tree connecting heaven and earth can grow. The familiar storytelling segment began again. Huasiana rested her chin on her hand, elbow on the windowsill, tilting her head and gazing brightly at Su Mu. Most of the stories Su Mu told were not recorded in any books, yet they all had traces to follow. For instance, the Bujo Mountain and Jinmu he mentioned. These are all remarkable entities described in the classic of mountains and seas. However, there are not many stories regarding these recorded entities. Su Mu appeared to be casually making things up, yet each time he spoke he did so with such seriousness. Could a person who could effortlessly weave coherent and easily understandable stories from various ancient texts really be the ignorant child from the private school that Huijinxia spoke of? I still want to hear the story of the poor boy from Nipping Alley chasing after the sword immortal girl. After Su Mu paused in his storytelling, Huasiana spoke up. Su Mu scratched his head. I've told you that story so many times, aren't you tired of it? Huasiana shook her head vigorously like a rattle drum. No. Get out. In Zhang Qishan's residence in the office, Zhang Qishan sternly ordered Zhang Rishan to leave. I really didn't lie to you, brother. Zhang Rishan anxiously knocked on the tightly closed door. The news about the Zhang family has long since leaked. Even the common folk on the streets know about it. As far as I know, that Southern Archives has already fallen some time ago. That guy might be using you to bait me. You speak so confidently. Don't bother me. I'm about to find clues regarding that dead man's cargo. As for other matters, let's discuss them after I finish this task. Zhang Qishan's cold voice echoed in the office. Zhang Rishan was mentally calculating the implications of Zhang Qishan's words. The Southern Archives had already fallen. The current head of the Zhang family had been forced into the game. The direct line of the Zhang family had either fled overseas or hidden in the mortal world. They had become a scattered mass. Multiple unknown forces were intertwined behind the scenes, seeking to unearth more hidden truths about the Zhang family within the martial world. Zhang Rishan, with a dazed expression, walked to the window of the corridor, looking up at the stars above. But in his eyes, the brilliant stars seemed like the Zhang family members mentioned by Zhang Qishan, slowly scattered, each residing in different places. No longer the former glory, and it was impossible to regain the past unity. These matters had never been spoken of by Zhang Qishan. Perhaps he would only tell this to his one and only trusted confidant. After all, if he spoke out, the soldiers from the northeast Zhang family would likely start to panic. They had come together from north to south, enduring humiliation and hardship just to prove themselves to the direct descendants who looked down on them. Even without the invincible Qilin bloodline, they with their Qiongqi tattoos could make a name for themselves however, this frustration had yet to be vented. The target for revenge and venting the source of life from his hometown had already fallen into the hands of outsiders. Miss, it's time to go home. If San Yang can't find you, she will scold someone. After coming back this time, you won't leave, right? Yes, I probably won't leave Changsha for a while. Huasiana, clutching the hem of her light blue skirt, walked downstairs, glancing back reluctantly. Su Mu waved with a smile. Standing by the second-floor window, he watched Huasiana leave with a group of guards. Su Mu closed the window, went downstairs, and began to work with brush and yellow paper. Once the effects of the talismans and pills are revealed to the public, they will be frantically snatched up. By that time, he should have no shortage of money. Then he could use the money to buy the ancient artifacts he desired, saving a lot of effort without having to search high and low. He wouldn't have to be busy in various ancient tombs. I still need to buy a house. There's a mountain of things to do. Su Mu mumbled to himself while engrossed in drawing various talismans. After his hands and feet grew a bit sore from drawing, he stood up and walked to the jars and bottles filled with various herbs that he had instructed someone to buy today. He opened the Yunji 7 signs he carried with him and began to refine pills by copying the methods recorded. Purify the herbs, then mix, and finally incorporate honey and herbal essence, rolling it into pills. He flipped through the alchemical methods recorded in the book and started making pills. As for why the book records that after purifying and mixing several herbs, honey and herbal essence should be added to roll into pills, Su Mu had no idea. Perhaps if Hua Ling were here, she could discern some intricacies. However, Su Mu understood nothing about herbs or medicine. Time passed slowly. Su Mu did not inform anyone when the shop would open. Everyone speculated that someone like Su Mu, a celestial figure, would surely choose an auspicious day. However, the truth was that Su Mu forgot to remind everyone that it would open tomorrow. Bang! Su Mu, lost in thought, was hit in the face by a shard of porcelain that exploded when the purification bottle boiled over, black smoke rising and staining his cheek. Puff! Su Mu opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of thick smoke, his face showing bitterness. Indeed, both drawing talismans and alchemy cannot be careless. Let's call it a day for now. He yawned, carefully storing the talismans and pills, locked the shop door, and walked towards the thatched house in the slum. The shop was not yet arranged for people to rest, and he hadn't bought any bedding or toiletries, so it couldn't accommodate anyone for the time being. Under the bright moonlight, while walking on the deserted street, Su Mu suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps coming from around the corner. A scream followed. No, don't kill me. I told you everything. Someone hired us to find out your information. I don't know his name, but if I survive and meet him again, I can point him out for you. No. Puff. The era of the Republic was chaotic everywhere. Changsha was even more rampant, with thugs, scoundrels, and homeless refugees. Having heard of the chaotic nightlife in Changsha, this was Su Mu's first time witnessing a street fight and murder. He hurried a few steps forward and reached the mouth of the alley where the commotion was coming from. There he saw a man in a black, tight-fitting outfit with shoulder-length hair, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and a muscular build, wiping the bloodied blade with his arm. The man with glasses was kneeling on one knee, having just finished slitting his opponent's throat. Upon seeing a figure appear at the alley mouth, the other party instinctively stood up quickly, ready to fight, drawing his sword. Just passing by, you continue. Su Mu waved his hands quickly. He had no grievances with the other party and didn't want to get involved in their messy business. Moreover, he had heard that the deceased did not seem to be a good person. You don't recognize me. The glasses man pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, curiously sizing up Su Mu. Su Mu, puzzled, replied, should I know you? The glasses man sheathed his sword at his waist. Really don't recognize me? Su Mu shook his head. Who are you? The glasses man smiled, sheathing his blade as he walked past Su Mu. It seems you really don't recognize me. Here, a hush fee, but don't speak of tonight's events. Clink. A silver dollar spun in the air before landing in Su Mu's outstretched hand. Could it be that aside from our place, everyone in Changsha is so wealthy? Su Mu pocketed the silver dollar. Even the tiniest mosquito is still meat, and he had plenty of places to spend. He glanced once more at the lifeless body with dried blood on its throat, shook his head, and continued walking towards his thatched house. Changsha was indeed very chaotic. Furthermore, there were many skilled individuals. Even someone wearing glasses could possess such decisive and ruthless skills. At the corner, the subordinates who had been waiting to prevent the enemy from escaping approached, draping a prepared cloak over the shoulders of the glasses man. Master Joe, should we also take care of the one who saw you? The man known as Master Joe shook his head, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. The direction he fled and the way he took the money indicate he came from the slums. Someone like him likely won't intersect with us in this lifetime. Let it be. But he is an outsider spy. Oh, why did you not send others to deal with it, Master Joe, and instead came personally? The subordinate, Ajin, furrowed his brows. Moreover, you only brought me with you. Master Joe squinted and stepped forward. How long have you been with me, Ajin? Ajin calculated and replied, 18 years. I have grown up by Master Joe's side since childhood. Master Joe nodded. Then you should know that to the outside world, I am merely a refined businessman. When have I ever fought or dared to kill? Ajin followed Master Joe in a daze, as if coming to an understanding. Master Joe was always just a refined businessman, always wearing a warm and approachable smile, never showing a ruthless side, and had never fought anyone. On the other side, after walking through 2 more streets, Su Mu again witnessed a scene of slaughter coming into view. This time it was different from the earlier unknown duel. Before him stood a burly man wearing a straw hat, with visible wounds and bloodstains, fighting against 10 of. Sixth Master, I was wrong. We didn't mean to betray you, it's just that he offered too much money. Hey Bei Lao Lu. There are 10 of us, yet you alone, and you are even injured. Do you still dare to step forward? If you have guts, just let us go. Su Mu watched as 10 cowards shouted, while continuously retreating, twitching at the corners of his mouth. As the wound on the robust man under the conical hat stretching from his right shoulder to his abdomen became visible, dark as ink, blood began to flow. This scar was indeed unlike an ordinary knife wound. It resembled a mark left by the sharp claw of some terrifying beast. The robust man with a knife held at his chest flicked the blade to create a flourish, setting the tip of the knife on the ground before starting to charge forward. Is anyone there? Catch him and threaten Sixth Master. Kid, you're unlucky. Pay attention in your next life. Don't walk the street. Su Mu, with his hands behind his back, looked at the group of people who suddenly turned their blades, not engaging their enemies, but charging toward him, momentarily speechless. What does it mean to bully the weak and fear the strong? This phrase vividly unfolded before Su Mu. He bent his body, arms spread wide, grasping the tangible wind, and struck forward with force. Bang, 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 bang. The 10 men charging forward were abruptly halted by an inexplicable wall of air tumbling backwards. Capture him. This group had no idea that at this moment Su Mu was likely hundreds of times more formidable than all the masters in Changsha City combined. Swish! The robust man under the conical hat twisted his wrist, discarding the knife, while reaching for the hilt of the flying long knife with his right arm. Moments later, all 10 men lay powerless in a pool of blood. The robust man adjusted his hat and spoke in a coarse voice, "Thank you for your assistance." Su Mu nodded. It was a small effort. The robust man clasped his hands in gratitude. "Farewell." Su Mu extended his hand. "What did they just call you?" "You are the Blackback Sixth of the 9 Gates." The robust man halted. "Usually they refer to me as Sixth Master." The implication was very clear. No living person would dare to call him Sixth Master directly to his face. Su Mu smirked. "Sixth Master doesn't sound very appealing. I have a way to eliminate the ghostly shadow on you." Blackback Sixth frowned, turning to look at the young Su Mu walking past the street corner. Very few knew about the matters concerning him. Most who did were powerless to help. If it weren't for the fact that tonight those evil spirits seemed unusually quiet along with the truly despicable evidence of betrayal he had just uncovered, he wouldn't have easily left his residence. Su Mu lowered his head and rummaged through his pocket for a moment, holding up a spirit-suppressing charm as he approached Blackback Sixth. Meanwhile, a sharp alien-like scream emanated from Blackback Sixth's shoulder. The sound was piercing and grating, vibrating the air and creating a buzzing noise. "It's really effective." Blackback Sixth lifted his hat, revealing a rugged face that matched the sound perfectly, his mouth curving into a menacingly clean smile. This face, no matter how one looked at it, appeared exceedingly fierce. Even a simple smile gave off a predatory aura. "Is it useful, eh?" Su Mu halted and asked. Blackback Sixth nodded vigorously. As Su Mu approached with the charm in hand, his long-pressured right shoulder felt much lighter, as if the ghostly shadow that had been resting on it was frightened into detaching from his body. However, he knew that the ghostly shadow would not easily leave his body unless he were to die. "Originally, I intended to sell it for money, but I just thought for big figures like you from the 9 Gates, selling it for cash is too mundane. How about this? I'll give you the charm, stick it on your shoulder, and the ghostly shadow will be suppressed. If you want to completely break the curse, come find me at Old T Street tomorrow. Then we can discuss the terms of the deal. Rest assured, I'm a very easygoing person. I won't demand that you become my slave. You don't look like someone who could be enslaved anyway. It'll just be a normal transaction. Maybe you'll help me out once in the future or something else. I just haven't thought it through yet. I'm tired. Let's talk tomorrow." Su Mu threw the charm into the air. Blackback Sixth hurriedly reached out to grab the yellow paper charm floating above. After catching it, Blackback Sixth no longer saw Su Mu's figure hidden by the night. Holding the charm, Blackback Sixth spat on the head of the yellow paper charm before firmly pressing it onto his shoulder. Snap! He caught the fresh red blood dripping from his wound, feeling a rush of comfort. The ghostly shadow that had plagued him for years was finally suppressed, leaving him feeling completely at ease. Fearing that the wind generated by walking would cause the charm stuck to his shoulder to fly away, he patted the charm firmly on his shoulder, causing the wound to bleed again, yet his smile showed no sign of retreat. "Isn't Old T Street the territory of that Chi Tizui? When did such a big character show up?" Blackback Sixth sheathed his knife, scratching his head as he turned back the way he came. The 10 men lying on the ground had their eyes wide open, facing Su Mu until their dying breath, unable to believe it. Someone simply clapped their hands, and they were sent flying. The reason for their deaths was also quite simple. They had been bribed by someone unknown and attempted to enter the bedroom of Blackback Sixth, which had not been opened for days. Everyone in the 6 Gates knew that Blackback Sixth had a rule: after nightfall, no matter how important the matter, do not seek him out unless he comes out himself, or if it's related to the graves. "So does this mean I can go find Xiao Qian now?" "That sounds great." As Su Mu arrived at the front of the thatched cottage, he was still recalling Blackback Sixth's knife techniques. He picked up a branch from the ground and casually gestured a few times. How does he perform that wrist twist? Twisting the wrist to grab the knife, lifting it to cut the throat, it flows like clouds and water. Snap! The branch fell to the ground. Snap! The branch fell to the ground. Su Mu, who was picking up the branch, frowned tightly. The techniques that Zhigu Xiao taught him were only about fist and foot techniques, not knife or sword techniques. After observing the eyeglass-wearing man and Blackback Sixth's knife techniques, Su Mu suddenly became interested. No wonder that young man is so handsome. It turns out he not only looks good, but also possesses such martial skills. "Hey, are you listening? Try again." "I don't believe it." As dawn broke, Su Mu, still unable to find any key techniques, helplessly went inside to rest. Later on, the neighboring residents would all be waking up. If they saw Master Su, who had already become a figure of faith in their hearts, foolishly rolling around with a branch and jumping around, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Martial arts must be learned. Su Mu lay on the bed, his eyes still open, filled with the image of Blackback Sixth's light and agile, knife-handling posture. Blackback Sixth, ranked 6th among the 9 Gates, possessed unparalleled knife skills. Even the Zhang family members would likely not be his match. Perhaps in terms of knife techniques, he was evenly matched with Zhang Qiling. The world really imposes too much pressure on the Witch clan. In my imagination, a pure-blooded witch from the prehistoric era wouldn't be reduced to such a state. Sumu murmured to himself. Oh no, I forgot to tell them the shop opens today. Still, we can begin a soft launch for a few days, otherwise once operations commence in full force, they might be utterly overwhelmed. His long-anticipated plan was finally about to unfold, yet Sumu, lying awake in bed, remained unable to close his eyes. It was still the hour when the morning star had just vanished beneath the encroaching light of dawn. The residents of the slum gathered once again before Sumu's door, awaiting his awakening. Life in the slum demanded barely $1 silver per month, more than sufficient for survival. Last night each of them had returned home clutching precisely $100 silver and scattered gold fragments, so elated that not a single soul slept a wink. For most among them, earning such a sum, even over an entire lifetime, might remain an impossible dream unattainable through all their labor and sacrifice for themselves and their families. Yet last night, with nothing more than a verbal pledge to Sumu's terms, they had each received $100 silver. So what if they truly devoted their lives to him, serving their master with unwavering loyalty and heartfelt devotion? Would they then reap even greater rewards? Might they at last emulate the city's wealthy elite, purchasing mansions, riding in luxury carriages, and hiring private guards to protect their homes? Thus, though they had not slept a moment all night, their spirits burned with extraordinary fervor. Whatever task Sumu assigned next, they would carry it out willingly, without hesitation or reserve. As Sumu himself had once said, to add flowers to brocade is easy, to offer charcoal in snow is rare. Before this, they had been scorned as timid cowards, petty thieves, base and contemptible. From now on, however, each of them stood poised to leap over the dragon gate, to soar to unprecedented heights. Huh, you're all here already. Sumu, stepping out to wash his face, was surprised to find the entire team of bearded uncles assembled before him, no one absent. All right, shout it together. Master Su. The unified thunderous cry echoed across the slum, rippling outward in powerful waves that lingered long after the final syllable faded. Sumu, mid-rinse, flinched violently at the sudden deafening roar. Sumu, what on earth are you doing? Bearded uncle, now clad in freshly purchased clean attire, stepped forward. Without rules there can be no order. From now on, this shall be our sole address for you. If you dislike it, we may adopt another. Master, boss, shopkeeper, or chief, for instance. Sumu shook his head. Whatever you like. This feels absurdly like a triad initiation. He wiped his face with a towel, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Yet, truth be told, it was a triad. The Shelling Elixirs were. The old Nine Gates were. And now Sumu's faction was too. I'd originally planned to open officially today, but fearing you'd be unprepared, I've decided instead to run a brief trial period to assess how things go. What's a trial period? It means we won't set off celebratory firecrackers yet. Over these few days, everyone familiarizes themselves with the shop's protocols, the rhythm of trade negotiation and daily operations, so that when we formally open, no one stumbles into chaos. Sumu paused, then offered this explanation. Understood, replied bearded uncle, and the others nodding in unison. Having hung the clean towel upon its rack, Sumu clasped his hands behind his back and strode forward. Let's go. Yes. Another synchronized resonant wave of voices surged forth. Sumu sighed, faintly shaking his head, then dismissed the matter entirely. Laocha Street. Upon waking, tea house owners, tea house proprietors, and street-side vendors lining both sides of the street found no trace of violence, no signs of struggle, no bloodstains, leaving them deeply puzzled. Hadn't Lord Zhang Qishan, the Buddha master, publicly declared his intent to teach the upstart who'd seized territory meant for Qi Tiejue's expansion a harsh lesson in worldly peril? So why did it appear as though absolutely nothing had occurred? While the merchants remained baffled, Sumu's entourage, now dressed in new immaculate garments, marched once more down the street from its entrance, resplendent and renewed. It was the same familiar formation, Sumu leading, the others following closely behind. That boy's unharmed. That shouldn't be possible. What really happened last night? Look, there's Miss Hua. Why is she up so early today? And who's that man in the wide-brimmed hat? Who? Sixth Lord. When did he arrive? Hurry, prepare the finest breakfast and premium tea. I'll go greet him personally and invite him for tea. Heavens, it's Sixth Lord of the old Nine Gates. He's come too. What? The Buddha Master's deputy has arrived as well. What on earth is going on? Look, who's that in the moon-white robe? Good gods, it's Fifth Lord. Fifth Lord is here too. Let me count: the Buddha Master's deputy dog, Fifth Lord, Blackback, Sixth Lord, and the whole family. Already 4 of the 9 gates present. What an extraordinary spectacle. Wait, there's Eighth Lord. He looks freshly risen. Does he even know what transpired last night? Qi Tiejue stretched lazily, then pushed open the gate of his establishment and stepped outside. When he laid eyes upon Blackback's Sixth Lord standing before him, he recoiled instantly, ducking back behind the gate, peering out only with his head, offering an awkward, strained greeting. Sixth Lord, have you come for a fortune reading? Waiting for someone? The broad-brimmed hatted man stood upright, hands clasped behind his back, speaking little, merely nodding in quiet acknowledgement before continuing. The Buddha master declined to attend, but I believed you ought to know certain matters. So I brought my personal guard to celebrate your shop's opening. Congratulations, congratulations. Zhang Rishan bowed respectfully, instinctively positioning his men directly behind Su Mu, not to overshadow, but to honor the day's honored host. You've come to celebrate this young man's shop opening. No conflict erupted. Shoo, keep your voice down. Yesterday you could call him that boy without consequence, but look around you now. Try calling him that again, and see what happens. Just who is this person? Huasiener, cradling an exquisitely carved wooden box, skipped playfully to Su Mu's side. I invited my aunt, but she said she'd arrive later. Here, this is a gift I selected with great care. For you. Why has Fifth Lord come as well? Zhang Rishan turned, glancing toward his men, as if signaling the arrival of another distinguished guest. Wu Negu, clad entirely in white, still held the tiny puppy, San Siyuanding, nestled in his arms. If you're permitted to attend, why should I be excluded? Besides, I've known Brother Su far longer than any of you. Haven't I, Brother Su? Fifth Lord, Su Mu bowed in return. I've also prepared modest tokens of goodwill, brought here upon learning of your imminent, grand opening. Wu Negu nodded, gesturing for his attendants to present the gifts. At last you've arrived. We've waited ages. Blackback's Sixth Lord, bare-chested save for his wide-brimmed, had a yellow talisman affixed to his right shoulder, lifted his head, revealing a fierce, jagged grin. Su Mu's gaze swept swiftly across the assembly. It seemed he wasn't the only one who'd spent the night sleepless. Huasiener, Blackback's Sixth Lord, Zhang Rishan, each bore faint shadows beneath their eyes, clear evidence of a restless, watchful night. Wow. Greetings to Fifth Lord, to Sixth Lord, to Deputy Commander, to Miss Huasiener. Bearded Uncle and his companions had never witnessed such an illustrious gathering, trembling with awe, yet inexplicably stirred by a surge of defiant pride. At the heart of this radiant constellation stood none other than their master, their employer, their sworn lord. Huasiener, still not fully grown, and with a simple mind, openly shared the news of Su Mu's shop opening with Hua. She expressed her desire for Hua Jinsi to go and support Su Mu's venture. Hua Jinsi nodded in agreement on the surface, but in reality, she thought, let's call everyone we can. Hua Jinsi was combing her hair and applying rouge in front of the mirror. The old woman beside her frowned and said, head of the family, do we really need to give that kid from the Su family such a big face? Hua Jinsi tilted her head and fastened her earrings, saying, that's not the point. I'm just bored and want to take you all to see the excitement. That kid has no connections and no background. To boldly open a shop in the territory of the Eight Lords, it's certain that people from the Nine Gates will come to make fun of him. Most of the guests will be insignificant characters. What weight will they carry? If all of us from the Hua family go, we can mock that kid and see how he manages today, how he intends to keep his shop. Young people just want to act impulsively. If opening a shop were that easy, there wouldn't be so many poor people. If anyone could just borrow a bit to start a shop, wouldn't everyone be able to become part of the Nine Gates? Hua Jinsi looked at her reflection in the mirror and noticed the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes due to her movements. She picked up the rouge and applied more. The old woman frowned. Will this hurt the young lad's feelings? Experiencing setbacks is essential for growth. Sienna hasn't faced enough challenges yet. Since that kid is so eager to regain his family's face, let him experience some setbacks and learn what human relationships are about. Then I will go call people. Go ahead. The Ninth Lord, Deputy Zhang Rishan from the Zhang family, dog, Fifth Master, Sixth Master, and Miss Sienna from the Hua family all appeared in one place. Where? Old Tea Street. Did that guy Chi Tizui cause trouble? It doesn't seem so. I wasn't at ease with the news gatherer, so I went to check personally. Guess what I found? Seeing your expression, is it that young man from last night? You're truly remarkable. How did you guess that? You're just one step away from having his name tattooed on your face. Let me guess that young man opened a shop, and they all went to celebrate. Truly amazing. Ninth Lord, you're incredible. No, the people we sent came back to report first before I told you. Jijio, who had stubble from staying up late last night, casually hid a blade in his sleeve and said, let's go have a look. I thought about that young man from last night, and his demeanor doesn't seem to match that of a poor family's child. He should have something about him. By the way, remember to bring gifts. They've all brought gifts. It wouldn't be polite for us to go empty-handed. Jijio slowly put on his gold-rimmed glasses, which had no prescription. After seeing himself return to his harmless appearance, he nodded in satisfaction at his reflection and smiled. The Jie family also came from outside Changsha. They toppled the previous ninth ranking power among the Nine Gates, thus earning the name Jiejio. Who among the heads of the Nine Gates is simple? The Ninth Lord has arrived. Jiejio has come too. The Ninth Lord has arrived. The crowd, which had nearly blocked Old Tea Street, slowly parted, allowing the delayed Jiejio and his group. Just after arriving at the shop, Su Mu, who was preparing the remaining talismans for the Blackback, Lao Lu paused, stood up, and looked at the newcomer. It's him. Upon recognizing the visitor, Su Mu was astonished to find that the legendary Jiejio was actually the night traveler who had completed the assassination task last night. So it turns out last night he not only encountered the blackback Lao Lu from the Nine Gates, but also Jia Lao Jiao. Congratulations, Su Xiao, go hurry up and present the gift. Yes, Ninth Lord. Jia Jiao smiled broadly, cupping his hands, ordering people to send the gift, while constantly greeting those around him. Hello, Deputy. Hello, Fifth Master. Hello, Miss Sienna Eighth. Lord, why are you hiding? We won't eat you. Hello to Jia Jiao, while greeting the Nine Gates, also greeted strangers standing on the street and by the tea house, displaying a friendly and amiable demeanor. 5 have come. 5 from the Nine Gates have arrived. There are only 9 forces in total. I'm so envious. With these 5 showing support, this shop owner's future is truly limitless. Who would dare to disregard them in both the underworld and the righteous? Last time, when one of my restaurants opened, I planned to contribute some money to invite people from the Nine Gates, but I couldn't even invite a small character. I'm even more curious now. What kind of business is this shop owner engaging in? Looking at the door and the plaque, it doesn't seem like an antique shop. It looks more like a Taoist priest shop. What can a Taoist priest sell? Peachwood swords. Talismans. Don't be ridiculous, who would buy that? The crowd, buzzing with discussions, paused their tea-drinking activities and lifted their heads, continuously glancing towards Sumu's shop. Sumu lowered his head to draw talismans. Register the gifts they sent so that we can return the favors later. Remember to note who sent which gifts. All right, Lao Lu. Blackback Lao Lu looked at the complex, intricate talismans in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. It's just that your appearance may seem a bit strange in the future. I tried, but the spell can't drive away this lingering evil spirit. You may have deeper karmic ties, so talismans are the only option. It's fine, I'm okay with whatever as long as it doesn't cause trouble again. You can tell me what to do. To prevent the talismans from falling off, I had someone buy some sticky rice. This makes it convenient for me, thank you. Blackback Lao Lu, tattooed with mysterious symbols, stood up, shook himself a few times, and tested the talisman's adherence. Watching the somewhat ghostly appearance of Blackback Lao Lu, a scene suddenly popped into Sumu's mind. If Blackback Lao Lu had a veil made of copper coins around his mouth, he would be almost indistinguishable from the zombie in the zombie. I'll head out first, they are all waiting for you to say a few words. Blackback Lao Lu picked up the knife placed aside and walked towards the exit. Originally, Sumu didn't plan to open for business today, but was forced by the crowd. Given the situation, if he didn't open and say something, the people outside wouldn't know how long they would have to wait. Did you buy the firecrackers and fireworks? Is the ribbon-cutting stuff ready? We're going to take care of that now, sir. Just wait a moment. I almost forgot about it. Knock my head. Sumu, who was preparing the opening ceremony props, slowly stood up. He took a deep breath. Huasiener said, my Sumu. Auntie is here. Sumu. Sumu, almost suffocated, looked perplexedly towards the front of the crowd. Whenever the prominent figures arrived, the onlookers would instinctively part to allow them a path to the front. Hua Jinsi, leisurely approaching with a small bamboo paper fan, carried an air of arrogance. Isn't that a Japanese fan? Hua Jinsi, leisurely approaching with a small bamboo paper fan, carried an air of arrogance. Isn't that Hihi? If Hua Sanyang paired it with that little pillow behind the Japanese dancer, it would look much better. Are you looking for? Do you dare to speak carelessly, knowing who she is? If it were another head of the Nine Gates, I might truly hesitate, but her. I enjoy saying whatever I want. This woman is delusional, but she simply despises all men in the world. TSK. Hua Jinsi raised her brows. She acted indifferent to the passers-by who greeted her, merely continuing to walk forward with a smile that held Oh, everyone is here. I said the Nine Gates would never allow some unknown wild kid to trample over the 8th Lord's head. It must be all called by the Buddha, right? And the Buddha, why didn't he send someone to notify the Hua family? Fortunately, I received the news and hurried over, and all the capable members of the Hua family are here. That kid, right? If you won't make a move, then I will. The face of the Nine Gates still relies on me, a mere woman, to regain it. TSK. What are you all still standing around for? Why aren't you hurrying to trample that kid's door? Can't you see the 8th Lord's place is right next door? Yes. The Hua family members furrowed their brows and pushed through the crowd to advance. Clang. A burly man holding a sword sheath under his left arm silently drew his sword. He stood alone in front of the Hua family members. Aunt. Huasiener looked in shock at the scene before her. Hua Jinsi brought so many people not to celebrate Su. She was here to cause trouble publicly. Get lost. Just you alone. Do you really think you can stop us? Don't forget, many of us from the Nine Gates are present today. Do you want everyone to attack together and step over your court? Let me state the good words first. Everyone heard it. It's not that the Nine Gates are unreasonable, but this burly man is seeking death. Everyone charge. In front of the crowd, Zhang Rishan bumped his shoulder against Wu Laogo, saying, You good man, won't you persuade them? Three Nyang said that this is to give face to the Nine Gates and the Buddha. If you want persuade them, what should I say? Slap. Two hands landed simultaneously on Zhang Rishan and Wu Laogo's shoulders, and Shi Tizui, peering from behind, looked at the lively scene. Weren't you all here to celebrate him? How did it suddenly turn into a fight? Do they really think they can match that killing star? In my entire life, I don't think I've ever seen that killing star hold back or lose a battle. Zhang Rishan and Wu Laogo exchanged glances displaying wry smiles. In the entire 9 gates it seemed only this one could dare to call the black-backed old six a killing star. Yet the black-backed old six never unleashed his anger towards Chi Tizui. He could only curse, calling him a coward without balls. Chi Tizui never fought back when insulted, he simply turned away in frustration. Jie pushed his glasses on his nose. Are you all really going to just watch this show? Chi Tizui replied. Why don't you go persuade that killing star 9 lord? Jie's hand, which was adjusting his glasses, trembled slightly. The black-backed old six was never a reasonable person, always stubborn. Anyone who tries to persuade him to back down will become his target. If a fight truly breaks out, perhaps only the Buddha Zhang Qishan from the 9 gates could last 2 moves against him. Just remember, only 2 moves. Damn, it's old six. The first to step forward, intending to teach the burly man with the hat a lesson, saw the man's face and ran away as if they had seen a ghost. Who? The companions, swiftly running, rushed past the remaining Hua family members with a terrified shout. You. Hua Jinxi's face turned ugly after colliding with a fleeing subordinate. She didn't even catch what that subordinate just shouted. Seeing the other party turn and run as if they had seen a ghost without leaving any room for doubt. Sick. The second curious one stepped forward to take a look, and with the speed of their life turned and ran, no longer caring about the Hua family or the 9 gates. The third, who was about to follow suit, suddenly widened their eyes and clutched their neck. Using all 10 fingers, desperately clutching their throat, they still couldn't stop the blood from gushing like a spring from the cut vessel after the blade was drawn. After the blade was drawn, everyone present finally saw the true face of the burly man with the hat. Retreat. Everyone step back. No, run. This guy never leaves any survivors. Run. The Hua family subordinates stepped back a few paces, suddenly realizing something. They pushed through the crowd and ran towards the outskirts. Because there was a saying circulating within the 9 gates. The black-backed old six has no opponents. Once targeted by the black-backed old six, either he dies or the opponent dies. Although the killing star looks ugly and has a nasty temper, I must say his swordsmanship is truly impressive. Chi Tizui, hiding behind several gate masters, said with a grin. Zhang Rishan, Wu Laogo, Jie and the others all nodded. Rarely does anyone get to see the black-backed old six draw his sword, especially in a crowd this large. Most people only knew of the black-backed old six's martial arts through rumors, of very few had seen him strike in person. After all, those who forced him to strike never left any survivors. Jie toyed with a blade in his sleeve, feeling somewhat heavy-hearted. Though he privately possessed formidable martial skills, after witnessing that recent strike, he found no confidence to face the black-backed old six. Master, it's not that we are cowards, it's that guy is old six. The ones who had just run out squeezed among the crowd, still trembling and trying to salvage the increasingly uncontrollable situation. Hua Jinxi's hand gripping the paper fan revealed clearly defined knuckles turning pale. She too saw the true face of the burly man and recognized his identity. If Sumu had merely invited a common martial artist to protect him, the Hua family alone could drown him with a spit in Changsha City. But if it was the black-backed old six, then the situation was different. Hua Jinxi forced a smile. So it's old six. I wonder what benefits this kid has given you. Old six actually risked turning against the 9 gates to support him. Cough cough, you said it yourself. Oh, it has nothing to do with us, huh? Zhang Rishan tightened his collar and couldn't help but speak. Wu Laogo, lowering his head and grooming the fur of the white puppy in his arms, spoke in a low voice. The 9 gates, is it your Hua family's 9 gates? A rare sound echoed behind the silent crowd, the click of a kerosene lighter, a luxury that was difficult to obtain even for the wealthy. The sound of the lighter continued as the crowd instinctively recoiled. A man dressed in a black leather jacket with a black shirt underneath, wearing black leather shoes and holding a cigarette between his lips. The man, who kept striking the lighter without success, approached from the back of the crowd. A gulp echoed through the air, unsure of who started it. Then a series of swallowing sounds followed. The identity of the newcomer was quite significant, instilling terror in everyone present. Do you have a light? The man finally looked up, glancing at a few leaders from the Juman. Zhang Rishan nervously stepped forward, pulling out his lighter. He ignited it and offered the flame to the man. The man tilted his head, allowing Zhang Rishan to light his cigarette. Watching the ember glow, he took a deep drag and slowly exhaled. Everyone is here. His gaze swept over the crowd as he removed the cigarette from his lips, exhaling smoke, while focusing on the young boy who was the main cause of the obstruction in the old tea street. It was 6th Master who started it. A member of the Hua family who had initially fled but returned could not help but shout amidst the crowd. My. The man frowned and looked towards the crowd. The people quickly parted, revealing the Hua family member who had been trying to hide among them. Thud. The speaker was so frightened that he knelt on the ground, crawling desperately toward the man. Spare me, Buddha. Spare me. The newcomer was indeed the head of the Juman, who also held the position of the defense officer in Changsha Buddha Zhang Qishan. His unexpected presence commanded the entire scene. Except for Chi Tizui, who wore a playful smile, everyone else instinctively became tense. Wu Leaga's hands holding a puppy began to stiffen. Jiezhou also ceased his fiddling with a blade, raising his head seriously, his gaze fixed on the newcomer. Hebei Laolu sheathed his knife and stepped aside, his ferocity lessening. The earlier oppressive aura that Zhang Rishan emanated due to his position dissipated entirely at this moment, because that person had arrived. Zhang Qishan took another drag from his cigarette, exhaling the smoke casually as he waved his hand. I have some business and just happened to pass by. Why is everyone gathered here? Disperse. The dense crowd began to scatter in fear. Those watching from the tea houses on either side no longer dared to peek out, reverting to quietly sipping their tea. Even the topics of their conversations over tea were no longer safe from mentioning anything about the Juman. The name of Buddha Zhangde resonated throughout Changsha as his military rank continued to rise. To outsiders unaware that he was the true head of the Juman, people trembled at the sight of his military rank and the tyrannical manner in which he conducted himself. Internally within the Juman, everyone equally feared this high-ranking officer stationed in the city. Many in the martial world engaged in unsavory dealings, rarely earning through legitimate means. Without the weight of Zhangde Buddha's official position, the Juman was merely a trivial local gang. In moments, except for a few leaders of the Juman, all their subordinates had dispersed. In the old tea street, only the Hua family member remained still on the ground, pleading. When he saw everyone else flee, leaving him alone, he began to regret frantically, tears streaming from his eyes, snot running from his nose, trembling in fear, as if he had fallen ill, feeling cold all over. Crack! The personal guards of the Zhang family drew out their guns, chambering rounds. One guard approached the kneeling man, turning his head aside, gun aimed at the man's head. Stop! What are you doing? Just take him away. We are officials protecting the people, not thugs. Take him away. Zhang Qishan waved his hand casually. Hua Jinxia watched the scene before her with a very grim expression. Amidst the conflicts of the Juman, she had always been dissatisfied with the imposing figure of Buddha Zhang Qishan. But when he truly arrived, her mind went blank. As the defense officer, Zhang Qishan held the power of life and death over the city's citizens. His actions were all justified and legal. Any schemes or power struggles crumbled to dust when faced with him in person. At this moment, the heads of the Juman felt an immense pressure descending upon them like a mountain pressing down. Outwardly, they were all revered as lords. But what did that matter? The man before them could wave his hand, and they would have to scurry over like dogs. If he chose to disregard them, treating them just like how he dealt with that worthless subordinate earlier, so be it. What forces or factions? Anyone who dared to create trouble would be suppressed by Zhang Qishan's firepower. You, Zhang Qishan, turned, pointing ahead. The crowd parted again, allowing the pointed person to step forward. Be careful, that's the military lord behind the Juman, Buddha Zhang Qishan. Huasiener whispered to Sumu. The person being pointed at was Sumu. Sumu nodded, a bit surprised. If Huasiener had not spoken, he might have thought like other bystanders, believing the man was merely a high-ranking officer patrolling Changsha. As a transmigrator, Sumu harbored a misconception, assuming that everyone knew the true identity of Buddha Zhang Qishan, the head of the Juman. However, that was not the case. Zhang Qishan, as an official, would not openly announce that he was the head of the underground force, the Juman. Most common folk only had a vague idea about the head of the Juman. They had heard that he was a powerful official in the city, but did not know that it was the Buddha Zhang Qishan in front of them. Those in the martial world who knew Zhang Qishan's true identity also did not dare to expose the secret in front. After all, understanding the seriousness of offending a martial force compared to a powerful city official was clear. Amidst their thoughts, several members of the Juman stepped aside, allowing Su Mu to walk towards Zhang Qishan. Their brows furrowed, appearing somewhat unnatural. Hebei Laolu gritted his teeth, wanting to step forward. No need. Su Mu pushed him aside and walked straight towards Zhang Qishan. If Zhang Qishan wanted to kill him, even Hebei Laolu would be of no use. No matter how skilled he was, he could not withstand the long guns carried by the guards. Sumu arrived before Zhang Qishan. He stood almost at the same height as Zhang Qishan, meeting his gaze. Zhang Qishan stomped on the cigarette he had thrown on the ground, not looking at Sumu anymore. Have you completed the paperwork for the shop? Let me see the shop's contract. The people inside the shop began to open drawers, searching for the contract obtained after the transaction yesterday. Here it is, Buddha. Huasiener, seeing the others still hesitant to approach Zhang Qishan, took the contract and, taking a deep breath, stepped forward. The others in the shop, including the bearded uncle, still could not shake off the oppressive feeling brought by Zhang Qishan. They were fearful, wondering if he would treat them as casually as he did the previous man. That's all, Buddha. Huasiener handed the contract to Zhang Qishan. He did not reach out to take it, instead closing his eyes and stretching, looking very comfortable. As long as you have it, that's fine. Remember, don't gather in broad daylight next time. It disturbs the normal lives of the people. My office has received numerous reports about you. That's it, I'm leaving. After stretching, Zhang Qishan put his hands in his pockets and walked towards the alley. Who? Warlord. Sumu had encountered Luo Laowai before. However, although Luo Laowai commanded troops, he never exuded the oppressive aura akin to that of Zhang Qishan. Luo Laowai's rise to power was largely due to luck. In the midst of chaos, he gathered a group of brothers, bought guns and horses, and formed a gang leader. But Zhang Qishan was different. From a young age, Zhang Qishan had climbed to his current position through his own intelligence and formidable strength, embodying the spirit of the fierce beast. Zhang Qishan had surely killed more people than the ragtag gang, led by Luo Laowai. I never expected even the Buddha Lord would be stirred. Taking a breath of relief, Wu Leaga's chest heaved continuously, beginning to ease the pressure he felt earlier. The few people standing beside him bore similar expressions. By the way, let me remind you, the one who just arrived in plain clothes is our city's high-ranking official Buddha, Lord Zhang Qishan. Moreover, he is also the head of the 9 gates. Hebei Laolu lowered his voice, leaking the so-called secret to his savior Su Mu. Su Mu nodded. Aren't you here to teach this kid a lesson? Feeling wronged, Hua Jinxia began to lose her temper, hands on her hips, questioning the few heads of the 9 gates. Wu Laogo, Jiejio, and others all shook their heads. Come over here. Do you not know who that person was? How dare you bring a contract to him? What if he decides to kill you? Hua Jinxia called over Hua Xian'er, her face stern, as if frozen. Hua Xian'er felt weak in the knees. In fact, she had no idea where her courage had come from to confront the fearsome Buddha, Lord Zhang Qishan. With her head lowered, she instinctively glanced at Su Mu. Perhaps it was due to his presence. Exactly that cold-faced killing god you. Chi Tizui interjected. Chi Tizui, who's calling me? Oh, it's you, Lord Military. I don't know what mistake I made again. You've been calling me more frequently lately. How will I mix in the martial world like this? Chi Laoba. I'm coming. Despite wearing a long robe, Chi Tizui fled swiftly towards the street, as if his feet were coated in oil, his comical actions alleviating the tense atmosphere. Within the 9 gates, he was the only one without any significant prowess or achievements. Chi Tizui, with a relatively weak character and fear of trouble, seemed to possess an innate good fortune. He maintained good relations with everyone in the 9 gates, and had gained the favor of Buddha Lord Zhang Qishan, the newly appointed head of the 9 gates. Throughout Changsha City, only he dared to tease Wu Leaga's dog, touch Hebei Laolia's knife, or push Li Lun's wheelchair. Yet everyone else appeared accustomed to it, unable to grow angry at that genuinely harmless and fair face. He would just listen when scolded. If hit, he would simply run away without resistance. The 3-inch ding isn't calling you anymore. This talisman, is it really effective? Holding the still immature, untransformed 3-inch ding who was yet to develop its future brown fur, the moon-white-robed Wu Laogo approached Hebei Laolio, curiously observing the talisman affixed to his right shoulder. Since ancient times, there has been a saying that dogs can see the yin and yang. Wu Leaga's carefully selected canine had even greater abilities in this regard. Usually at this moment, the 3-inch ding would have begun barking madly at Hebei Laolia's shoulder, its fur standing on end. But today was a bit different. The 3-inch ding was silent, seemingly too lazy to look at the fearsome and fierce-looking Hebei Laolu even once. Clearly the ghostly shadow on Hebei Laolu had vanished, or it had been suppressed by that talisman. Can you really deal with the blood corpse? Wu Laogo began to take Su Mu seriously. Su Mu nodded. Can you also deal with Zongzi and Yin spirits? Jiejio followed up, furrowing his brows. Those from the 9 gates were all tomb raiders, having spent long periods underground, inevitably encountering those cold, filthy things. Sometimes because of this, many powerful helpers had died, or were possessed by filthy things like Hebei Laolio, affecting their normal lives. Su Mu nodded again. Since this is our first meeting, and you have given me a welcoming gift, I shall return it. Here, this is a corpse-suppressing talisman, and this is an evil-dispelling talisman. The warning talisman will glow when encountering dirty things, and you can determine the approximate location of the yin and evil object based on the brightness and heat. Su Mu took out the talismans, distributing them to Wu Laogo, Hebei Laolio, and Jiejio. Thank you. The few nodded, curiously examining the seemingly simple yellow paper talismans in their hands. For some reason, these should have just been talismans drawn by Su Mu, yet they emanated a strange sense of age, a primitive aura enveloping them. Buzz, the warning talisman in Wu Leaga's hand, emitted a dim yellow light. Everyone looked at Wu Laogo in confusion. Wu Laogo furrowed his brows. He quickly put away the talisman, his expression grave. Thank you. If you ever need anything in the future, feel free to speak to me. The people of the 5 gates are at your disposal. Su Mu shook his head. What if I told you that the grave in Biaozi Ridge is empty? Wu Laogo suddenly looked up, his eyes blank as he stared at Su Mu, his body stiff. Empty. The grave where all his family perished was empty. Su Mu clasped his hands behind his back, beginning to step into the shop. Come in and sit. You haven't eaten anything, have you? Let's eat and talk. It's empty. When my family discovered that blood corpse grave, they researched a lot of materials and learned that the grave is indeed empty, a suspected grave, one of the 7-star suspected graves. The true main grave is not in Changsha, but elsewhere. The true master of this grave is the legendary King Mu of Zhou, the one from the story 8 Steeds Travel 3,000 miles. Oh, why doesn't King Mu return? As Su Mu spoke, he nodded to the crowd in the first floor shop and then walked towards the second floor. Now the second floor had become his reception area. Uncle Hu quickly went to the side shops to buy breakfast and tea. Annie. Aren't you going to follow and take a look? Huoxianer tugged at Huijinxi's sleeve. Huijinxi's expression remained grim. Once upon a time the boy she had looked down upon could now directly ignore her and walk away with the other 3 heads of the 9 gates. Moreover, that talisman seemed to be truly effective. And the grave of King Mu of Zhou. What kind of outrageous words were these? But was she really going to put aside her pride and follow along to hear more about King Mu's grave? Huijinxia turned her head to look at her shy niece Huoxianer. There it was. Go, of course we must go. I still haven't taught that kid a lesson. He always tries to lead you away. I must teach him a good lesson. Is my Hua family's daughter that easy to be taken away? Huijinxia murmured to herself, starting to step forward. The grave of King Mu of Zhou. Not last week. Not this week. That was the King Mu of the Western Zhou dynasty. Back then bronze artifacts were everywhere. Anything unearthed could be worth a fortune and was extremely rare in them. While thinking about how to regain some face after going upstairs, Huijinxia continued to maintain a stern face, looking as if she was going to cause trouble for Su Mu. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Su Mu's voice rang out, "Here, sit down. Where did I leave off?" Wu Laogo continued, "The 7-star, suspected grave." Su Mu nodded. It is said that King Mu of Zhou rode 8 divine steeds westward in search of the elixir of immortality, and among his companions was a sorcerer, well-versed in magical arts. Under the guidance of that sorcerer, Huijinxia listened with a dazed expression, inexplicably, sitting down, joining the others in attentively. After the subordinates brought the morning tea, Huoxianer took the cups and began to pour tea for everyone present. Su Mu's gaze, while continuing to speak, unconsciously lingered upon Huoxianer, who was turned away from him. The young girl's delicate curves had begun to take shape. Moreover, with a face that resembled Yuqi Luo from the Heartless Mage in his past life, Huoxianer was indeed very beautiful and full of spirit. Perhaps it was during these 2 years that Huijinxi truly offended Zhang Qishan, forcing her to retreat and pass on the family power to Huoxianer to manage. Huoxianer's name would also change to the title of Huoxingu. The name Xianer always lacked the imposing manner and sharpness that a ruler should possess. Huoxingu was different. Just hearing the name sounded capable and competent. Drink your tea. Feeling Su Mu's direct gaze lingering behind her, Huoxianer lowered her head, her small face flushed, and handed the teacup to Su Mu, who was standing by the window. Su Mu smiled as he accepted the teacup. So the actual tomb at Biaozi Ridge should be called the 7 Stars Lu Wang Palace. As for why it's called Lu Wang Palace, that's quite complicated. The information I have at the moment is just this much. Su Mu did not wish to reveal more secrets known to him as a time traveler, so he stopped speaking. His only aim was to pique these people's interest in the Lu Wang Palace. I also know that Buddha Zhang Qishan has recently been busy with a matter related to an ancient tomb in the Hua family mine. Su Mu shifted the topic to Huijinxi. Huijinxi nervously pinched her hands. There were some matters she had not laid out in the open. For instance, cooperating with the Eastern Ocean Chamber of Commerce. However, she was unaware of the tomb being in the mine. They actually dug a tomb under the mine behind my back. Huijinxi frowned. The they here did not specify who Huijinxi was referring to. Thus, to outsiders, it could be Zhang Qishan or the Hua family subordinates managing the mine. But no one would think that Huijinxi was talking about the Eastern Ocean Chamber of Commerce. The Eastern Ocean Chamber of Commerce had been in contact with the Hua family for a long time. The previous generation of the Hua family head had already cooperated with them, secretly selling antiques and transporting them to the Eastern Ocean islands. Su Mu took a sip of tea. Do you really think the Easterners are fools? They can't see that you are privately selling antiques at high prices, and they keep acting as your unwitting benefactors. What nonsense are you spouting? Huijinxi exclaimed in shock. Wu Laogo, Blackback Lao Lu, and Jiejiu all shifted their gazes, focusing on Huijinxi. They were all businessmen engaged in shady dealings, so they had little concept of national grievances or family. As long as they could continue to amass wealth, live well, eat, drink, and enjoy themselves, they were indifferent to the chaos. However, as pure descendants of the Huaxiao bloodline, they would still be very resistant to the foreign Eastern Ocean Chamber of Commerce in matters they might engage in. They called them Japanese devils. What good could there be among those Easterners? What are you looking at me for? Can't you see this kid is talking nonsense? He's just a brat who has only been to Changsha and hasn't seen much of the world. Do you really believe what he says? Huijinxi was anxious to defend herself, but the more she spoke, the less confident she felt. Indeed, why was Su Mu able to know so many things, and why had he suddenly become so mature and sophisticated? Had he truly been hiding his talents over the years? Why had she not discovered this prodigy who was about to leap into the Dragon's Gate earlier, just relying on the long-standing relationship between the Hua and Su families? The secrets Su Mu had just spoken of should have only appeared within the Hua family, not be something that everyone in the 9 Gates could hear. I was actually thinking about how to invite everyone from the 9 Gates, but I didn't expect to be so lucky as to meet everyone at the same time. The reason I'm opening this shop is simple. In the future, this shop will sell the talismans I draw and the pills I make. You've probably seen the effects of the talismans. They are indeed useful. Therefore, I hope to leverage your circles to spread the word so that more people know that there is such a shop here. Previously, due to lack of funds, I had to sell the talismans and pills for money, but once I have enough money, the talismans and pills won't be something money can buy. I will collect all kinds of rare items, antiques, Tao texts, scriptures, etc. If you have any, you can come and trade with me. Sumu looked at Huixin's big watery eyes filled with empathy for Huijinxi's plight and skipped over, pointing at Huijinxi, beginning to formally discuss the future operations and content of the Zhenxian Guan. Huijinxi was a vile person, but Huixin was not. The Hua family was inconsequential to Sumu, but Huixin had to live well. Okay, everyone nodded. And also, Sumu paused. He walked to the edge of the table and set down the teacup. Release a word for me. The fourth master of the 9 gates, Shui Huang, has wronged my family. A guy named Sumu will repay him 100-fold. I'm right here, and if he comes to mess with me, I'm ready at any time. Everyone's expressions froze. This matter was even more unexpected and shocking than the previous ones. Sumu was challenging the fourth master of the 9 gates, Shui Huang. A single person challenging an already established colossal force. Su Xiaogu, it's easy to dodge a direct attack, but it's hard to guard against an underhanded strike. This saying, Wu Nai Go, reminded Sumu with a hint of concern. Sumu shook his head and smiled. I want dodge. If he dares to come, I will dare to strike. In this world, it seems that taking a life isn't against the law, right? Sumu's gaze turned to Blackback, Lao Lu, and Jiejio. He had seen these two hastily dispatch a person on the street last night with great ease, without any concerns. In this chaotic time, a life was truly not as valuable as money. So, you don't need to take action. Sumu raised his hand, suppressing the words that Blackback Lao Lu was about to say. I won't need any of your men, just me and them downstairs. Sumu continued. Kid being too arrogant isn't a good thing. Huijinxi shook her head. Arrogant? Zhigu Xiao, come up. Sumu smiled as he called the Taoist from downstairs. Zhigu Xiao walked up the stairs, looked at the unfamiliar crowd, and cupped his hands to Sumu. Little brother, what is it? State your name. Sumu took a few steps back, leaning against the window. Zhigu Xiao nodded. To pluck the stars, one must invite the Star Lord. To move a mountain, one does not move Chongqing Mountain. What burns is the dragon and phoenix auspicious incense. What is drunk is the waters of the 5 lakes and 4 seas. Without any Yuan Liang, the firewood is moved on the mountain, the fire is burned below. The 9 gates were renowned figures in the Tao. At the same time, they were also well aware of the so-called Tao, equally noteworthy in the Jianghu. Mountain-moving Taoist. Mogul's 4 factions. Good fellow. Regarding the Blood Corpse tomb. For many years, Wu Laogo has been consumed by the desire for revenge against the family that perished. Yet each time he recalls the terrifying experiences of blood corpses from his childhood, he often finds himself unable to sleep through the night. Though he dared not venture into the Blood Corpse tomb, Wu Laogo has not been idle these years. He has been searching for information related to that strange Blood Corpse tomb. However, the Blood Corpse tomb located at the Biaozi Ridge in Changsha does not originate from the former boundaries of Old Changsha. Thus, over the years, he has found no useful information. At this moment, upon hearing Sumu's words, a multitude of information etched in his mind began to converge, leading him to contemplate a certain point. Ultimately, he arrived at a concept similar to what Sumu referred to as the 7-star suspicious tomb, the tomb of King Mu of Zhou, a grand tomb from ancient times that any tomb raider would be unable to resist. As for the tomb of the first emperor, if it weren't for the countless traps obstructing it, it would likely have been thoroughly opened by their experienced group of tomb raiders long ago. What kind of traps could be so formidable? Naturally it is. I have long admired your reputation. The renowned brother Zhigu Xiao truly lives up to his name. Wu Laogo and Jiejio all cupped their hands in respect and politeness. Moreover, I have something else to tell you all. Have you all felt that recently there seems to be eyes watching you from the corners? Indeed, you have all been targeted. As for the reason, that is naturally because someone wants to use your hands to break through the traps of a certain underground ancient tomb. Sumu continued speaking. Zhigu Xiao, unfamiliar with the group, announced his name, and after some brief conversation, hurriedly went downstairs again. The Wang family's members discreetly followed Zhang Qishan into Changsha City. Upon discovering that there existed a peculiar force known as the Old 9 Gates which thrived on the art of tomb raiding, interest instantly piqued. The genuine and fake ancient Zhang family buildings, bronze gates, and other tombs are laid with layers of deadly traps. Many have died and been injured because of this. But what if the 9 Gates were to assist? The effectiveness would surely be far more pronounced than that of the inexperienced Wang family disciples in tomb raiding. Sumu also suspected that he had been targeted by the Wang family. Before preparing to counterattack, it would be advantageous to rally the 9 Gates for defense and layout in advance. I know it's that Lu Jinshuan who wants to take over the position of the Buddha Master, right? That fool thinks he can manage our 9 Gates. With his shallow tricks that we easily see through, if he joins the 9 Gates, he won't even realize how he perishes. I was wondering why there were suddenly newcomers, and the timing was so coincidental, but his deception is too superficial. You all noticed too. Huijinxi's face darkened. Another matter that was difficult for her to initiate was simply stated by Sumu. Lu Jinshuan, also a high-ranking official in Changsha City, had actually sought her out. He conveyed that any force that eliminated a faction within the 9 Gates could become one of the new members. Lu Jinshuan. Sumu frowned, pondering, yet could not recall who that was. Never mind. He shook his head. Regardless of who within the 9 gates the others have mistaken as targeting them, as long as they are alerted and keep a watchful eye, they should not allow the opponent to infiltrate too deeply. Why has 8th Master returned again? Did he leave something behind? Huasiener, standing beside Sumu, looked out the window at the hurriedly running Chi Tizui and asked curiously. This man is the 8th Master Chi Tizui of the 9 gates. Huasiener continued to introduce Chi Tizui to Sumu. No one knows how he became acquainted with the external power-holding official Buddha Master. All we know is that during a certain incident involving planting immortals, the Buddha Master did not hesitate to expose the identity of the head of the 9 gates and went alone to rescue him. From then on, everyone understood the profound relationship between the two and thus dared not toy with the 8th Master behind his back. Huasiener continued to explain. Planting immortals. Sumu had seen similar chapters in ancient texts, but he never expected others would also employ this tactic. Planting immortals refers to the establishment of a shrine for the living. Choosing a suitable geomantic node, a favorable site, a mountain, or a river eye. A living person who is still well and possesses some cultivation or is of repute referred to as a living immortal by the locals, similar to Sumu. Mixing them with yellow mud, black soil, and vermilion powder. The living person is placed within the clay mold, sealing their 5 senses and 7 orifices. An external clay statue is created, consecrated, and the eyes are opened, sealing the spirit. Year-round worship with incense offerings, receiving the kneeling reverence of the people. This act, with the faith and mental power of the masses added to the already transcendent clay statue of the living person, can yield a false immortal. False immortals can bolster luck, alleviating disasters for the people and ensuring prosperity. The stubborn braying of a donkey echoed in front of Chi Tiejui's hall. Chi Tizui, drenched in sweat and his face flushed red, tugged at the lead of the donkey. Go, move. The Buddha Master and the others are waiting for us. Go, move. Puffed. Huasiener covered her mouth and chuckled. 8th Master Chi Tizui has an amusing quirk. This guy dislikes riding horses or taking carts. He always rides a donkey when traveling far. It is said that he wishes to emulate the immortal-like figures from mythological stories. Yet in reality, no donkey is that easy to handle. Each one has a stubborn temperament. This is rather interesting. Sumu also wore a playful smile, watching Chi Tizui struggle with the donkey. What about the tomb hidden within the Hua family's mind? Jiejio observed that neither Wu Laogo nor Hua Jinxiu mentioned this matter and couldn't help but speak up. Within Changsha City there exists a certain grand tomb that they are unaware of, the mysterious Eastern Merchant Association, Buddha Master Zhang Qishan. The tomb they seek cannot be an ordinary ancient tomb. The tomb of a geomancer named Qing Wuzi from the northern and southern dynasties. Sumu turned around and began discussing this topic with the group again. Upon hearing about the geomancer's tomb, the others shook their heads vigorously like a rattling drum. Ancient tombs are perilous. Tombs of geomancers with genuine skills from the older generation are even more so. Such tombs may not hold many valuable items, but their bizarre nature far surpasses that of other ancient tombs of the same level. Second Master is indeed well-versed in tombs from this period. The Hong family possesses far superior information on the northern and southern dynasties than any other in the world. It's a pity that Second Master no longer engages in this matter. Wu Negu shook his head. The group continued to chat until the sun was directly overhead. Only then did Wu Negu rise and say breakfast was treated by Su Xiaoga, so let me arrange lunch. You look in private room, feel free to eat and drink. You lookin'. Sumu recalled his experiences from yesterday with a strange smile. He never expected that yesterday he was blocked by the waiter from entering, unable to taste even a bite. Yet today he could obtain the qualification to enter the private room of Yulukin, and there were no restrictions on eating and drinking. Wait, I'll first deliver a healing pill. By the way, do you know where the half-section lease territory is? Hiss. Lame Lu gazed at the exquisite wooden box containing the pills sent by the boy he encountered yesterday, his brows furrowed. He was much older than the Half-Broken Li. His life was nearly at its end. There was only one pill. If he just handed it over to Half-Broken Li, what if it was a trap set by another force? Whatever, if I die, I die. Let me test it first. If it really can regrow my lost limb, then. Lame Lu took the pill out of the wooden box, poured himself a cup of water, and swallowed it down. His lame leg had been broken by outsiders in his early years while protecting the Li family. This was precisely why Half-Broken Li trusted him greatly. Even in his twilight years, when he no longer had much strength to assist Half-Broken Li, the latter had long since elevated him to a high position, providing for him without worry. So itchy. The joints of Lame Liu's lame leg felt as if they were crawling with ants, an unbearable itch causing his legs to shake involuntarily. Annoyed by the itching sensation, he forcefully tore the fabric of his pant leg. On his calf, which was noticeably shorter due to an old fracture that could not be fully healed, white stripes began to. He recalled the advice given by the person who delivered the pills. In 3 days the muscles and bones will grow, in 10 days the bone marks will heal. Lame Lu attempted to stand and take a few steps, discovering that his lame leg still could not function normally, but it suddenly felt stronger and more controllable, no longer numb and stiff as before. It's really effective. Lame Lu was overjoyed, quickly calming himself. I can't tell Third Master too eagerly before it's fully healed. What if the pill doesn't work as expected? In 10 days, no 3 days. If I can truly walk on my own with my broken bones reborn, then I will tell Third Master this incredible news. Lu Go, what has you so happy? Why wait 3 days to tell me? Half-broken Li, whose incomplete leg was covered with simple fabric, entered the room in a wheelchair pushed by his subordinate. Lame Lu quickly cupped his hand, saying, Third Master. Half-broken Li waved his hand. Sit down. We're all brothers here, no need for such formality. We are all disabled, so let's not bother with the usual pleasantries. Sit down. Lame Lu nodded and returned to his seat, but his gaze remained fixed on the exquisite wooden box engraved with the words True Immortal View. This wooden box and the engraved characters were among the many items Su Mu had purchased yesterday. After considering, Lame Lu decided not to hide the matter of Su Mu from Half-broken Li. He was not a cunning person, but Half-broken Li was. He could not guarantee that he could pretend that nothing was wrong and keep Half-broken Li in the dark. It's like this, Third Master. Yesterday Lame Lu conveyed what Su Mu had told him verbatim to Half-broken Li, sitting in the wheelchair, fiddled with the white jade thumb ring on his finger, listening without changing his expression as Lame Lu spoke. Lame Lu finished. Half-broken Li chuckled to himself. As such good fortune exists in this world, how could it possibly befall us? It's likely the child is just deceiving you. Are you sure you feel no abnormality after swallowing it? Should we call a doctor to check on you? Lame Lu genuinely felt the broken bones growing wildly and shook his head, sighing. I knew Third Master wouldn't believe it. To be honest, I don't fully believe it either, which is why I plan to wait 3 days before telling Third Master. Half-broken Li fiddled with the small blanket covering his incomplete legs. In the blink of an eye, we are all this old. Even if the limbs could be reborn, what difference does it make? Our lives have already passed half, and we've endured all the suffering we needed to endure. Old T Street. Walking ahead to the restaurant, Yulukin Wu Nega's heart raced. That pill, can it really make Third Master's broken limb regrow? The others following behind were equally anxious. Rebirth of a severed limb. Even Hua Tuo would be unable to achieve this. Su Mu actually dares to guarantee it will work. If it truly works, then Su Mu's shop could soon create a sensation in Changsha City, just based on this pill. Those wealthy individuals who had lost hands, arms, legs, or calves for various reasons would likely swarm to buy this miraculous pill. Talisman can be used, so can pills. Su Mu nodded, his expression serious, not joking at all. Goo goo goo. Keep an eye on Kuan Gu for me, don't let anyone else catch him and kill him. The list of feeding medicines has already been written in the shop, and expenses should be collected, as usual, from the Zhigu Shao place. There weren't many poor people on Old T Street, but no one raised chickens, ducks, or other pets. So the only source of chicken sounds on the entire street was the angry chickens that Su Mu brought back from the Miao village. All right, boss. The helping staff in the distance nodded with a smile. From the looks of these few days, this angry chicken was quite easy to raise. It wouldn't run around and was not picky with food. Wu Negu, Hebe, Lu Huijinsi, Jiejio, and Huasiener watched the beautiful feathered, larger than usual angry chicken nearby, marveling at its impressive stature. Sir, how many? The rickshaw puller smiled and approached, bowing to greet the neatly dressed Wu Negu and the other. Wu Negu turned around. Is anyone not going? No one spoke. Wu Negu took out money. 6 go. The rickshaw puller smiled brightly. All right, sir, please wait a moment. Sitting on the rickshaw, Wu Negu suddenly remembered something. By the way, brother Su, don't go out tonight. Hebe, Lu Huijinsi, and Jiejio exchanged glances, their expressions grave. I will share a rickshaw with Su Mu. What do you mean shared? Come with me in one. Huijinsi pulled Huasiener by the hand, forcibly dragging her aside. A girl should be shy in public. Why do you want to squeeze into a rickshaw with a man? Don't you feel embarrassed? By the way, you are not allowed to go out tonight. Huijinsi admonished Huasiener. Meanwhile, Wu Negu, sitting beside Su Mu in the rickshaw, also spoke. We initially agreed on 7 days, but since the past 2 nights have been unusually calm, the 8th Master and Buddha Master proposed starting tonight, sending meet Zongzi. Su Mu got into the carriage and turned to look at Wu Negu in a light blue long robe. Sending what, Zongzi? It's about sending the corpses from that strange train out of the city. You might have heard about the haunted incidents that have been making waves in the city these days. Whenever such things happen, the corpses must be properly dealt with and sent out of the city for burial. Finally, there's something you don't know about, right? Tell me, after a corpse dies, when do the physical characteristics of the corpse start to appear? I don't know that. 3 days. And do you know how long ago that batch of corpses died? 10 days. 10 days, and those corpses showed no signs of decay, and their hair and nails are still growing. Corpse transformation. This was the term that flashed through Su Mu's mind after hearing the words of old Dog Wu. In the morgue, several batches of coroner have already died, all mysteriously bleeding from their 7 orifices. If we do not send them away soon, the Buddha might find himself entangled in this trouble. As for why tonight, I do not know. These supernatural matters are likely only known to Master Ba of the 9 Gates. Old Dog Wu's carriage began to move, pulled by the driver ahead. The rickshaw Su-mu was riding also sped forward along with other vehicles. "Gentlemen, may I ask if you have any pre?" At the entrance of Yulukin, the waiter who came forward to greet them was bending forward with a smile, but his gaze suddenly caught sight of the familiar young figure accompanying Old Dog Wu. "What's going on? Am I still not allowed to enter?" Su-mu smiled and asked. "What's the matter?" The rotund owner of Yulukin rushed over upon hearing the commotion, but his expression changed upon seeing Su-mu. "Master Wu, Master Lu, Miss San, Miss Siener, Master Jiu." The shopkeeper cupped his hands in greeting, warmly welcoming them. In the entire city of Changsha, there were very few who could treat Yulukin as an everyday dining place. And these few individuals were remarkably among those few. Most of their daily feasting was provided by these luxurious restaurants which ordinary people would be lucky to dine at once a year. Occasionally when friends came to visit, they would bring them along for a meal. "Did you offend our friend?" Old Dog Wu looked at the shopkeeper of Yulukin with a faint smile, exuding an imposing presence. "Please spare me, Master Wu." With a thud, the shopkeeper instantly knelt on the ground, pleading to Old Dog Wu. Before having some family fortune living in Changsha for generations, how could he not know the power and background of these? In times of calamity, establishments like restaurants often encounter debtors who refuse to pay and soldiers who come to eat and drink without paying. Without the protection of the 9 gates and the directives from Zhang Qishan, this ancestral shop would not be able to continue operating. Yulukin not only allocates most of its annual profits to the gatekeepers of the 9 gates, but also requires them to mediate and settle issues during troubled times. Whether it's collecting debts or driving away thugs, the assistance of the 9 gates is indispensable. "Get up, why are you kneeling before me in front of so many? I'm not your father. Don't let others misunderstand that we are bullying you. Get up." Old Dog Wu's expression changed slightly as he noticed the wary gazes of the diners on the first floor. "Come with me." He walked toward the stairs to the second floor, beckoning the shopkeeper of Yulukin, who had a look of guilt on his face. The man nodded and deliberately slowed his pace. As Su-mu passed by him, he slowly said, "Please don't blame me, young sir. It was our ignorance that led to this mistake. Please let Master Wu spare me. I have an elderly to support and children to care for. I do not wish to die." He looked at the middle-aged man who was crying and covering his face, completely oblivious to the gazes around him. Su-mu sighed, "Go about your business. I don't blame you. If we allow poorly dressed individuals to flood in, the restaurant cannot operate normally. Go on." "Well, thank you, young sir." "No thank you, master." After following Old Dog Wu and the others to the second floor, Su-mu suddenly heard unexpected discussions coming from a nearby private room. "You treasure hunters are really something. You can find this." "What's this?" "My brother has seen a dragon." "That's a bit..." "It's true. My brother saw a falling dragon last time he went to the north for treasure hunting, passing by a place. It was during a heavy rainstorm. In Changsha, due to the unique activities of the 9 gates, the place was filled with all." Seeing Su-mu listening intently with curiosity, Hu Jinxia's lips twitched slightly. What don't the treasure hunters know? Having heard the words from this woman who had raised him for 17 years, but often opposed him, Su-mu was now able to automatically filter them out. He continued to listen to the faint whispers that were growing quieter. Is there really a dragon in this world? Not only that, the falling dragon was actually shared among those who were watching, and my brother took the opportunity to grab a piece of meat and swallow it. He said he would never forget that taste in his life. What kind of taste? It was like all the pores of my body opened up, bathing in spring water during the hot summer and soaking in a hot spring during the cold winter. Most importantly, after eating that falling dragon meat, his physique was infinitely enhanced. From then on, climbing mountains or crossing rivers, he no longer felt any fatigue. However, there are also drawbacks. Those who shared the falling dragon meat slowly began to grow dragon scales on their bodies, turning into monstrous forms. What happened next? After meeting me once, that brother disappeared. I could never find him again, and there's been no news of him in the Jianghu, as if he evaporated from the earth. Come and sue, brother, what are you still standing there for? Ha ha ha, he's still listening to the dragon stories from next door, this silly auntie. Could it be that there really are dragons in this world? Unlike others, upon seeing Su-mu's serious expression, Jiejiu was suddenly startled and blurted out. After finishing listening to the conversation, next door, Su-mu stepped into the private room where Old Dog Wu and the others were. After sitting down, he nodded. They must have truly encountered a falling dragon. Although as time passed, after living in a parallel world for 17 years, some memories of his past life began. However, he still vividly remembered the extraordinary Inko falling dragon incident from a certain period of his past life. You little brat, you don't even know what treasure hunting is, yet you dare to boast. Hu Jinxia poured herself tea and after taking a sip continued to mock Su-mu. Su-mu turned to look at her. How could I not know about sheep herding for treasure? What are you joking about? Seeing the two begin to clash again, Horsiener stood up and poured them both more tea. All right, Annie. All right, Su-mu, can't we all just take a step back? Horsiener in the middle suddenly showed her discomfort. Su-mu sipped his tea. I can't be bothered to argue about this. Master Wu, Master Lu, Master Jiu, do you know how much it costs to hire some treasure hunters? All three shook their heads. Although treasure hunters belong to the same category of thieves, they do not get along well with grave robbers. Sumu shook his head, feeling helpless, and could only temporarily set this matter aside. He could only first open up the market for talismans and elixirs, then recruit more talents in this field to serve him or come into contact with similar individuals. Is there no justice left? Is there no law left? When did the golden silk nanmu planted by my ancestors become the property of the officials? Haha, this kid loves to drink and boast on a daily basis, insisting on showing off the golden silk nanmu planted by his ancestors in a hidden place, and now he's caught right. Since ancient times, golden silk nanmu has never been something ordinary families could possess. This kid still thinks he can wait for the tree to grow and sell it for money, making a handsome profit, but little does he know he's already been targeted. Wait, are the officials really this unreasonable? Huh, you want to talk reason? Then go see if they will reason. Under the window of Yulukin on the second floor, Zhang Rishan, holding his aching head, waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to shut the mouths of those who were constantly shouting. This matter was indeed very unethical, but it was an order from above that even Zhang Qishan could not shake, and he had no choice but to comply. Zhang Rishan walked with ease, his skin fair and delicate, setting him apart from the surrounding elite guards. In fact, it was noted from the moment this group left the northeast that Zhang Rishan was different. They were all of similar age, yet only Zhang Rishan maintained a youthful demeanor, showcasing remarkable agility and striking looks. Initially, the group that followed Zhang Qishan out of the Zhang family believed that the tattoos on their shoulders were merely special family insignias indistinguishable between Qiongqi and Qilin. Later, they discovered that the tattoos of Qiongqi and those of the Qilin were vastly different aside from the prodigious talent of Zhang Qishan. The ordinary members of the Zhang family marked with the Qiongqi tattoo displayed relatively average traits. They might have slightly longer lifespans, better health, and more vigorous spirits compared to the average person, but they still remained within the bounds of normality. In the realm of martial arts, talents emerged in every generation, with many surpassing them. Zhang Rishan was the sole exception. It smells so good. When will the officer bring the brothers to Yulukin for a feast? The elite guard nudged Zhang Rishan's shoulder. Zhang Rishan put on a stern face, saying, "How can you even bring this up? I've spent so many years saving up my private funds to make amends to you. How can I have any money left?" Gurgle. Zhang Rishan's stomach growled inappropriately. He murmured, "The dishes at Yulukin are indeed more fragrant than those at other places. Why don't you all pool together so I can have a taste too?" Mentioning money, the guards immediately lost their playful demeanor, sitting up straight as they continued escorting the prisoner forward. Previously, one of the Zhang family's elite guards had recklessly spent money and smashed a jewelry store. Zhang Qishan had then withheld the bonuses that were supposed to be distributed to them. Zhang Qishan's involvement with the Nine Gates was not to be widely known. If it gained too much attention, it could jeopardize his future career. In a private room on the second floor of Yulukin, after sampling the so-called delicacies, Su Mu set down his chop. The Nine Revolution's soul-returning pill had transformed his body into a spiritual entity that no longer required normal sustenance. Since then, his appetite had diminished significantly. While the others continued to eat Wu Laogo and the others discussed trivial matters. Regardless, there still existed many grudges among the Nine Gates. The earlier shared meal was merely due to Su Mu leading the conversation. "Come, let's eat." The handsome Wu Negu put down his dish, took out a jade bowl from his pocket, and carefully selected a variety of dishes to mix with rice, placing it on the ground. The young dog whined softly, burying its head in the bowl, and began to feast heartily. Those familiar with Wu Laogo found this scene quite usual. "Deliver the meat rice dumplings." After putting down his bowl and chopsticks, Su Mu recalled Wu Laogo's earlier reminder. The city was under curfew tonight, and the announcement had been posted on the city walls and bulletin boards. As Su Mu passed by in a rickshaw, he caught a glimpse of it. The announcement on the paper made no mention of delivering meat rice dumplings, only stating that there had been a recent surge of rats in the city, and due to fears of diseases they might bring, a curfew was imposed tonight for exterminating rats. On the way to Yulukin, Su Mu overheard some passers-by discussing quietly. It seemed that most people were aware that there would be a delivery of meat rice dumplings ceremony tonight, so they wouldn't venture out. In other places, delivering meat rice dumplings is typically handled by magicians or Taoists, but here we do not practice such. The escorting team is still led by the Buddha and his guards. Jiejiu, being astute, guessed what Su Mu was thinking and spoke up. At every alley where meat rice dumplings are delivered, there will be guards stationed. If they encounter a bystander, they cannot turn back and must follow along with the escorting team. There is a saying that if someone sees the meat rice dumplings with evil objects attached and turns away, they will be deemed cowardly by those evil objects, making them susceptible to possession or affecting their lives. Those with bad luck might even die on the spot or fall seriously ill. Jiejiu was an old hand at this, having encountered various situations throughout his travels. Such practices exist across the country, though they may be called different names and executed differently. In some places, the bodies of those wronged or who died tragically during the delivery of meat rice dumplings are handled by various sects like the Minshan sect, Yuanwang sect, and the red-headed and black-headed lawmen. There were similar folk practices in Changsha in the past, but after Zhang Qishan's arrival they all vanished. As a public official, if one cannot dispel people's beliefs in the supernatural, their power will be undermined. Zhang Qishan excelled in this regard. He not only refrained from emulating the cowardly high-ranking officials of other places who would pass such supernatural matters off to their subordinates or spend heavily to hire folk practitioners to resolve them. He personally took charge, donning military attire to escort the meat rice dumplings out of the city. Eighth Master calculated for the Buddha, once claiming the Buddha has a 7-kill fate and ordinary evil objects cannot approach him. It seems his guards possess similar special abilities. Jiejiu curiously remarked. The old Nine Gates would not allow an outsider to meddle. Zhang Qishan's arrival had intruded upon their old Nine Gates power structure and claimed the top position, the reasons for which were self-evident. Whether leading troops into battle or laying defenses in and out of the city, or even when dealing with corpses, Zhang Qishan seemed to excel in every aspect. Yes, I've heard. It is said they all come from the same family, all surnamed Zhang. However, I wonder how remarkable this family is to cultivate so many talents. After feeding the dog, Wu Negu stood up, clapped his hands, and nodded as he spoke. The meal is almost done. I will need everyone's help to spread the word. I have matters to attend to at my shop, so I shall take my leave first. Sumu rose and bid farewell to everyone with cupped fists. A trivial matter, Jiejiu nodded. Come spread this news. Before Sumu left, Wu Laogo summoned his subordinates and shared Sumu's plans to deal with the water locust. Among the 9 gates, Chi Tiezu had the best relationship with everyone. However, in terms of interpersonal relationships both inside and outside, it was Wu Laogo, the smiling Buddha from the Ping San Men, who was most formidable. Wu Laogo instructed his men to spread the news throughout the Jianghu of Changsha, and in no time at all the entire city would be aware. Thank you. Sumu once again cupped his fists in gratitude before turning to leave. The news quickly reached the ears of the 9 gates' 4th Master Shueihua. If it were just Sumu claiming he wanted to deal with him, he might have dismissed it without a thought, considering Sumu a mere insignificant character unworthy of his attention. However, the messenger was distinctly Wu Laogo's doing. Is Wu Laogo trying to elevate that Sumu kid? He may not even have a stable position himself, yet he wants to help someone else. Go summon Daosheng. Yes, a grotesque man adorned in gold and silver with prominent buck teeth strode in with great strides. He held a string of Buddhist beads and wore a Tai Chi Inyang robe with a large gold chain hanging around his neck, creating a bizarre and incongruous posture. Did 4th Master call for me regarding something important? I just came from Lihong Courtyard, and that woman is quite alluring. The grotesque man sat down casually, bringing the teapot on the table to his lips and gulping down the tea. Shueihua raised his eyebrows slightly, and after the other party finished drinking, a friendly smile returned to his face. Frog, no Daosheng, I do have something to discuss with you. Shueihua lowered his voice and whispered something into the other's ear. Known by the nickname Frog, his real name is Wang Defa. After encountering a master skilled in the arts of Lu Ban in the Jianghu, he became a disciple, later adopting the name Daosheng. The crooked-toothed man chuckled. This is simple. I'm quite adept at harming others. All we need to do is find his personal belongings. Hair or clothing will do, or we can just locate his ancestral grave. 4th Master, you should know where that is, right? I know where it is, but it's on the mountain outside the city, too troublesome and far. Let's just use his personal items. He's alone. Even if he has helpers, they wouldn't dare to confront you, 4th Master. At most there are 3 or 4 of them. With so many under your command, do you really need me to deal with him? That does seem to be the case. He'll send someone to scout the situation first. If they can kill him, just do it directly. Sometimes, 4th Master, you just can't think straight. You've been dealing with so much romantic business lately. That new concubine of yours is quite lovely. She looks very alluring indeed. As Sumu walked through the bustling streets, he suddenly sensed that he was being followed. After some thought, he realized that the group from the Wang family hadn't paid much attention to him, only tailing him to his home and shop. So aside from the suspected watchers from the Wang family, only one remained. The 4th Master of the 9 gates, Shueihua. Sumu, wait for me. A familiar voice of a girl came from behind, jumping and reaching up high. Sumu paused for a moment, waiting for Huasiener to catch up. Did your aunt not let you go home? 5th Master and 9th Master kept her to discuss some matters of the 9 gates, so I came first. Hurry up, or aunt will be upset. Sumu was slightly taken aback as he watched Huasiener, who was pulling him along, dash away quickly. Let's this way. Here. Sumu took the initiative to guide Huasiener, leading her out of the bustling area into a secluded alley. Wait for me, I need to use the restroom. Sumu broke free from Huasiener's small hand and turned around, his brow furrowing. The pursuers had followed him here, and he could hear the sound of weapons clattering to the ground. Hurry, take out the tools. That kid will run away soon. Is that Miss Will with him? What if we accidentally hurt her? What are you afraid of? 4th Master will take care of everything. Since no one is around, let's kill that kid and take care of the rest. You really aren't afraid of dying, are you? As the old saying goes, it's better to die beneath a peony than to be a ghost in plain sight. If we truly got to Miss Will's side, she might not even want to kill us. Sumu stood at the entrance of the deserted alley, his shadow stretched infinitely under the sunlight. He was not a madman who indiscriminately killed innocents, But why is it that there are always those who stumble into his line of irritation? Didn't you take 5 knives? Where's the last one? Yeah. You all took yours, what about mine? Someone's here. Why does that kid's knife look so much like the one we lost? That's not right. I just saw that there was indeed one on the ground just now, but how did it end up in this guy's hands? Never mind, let's get on with it. If you want to rise in rank, you have to strive hard. Go. Instead of rushing to kill the group in front of him, Su-mu, who had used the space-shifting technique, returned to his original position. With a long knife in hand, his mind replayed the scene from last night when the Blackbacked Sixth killed 10 men. The Blackbacked Sixth was incredibly strong, but his knife techniques relied not on brute force, but seemingly on some kind of skill. Techniques are not to be passed on to 6 ears. A Jianghu knife master like the Blackbacked Sixth would never share his techniques. Even if Su-mu wanted to learn, he couldn't. However, it seems like this, then this, and finally like this. What's the motion for throwing the knife, and then rushing up to grasp the handle? Su-mu flipped the long knife in his hand around his wrist, trying hard to recall the knife techniques of the Blackbacked Sixth from yesterday. Is this kid out of his mind? No wonder he dares to say he will deal with Fourth Master. He's not a normal person at all. What do you really want to sharpen your knife on the battlefield? The 5 men who were flexing their muscles and walking slowly with knives in hand were not flustered. Instead, upon seeing Su-mu muttering to himself and fiddling with his long knife, they found it somewhat amusing. They had faced many who fought back like mad dogs when their lives were threatened. They had also encountered cowards who were so scared they couldn't even run. But they had never killed a lunatic or a fool. Forget it, we'll talk about it next time. You guys go ahead, I'll count to 3. Su-mu, shaking his head in frustration, decided to abandon the thought of continuing to practice his knife techniques. He grasped the knife handle with his other hand, crouched down, and began to dash forward. His speed and strength of his physical body were unmatched by anyone. 2, 3, and I haven't even finished counting. Bits like cutting through a melon. Su-mu shook his head, wiping the fingerprints from the knife handle on the clothes of the corpse beneath him, leaving no trace. He tossed the knife to the ground, clapped his hands, and turned again. It seems I still haven't clarified whether these people are sent by Shueihua. What was I thinking just now? This head of mine sighed. Almost forgot. As Su-mu turned a few steps, he suddenly remembered something. He took out a talisman from his pocket, prepared a fire stick, squatted down, and began to burn the talisman. You are really lucky. This is one of the few rather evil talismans I have on me, called the Forbidden Crossing talismans. It breaks the cycle of reincarnation, prevents becoming a ghost, and dispels resentment. After burning it, you will completely turn into a foolish wandering soul, unable to harm anyone, and incapable of doing evil again. See how thoughtful I am for you. Su-mu ignited the talisman and began burning it in front of the corpses at the alley entrance. The yellow paper talisman burned, and the black ash was blown away by the wind, scattering into the mouths and noses of the 5 men, vanishing without a trace. Are you done yet? Huasiener shouted from a distance. Su-mu wiped his hands and stood up. Coming. There's not even a toilet here, don't rush when I arrive. Sitting leisurely in a secluded courtyard, drinking tea and reclining in a chair with beautiful women gently massaging his shoulders, Shuei slowly spoke. What time is it? Haven't the people sent out returned yet? Fourth Master, there's been no news, and our follow-up team can't find any trace of them. I guess most likely. The subordinate's face slightly changed. Shuei opened his eyes, his arm naturally grasping something. It must be that old dog Wu causing trouble behind the scenes. It turns out that acting directly won't work. Go bring Frog over. Yes, Fourth Master. 63rd, the virtuous February read. Shuei followed Dao Sheng's instructions and went to gather the materials for the formation. This black dog was hard to come by for me. Ever since old dog Wu became famous, the dog market has been hesitant to sell meat. Dogs and other dogs are so expensive. Shuei walked in, followed by a subordinate pulling a black-haired old dog with most of its hair falling out. Dao Sheng instinctively frowned at the old dog's frail and gasping appearance. The black dog blood used for the spell is usually that of young and strong dogs. However, he was not picky, though as long as it was available it would suffice. Woof woof woof. Woo woo woo. Shuei's subordinate brought a bowl of warm black dog blood and placed it on the table for Dao Sheng to use for his spell. Dao Sheng's long dirty fingernails lightly touched the bowl of black dog blood mixed with cinnabar, starting to walk the 7 stars gang step. He formed a gesture with his left pinky finger pressing against his ring finger and his right hand the opposite. Dao Sheng's lips moved slightly, reciting a spell. Heaven is dark, and the earth is filthy. Demons follow Lu Ban's decree. 5 ghosts arrive, lock the soul, and hinder death hasten. The spell was cast. The Taoist threw a long 7-inch wooden stake inscribed with the characters for spirits into the 5 directions of southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. The wooden stake sank 3 inches into the ground, and a layer of black frost inexplicably rose from the surface. The 5 stakes formed a plum blossom shape with a faint black blood sheen filled with ominous energy. Why are you here before the show has even started? Su-mu, who was being pulled by Huasiener to the entrance of the Hong family pear garden, looked at her with a bitter smile. These past few days the pear garden has been busy preparing for the Zhong Kuei ghost catching play, so naturally, they haven't been able to perform normally. But there's still a chance to see a show. Follow me. Huasiener rolled her eyes and continued to pull Su Mu into the pear garden. The gatekeeper of the Hong family troop saw that it was Huasiener, smiling as he bent and clasped his hands. Miss Siener, you're here again today. Don't mind us, just do your thing. Huasiener disregarded him and continued pulling Su Mu forward. As they approached the first-floor hall of the theater, Su Mu heard intermittent humming sounds inside along with the sounds of gongs and drums. The commotion inside was very faint, seemingly done on purpose to prevent outsiders from hearing. That's the sound of the huqin. Huasiener, well-versed in the art, explained this to Su Mu, who had never heard of opera before, and then pulled him to hide behind a screen 10 meters from the stage. The screen depicting mountains and waters was very thin, and they could vaguely see someone performing on the high stage. As soon as the huqin sounded, the person on stage began to sing. The fluctuations in the opera's lyrics made it difficult for Su Mu to hear clearly what was being sung. However, he could still tell that the voice of the performer on the high stage was clear and melodious, with deep notes filled with lingering sentiment and high notes resonating powerfully. February Red. Su Mu glanced down at Huasiener squatting in front of him. The two had contrasting postures, with Huasiener squatting on the ground, and Su Mu slightly hunched, resembling thieves. Huasiener nodded like a dragonfly touching the water. Upon confirming that the person on stage was indeed February Red, the second in rank of the 9 gates, Su Mu began to carefully observe through the screen. Through the blurry screen, he saw the performer wielding dual swords on the high stage, the blade gleaming. Her dress fluttered with her movements, at times raising her right foot and crossing the dual swords on her chest. After a brief pause, February Red once again made the dual swords, sword twirling them in a flourish. Su Mu did not understand opera. However, he could tell that February Red's postures and skills were exceptionally profound, and her combat strength should not be low. February Red on stage was dressed very solemnly, wearing a heavy floral crown, and her sleeves varying in color flowed like a rainbow with the sword dance. Su Mu glanced up, fixing his gaze on a young man who had approached their side. The newcomer clasped his fists silently and leaned against a beam, quietly observing Su Mu and Huasiener. A newcomer has arrived. Su Mu patted Huasiener on the shoulder. Who? Oh, it's Chin Pai. It's nothing. He would be strange if he didn't show up. By the way, he is the only disciple of February Red named Chin Pai. Let me introduce, this is my friend Su Mu. Huasiener continued to maintain her squatting position, lowering her voice to introduce them to each other. Chin Pai, I haven't heard of you. Aren't you Huasiener's male pet? Chin Pai scoffed, the corners of his mouth curling. Su Mu also smiled. Even male pets need to have this face. Unlike you looking like a stray cat or dog on the street lost in a crowd, no one would notice. Chin Pai dropped his fist from his chest, his expression darkening instantly. Su Mu continued to smile. This isn't like you, Chin Pai. Your emotions are too easily read. You're too naive. Looking at the youth, who was about the same age as him, Chin Pai felt an inexplicable surge of anger. How could outsiders understand his rich experiences? Or is it that February Red has spoiled you too much? All coming from the lower class, don't act all-powerful just because you gain some influence. Who are you trying to scare? Su Mu shook his head and decided not to continue arguing with him. After meeting figures like Zhang Qishan, Old Dog Wu Jiejiao, and Hu Jinxia from this era, Chin Pai's earlier demeanor seemed too naive and childish in Su Mu's eyes. Why did the warning talisman turn red? Is there something dirty nearby? Su Mu felt the talisman in his pocket growing hot. Upon inspection, he discovered it was the warning talisman emitting a red light. However, this statement fell on the confused Chin Pai's ears, as if Su Mu was scolding him for being dirty. Catching the movement of the newcomer from the corner of his eye, Su Mu seized the descending wrist without looking. I don't have time to play with you. It seems that guy is using that loathsome technique behind the scenes. He truly isn't afraid of death. Su Mu didn't possess much evil magic to counterbalance the Liu Ban's dark art. However, he carried numerous talismans capable of suppressing malevolence and dispelling evil. Moreover, after consuming the 9-turn soul rejuvenating pill, his body had already transformed into a spiritual entity. Ordinary techniques could not approach him at all. Let go. Chin Pai struggled vigorously, but realized he couldn't break free from Su Mu's iron grip, his face pale. Second Master, the statue of Master Huaguang, just flickered. An old voice halted February Red, who was still practicing on stage. February Red turned to look towards the backstage and noticed that the statue of Master Huaguang was indeed emitting a faint red light, and she began searching for the source of the strange disturbance. Who's there? Is it Chin Pai? February Red's voice was gentle, calm, and unhurried. We've been discovered. Second Master doesn't like others watching him practice. Let's run. Huasiener, startled, stood up and pulled Su Mu to flee. Su Mu smiled and nodded, releasing his grip on. Chin Pai remained silent, deeply staring at the bruise on his wrist, his expression complex. He was no match for the other party. Chin Pai, it's my master. True immortal view. With the 9 gates pushing so hard, could it just be a transaction among friends? Selling talismans and pills for money. The people in this world are truly becoming more and more insane. Who says otherwise? However, according to rumors, the strange disappearances these past few nights are indeed related to the owner of true immortal view. Do you think it's fake? It's definitely fake. Even if it were true, the price is exorbitant and the audience isn't even us. It's just more gossip for idle conversation. However, it seems no similar operators have appeared across the country. What if it's real? Shall we go see the commotion? The news of true immortal view selling talismans and pills was spread by Wu Laogo and the other 9 Gates leaders. The lower-class citizens were abuzz with discussion, yet it was all mere chatter. No one truly believed that the talismans and pills would have any real effect. However, the wealthy officials and gentry received different news. While the lower-class citizens were still questioning whether this was just another money-making scheme by the 9 Gates. The wealthy officials and merchants within the city had already secretly sent people to the entrance of the true immortal view shop. 10,000 taels. Why don't you just go rob it? 100,000. Do you really think money grows on trees? If you don't have money, you can trade ancient artifacts. Those legendary items can be exchanged with us after successful appraisal. Are you really going to buy it? The head of the family said we must buy it no matter the cost. There are evil things haunting the house, appearing at night to harm people. Damn. If it doesn't work, just wait for us to settle accounts with you in your shabby store. 5,000 taels for a broken talisman. That's really ruthless. Wait, I'm going to get the money right now. The owner sent word, anyone who knows carpentry, masonry, or tile work should come over. Here they come. In front of the straw hut in the slums, Su Mu paced back and forth. After leaving the Yuehang Pear Garden, he had asked Huisiener to take him to see the wealthy residential area in the city, which ultimately dispelled his desire to buy a house. In the wealthy district, apart from a few resident families, most were remnants of the previous dynasty. When they met, they greeted each other in the old-fashioned way with phrases like "you are auspicious," which made Su Mu feel very uncomfortable. Anyway, he had more than enough money now, and it was coming in at an incredible rate. So it would be better to establish another courtyard here. Master Su, owner, everyone has arrived. Su Mu pointed to the straw hut where he had previously lived. I want to build a house here. I will rely on all of you from now on. The subordinates who understood carpentry, masonry, and other crafts looked around and began to whisper to each other about how to create a courtyard worthy of their master's identity for Su Mu. However, owner, if we are to build a new courtyard, the old house must be demolished. During this time, I'm afraid I will figure that out myself. Also, the ancestral tablet and incense cannot be moved. They must remain in that position. I need you to resolve this matter quickly. If you lack manpower, hire more. If you lack materials, buy them quickly. Money is not an issue. Rest assured, owner, as long as the money is in place, we can finish it within a month. All right, I leave this place to you. You all don't need to go to the shop anymore. The remaining people will continue to manage it. Good, we will immediately call more workers over and purchase materials, etc. Before this group arrived, Su Mu had already entered the room to pack his belongings, temporarily covering the ancestral tablet of the Su family with the purchased fabric. Owner, there is something that needs your judgment to determine its true value. Suddenly, a shop assistant dressed in the robe designed by Su Mu for the true immortal view rushed over, speaking anxiously. My. Su Mu did not expect that merely half a day's time could yield such results. It seems that Wu Laogo and the others were really putting an effort to promote him. It's a fragment of a book. The trader is also a Taoist, and he said he is waiting for a talisman to save his life. He must obtain it tonight, which is why he came to us for a trade. He claims he is sure that the talismans we sell are effective because he can see a certain colorful light rising into the sky within the city right above our shop. The old Taoist calls himself Sun Guofu, and the item he is trading is an ancient book named the 16-character Yin Yang Secret Art. Before the shop assistant could finish, Su Mu's eyes lit up, and he said the last sentence. The shop assistant's eyes widened. Owner, you are truly remarkable. Can this really be deduced? Su Mu shook his head. Let's go take a look and discuss it further. In the wealthy district of the city, the practitioner of the evasion method suddenly changed countenance, spitting out blood profusely. The 5 wooden stakes driven into the ground carved with the words Chime Wangliang exploded with blood light. The 5 ghosts invisible to ordinary people rushed towards the practitioner like mad. Practitioners of the evasion method carry 3 deficiencies and 5 flaws by nature: lacking wealth, lacking life, lacking power. The practitioner had originally intended to enjoy the worldly splendor for a brief time during his already miserable life, even if it meant suffering from the 3 deficiencies and 5 flaws. But he did not expect the retribution to come so quickly. After how many times had he cast spells, and he was already facing the deficiency of life among the 3 deficiencies. Frog, what's happening? Shueihua looked at his companion, whose body swayed like a candle flame in the wind, visibly losing life quickly, and instinctively took a few steps back in fear. The practitioner known as Frog at the end of his life looked up towards the direction where he had previously commanded the 5 ghosts to attack, suddenly seeing a scene vastly different from before. Within Changsha City, between heaven and earth, 12 mysterious figures, standing with their feet on the ground and heads touching the sky, had seemingly erected without warning. These 12 phantoms did not resemble normal human forms. Some had snake bodies with 6 legs, some stood on fire snakes, and others had wings sprouting from their backs. One of the phantoms towering above had a hand pressing down on the spot where the practitioner was located. In that position, the energy generated by the practitioner's spell was completely imprisoned. The 5 ghosts in front of these 12 phantoms were as humble, as ants, as insignificant as dust. Fourth master this person. The practitioner spat out another mouthful of blood. Upon closer inspection, some internal organ fragments were found among the blood he spit out. At the end of his life, the practitioner glanced at the statue of Master Lu Ban he had placed on the spell array table. It turned out that since he began casting spells, that statue of Master Lu Ban had already dimmed, seemingly exhausting all its accumulated power to resist the terrifying pressure from the 12 phantoms. Even the ancestral master is trembling in fear. Where in the world did such terrifying and unfamiliar heavenly and earthly phantoms come from? Hurry! Send someone immediately to fetch Uncle Ba. Spare no expense, pay whatever it takes. Shui Huang, as if sensing danger, raised his hand and ordered his men to summon Chi Tizui, the renowned diviner known as Uncle Ba, to cast a fateful hexagram for him. The bald, scabrous man collapsed onto the ground. Ants hidden beneath the earth swiftly converged, swarming around his body and emitting a dim obsidian glow. Boom! A thunderclap erupted from clear sky. A colossal bolt of lightning struck the ritual table where the scabrous man had been performing his rites, shattering it into splinters. Only fragmented remains of the statue of Master Lu Ban lay motionless upon the earth. Moments later, the subordinate dispatched returned with a bitter expression, shaking his head. Uncle Ba has been summoned by Fo Yi. He won't be back for at least 2 days. Where did he go? Fourth master, this is Fo Yi we speak of. Forget it. Could that young man truly possess some celestial mandate? This matter has grown exceedingly difficult. Shui Huang drew a deep breath, and for the first time, though they had yet to meet, the name Su Mu stirred a flicker of wariness in his heart. What Shui Huang and Chi Tizui did not know was this: whether by sheer fortune or some deeper cosmic alignment, had Chi Tizui remained within the city that day and been compelled by the 4th master of the 9 gates to perform divination for him, his fate would have mirrored that of the scabrous man, death. For wherever Su Mu stood, the 12 ancestral Wu manifestations endured silently, shielding him, countering all malign sorcery. To attempt divining Su Mu's destiny was tantamount to seeking the fates of the 12 ancestral Wu themselves, their origins, their deeds, their very paths through eternity. Could such a thing ever be calculated? Before the Jinshin Temple shop entrance. Hey, what's the meaning of this? We've got money, but we're barred from the 2nd floor. Why is that old Taoist allowed up? Exactly. Are we being looked down upon? Silence. This youth holds unusual standing here. Unusual? You haven't heard yet. This young man Su Mu is the true proprietor behind Jinshin Temple. Just a lad so young. You've never laid eyes on the 9 masters of the 9 gates, have you? Except for the 3rd master, who among them is elderly. Does youth disqualify merit? Fair point. Though I've yet to meet them, I've heard tales of the masters, all brilliant, all astonishingly young. I've also heard that Master Su favors obscure antiquities. Wealth holds little allure for him, whereas ancient texts, relics, and alchemical manuscripts ignite his deepest passion. That tattered book the old Taoist just produced. Likely why he was granted entry. Back inside the shop, Su Mu ignored the long queue snaking before the door and ascended directly to the 2nd floor with Sun Guofu in tow. He then instructed attendants to serve fruit and tea. Master, please be seated, Su Mu said, gesturing toward a stool beside him as he observed Sun Guofu, the aged Taoist standing before him, radiating palpable unease. Sun Guofu rested his arm upon his master's secret manual, dazed and hesitant before recounting how he'd once encountered a destitute traveler, and sensing karmic affinity intervened in the man's destiny. Master, you truly wish to exchange this ancestral manual for Hu Guohua's life? Su Mu furrowed his brow. Beside him, the bearded man poured tea for the 2 seated guests. Sun Guofu's arrival astonished Su Mu deeply. This man was extraordinary. Not merely in skill, but in legacy. He would one day become the revered savior of Hu Bai's lineage, the future legendary Tomb Raider. Had Sun Guofu not intervened, Hu Guohua, Hu Bai's grandfather, would have perished under the vengeful grasp of a female specter, and thus Hu Bai himself would never have drawn breath. Alas, though I wander the mortal world with compassion in my heart, I lack the power to save all people, to embrace the whole realm beneath heaven. So I simply aid those I meet in distress, one soul at a time. Sun Guofu sighed, his face pale. This manual is my master's legacy. Master, please examine it. Is it worthy of exchanging for your shop's corpse-subduing talismans? With that, Sun Guofu withdrew a half-scroll of the 16-character Yin-Yang manual, meticulously wrapped in sheepskin parchment. Zhou Tian 16 hexagrams. Description completed by Fu Shi, based on the primordial 8 trigrams. Governing heaven, earth, humanity, ghosts, deities, Buddhas, demons, beasts, subjugation, stabilization, concealment, objects, transformation, yin-yang, and more. Heaven hexagram celestial feng shui, star observation geomantic node identification astrological auspiciousness or peril. Earth hexagram dragon veins mountain ranges watercourses terrain, harmonizing wind and water. Human hexagram birth aging illness death, destiny charts. Human form feng shui, yang dwelling habitation. Ghost hexagram indwelling tombs burial sites remains coffins sacrificial interments yin malevolence. Deity hexagram divine beings rituals transcendence and ascension immortal mountains divine malevolence. Buddha hexagram sectarian feng shui pagodas and temples Sarira relics karmic causality. Demon hexagram malevolent spirits demons blood sacrifices sinister arrays. Beast hexagram avian and beast spirits mountain and river entities sacred beasts bestial malevolence. Subjugation hexagram suppressing malevolence expelling ghosts pacifying corpses. Stabilization hexagram tomb sealing dragon binding malevolence suppression nodian tumit. Concealment hexagram duinjia stealth calamity avoidance chiman mysticism. Object hexagram. Transform. The system display indeed appeared, but instead of labeling it this 16-character Yin-Yang manual, it now read, Zhou Tian 16 hexagrams. Was it sufficient to exchange for Su Mu's corpse-subduing talismans? Sun Guofu watched Su Mu intently awaiting his reply. After his master Zhang Sanlian acquired the manual, he tore out all sections concerning deities and ghosts, leaving only the 8 hexagrams devoted to dragon vein tracing and tomb excavation. Thus Sun Guofu struggled grievously against the vengeance-seeking female specter, and when word reached him of an auspicious light blazing above the city heralding a person born with innate spiritual essence, he hastened there. He had merely hoped to enlist that innately gifted individual's aid in confronting the vicious entity born from the female corpse. He never imagined the bearer of innate chi would prove to be not a cultivator, but a commercial establishment named. Inside rows of ancient talisman papers exuded an archaic aura, each imbued with genuine primordial potency, veritable treasures beyond price. And so this scene unfolded. Yes, absolutely. Not only may it exchange for my corpse-subduing talismans, but I will accompany you myself, if the journey is not too distant. Su Mu perceived clearly Sun Guofu was but an ordinary man. No cultivation energy flowed within him, no arcane arts graced his practice. Only mastery of feng shui and dragon vein lore. Sun Guofu leapt upright stunned. Then it is settled. The manual is yours right now. Su Mu accepted the manual, now renamed by the system as the Zhou Tian 16 hexagrams, and secured it close to his person before rising. No time to waste. Shall we depart? How far is it? Sun Guofu pointed northward. Not far, just outside Changhua town on the shores of Dongting Lake. The corpse-born malevolence manifests at Shisanlipu. With swift horses and a carriage will arrive shortly. What uncanny coincidence. Hu Bai's grandfather lived not far from Changsha City, precisely in Changhua town along the banks of Dongting Lake. Su Mu pondered puzzled. Hu Bai and Wang Fatso always spoke in crisp Beijing dialect. Had their ancestors migrated here only later? Enough speculation. It bore no fruit. He descended the stairs. Seeing Sun Guofu's threadbare, impoverished appearance, Su Mu waved to a clerk. Fetch me a carriage. I'm stepping out. Choose fleet-foot steeds, bring a driver. Or if none is available, any of you may drive me yourselves. The clerk scratched his head. Master, as dusk approaches you well know what stirs tonight within the city walls. Is it your first day with me? Well, that's fine. He'll take care of it right away. Although there was still some concern in his heart about sending the meat dumplings in the city tonight, he quickly ran to prepare the carriage. After the carriage was ready, Sun Guofu entered the vehicle and began discussing the matter of the female ghost seeking vengeance. After Hu Guohua was afflicted by the paper doll's eye-opening sorcery, I used the dragon-seeking technique to investigate his surroundings, and following the clues, I traced it back to the place called Shisanlipu. In earlier years, that place was situated next to the official road, serving as a small shop where travelers could rest. It provided a simple resting station for merchants and porters. Later, as the world became unstable and the population dwindled, the station fell into disrepair and gradually became a mass grave. The number 13 in the I Ching represents the yin and malevolent and inauspicious number. Coupled with the various corpses piled up in Shisanlipu, it slowly nurtured that female corpse ghost. Even in daylight, that place was dark and cold, lacking much sunlight. Once night fell, it became utterly black. As for why so many people were not harmed, yet Hu Guohua's grandfather, Hu Guohua, was targeted. The reason was something Sun Mu had likely already guessed. Hu Guohua, relying on his family's wealth in earlier years, had not learned anything useful and had developed a habit of smoking opium and gambling. Over time, with no money and being timid, Hu Guohua began to resort to underhanded means. First, a rat spirit brought him copper coins, and later a paper doll transformed into a woman to serve him. Most likely, Hu Guohua's fate was easily attracted to such sinister entities. The previous lack of incidents was probably because his ancestors were in the underworld beseeching the king of hell on his behalf. Now that incidents had occurred, it proved that his ancestors no longer protected him. It seems that the young master is indeed different from those local scholars in the city. He has emerged untainted from the muck and is truly talented. Sun Guofu generously praised Sun Mu. Sun Mu touched his nose. He was simply not skilled in the art of tomb raiding. It wasn't that he didn't want to do it. Clearly the other party misunderstood. Boss, should we first go to Changle Town or somewhere else? The driver looked at the fork in the road and halted the horses, asking Sun Mu and Sun Guofu inside the carriage. When we reached this road, the directions to Shisanli Pu and Changle Town began to diverge. Please take me to Changle Town first. Then let's go to Changle Town. Sun Mu nodded. After Sun Guofu lowered the curtain of the carriage, he explained the reason for going there first. Sun Guofu said, people like Hu Guohua will not give up until they see the Yellow River. Unless he personally experiences the dangers of that female corpse ghost, he will not easily abandon his bad habits. After I leave, he will revert to his old ways. Sun Guofu was a good person who traveled the world relying on feng shui and secret arts to help others. As one of the disciples of the renowned Taoist Zhang Senchain and Mo Jin Jiao Wei Zhang, San Yi not only never learned the skills of tomb raiding, but also deeply detested such matters. Sun Guofu's encounter with Zhang Senchain, who hung 3 Mo Jin talismans, was purely accidental. Zhang Senchain, seeing that Sun Guofu was also from a prestigious lineage but had fallen into poverty, felt a sense of regret for the talented. However, Sun Guofu always refused to learn the skills of tomb raiding. In desperation, Zhang Senchain gifted him half of his feng shui secrets as a parting gift. The other 3 disciples of Zhang Senchain, Feitian Shuni Jin Suanpan and Tai Moto, each received a Mo Jin talisman and corresponding skills. North of the Yellow River, the legends of these 3 still circulate in the martial world. However, they have not ventured into the southern regions, so no one in Changsha City recognizes them yet. Why did you come to the city looking for me? Sun Mu suddenly asked. Sun Guofu instinctively touched his brow. Hu Guohua's fate intersects with mine, and it is destined that he will be my disciple in this life. However, when I met him, my brow twitched violently, and I had an uneasy premonition. When I looked up, I saw a brilliant light rising into the sky. A doctor cannot heal himself. Sun Guofu, well-versed in the 8 trigrams and feng shui, is a renowned master in the province. Yet he cannot foresee his own life and future. With a deep understanding of the 8 trigrams and feng shui, he is extremely sensitive to certain perceptions. Ordinary people would know that a twitching eyelid likely indicates something good or bad is about to happen. A master of feng shui like him, with such capabilities, can understand the reasoning behind it. Thus he unexpectedly came to the city to find the Jinxian Temple. Sun Guofu recalled the door couplets and lintel he saw in front of the Jinxian Temple, and his expression began to grow somewhat dazed. A person who has attained the Tao would never audaciously declare to the world, to see me is to see the great Luo heaven. A person of half-baked skills would never come up with words like if one is not bound by form. In Changsha City, where the martial atmosphere prevails, even swindlers cannot establish a shop here. Thus there remains only one final reason. The Jinxian Temple is meant to assist those who have reached a dead end. Breaking through the fog, one can meet the true great Luo immortal. This is it. Wait for me a moment. This wicked disciple of mine is somewhat unruly, so please do not take offense later. Sun Guofu gave Sun Mu a heads up in advance. Sun Mu nodded. A moment later, Sun Guofu brought out Hu Guohua, who was reeking of smoke and in a daze from the door. You unworthy disciple, how dare you smoke opium behind my back? I thought you swore to quit. Sun Guofu gritted his teeth in frustration. Immortal, no master, spare me. I am just too unwell. That female ghost has dug out my heart and lungs, and she made me trick others to feed her their hearts and lungs. I truly dare not. Hu Guohua, tears streaming down his face, clung to Sun Guofu's thigh, sobbing. Uncle Sun, please get in the carriage, Sun Mu casually said as he lifted the curtain. Sun Guofu nodded, preparing to pull Hu Guohua into the carriage. Sun Mu, standing at the curtain's edge, shook his head. Let him follow behind the carriage. It will help him sober up from the opium. Sun Guofu hesitated for a moment, but still followed Sun Mu's advice and entered the carriage first. Have you given him money? Sun Mu asked, puzzled. His family is destitute. There's no choice, alas. Sun Guofu sighed and shook his head. Hu Guohua looked at the already moving carriage and patted his muddled head. Who is this kid? How dare he make me run? Is this a new disciple of the master? But even if it's a new disciple, at least I should have gotten on the carriage first. He truly doesn't understand any rules. Smack! Hu Guohua's muttering was unheard by Sun Mu and Sun Guofu in the carriage, but the driver did hear. The driver cracked the whip in his hand and directly struck Hu Guohua. Keep yapping about our boss, and I swear I'll take you down. Hu Guohua's expression changed dramatically. Due to his gambling and opium habits, he had squandered away his family's inheritance and borrowed money everywhere. Once, after borrowing from a small loan shark among the thugs who came to collect the debt, was the one currently driving the carriage. Hu Guohua could never forget the scar on that man's face throughout his life. However, how had such a vicious thug ended up driving for that young man? And why was he calling the other person boss? Changsha City is vast. Due to the presence of the 9 gates, many people engaged in shady businesses gather here. Even debt collectors and moneylenders swarm into Changsha City. Those in the slums, even when selling their lives, must queue up for power within Changsha City. Therefore, Uncle Hu and his group set their sights on some wealthier landlords outside the city. They assist in debt collection and fighting. Hu Guohua is a coward, never daring to utter a word when faced with the scarred face. Yet he feels inexplicably displeased with the young stranger Su Mu of unknown identity. But displeasure aside, a single word from the scarred face cut off Hu Guohua's thoughts of further complaints. Anyone who takes in violent thugs as assistants cannot be a good person. The carriage travels in the direction of Shisanli Pu, as indicated by Sun Guofu. Behind the carriage, Hu Guohua, feeling weak, runs with sweat dripping from his forehead. He looks like he can't go on. Let's wait for him. Sun Guofu, kind-hearted, opened the window curtain to take a look. I think he should be fine. The coachman replied, and glancing at the darkening sky, casually cracked the whip again. Oh! Hu Guohua cried out in pain, clutching his leg and gritting his teeth to continue jogging forward. The scarred face's gaze was cold and fierce. If he disobeyed, he feared that the other would immediately get off and kill him. In the face of life and death, Hu Guohua chose to drag his weary body onward. They really caught up. Sun Guofu nodded in satisfaction, somewhat surprised by the sounds of footsteps behind them. Su Mu in the carriage suddenly recalled that Sun Guofu's excessive kindness and soft-heartedness had led to him being dragged into death by Hu Guohua. If only Hu Guohua had some manly courage to confront that female corpse ghost, it wouldn't have resulted in Sun Guofu facing the enemy alone and getting poisoned by the corpse. Sun Guofu is kind, but Su Mu is not. The sound of the coachman's whip cracking was unusually loud. Su Mu could tell that it was not hitting the horses. Since this carriage was rented, the owner wouldn't use too much force for fear of damaging it and having to pay for repairs. But hitting Hu Guohua was a different matter. Seeing the cowardly demeanor of Hu Guohua made Su Mu want to step up and stomp on him. Whether in his past life or this one, Su Mu had a deep-seated disdain for those who squander their family inheritance merely for fleeting pleasures. Well, we've arrived at the employer's place. The scarred-faced coachman stopped the carriage by the roadside. Shisanli Pu is a mass grave. Part of the corpses buried here were the handiwork of these people, so they were relatively familiar with it. Since following Su Mu, they had taken fewer jobs that involved selling their lives, which is why they hadn't come here for a while. The sky had not yet completely darkened. At this time, there were still not many ghostly figures or malevolent energies visible in Shisanli Pu. However, scattered bones and remains were everywhere, as well as many burial sites that had been shallowly buried with wild dogs digging up coffins to gnaw on the corpses. It is said that she was once a rich young lady, but after becoming pregnant, due to falling in love with a poor scholar, she was beaten to death by her father. Her mother, seeing her plight, secretly had her buried here. Sun Guofu briefly introduced the background and identity of the female corpse ghost. Judging from Su Mu's past life values, he would find this situation quite absurd. Even a tiger would not harm its cubs, who would personally kill their own children. But this was during the Republic of China. Wealthy individuals often have several concubines, and the offspring born from these unions are merely the result of impulsive actions devoid of any feelings. Let alone just a daughter born to a concubine. Even the concubine herself could be easily killed without anyone caring. Wait a moment. Seeing his subordinate wanting to step forward to check the situation, Su Mu called him to a halt. This is not something to... Su Mu shook his head with a bitter smile. That female corpse ghost, even a master like Sun Guofu could fall victim to her, and an ordinary Taoist would fare little better. Not to mention that the scarred face is just a minor thug, without any evil energy to ward off. With us around, that female ghost won't dare to show herself. Since this matter was initiated by you, you'll have to resolve it as well. This is a black donkey hoof, and this is a talisman I bought from Su Xiao. Take it, open her coffin, stuff the black donkey hoof into her mouth, and place the talisman on her forehead. Sun Guofu called Hu Guohua, who was panting heavily, sweating profusely. Upon hearing this, Hu Guohua frantically waved his hands, his face pale. No, we can't do that. The female ghost is fierce. Sun Guofu frowned. The paper doll possessed by her has already been secretly replaced by the black donkey hoof in your hand, plus the talisman from Su Xiao. Nothing will go wrong. Hu Guohua was drenched in cold sweat, hesitating as he looked at the talisman and black donkey hoof in his hand. The effects of the opium had completely dissipated after he ran all the way. Now fully awake, he still could not confront the source of his fear alone in front of these people. It's fine, I'll do it. Since the deal has been made, consider this an additional benefit for the uncle. Su Mu shook his head and began walking towards the burial site of the woman in red with the scarred face. Sun Guofu glared at Hu Guohua in frustration and quickly followed. Just as he said before, this matter involves a certain causality. As long as Hu Guohua doesn't personally delve into the cause and effect, the female ghost in red might suddenly lash out. The other party could kill people simply with corpse poison, let alone the various malevolent methods at play. We mustn't be careless. We should proceed cautiously. Sun Guofu caught up to Su Mu and the others, anxiously reminding them. Clang. The scarred face drew his sword from behind his waist, stepping forward with a grim expression. A genuine gun barrel couldn't kill him, and at this moment Su Mu was right beside him. Would he still let himself die? In fact, ever since that night's surprise attack by the guard's uncle, who, and his group, had developed a kind of fanatical reverence for Su Mu. They firmly believed that as long as Su Mu was present, they could ignore any dangers and boldly move forward, cutting down their enemies. Sun Guofu looked at the scarred face, who was striding forward with his head held high and his sword drawn, and was quite surprised. It seems I will have to pass on the unused Taoist scripture to them. When we return, these guys are too reckless. Seeing his subordinate approaching with the same determination as Sun Guofu, Su Mu helplessly pressed his forehead. Walk slowly. Su Mu sighed and began to draw a protective golden light spell behind his subordinate, chanting incantations. Have you used that sword before? Not yet, boss. Then the golden light blade spell is still effective. Once the protective golden light spell is ready, be careful. Got it. The scar-faced man approached the nameless monument, wielding a blade, surveying the tightly sealed coffin where the female corpse lay. With a crack, a gap appeared in the coffin lid, unleashing a chilling, decaying aura that rushed towards the scar-faced man's face, but was blocked by a faint golden light. The female corpse inside the coffin wore a bright red wedding dress, as fresh as new. Her century-old body showed no signs of decay, her face stunningly beautiful, yet completely lifeless, devoid of any breath or movement typical of a living person. The scar-faced man looked down, and then turned to glance at Su Mu and the others. Upon seeing the corpse's beautiful face, he suddenly conceived a different thought. What a pity to have such a beautiful face wasted. If only you had met me back then, how wonderful it would have been. I would never have abandoned you like that scholar did. If your father dares to harm you, I would kill him. Such a shame. Next life, come to our side, be my wife, or at least my son's partner. The master ordered that you must be dealt with this time. Blame it on your random appearance harming others. With a spit, the scar-faced man raised his blade. In the next moment, a chilling wind swept through, turning the surrounding stillness into a suffocating silence. The ghostly eyes that had been closed for a century suddenly opened, their pupils dark and hollow, devoid of any light. The female corpse began to rise slowly. Bang! The blade fell directly, severing the wooden coffin along with the upper half of the female corpse. The scar-faced man squatted down, took out the corpse-restraining talisman given to him by Su Mu, spat once more, and pressed it onto the coffin lid. Thud, 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 thud. The half-cracked coffin emitted deafening knocking sounds. This is truly eerie, as she's not dead yet. The scar-faced man was startled, nearly falling backward. He then took out several more talismans, beginning to stick them around the coffin. There are indeed many burial items. They must be filthy rich to offer so much for the dead, but it's a pity I cannot take any of it. Master, the talismans are in place. What shall we do next? The scar-faced man stood up, asking Su Mu behind him. Su Mu remained silent, turning to look at Sun Guofu. It seems Su Mu had never encountered such a zombie, and was unsure of how to proceed. If they burned it right here, wouldn't they first destroy the corpse-restraining talismans? If they merely continued to bury it, it would inevitably attract misfortune upon others, awakening it once more. Sun Guofu nodded. Just stab this century-old peachwood sword into her heart, and that will suffice. Weapon. Su Mu looked at the peachwood sword in Sun Guofu's hand, instinctively thinking of the term weapon. After such a long time, all he had acquired were scriptures, talismans, spells, and medicinal bloodlines, but not a single weapon. The century-old peachwood sword in Sun Guofu's hand seemed to be overlooked by the system, as no special reminders appeared. Here. Sun Guofu tossed the peachwood sword to the scar-faced man standing by the grave mound. The scar-faced man nodded, sheathed his long knife, and with both hands grasped the hilt of the peachwood sword. He closed his eyes and forcefully drove it into the half-cracked coffin. Puff! The stench of blood, unlike that of a normal human, erupted instantly, making the scar-faced man's brows furrow. However, throughout the ordeal, the red-clad female corpse had not reacted at all, enduring relentless bullying. Thus, her sense of fear had diminished significantly. Is it just to be left like this, say? The scar-faced man scratched his head. All right, she should be truly dead now. The peachwood sword must be returned to the old Taoist. Thanks for your help, both of you. Before Sun Guofu could finish his sentence, the situation ahead suddenly changed. From beneath the coffin, which had clearly been affixed with corpse-restraining talismans, a pair of blood-stained hands suddenly shot up, grabbing the scar-faced man, who was bent over to retrieve the peachwood sword. A terrifying force prevented the scar-faced man from standing. Master. Not good. Sun Guofu shouted. This female corpse has already become formidable. Sun Guofu looked at Hu Guohua, who appeared in pain, his face pale. At that moment, even Sun Guofu felt a surge of fear in his heart. Because the female corpse had consumed Hu Guohua's heart once she broke free from the coffin, her first target would be Hu Guohua's life, before seeking revenge on the rest of them amidst the dark, ghostly night. The scar-faced man was used to dealing with minor skirmishes. He had never witnessed such a scene. The protective golden light around him continued to flicker, but that insufficient force was unable to break free from the grasp. From within the coffin, he could already see the red-clad female corpse whose upper body he had severed, her ink-black eyes fixated on him. "Don't look. Let me handle this." Su Mu's voice rang out as he reached out to pry open the female corpse's tightly gripping hands around the scar-faced man's arms. 1, 2, 3, 4. Until Su Mu managed to pry the hands to a parallel position with the back of the palms, allowing the scar-faced man to escape. The scar-faced man, frightened, fell to the ground, beads of cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Still not dead. Su Mu was puzzled and kicked the right arm of the female corpse, which should have been as hard as iron, bending it and breaking the bone out. Is she really unharmed? Su Mu felt a chill as the female corpse stared at him, directly stepping on her. As for whether the female corpse was beautiful or not, Su Mu hadn't even had the time to look. Even if she were stunningly beautiful, that would still be a dead person. Moreover, she was the corpse of a woman who was pregnant with the child of a down-and-out timid scholar. Beware of the corpse poison. Seeing Su Mu's barbaric actions, Sun Guofu shouted in horror. Where's the corpse poison? Su Mu frowned, looking at the head of the female ghost he had crushed, as well as the bent arms of the female ghost that seemed to want to move, but couldn't make any normal attacking or scratching motions. Give me the knife. Oh. The scar-faced man fumbled to draw the knife from his waist, and carefully handed it to Su Mu. Su Mu took out the talisman he had used before to kill the water leeches on the street, ignited it, and began to wave and burn it on the blade. He didn't know whether this method of using the talisman would be effective, but there was no time to think too much now. Receiving money and providing convenience, my apologies, missed in the next life. No, you seem to have no next life. Su Mu raised the knife high, first severing the arms that the female corpse extended, then plunging it into her abdomen, stirring wildly. If such an action didn't kill her, Su Mu would truly have no other options. You take over. Su Mu felt the smell was a bit overwhelming, stepping back a few paces, handing the task over to the scar-faced man. Damn it, you scared me. Damn it, you made the master intervene. Damn it, you looked down on me. Damn it, you wouldn't marry me. Damn it. Hu Guohua, covering his mouth, turned and began to vomit violently, expelling foul black water mixed with some long, smooth strands of women's hair. Sun Guofu pressed his hand against Hu Guohua's back and sighed in relief. The heart is still beating, he's back. That's enough, the matter has been resolved. Su Mu directed his gaze towards the scarred-faced subordinate who was still thrusting the peachwood sword. The scarred-faced man wiped the blood splattered on his face and spat viciously. I'm not afraid of you while you're alive. If it weren't for the concern that you might also cause my death, would I fear a female ghost like you? You might be the one who dies more violently. The scarred-faced man casually tossed the peachwood sword back to Sun Guofu, then turned and jumped onto the carriage with Su Mu. Isn't that right, boss? The scarred-faced man asked Su Mu seriously. As ordinary people, they had little contact with matters of gods and demons, and didn't have much information. The scarred-faced man had long harbored a question in his heart, which had been bottled up for a long time. Now was the right moment to voice it. Su Mu, who had lifted the curtain and entered the carriage, nodded. Actually, I feel the same way. It seems that most ghosts were harmed by others, and can only become fierce after death. So if they were so meek and powerless in life, how can they become so formidable after death? Does the boss not know either? Haha, I'll find out the answer to this question after I die. Isn't it good to be alive? Why say such things? Su Mu shook his head. The coachman looked at Sun Guofu and Hu Guohua, who were still entangled with impatience. Are you getting on the carriage or not? If not, we'll leave. It's going to get dark soon, and it'll be troublesome if we go back in the dark. Sun Guofu waved his hand. We'll just walk back, no need for you, young sir and brother, to see us off. Take care, young sir. Let's go. Su Mu nodded and instructed. This place was called Sanlipu. It was still 13 miles from the Chonglu town, and even farther from Changsha City. After dark, they wouldn't be able to see farther, so their journey would slow down. By the time they returned to Changsha City, it would likely be completely dark. Giddy up. The scarred-faced man following Su Mu looked joyful as he stood up and urged the spirited horse pulling the carriage. Privately, their group had been competing among themselves. They were betting on who could truly follow Su Mu to the end and gain his utmost trust. At first, they thought it would be the bearded uncle who had been closest to Su Mu. However, after today's events, the scarred-faced man suddenly felt that Su Mu wouldn't trust the bearded uncle too much and wouldn't easily take him along for such life-threatening endeavors. Because the bearded uncle had a family and was also older, Su Mu wouldn't want him to do more than necessary. Without work, one cannot demonstrate oneself, and without that, one cannot gain Su Mu's trust, nor can one stay by his side for long. People like the scarred-faced man who have no parents, children, or wives would become the trusted confidants of their organization in the future. Run faster. If you get hurt or sick, I'll take care of you when we get back, haha. The scarred-faced man thought to himself, his smile growing broader. He had followed other powerful leaders before, but none had been as exciting as following Su Mu. Anyone can engage in killing and fighting as long as they are not afraid of death. But driving away ghosts and subduing monsters is not something just anyone can do. After we return, find a doctor to teach you about human acupoints. You must learn and memorize it seriously. Once done, come find me. Ooh, I have a technique I can teach you. Sitting in the carriage, Su Mu spoke out after some thought. He needed some experimental subjects to validate his speculation. He would soon acquire many ancient texts identified by the system, most of which would be some form of cultivation method. Among them there would definitely be the Golden Core Purple Mansion path recorded in the 7 seals of the Cloud Register, or the paths of Yin Spirit and Yang Spirit. The shaman tribe cannot cultivate, only able to continuously consume blood and flesh of strong creatures to gain physical enhancements until a qualitative change occurs leading to transcendent abilities. Among the people under him, except for the 3 from Jagu Shout, the others were too weak. Without his protective golden light spell, they would be nothing. While the true immortal view shop was profitable, Su Mu still needed to find ways to acquire more ancient artifacts, medicinal pills, and internal alchemy. He also needed a handy weapon. It's a pity that Sienner didn't come this time, otherwise with her knowledge, she would definitely know the specific locations of weapon collections among the antiques collected in Changsha City. Su Mu lifted the curtain and glanced at the darkening sky, talking to himself. Previously, upon hearing that Sun Guofu was coming, Su Mu also checked the scope of transactions at the shop today. The talismans and medicinal pills he created had sold quite a bit, but more often than not they just exchanged for money. Rarely were there trades like Sun Guofu's where he had genuine goods, but no money. Even if there were, most would only be common items with considerable collectible value, such as golden silk, Nanu red sandalwood, ancient porcelain jade pendants, and ancient copper coins. Su Mu took out the pouch hanging at his waist. Of course it wasn't entirely without gains. Small 5 Emperor's coin description: Xuanji, wood, Kangxi fire, Yongzheng earth, Qianlong gold, Jiaqing water. The 5 elements generate each other, forming a closed loop of balance, round externally and square internally. A universal copper coin that wards off evil, gathers wealth, and protects against calamities. Continuity of 5 dynasties yields the strongest national fortune. Type coin: large 5 Emperor's coin description: Qin half Liang Han Wu Zhu Tang Kaiyuan Tongbao Song Song Yuan Tongbao Ming Yong La Tongbao. With royal Qi upright, Qi prosperous, Qi wealth, Qi dominant. Qi primarily wards off evil, strongest wards off calamities, most severe gathers wealth, most stable, and protects against evil, long lasting. Type coin: the small 5 Emperor's coins were all collected by the shop in a day. However, Su Mu currently only had a few large 5 Emperor's coins. These few were the Tang Kaiyuan Tongbao Song Kaiyuan Tongbao and Ming Yong La Tongbao. As for the Han Wu Zhu and Qin half Liang, they had not yet been collected. Don't block the road ahead. You need to be cautious of horse bandits, but there's a limit. This is an official road. Why are you wandering around? Hearing the scarred-faced man's voice addressing the travelers on the road, Su Mu pulled back the curtain again to take a look. The villagers by the roadside, after being scolded by the scarred-faced man, did not respond, but sullenly walked to the side of the road. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the only people driving from Chonglu town onto this official road were from the provincial capital Changsha. Due to the chaotic world, there were many local bullies and various folk forces. However, one commonality was that those from the provincial capital, who also had a fierce appearance, generally wouldn't provoke the local townsfolk, nor would they dare to. Forget it, they didn't mean it. Hearing the scarred-faced man's fierce voice, Su Mu reminded him. The scarred-faced man casually said, "You wouldn't know, but the people from Rinjia town are just stubborn. Don't be fooled by their lowly demeanor now. They can be quite arrogant on ordinary days." Wait a moment, what is the name of this place? The carriage did not stop for the pedestrian in the middle of the road, but continued to move forward at a leisurely pace. Hearing the strangely familiar name of the town, Su Mu asked curiously. The scarred-faced man scratched his head and said Rinjia town. This town was named after a foreign visitor with the surname Run, who transformed the village into a town. Why do you ask, Eastmaster? Nothing, just tell me more about Rinjia town. You seem to know them well. Su Mu looked at the pedestrians gradually disappearing by the roadside as the carriage continued its journey. He released his hand from the window curtain and sat back down. The scarred-faced man continued to drive the carriage while explaining why he knew the people of this town. This town is very exclusive. We passed by once and wanted to see if there were any grand tombs or the like. As soon as we stepped into the town and tried to eat, we were kicked out. It's strange to say, we were just there for a meal, but someone inside caught a whiff of the smell of corpses on us and pointed out that we were from the Earth Servants. I remember there was a Taoist with a mustache, and he had 2 fools with him. The Lord Ren here is very wealthy. His family protects the entire town, spending money to establish connections in our city, buying guns and cannons, and having his nephew serve as the town's guard. What sticks in my memory is that Rinjia town is quite different from other surrounding towns. They are self-sufficient and take precautions against future troubles. The scarred-faced man, seeing Su Mu's interest, began to elaborate on the insider details of Rinjia town. The carriage now vanished from the entrance of Rinjia town in the night, was gradually approaching the city gate of Changsha. Su Mu's voice came from inside the carriage again. If possible, find out the identity and name of that Taoist in this town. Once accomplished, go to the Zhigu Shao to collect the payment. The scarred-faced man smiled brightly. This small matter doesn't need a reward from you. I will call someone to investigate tomorrow during the day. Su Mu nodded. By the way, hey Bei Lao Lu still owes me a favor. I plan to have him train you all a bit to make things easier when you go out in the future. The scarred-faced man was overjoyed letting Lu Yi teach us skills. That would be wonderful. Get off the carriage. Stand aside. No matter who or what comes out, turn your head away, don't look. Are you city folks or visiting relatives or something? We are from the Jinxianguan shop, and sitting inside is our shopkeeper Sumo. Oh, I wondered who had the guts to roam around at this hour. It turns out to be shopkeeper Su. There are some matters tonight you can't enter just yet. Why don't you move the carriage aside and wait for a moment? This night the guarding soldiers did not allow the scarred-faced man to pass through as easily as usual. The other party, knowing that Su Mu was inside the carriage, still blocked it and told the scarred-faced man to move the carriage aside. Before the scarred-faced man could react, Su Mu lifted the curtain and got out of the carriage. He had not forgotten what would happen in the city tonight. The scarred-faced man curiously moved forward to stand with the guarding soldiers, pulling out a pack of cigarettes and sharing them with the soldiers on duty. Is this business handled by Buddha Yi? Of course, who else could keep the bizarre corpse horde at bay besides Buddha Yi? I've only heard of it before, but have never seen Buddha Yi escorting corpses. Is he really that powerful? Naturally, when strange events beyond our sight occur in the dark, the malevolent aura surrounding Buddha Yi suppresses them on the spot. That mortuary had the corpses for so long, yet no one dared to enter. Buddha Yi was bold enough to lead soldiers directly in to move the bodies. Were all those accompanying him his personal guards? Sumu suddenly interjected. The guarding soldiers had also heard of a new power in the city during the day called for a force to emerge under the pressure of the 9 gates and quickly spread news among the populace. Its background and identity were definitely not simple. The guarding soldiers were equally wary of Su Mu, the shopkeeper from Jinxianguan, as mentioned by the scarred-faced man. And there's also Ba Yi Chi Tizui from the 9 gates. The guarding soldiers replied seriously while puffing on their cigarettes. When the people arrive, everyone close your mouths and don't speak. You, the shopkeeper of Jinxianguan, and you, as well remembered, don't look, don't say a word. Buddha Yi's people say that if you don't look and don't speak, the strange things won't target you. Once you speak and are discovered to be alive, there's a danger of being possessed. If you look and make eye contact, it's even easier to be taken over. Remember this well. The guarding soldiers sat up straight, and upon hearing movement from behind the city gate, quickly issued the command to turn around. The soldiers stood straight and swiftly turned around, facing away from the corpse escort team coming out of the city. The scarred-faced man, who was used to joking around, instinctively followed suit and turned around. The sound of hooves echoing slowly began to resound. Dressed in a military cloak and wearing a blue and white military cap adorned with a 12-pointed star, Zhang Qishan was the first to appear at the city gate riding a tall steed. Zhang Qishan's body swayed with the movement of the horse beneath him, his gaze steady and his expression serious. After his appearance, the remaining escort soldiers gradually came into Su Mu's line of sight. Apart from Zhang Qishan, only a few of his possibly higher-ranking personal guards like Zhang Rishan were riding on horses. The majority were acting as guards beside the corpse-carrying carts, carrying guns, and maintaining a stern demeanor as they moved forward. The only oddity was Chi Tizui riding on a donkey that was half the height of the other horses. The donkey made an out-of-place braying sound, the only source of noise from the entire corpse escort team at that moment. When Zhang Qishan saw the young man watching at the city gate, he frowned. The corpses that had met a tragic end were arranged in a peculiar formation within a metal train. Inside the train, symbols akin to traditional Huaxia script were carved, albeit with some variations. Inside the carriage lay a chilling frost that should not appear in this season. The corpses were all face down, radiating outwards from a central iron coffin reminiscent of the northern and southern dynasties, arranged in a shape resembling 9 chrysanthemums. After investigating the bizarre train, Chi Tizui, following Zhang Qishan into the corpse train, instantly determined it to be a malevolent sorcery. The purpose was to disrupt the stability of the feng shui pattern within Changsha City and indirectly lure the city officials into this murky water. The corpses were transported to the mortuary for the coroner to examine the cause and time of death. The coffin from the northern and southern dynasties was secretly transported back to Zhang Qishan's residence, where the Zhang family would unearth its secrets. The coroners who came into contact with the bodies in the mortuary all inexplicably died. At Buddha Yi's residence, several personal guards who attempted to open the coffin from the northern and southern dynasties also sustained various degrees of injury. It's strange to say, since that coffin was brought to Buddha Yi's residence, everyone there has felt the inexplicable cold and sinister aura emanating from it. In recent days, many of Zhang's personal guards have fallen ill due to exposure to the cold, feeling weak. Coincidentally, Chi Tizui said that tonight they could escort the corpses out of the city. Thus this scene before us came to be. Such a bizarre event was rare, even for Zhang Qishan. The Zhang family lineage is special. Even a branch member can suppress most malevolent spirits. Yet even so, the personal guards of the Zhang family, who had never suffered from any ordinary illness, were infected with a cold in these few days. This kid is most likely done for. Zhang Qishan exhaled heavily, shaking his head without speaking. Despite managing countless affairs, he did not immediately recognize the boy, mostly obscured by the dark night. Instead, it was Zhang Rishan behind him, who recognized the onlookers at the city gate, particularly the manager of Jinxian Pavilion Su Mu. Zhang Rishan vigorously shook his head at Su Mu, gesturing with his lips. He signaled Su Mu not to get involved in this matter, and to avoid watching or listening to the strange sounds of the corpses. In Su Mu's eyes, as the Zhang family team drew closer, he saw a scene that was different from the usual. Among the crowd, aside from Zhang Qishan, Zhang Rishan, and the sharp-tongued Zhang family, guards, the faces of the other guards displayed movable ghostly eyes. Some ghostly eyes rested on the guards' foreheads, some on their cheeks, while others constantly moved around their necks. They looked around, incessantly blinking, as if searching for life vessels apart from these corpse handlers. Such a strange scene, if seen by others, would surely cause them to fall ill, or be directly locked onto by ghostly eyes possessing them and claiming their lives. But they did not know that Su Mu was different. Their gazes, upon spotting the only observer, instantly froze and converged, locking onto Su Mu's position. Then they saw the 12 enormous and even more bizarre forms hidden in the night, standing tall with their heads in the sky and feet on the ground behind Su Mu. The fierce ghosts were formless. They could change their shapes at will. Yet the ghostly eyes raised their gaze, straining to see above the chests of the 12 forms, but could never make it clear. The area above the chests of the 12 forms was covered by the clouds in the high sky. Fierce ghosts are formless and can change shapes freely. But who can transform into such terrifying giants? If they could change their posture to stand with feet on the ground and head in the sky, what fear would Zhang Qishan and the others have? They were simply deceased. They were not foolish. The ghostly eyes instinctively shifted their gaze, and not a single one remained looking towards Su Mu's direction. This being was not to be trifled with. What is this? So itchy. The scarred-faced man scratched his back, turning his head to look at the suddenly itchy spot. At that moment, the ghostly eyes froze again, all landing on the scarred face as he unintentionally turned to glance at the guards. One's life, fortune, and feng shui. Accumulating virtue, studying. Crying 3 times upon birth foretells a cursed life. No matter how much you scheme, you cannot surpass destiny's simple brushstroke. In history, even the poignant Zhuge Liang could not escape his own fate, and the scarred face, who should have died long ago due to his debts, still lingered on. So until this moment, his destined fate finally erupted completely. The group of people from the slums had never been accepted by the powerful figures scattered throughout Changsha. No matter how hard they worked or how desperately they tried, they could not amass the wealth that a normal person should have. In a harsh world, many lives would be sacrificed to fill the gap, and they were among those ephemeral beings like floating duckweed born into poverty. Cough, cough, cough. The scarred face turned his head, his hands gripping his neck, tightly choking himself until his face turned red. Unable to speak, the scarred face looked at Su Mu with tears flowing from his eyes due to extreme discomfort and fear. In his gradually blurring vision, he saw a shadow with horns and a horse's face rapidly approaching him from afar. Not all guides for the dead were the likes of Fan Wujiao or Xie Bian. Those who had committed grave wrongs in life were met by the more severe and brutal ox-head and horse-faced beings for escorting. If you have grievances, come at me. Bullying those with a cursed fate is no skill at all. Su Mu stepped forward, standing in front of the scarred face. He had never encountered such a situation and had gleaned little from the ancient books he had perused recently. But a thought surged in his mind. The impending crisis before him could only be resolved by this method. The ghostly eyes did not dare to look at Su Mu. After Su Mu blocked their line of sight, he turned his gaze to another direction. The suffocating scarred face felt relieved at that moment, quickly releasing his grip on his neck and gasping for breath as he leaned on his knees. With his head lowered, tears still not fully wiped from his face, he realized that what he had just witnessed was no illusion. He had truly seen ghosts and the ox-head and horse-faced beings about to escort lives to their ends. As he neared death, like Su Mu last time, memories of his past life floated by like a painting. His former life was cold and bleak. As a child, to raise money to save his sister, he braved the wind and snow, kneeling in the streets begging. As he grew older, he mustered the courage to become a hired thug for the wealthy. When he trampled on those similarly lowly born, impoverished individuals for failing to repay the debts owed to the rich, he felt immense pain in his heart. Because he had walked that path before. Unable to bear it, he gradually abandoned the job of bullying the weak for the learning from the 9 doors. He took up grave robbing. Most of the graves he found as a bottom-tier worker were already mostly empty. The only room left was taken by the leader, leaving him with only a tenth of the profit, despite being the one who risked his life to enter the ancient tomb first. Even that tenth of the profit he could not fully claim. With no money, power, background, or lineage, even selling antiquities meant that he had to part with a portion to various powers. Now, just by accompanying Su Mu on a trip, he returned to encounter this eerie affair. Before he left, he had vaguely sensed that something bad would happen tonight. But he believed that as long as Su Mu was present, everything would be fine, and thus gritted his teeth and volunteered to rent a carriage, becoming Su Mu's driver. Misfortune seeks out the unfortunate. The thin rope always breaks at the weakest point. Cough, cough. The scarred face, lowering his head, wiped the tears from his face and spoke in a low, hoarse voice, "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord, the scarred face said with more sincerity than ever before heartfelt. You will face more of these matters in the future. You must learn what I have taught you. When you return, I will teach you the real skills, so that even in my absence you will have the strength to protect yourself against such evil. Sumu said with a furrowed brow. I will, the scarred face replied, earnestly nodding. Sumu, who also faced a tumultuous fate, deeply understood some truths beyond the veil. What matters are wealth and power. What matters is the nobility born from humble origins. If you lack destiny, no amount of effort will help you. If you have destiny, then everything you do will go smoothly. After 17 years of illness, he had thought of various other methods from his past life to attempt a complete recovery. But he could barely take 2 steps, and with no relatives left at home, what could he do? After meeting Hoisiener, he realized he had entered the universe of the old 9 doors. His mind was filled with the plots and destinies of the characters from the old 9 doors. But for him, who could not even leave the door at that time, what could he do? Here, take this spirit pill. It is meant to restore your vitality and energy. Do not fall ill. There are still many things that you need to assist me with. Sumu took out a vial of medicine and handed the pill to the scar-faced man. The scar-faced man gazed at the vial with an understanding of its precious contents, and tears of emotion surged forth once again. Thank you, boss. I will deliver the payment for the pills to Elder Zhigu Xiao when I return. Oh, don't mention it. We are all brothers here. Even if I sell a talisman for 100,000 coins, you can take it for free whenever you want. This is just the employee benefit I leave for you. Or I would have you gentlemen not experienced. Why shed tears? The corpse convoy gradually vanished into the night. Just as Sumu was about to board the carriage for the return journey, a fine horse galloped towards him from behind. The bodyguard dismounted and handed the reins to Sumu. Master Su, the 8th master, and the vice officer request you to accompany the corpse convoy. Sumu asked, aren't you coming along? The bodyguard nodded. I have no horse and cannot keep up with the convoy. By the time I arrive, it will all be resolved, so I won't go. Neither the Buddha nor the vice officer mentioned it. The bodyguard scratched his head, uncertain if the vice officer Zhang Rishan's orders were accurate. Sumu, relying on his formidable strength, swung onto the horse. Before you 2 enter your home, remember to wash your face and hands with water soaked in willow branches. Go. The bodyguard and the scar-faced man both nodded. Having followed Zhang Qishan in many of these sinister matters, they knew that engaging in such dark deeds would always leave them tainted with some malevolence, thus the need to purify themselves with willow branches and spring water. Though the scar-faced man completely understood none of this, he feared that from now on, even if Sumu commanded him to jump off a cliff, he would do so without hesitation. He had never read many books, nor did he understand any profound principles. But from this moment on, the words of the boss would become his guiding principle. Having never ridden a horse before, Sumu began to learn how to control the reins after he disappeared at the city gate, guiding the horse to gallop in the direction he desired. The horse glanced sideways at the novice rider on its back before quickly refocusing on the distant flickering lights of the stars in the night sky. Had it been another novice trying to mount it, the horse would have already bucked and thrown them off. The frequent tugging at its nose from the rein was a pain no horse could endure. However, this rider was different. This fellow possessed incredible strength, and his slight frame once on the horse caused it to sink slightly, emanating an aura akin to a rampaging mountain tiger. The secluded mountain village is rather strange. I recall having sent someone to eradicate it last time, yet this time when I went with Lao Ba, I could still see some vague human figures. Once away from the city, Zhang Qishan no longer had many concerns. After all, these lowly evil beings could not approach the 3 of them. As long as they did not delve into discussions about the corpse's origins, there would be no excessive incidents. The other accompanying Zhang family bodyguards, lacking the skills of the 3 on horseback, remained silent, their faces etched with a stern and murderous demeanor. The young master has also arrived. Chitai Zue grinned broadly, happily bringing the donkey closer to Sumu. He rarely cared about business matters or power dynamics. As long as the other party was not trying to use him as a stepping stone for their business, he felt indifferent. The bloodlust emanating from Zhang Qishan, Zhang Rishan, and the Zhang family bodyguards was quite unpleasant to him. Instead, the youth Sumu, who was enveloped in what Taoists referred to as spiritual energy, made him feel more at ease. What do you need me for? Sumu on horseback appeared confused. Zhang Rishan slowed down his horse's pace. Everyone has already met Buddha. This is the storekeeper of Zhen, Xian, Guansumu. Master Su, this is the Buddha, the defense officer of our Changsha city, and also the legendary head of the 9. Silence. Still silence. Continuing silence. After introducing their identities, Zhang Rishan could not hear any further exchanges between Zhang Qishan and Sumu, nor did they even glance at each other in a strange manner. Buddha, this young Master Su, is highly praised by 5th Master, 6th Master, and 9th Master. He must indeed possess true capabilities, as the brothers have mentioned. Chitai Zue chuckled, appearing unbothered. This is just his nature, Dao brother, don't take it to heart. The reason we invited you here is to prevent any unforeseen occurrences on the way to escort the corpses, and there is another matter we wish to request your assistance with. As Chitai Zue mentioned this matter, his smile faded, replaced by a look filled with the weight of reminiscence. because this matter was related to the incident from years ago when he almost lost his life. The Qi family's power is not great, and their numbers are few, but after all he is the 8th master of the 9 gates. Most people will give the 9 gates some face, and would not easily attack Qi Taizue. But those from the outside are different. During one excursion outside the city, Qi Taizue almost fell victim to the villagers who attempted to drench him in black mud mixed with cinnabar as part of a method to create an immortal statue. Upon learning of this incident, Zhang Qishan abandoned his work, charging out of the city single-handedly. After sustaining some injuries, he rescued Qi Taizue from the hands of the malevolent villagers. Afterward, Zhang Qishan, still feeling that the matter was quite strange, found an excuse to wipe out the village that worshipped the evil beings. This event had occurred at least 5 or 6 years ago. Strangely, in recent days, when Zhang Qishan and Qi Taizue followed the clues left by the corpse train, they secretly made their way to a certain area of the Hua family's mine, only to see those strange human figures reappearing in the village that should have long been in ruins. Recalling his perilous past, Qi Taizue dared not venture into that malevolent village again. When Zhang Qishan and several subordinates sneaked in, they discovered that all the figures vanished in an instant. The village remained the desolate place he had previously annihilated. But the black statue of the Buddhist mother at its center stood unusually clean and bright, as if it had been worshipped recently, with incense continuously burning. Listening to Qi Taizue's narration, Su Mu slowly began to recall the memories in his mind. He knew that within the ancient tomb passage of the mind there existed a statue called Tianzun Lao Mu. This was mentioned in the original text. However, he could not clearly remember the details about the black female Buddha statue in the desolate village. He still remembered the deserted village because the original text stated that the village was once home to Eastern soldiers conducting human experiments who, fearing their research would be discovered, resorted to slaughter. Yet it seems that some of the underlying details differ from Su Mu's memories. For instance, the matter of creating immortals was never mentioned in either the original text or the television adaptation. Master, what did you hear upon entering that abandoned village? Hua Fuoxiu Yixin Sawumo. Zhang Qishan and Zhang Rishan, riding ahead on horseback, chatted idly, unwittingly uttering this incantation. The night, already hushed, now deepened into an absolute, suffocating silence. Qi Taizue abruptly clapped his hands over his ears, his face draining of all color. Do not speak it. Do not think it. Do not gaze upon it. Do not investigate it. Qi Taizue shook his head wildly, his expression dazed and unmoored. Su Mu frowned. He had not anticipated Qi Taizue's terror toward that eerie village, so profound that merely hearing Zhang Qishan unintentionally recite a fragment of the chant he'd heard there sent Qi Taizue spiraling into panic and disorientation. That accursed village which Zhang Qishan had ordered eradicated was likely far more sinister and far less comprehensible than anyone imagined. In his past life's memories, the discovery of the ancient mine tomb had been entirely accidental. Japanese operatives cloaked under the guise of commercial associations had infiltrated every corner of China. Among them were certain associations, mad medical scientists obsessed with human experimentation. Denied the opportunity to conduct their abominable research within their own island nation, they turned their predatory gaze toward a fractured, war-ravaged China. Upon stepping into this land, a republic newly freed from centuries of imperial oppression, they stumbled upon a grim truth: human life here held almost no value. A pittance of coin was enough to persuade impoverished locals to surrender their lives willingly for experimentation. Yet human experimentation remained internationally prescribed. So, having secured both subjects and objectives, they secretly leased a mineral vein owned by the Hua family at exorbitant cost. Under the pretense of mining operations, they excavated an underground laboratory deep within a mountain. Su Mu did not know whether their experiments progressed smoothly, but while hollowing out the mountainside, the researchers inadvertently breached the tomb of Qin Wuzi, a legendary geomancer of the northern and southern dynasties. Thereafter, a cascade of uncanny events unfolded. Over time, the diary of Colonel Kojima seeped into the folk consciousness of Changsha, eventually falling into the hands of heir Yuehong's elders. The Hong family traveled widely, their opera troupe digging wherever they performed, with rare failure. Thus they set their sights upon that ancient tomb buried beneath the mine. In the end, every last one of them perished. And so the mantle of the Hong family passed to the young heir Yuehong. You frightened them. Su Mu reached out and steadied Qi Taizue's trembling shoulders. Feeling the warmth radiating from Su Mu's hand, Qi Taizue gradually regained composure, then lifted his gaze to survey the others around him. Zhang Qishan and Zhang Rishan had fallen silent mid-conversation, lips sealed, brows knotted as they stared intently in their direction. Qi Taizue whispered, too weak to explain, lowering his head, his face pallid. Su Mu paused, reflecting. The name Dahe Fo Mu, the malevolent village priestess described by Qi Taizue, rang faintly familiar. Then, recalling Zhang Qishan's accidental utterance, Hua Fuoxiu, he struck his palm against his forehead. He knew. The esoteric Vajrayana demon Buddha, Great Black Mother Buddha, correct. You know her? Sumu glanced at Chi Taiatui mildly surprised. Hearing his exact title spoken aloud, Chi Taiatui lifted his eyes, wide with raw, paralyzing dread, to meet Sumu's gaze. Sumu shook his head, offering a wry smile. To know is to be ensnared, so my guess was right. He furrowed his brow. But tell me, has her shadow truly reached this land? I had assumed. The demonic deity from the film that cursed the great Black Mother Buddha. As Sumu silently absorbed key phrases uttered by those nearby, cross-referencing them with knowledge stored in his memory, he identified her archetype. This malign deity operated through a chilling principle: to know is to be cursed. Once invoked, even inadvertently, she would drain the soul and life force of the afflicted, using their essence to ascend toward enlightenment. Sumu had spent little time walking among mortals in this era, but during his prolonged companionship with Huasiener, they had spoken extensively on countless subjects, including rumors of localized deities worshipped across the realm. In the wake of dynastic collapse and nationwide chaos, many still enlightened, superstitious commoners poured their desperate will to survive into devotion to myriad gods and spirits. Rural villages and ancient towns nestled along great rivers and streams long harbored the belief and practice of sacrificing human lives to river deities on specific days. Similarly, settlements in plains, mountains, and basins maintained analogous rites. She cannot harm me. I am unscathed. If it truly is her, then matters have grown perilously grave. Sumu murmured to himself, brow deeply furrowed. Zhang Qishan watched Chi Taiatui's shifting expressions closely and caught every word Sumu spoke. Zhang Qishan leaned toward his aide Zhang Rishan, voice low. Does this youth truly grasp such esoteric arts? Zhang Rishan offered a wry smile. I believe I mentioned precisely that some time ago. Zhang Qishan cleared his throat twice. His background, has it been investigated? Zhang Rishan nodded. A native sun roots firmly planted here. His ancestry is traceable and publicly known. For 17 years he lay bedridden with chronic illness, never once rising from his sickbed, until awakening mysteriously just days ago and stepping onto the Jianghu. Zhang Qishan's expression darkened. You mean, in mere days, he transformed from a naive boy? Zhang Rishan pondered. Likely tied to Miss Siener. My inquiries confirm she remained by his side throughout his illness, and the Hor family holds many hidden truths. Zhang Qishan shook his head. To achieve such mastery solely through conversation with others, I find it difficult to accept. Zhang Rishan remained silent. Indeed, the matter was profoundly strange. Yet he had already ordered a thorough investigation into Sumu's lineage, tracing 3 generations back, uncovering every detail with meticulous clarity. Across 3 generations, the Su family revealed no anomaly, no hint of the extraordinary. Only this youth Sumu emerged at birth endowed with vast knowledge, keen perception, and formidable abilities. After a pause, Zhang Rishan added, could it be ancestral blood awakening? Zhang Qishan grunted affirmatively, turning his gaze toward Zhang Rishan. Zhang Rishan's face shifted. Surely another clan like the Zhangs could not possibly exist in this world. Perhaps I erred. Zhang Qishan gave a humorless, thin-lipped chuckle and continued, leading his horse forward. Did primordial bloodlines truly exist in this world? Zhang Rishan, whose childhood had been marked by restless mischief, sighed deeply, his eyes thoughtful and distant. Internal Zhang family records stated plainly yes, they did. Humanity was not limited to their own yellow-skinned race. White and black-skinned peoples also belonged to the human family. Within China's ancient history, indigenous lineages distinct from the mainstream had indeed arisen. Yet those born with innate extraordinary bloodlines were invariably pure-hearted and guileless. Some attained immortality, while others possessed prodigious strength or colossal stature, or bore partial bestial features. Such mysterious bloodlines were exceedingly rare. Upon entering the mortal world, their bearers were often branded as aberrations by ordinary people. Once discovered, rulers and warlords alike would stop at nothing, even capturing and consuming them, to seize their power. Gradually, these unique lineages vanished from China's historical annals. Those few who survived learned the cruelty of the world well. Like the Zhang family, they withdrew entirely from sight. Was Sumu then another inheritor of such an ancient singular bloodline, as rare and potent as the Qilin Zhang clan itself? After acquiring the bloodline of the Witch clan, Sumu did not take everything for granted due to the system. Upon returning from the Old Bear Ridge and Bottle Mountain, he searched for historical materials that could be found. He ultimately discovered that the Miao people who settled in the Old Bear Ridge area were once a large ethnic group in history. Sumu even obtained some ancient local records from the county town near the Miao village. The local records stated that the Miao people who lived here possessed incredible innate strength, capable of punching tigers and kicking bears regardless of gender once they grew up. Furthermore, the records noted that a natural disaster occurred during a certain dynasty. Amidst the famine, outsiders continually ventured into the mountains to hunt. Conflicts arose between the outsiders and the Miao villages, known for their astonishing innate strength. At that time, the men, women, and children of the Miao village who were in a semi-closed state held on to their homemade iron tools ready to defend against the outsiders who, like ants, disregarded everything to hunt in the mountains and gnaw on tree bark. The gun fired. The era had changed. A short gun no longer than the arm of an adult suddenly fired and struck the leader of the Miao village at that time. After that, the situation changed. The Miao people no longer resisted allowing the outsiders to devour the mountain's game and gnaw on the tree bark. Famine spread through the Miao village, and many perished from starvation. The bloodline of the witch clan, which barely survived in the world, began to fade and wither, losing its structure. Countless occurrences like this were completely obliterated by the passage of time with the arrival of a new era. Currently, this is just the beginning. Perhaps this is the fundamental reason why there will be no more extraordinary human races in the future, leaving only ordinary people. Time is a wonderful thing. Sumu clearly remembers that in a certain period of his past life, a natural disaster occurred in a certain place, leading to the destruction of a county with a population of 10,000 after the millennium. However, as time passed years later, when others mentioned it, no one would remember that such an event had ever happened. We've arrived. Dismount. Transport the bodies to the place where we used to burn them, and take down the peach wood kindling from the cart to burn together. Zhang Qishan dismounted and instructed the soldiers in charge of the corpses. The soldiers nodded, donned special gloves, and began to move the corpse cart pulled by the horse and the peach wood kindling. Isn't it amazing? Ordinary people's lives cannot find even one among 100 who is fearless of evil spirits, yet around the Buddha there gathers a large group. Strangely enough, each of them possesses remarkable skills and an astonishing aura, yet there is not a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation, and they are unafraid of worldly evil spirits. Looking at the Zhang family soldiers transporting the corpses ahead, Qi Tiezu appeared somewhat lost in thought. Moreover, this group moved in perfect unison, as if they had done everything countless times before, collaborating to complete various special tasks. Sumu shook his head, uninterested in this. The mystery of the Zhang family held a fantastical allure for outsiders, but for him, as a time traveler, it was not so legendary. Sumu remembered that the Zhang family was merely a special race that had become similar in appearance to humans due to radiation pollution from a meteorite at the bottom of Kunlun, yet fundamentally did not belong to normal humanity. The Zhang family never intermarried with outsiders to maintain the purity of this miraculous bloodline. Even those like Zhang Qishan, who were the last descendants of the Zhang family, still possessed remarkable bloodline power, which contributed to their superior abilities. The Kirin bloodline within the Zhang family soldiers seemed to have become very thin. Only the Buddha Zhang Qishan, with shoulder markings of Qiongqi, retained some portions of the unique bloodline of their ancestors. The crackling sound of burning firewood arose. The soldiers of the Zhang family holding torches laid the peach wood kindling on the ground, then placed the mutated corpses within and set them ablaze. Another place I must visit is the bottom of Kunlun. Additionally, the Jiao dragon and the merfolk hidden in the South Sea's ruins. Also, there's the giant snake known as Zhu Jiuyin in the Qinling Mountains, and the bronze divine tree made from meteorite iron. There are so many places I wish to explore. Looking at the blazing fire rising into the sky, Sumu murmured while still on horseback. What Jiao dragon? What Zhu Jiuyin? What Sanxian Luanhui? Qi Tiezu glanced sideways, looking at Sumu with curiosity. Before this, I needed to obtain the burial scripture written by Qing Wuzi hidden beneath the ancient tomb in the mine. Sumu ignored Qi Tiezu, who was trying to engage him in conversation, and continued to ponder with focused eye. On the way back from Shisanli, Sumu flipped through the Zhou Tian 18 trigrams used in transactions with Sun Guofu, discovering that its content was exceedingly obscure, not something that could be understood in a short time. Due to being a time traveler, he knew that the person buried in the ancient tomb of the mine was the Feng Shui master Qing Wuzi from the northern and southern dynasties. Sumu also searched for information about him in reality. The data indicated that Qing Wuzi was not only a Feng Shui master, but also someone who thoroughly researched burial scriptures before the northern and southern dynasties, leaving behind a summary of burial scriptures called the Qing Wu Classic. As the saying goes, the ancients buried according to the book and the descendants dug according to the book. Burial scriptures are more valuable than countless treasures for anyone involved in tomb raiding. The Qing Wu Classic, which summarized the burial practices of the previous dynasty, was particularly important to Sumu. After the Han dynasty, Sumu had little interest in relics from subsequent dynasties. What he sought were ancient relics with legendary significance from the Qin dynasty and even earlier. Xia, Shang, Zhou. If he could find more relics from these three periods, how wonderful it would be. How about making a deal? Zhang Qishan, also watching the burning corpses producing soaring flames, unexpectedly turned around to look at the young man behind him. Speak. I can help you find the ancient tomb in the mine. I don't want anything else from the tomb, just the scriptures, talismans, and elixirs. How does that sound? Sumu rubbed his nose. Zhang Qishan's reason for seeking the ancient tomb in the mine was merely to find the fragments of meteorite iron that the mysterious hidden families have spent their lives trying to locate. Sumu already possessed the ancient and profound bloodline of the Witch clan and looked down upon any other bloodlines like that of the Kirin or Phoenix. Two conditions. First, no one else outside of you can know about this matter. Second, while you act with me, you cannot expose me to the eyes of other factions. After returning to the city, I will still be the defensive officer of Changsha, and you will still be the steward of the Jinshin Temple. Zhang Qishan pondered for a moment and presented the two conditions. Such demands fine. Officer 8th Master, there should be no issues here, so I will take my leave now. Sumu clasped his hands, not even glancing at Zhang Qishan, turning the horse's head to leave. With many memories from his past life lingering in his mind, Sumu found it impossible to determine whether Zhang Qishan was a trustworthy person from the very first moment they met. A good person. It seems that Zhang Qishan caused chaos in the Nine Gates during the later stages using a trick akin to the golden cicada shedding its shell. Furthermore, the confinement of Zhang Qishan in the Galmud Sanatorium was also orchestrated by him. Years later, war broke out, threatening the entire southern region. With no other options, Zhang Qishan had no choice but to lead his trusted soldiers to the battlefield. Unexpectedly, after joining the war, Zhang Qishan, endowed with exceptional fortune, achieved a remarkable status. It is said that in the future he would become a national general. From that point on, no one would dare to mention the past in his presence, and he was never referred to as the Buddha Master again. The path to officialdom is fraught with difficulty. Once he truly gained power to prevent the taint of his sordid past from affecting his career, Zhang Qishan decisively sent people to Changsha to carry out secret beheading operations. He aimed to erase from history all those who knew of his former life as the leader of the underground tomb raiders known as the Nine Gates. No mercy would be shown. After being rejected by Sumu, Zhang Qishan stood frozen in place, his face cold. The weak have no right to choose, they can only be controlled. This was the scene Zhang Qishan had always encountered. The shopkeeper of the true immortal pavilion was rumored to possess extraordinary abilities by the people of the Nine Gates. During their journey, observing his demeanor and speech, it seemed he had some notable skills. Could it be that this person truly had abilities? Buddha Master will go back and persuade him. It's fine, just smile. Let's bring more brothers along this time if it doesn't work out, instead of just bringing 8 Master. Zhang Qishan remained silent, mounting his horse and slowly riding back along the path they came. Although they claimed to have mastered all information regarding Sumu's identity and background, when Sumu truly stood before them, they suddenly felt that all that information and background were utterly useless. Sumu's thoughts and desires seemed to be known by no one. Tiny golden lights like willow catkins fell from the sky, landing unnoticed on the crowd, preparing to burn the unjustly slain. Riding without looking up, Sumu missed this miraculous scene. The others were also unable to witness the scene of merit descending. On their way back, Zhang Qishan, Zhang Rishan, and Chi Tizui, along with a group of trusted soldiers, all felt an inexplicable sense of ease at that moment. After the heavens collapsed and the earth shattered, this land had not seen the descent of golden lights and merits for a long time. Returning to the city gate on horseback, Sumu handed the horse back to the soldiers and walked towards the shop. Without him, the likes of Zhigu Xiao and others would surely not leave work on their own. I wonder what the harvest is today, and large transactions can't be settled in cash, they're all in the form of banknotes. The money shop, huh? Sumu shook his head. The money shops of the Republic era were nothing compared to the atrocious banks of his previous life that had poor service and made it easy to deposit, but hard to withdraw. On the surface, they appeared highly credible, allowing the exchange of corresponding valued items for banknotes. However, once the fighting escalated, the money shops would simply close up and flee. In this time of information and transportation blockage, crossing a province could lead to a change of identity, leaving no trace to follow. Sumu returned to the old tea street, arriving at the shop where a long line was still forming. There really are a lot of wealthy people in Changsha. Sumu sighed. He remembered that when he left, he had raised the prices of the remaining talismans and pills in the shop to 10 times the initial price. Yet when he returned, there was still an endless stream of people lining up outside the shop. The pills from the true immortal pavilion could indeed cure strange diseases that even the best doctors could not handle. The talismans from the true immortal pavilion could truly prevent malevolent spirits from disturbing their normal lives. Let me take a look at the accounts. Sumu entered and shook his head at the busy people who hadn't even had time to eat, setting aside bowls filled with dishes. Zhigu Xiao looked pale, clearly struggling with the day's operations. The others were in similar situations, merely holding on, waiting for Sumu, the shopkeeper, to return and make arrangements. Sumu glanced at the transaction amounts in the account book and tossed it back in front of Zhigu Xiao. That's it for today, I'll close the shop. Great. The others were overjoyed, disregarding the angry shouts of the customers in line, and directly closed the shop door, leaving only a small entrance. Are they going to rush in? They look like they've gone mad. Uncle Huzi muttered with concern. Let me in. Let me in. I've been waiting in line all day. Why is it closing just as it's my turn? I don't care. I want to go in. I haven't bought my pills. Please, Master Shopkeeper, have mercy and spare a pill for my child. Sob, sob, sob. I want talismans. I want a talisman. I've been tormented by that evil spirit. I don't care. I want a talisman. Sumu frowned. He hadn't anticipated that Wu Laogo's promotion would be so terrifying. Today, nearly all the wealthy people in Changsha came to patronize his shop. Even those who were not sick sent their subordinates to get numbers and line up hoping to buy some pills or talismans for protection just in case. Don't crowd. Don't push. Are you deaf? The subordinates surrounded the shop entrance, blocking the increasingly frantic customers. Bang! Suddenly a piercing gunshot rang out. A team dressed in conspicuous military uniforms halted in front of the Old Tea Street. By order of the Summit, Old Tea Street will be under curfew at night. Except for shop owners and employees, no one else may step foot here. Didn't General Zhang say during the day that if there's any more trouble, it won't be as simple as being arrested? Do you treat General Zhang's words as mere nonsense? The arrival of the patrol team caused the increasingly frantic and flushed lines to quickly regain their clarity, and they all turned to flee. The pills from the true immortal pavilion could indeed heal and save lives. However, one must still have a life to purchase them in the days to come. Soldiers trained to hold the power of life and death could execute anyone on the spot if chaos erupted. Sumu watched as Old Tea Street gradually emptied and let out a sigh of relief. The man leading the training team glanced over 100 meters away and nodded at Sumu. Was Zhang Qishan sent by Zhang Rishan? Sumu pondered, but still did not arrive at an answer. However, having Zhang Rishan as a friend would certainly bring many conveniences to life in the city. Unable to discern the identity of the person behind the patrol team's timely intervention, Sumu ultimately attributed the credit to his deputy Zhang Rishan. The money has been earned about enough, after opening the shop tomorrow, we won't be selling for cash anymore, only exchanging goods. For antiques from the Han Dynasty onward, I will consider them case by case. As for those before the Han Dynasty, I will accept them all regardless of their usefulness. You all are now the initial followers of mine. My previous promises were not mere words. After tomorrow, you can spend your own money to hire people to maintain order in front of the shop, freeing up some time. Some people need to be sent to learn martial arts from Hebei Lao Lu, while others should follow him, the scar-faced man, to help me understand the human acupoints. I have other plans. Those who cannot read should not be afraid of losing face. All of you must go learn arithmetic, must also be learned. We cannot rely solely on Zhigu Xiao and the other three. Alright, that's it for today. Everyone disperse. Zhigu Xiao, the three of you come upstairs with me. You are familiar with human acupoints. I have a method of the Yang God to impart to you. After you comprehend it, teach everyone I send to learn the acupoint locations. Why has my physical body inexplicably grown stronger again? Sumu clenched his fist. What is this now? He stretched out his hand, catching the final golden willow down, drifting down from the heavens, piercing straight through the roof, and floating directly toward him. The golden light dissolved swiftly upon contact with Sumu's skin. At that very moment, the system interface reappeared. Merit light. Effects: eradicates karmic burdens, averts calamity, fortifies the corporeal form, nourishes the nascent soul, and resonates with the heavenly Tao. Category: merit. It's actually merit light. But how did it appear? Could it be linked to escorting the malevolent corpse out of the city with Zhang Qishan and the others for cremation? Does merit truly exist in this world? Or is it visible and attainable only to me, Standing before the second-floor window, Sumu lifted his gaze toward the direction the patrol squad had just departed. For the squad's leader was none other than a personal guard from the Zhang family, a man who had stood alongside them during the escort of the malevolent corpse beyond the city walls. Do they all possess it? Yet theirs is less than mine. Golden willow down drifted down like gentle snowfall. The last few wisps were still caught by Sumu's sharp eye. A pity they've all retired for rest. I could have tested my hypothesis. Is this party-based merit? Did I receive this celestial reward because I stood within the ranks when performing this act of virtue? Hu Guohua's entanglement with the redrobed female ghost of Shisanlaput generated heavy karmic ties. Thus no merit could accrue. The corpses aboard the ghost train bore no karmic connection to me or Zhang Qishan and the others. By escorting them beyond the city, we shielded the local populace from torment by vengeful spirits. Therefore heaven bestowed merit upon us. Sumu pondered deeply. The effects manifested by this system embedded within him were astonishingly profound, yet it remained eerily silent, offering no explanations or responses to his inner questions. Most of its functions demanded Sumu's own meticulous observation and investigation. Wu clan cultivators are forbidden from refining the nascent soul, a decree etched into the fabric of heaven and earth since the primordial untamed ages. No cultivation path, be it golden core formation in the purple mansion yin or yang spirit refinement, or even the Taoist practice of sitting in oblivion, may be pursued by the Wu clan. They are born of heaven and nurtured by earth, wholly self-reliant. Their sole path to ascension lies in consuming vast quantities of potent energy, be it rare monstrous fare or spirit pills, thereby forging their own unique divine arts and cosmic principles native to the Wu clan lineage. After acquiring wealth, Sumu experimented with tiger bone blood and exotic delicacies. but effects remained negligible. Only upon ingesting the demonic core cultivated within the six-winged centipede did he experience a pronounced transformation. The road ahead is long, the burden immense. Sumu sighed, arranging several long wooden benches side by side on the second floor. He would sleep here tonight. Down at the thatched hut, his subordinates continued supervising the craftsman day and night, racing against time. For the foreseeable future, he had nowhere else to dwell. Is Master Su still inside the shop? What brings you here, young man? Ah, you arrived faster than expected. Well, I thought only the patriarch possessed such foresight. So everyone's come then. Just as Sumu had lain down fully clothed upon the hard, cold wooden bench, faint calls rose from outside the shop. He rose once more and pushed open the window to peer downward. Upon confirming the youth standing above was indeed Master Su of Jinxian Temple, the visitors below spoke in unison. Master Su, Fifth Lord heard your residence is under renovation and surmised you currently lack stable lodging. Thus he dispatched me to invite you to reside temporarily at his estate. Sixth Lord extends the same invitation, Master Su. Lu Yi, under Third Lord's command, sends this invitation for you to stay at his mansion for several days. The commotion stirred by Jinxian Temple that day reverberated across the 9 gates, reaching each gate master's ears. Accustomed to dispatching agents to monitor city affairs, the masters had casually ordered their men to shadow Sumu. All eventually discovered his dwelling was undergoing reconstruction, and that Sumu, having returned from outside the city, had not left the shop since. After brief deliberation, each gate master deduced Sumu's intention to spend the night within the shop. At noon, while dining with Wunego Hebe, Lao Lu, Jie Jiuhua Jinsi, and other 9 gate masters, Sumu revealed fragments of Jinxian Temple's future profit model. They thus learned earlier than outsiders that henceforth the temple's elixirs and talismans would no longer be exchanged for ordinary coin, but for exceedingly rare and extraordinary items. Even among their 9 gate arsenals, such artifacts were scarce. Hence this gathering unfolded, each seeking proximity to Sumu so that when future aid in elixirs or talismans was required, negotiations would flow more smoothly. Once the emissaries finished speaking, they fell silent, in unison awaiting the youth's decision. Though rivalries simmered perpetually among the 9 gates, outwardly, they maintained an air of harmonious coexistence. Especially now, each represented not themselves, but the authority of their respective patriarchs. Since it is late, young Mistress Shower is forbidden to leave the residence after dark. Thus we speak on her behalf. The Hua family's delegation arrived in haste, yet arrived last among all factions. Nonetheless, the moment the crowd below heard young Mistress Huasian, their hearts sank halfway. Their patriarchs were grizzled elders. How could they possibly compete with a young, radiant woman? Could they truly prevail? Indeed. Sumu replied, when did Third Madam Hua grow so magnanimous, inviting a man like me to dwell in the Hua residence? How delightfully intriguing. Let us go. Ah. The others sighed collectively. Sir, what are you doing? No, don't do anything rash. Panic erupted anew from below, voices rising in frantic alarm. Each man flung his arms wide, bracing himself to catch Sumu should he leap from the second-floor window. It's fine. Sumu shook his head and leapt cleanly from the windowsill, landing firmly, effortlessly upon the ground. A true master. Hidden in the shadows, a watcher dispatched by Fourth Lord Shui Huang to surveil Jinxian Temple stared eyes wide with disbelief as Sumu descended without falter. Hurry, report to Fourth Lord immediately. This youth's martial prowess rivals that of Buddha Lord and Sixth Lord. Only a peerless expert, or a coordinated encirclement and coercion strategy, could match him. Shui Huang's subordinate murmured softly, relaying the message to his comrade tasked with returning to headquarters. Lin Zhe, the scar-faced man, returned home, yet found sleep impossible. Suddenly recalling Su Mu's instructions, he rose at midnight, dressed swiftly, strapped on his saber, and hastened under cover of darkness toward Rinjiazan, the town etched deep in memory. This was the third assignment entrusted to him by his employer, and the sole task selected exclusively for him among all others. Meanwhile, a carriage entered the city that night bearing a weathered Taoist priest who groaned weakly in constant pain. His right ankle, tightly swathed in thick bandages, oozed fresh blood steadily. Ouch! What are you doing? Go slower. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. You say that youth is your employer's shopkeeper. Is he truly a hidden powerhouse? My injury bears no relation to him. Everything unfolds according to fate. Ouch! Slow down, slow down. I bear him no ill will. Why trouble yourselves to fetch me from afar? Alas, from this day forth this humble Taoist is but a ruined man. Alas, what a tragedy for the celestial master's tomb. Such an expensive hotel. I haven't really helped much, this is too kind of you. What, there's someone specifically looking at this treatment? The Taoist was already astonished as he was supported into the lavishly decorated hotel. To his surprise, after checking in, he was reminded by someone from the true immortal watch that there would be special care for his food, clothing, and lodging these days, further deepening his admiration for the young man he had only met once. The Taoist thought since Su Mu had shown kindness to someone who would be worthless in the future, he would reveal all the secrets he had acquired to Su Mu. Your boss is truly a great person, unlike that group of bandits who said that as long as they followed the team, the injured would receive double compensation and be well taken care of. Bah! The man guarding outside, who was watching over the Taoist whose leg had been caught in a beast trap, instinctively shook his head. He was also part of the expedition to Bottle Mountain. The unloading force had claimed that those who were injured or died during the excavation would be properly handled by their sect and receive generous compensation. However, they did not mention that those who stepped on the beast traps would also receive the same treatment. But the boss is indeed benevolent. Even a useless person, as long as they had helped the boss a little in the past, he remembers them in his heart. In the future, I must work diligently for the boss. It seems the boss is indeed, unlike other powerful figures, ungrateful and self-serving. The guards outside the Taoist door exchanged glances, showing no signs of fatigue, their faces full of vigor. In front of the Hua residence, Su Mu arrived here with the servants of the Hua family in a rickshaw. At the entrance, Hua Xian'er stood by the side, seemingly waiting for a long time. Annie has no habit of staying up late, so she went to bed early. Su Mu coming quickly. Hua Xian'er anxiously. Su Mu glanced at the few women waiting beside Hua Xian'er, his mouth twitching slightly. Hua Jinsi avoided him, likely unwilling to display a friendly demeanor in front of Su Mu, and still couldn't let go of her pride. However, she also did not want Su Mu, who was in a male body, to act inappropriately around the innocent and naive Hua Xian'er. Thus, the people present took measures to protect Hua Xian'er. Benefactor. The sudden voice startled both Su Mu and the Hua family members. In his line of sight, he saw an old woman, a guard beside Hua Xian'er, suddenly bowing and clasping her hands towards Su Mu, addressing him as benefactor. As those two words were spoken, the expressions of everyone present changed. It was indeed the first time the Su family members had come to their Hua family residence. No, that should be the second time. The first time was when Su Boizhong, armed with only a single sword, entered the Hua family and single-handedly turned the tides for them. This allowed the Hua family to continue its lineage in Changsha City and attain its current status. Thus, not only the current Hua family's legitimate and illegitimate members felt heartfelt gratitude towards Su Boizhong, but even the ancestors of the Hua family deep in the Nine Nether would shed tears of gratitude for him. However, the only offspring of the Su family had come to their Hua family for the first time. Benefactor. Though the others were displeased, they all bowed and clasped their hands, showing respect to Su Mu. The Su family was extinct. Only this one child remained. The care and charity the Hua family had provided earlier should have been expected. If they were truly loyal to their sentiments, they might have already placed Su Mu on a pedestal. Because Su Mu, who was bedridden due to illness, had certainly thought about this in his early years. If Su father had known that the Hua family would later fall into the hands of the venomous Hua Jinsi, he might not have stepped forward that day to protect the Hua family with his life. However, according to Su Boizhong's character of prioritizing righteousness, he would likely repeat the same mistakes. It was fate and destiny. What a pleasant fragrance. All the flowers in the courtyard have all bloomed. Little flower, my nose is no longer blocked. It seems my cold is rapidly recovering. The rheumatic ailment I had left over from my early years seems to be slowly healing. Did something wonderful happen? I heard it was the young master of Su Lao Yi who was invited into the residence. Are you talking about that sickly boy? I've heard that he recovered from a serious illness overnight. I didn't expect it to truly manifest as a miracle. I heard from the older generation that those who survive great hardships possess immense blessings. To avoid Su Mu's gaze, Hua Jinsi, hiding in her boudoir, frowned again as she heard the whispers of the maidservants passing by the window. Today she had sensed that the Su family boy, whom she had only seen once in all these years, was different. Whether in speech or other behaviors, Su Mu resembled his mother, who came from a scholarly family. Moreover, that young man also possessed the sharpness and boldness of his father. Like others who had investigated Su Mu's past and background, Hua Jinsi attributed Su Mu's current accomplishments entirely to Hua Xian'er. After all, a person who had never been exposed to others or read books since birth would not possess such abilities upon entering the world. No matter how special or strange, there would always be a basis to be found. In the courtyard of the Hua family, filled with flowers of various colors, Hua Xian'er was happily picking flowers from the ground, saying she intended to place the newly bloomed flowers in the room and decorate Su Mu's room as well. Su Mu sat on a stone bench by the stone table, quickly scanning everything around him. His reason for coming to the Hua family was not only for Hua Xian'er, but also not to face off against the haughty Hua Jinsi. These were to be set aside. As expected, Su Mu put down his teacup, his gaze fixed on a certain spot in the Hua residence. 9 Provinces Fortune Cauldron. Jing Ding, unknown category, fortune, human emperor. Su Mu widened his eyes, staring at the category item in the note given by the system. Ever since he accidentally heard from Hua Xian'er that the Hua family had collected such an ancient cauldron, Su Mu had been unable to forget it. The reason for coming to the Hua family this time was also to see if there was a chance to glimpse that ancient cauldron. To his surprise, through the structure, he really saw the existence of the 9 Provinces Fortune Cauldron Jing Ding, which was different from other system manifestations. Furthermore, Su Mu had originally speculated that the Nine Provinces cauldron might possess some fortune attributes, and its specific function should be to suppress local fortunes, preventing disasters and calamities. However, he did not expect that the category of this cauldron not only included fortune, but also bore the title Human Emperor. Should I steal it? Su Mu swallowed a mouthful of tea, lost in thought. Huojensi would not easily give up that cauldron. The Hua family also had no need for the talismans and pills created by Su Mu. Besides stealing, Su Mu really could not think of any other way to obtain that ancient cauldron from Huojensi. However, the cauldron was not on the surface, but beneath the southeast corner of the Hua family. At a dock in Changsha City, a gaunt man, seemingly having arrived by smuggling, stepped ashore and couldn't help but cough repeatedly. In front of the man, deep green specters climbed up from the shore. He shook his head vigorously and coughed up a mouthful of filthy blood. The man was left with only tattered pants, and his bare upper body bore a terrifying tattoo of a Qiongqi beast. Zhang Qishan, is Zhang Qishan here? His eyes turned bloodshot, filled with veins of rage, as he desperately grabbed a passerby, who suddenly walked by, shouting anxiously. The passerby turned around, a strange smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Bang! Realizing the passerby was also an illusion, the man couldn't catch his breath and collapsed onto the ground. Waves in the waves, waves in the waves. As dawn broke, a scar-faced man returning from Rinjia town with news about Su Mu hummed a nonsensical tune, feeling unusually cheerful. Hey, there's a dead man here, didn't you see? The scar-faced man passing by the dock noticed an unknown stranger lying lifeless on the shore, asking the nearby boatmen and dock workers. The crowd feigned deafness, merely continuing with their tasks. In these times they could barely feed themselves, let alone spare concern for others. Moreover, the fallen man bore a fierce tattoo on his shoulder, clearly not someone of good standing. Perhaps he was a lucky survivor from a gang conflict. In the past, the impoverished scar-faced man wouldn't have cared, but now he was wealthy and in a good mood. Rickshaw, come here, help me lift this man onto the cart and take him to Lao Cha Street. They'll give you double the money. The scar-faced man called over a rickshaw that had been working all night. Upon hearing about the double pay, the rickshaw driver sprang to action, hurriedly dragging his cart over. Sir, can you pay? No problem, here you go. Get me another one, I need to leave too. Coming. The other rickshaw drivers, seeing such generosity, hurriedly positioned their carts closer. One cart is enough. Here, take this money and let the other brothers have breakfast. Oh, everyone has worked all night, let them rest before continuing. You are truly a kind-hearted person. No need to flatter me. Oh, I used to be from the bottom too, just fortunate to have followed Su, the manager of our Jinxian temple. In the future, if you have time, wait at Lao Cha Street. There are rarely any carts there, making it hard to find a rickshaw driver. The scar-faced man, continuously tossing coins to the rickshaw drivers, revealed his main reason. Last time he nearly ran himself ragged just to find a cart for Su Mu. Now, seeing so many rickshaw drivers parked at the dock, he was tempted to have them wait outside the Jinxian temple. This would not only be convenient for himself and others, but also provide a way for the rickshaw drivers to earn money. Also, go call a doctor for me. The fees will be on me, and when you arrive at Lao Cha Street, tell the Jinxian temple shop that I'm here to settle the bill. Sitting on the rickshaw, the scar-faced man called for another cart to pick up the doctors from the nearby clinic that was about to open. All right, sir. Let's go. The scar-faced man looked at the unfamiliar man lying unconscious on the adjacent rickshaw. A glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes. He remembered that while heading to Chongqing Mountain to register for the expedition, Su Mu had explained many hidden truths of the Nine Gates to them. Among them was a remarkable description of the Qiongqi tattoo. This unconscious stranger, adorned with a vividly alive Qiongqi tattoo on his shoulder, was not someone ordinary who could be easily dealt with. It must be related to that Buddha Zhang Qishan. A fool tossing coins at the dock. Just to cover up. At dawn, Su Mu, who had been arranged to stay in the guest room by the Hua family, had not slept a wink. Spatial transfer requires a complete memory of the scene to execute, but I can't get in. If I really want to seize it, I must resort to violence and kill that girl's relatives. Those who have spent money on my care for 17 years. The Hua family doesn't lack money. They can't buy it anyway. Very few pills and talismans show effects quickly. They need time to ferment. Where did that woman Huojensi get this 9 provinces fortune cauldron? With thoughts of the 9 provinces fortune cauldron lingering in his mind, Su Mu couldn't fall asleep. He decided not to sleep and took advantage of the quiet time to pick up the ancient texts he kept close and began flipping through them one by one. The Big Dipper shifts west, falling into the Sun position. The combination of wind, wood, and metal brings forth the killing winds of Sun, foretelling disturbances in the southeast. Conflict, border troubles, epidemics, severe punishments, slander, and unrest, as observed by Tang Yuan Tiangang. The Big Dipper shifts west. The vernal equinox needs to be delayed by more than a month to align with the symbols. The northern celestial pole is far from the Big Dipper, making it hard to see the 7 stars in winter. Whenever Su Mu felt overwhelmed with impulsive emotions, he would take out these ancient texts hidden close to his heart and peruse them. The art of star observation was recorded in several ancient texts, its content complex, requiring substantial patience and mental strength to master. He often wondered why this damn system didn't just let him learn everything with a ding sound, or why did it require such effort and energy. Yet when he read the recorded content in these ancient books, he slowly became immersed, not needing any external distractions. His bloodline could be directly obtained. Other skills, however, required time to master. Fortunately, it seemed that after consuming the 9-turn soul-reviving pill, both his physique and spiritual awareness had received a significant boost. Eidetic memory, able to discern past and present. Sumu, engrossed in books in his room, was unaware of the passage of time. Moments later, Huasiener, who had dressed and groomed herself, came to call him for breakfast. At breakfast, Huijinsi still did not appear. This left Sumu, who wanted to retrieve the 9 provinces' fortune cauldron hidden somewhere in the Hua family's basement, with no choice but to leave reluctantly for now. Miss, you haven't done your homework today. I know we'll be back soon. Huasiener waved her hand, and she and Sumu took a rickshaw heading towards Laocha Street. At Laocha Street, with the dawn breaking, tea vendors and shops had already opened their doors. Having thought all night about how to handle the frequent customers, Sumu had also written a notice stating that the Jinxian Temple would no longer purchase pills and talismans with money. Upon the announcement, those arriving with money showed bitter expressions and reluctantly turned to leave. Next to the Jinxian Temple was the territory of Chi Tizui, the 8th master of the 9 gates. No one ever dared to cause trouble on this street. As Sumu alighted from the rickshaw, Huasiener instinctively followed him, blushing, and unexpectedly took his hand as they walked into the shop together. This is the infamous dusk grass, known as the king of toxic substances from the South Seas. I can't save him, little old man. It's okay, our master hasn't arrived yet. I only want you to stabilize his condition and prevent him from dying too quickly. This poison is uncontrollable. In 9 out of 10 cases it's fatal. So potent. Moreover, sir, you have truly put me in a difficult position. This poison is highly infectious. Sumu, puzzled by the scene before him, suddenly focused on the unconscious man with the Qiongqi tattoo on his shoulder. Dusk Grass South sees a direct descendant of the Zhang family. From the Southern Archives. Sumu frowned, pushing past the person who hadn't noticed him entering the shop, and walked straight to the unconscious man. Grind the pills into powder, mix them in a bucket of water, and pour 5 doses. Where did you bring this person from? Start pouring quickly, Sumu commanded with a stern face. The scar-faced man, unaware he had made a grave mistake, turned pale and ran, starting to sprinkle the disinfecting pill water along the way. Doctor, don't worry, just give him this detoxifying pill. He should be fine. Wait, come back. Let someone else handle the sprinkling. You come here. I have to ask you, where did you bring this person from? The doc, sir, I don't know. I didn't expect it to turn out this way. It's not your fault. Someone must have taken an interest. After arranging everything, Sumu had the detoxifying pill administered to the unconscious man and sent him upstairs to rest. Looking at the tattoo on the shoulder of the unconscious man, his expression slightly changed as he said, "This is not just dusk grass. It should be the legendary 5-do disease seed. Is someone from the Zhang family from the south also involved? Get someone to invite Vice Officer Zhang Rishan over. Tell him I need 1,000 arrows immediately." So soon they have found this place. Sumu sat on the second floor, gazing at the unconscious Zhang family heir in the corner, lost in thought after taking a sip of tea. In the universe of the Thief, the struggle between the Zhang family and outsiders has always existed. These conflicts often drag many innocent civilians into turmoil. Just like this time. The person behind is deliberately spreading the 5-do disease seed, primarily made with the dusk grass and mixed with the blood of the Zhang family. The goal is to lure out the younger brother Zhang Qiling, who once saved strangers infected by the dusk grass toxin, with his own blood. Then to find a way to control and contain him for longevity research. Assigned to the Southern Archives in the South Sea specifically for documenting supernatural phenomena, the Zhang family has suffered devastating blows due to these sudden events. Isn't this supposed to be the plot of the 9 Doors too, or the Southern Archives? Why has everything suddenly merged together? Sumu shook his head with a bitter smile. The storyline of the old 9 Doors has yet to unfold. Zhang Qishan and the others have not even descended into the ancient mine to obtain the celestial iron from the Qingwu tomb. Yet unexpected changes keep occurring. No, Sumu frowned again after putting down his teacup. It seems that Heir Yuehong has already settled down, meaning his wife must have also been poisoned by the deadly hairpin gifted by Qin Pai. I remember the origin of the hairpin was from a sunken ship. And the Zhang family members from the sea lineage in the South Sea guard these sunken ships. Could it be that the one from the South Sea has long set their sights here? With no answers, Sumu could only think ahead. He is neither a Zhang family member nor part of the 9 Doors. In the eyes of those in power, he is merely an ordinary civilian in Changsha. He would not attract the attention of any hidden families, nor would he be a target for those seeking to find longevity. In this situation, he inherently possesses a significant advantage. The enemies of the Zhang family will only focus on the Zhang family members who possess Qilin blood or have the Qiongqi tattoo. Alongside that, they might also notice the civilian treasure hunting organization led by Zhang Qishan, the 9 Doors. But they would never pay attention to his inconspicuous existence. I wonder if Zhang Haikihai Lu Haixia and Zhang Qianjun have arrived yet. Su Mu continued to murmur, and after a moment he moved on. The scarred face rushing back said, "They said the vice commander is not at the manor. It seems the vice commander took his brothers out for hunting early this morning." "Got it." Su Mu sighed. Zhang Qishan couldn't wait any longer and has already made a move on the ancient mine, bringing along several illegitimate descendants of the Zhang family and the vice commander Zhang Rishan, who possesses the Qilin bloodline tattoo. Standing by the window, Su Mu glanced down and noticed that Qi Taizuo's shop was also closed today. The stubborn donkey tied in front of the shop was also missing. They must have gone in the direction of the mine to search for the Qingwu tomb. "Boss." The scarred face did not come downstairs but scratched his head, awkwardly stopping in place. "Speak." Su Mu, whose mind was filled with matters related to the Zhang family member affected by the 5-Do disease seed, instinctively replied. "The Rinjia town you asked me to investigate, I went there last night. There is indeed a Taoist named Lin Jiao in the town, living in an orphanage outside the town. He has 2 disciples, one named Xiuxing and the other one Kai. There is a Mr. Rin in the town responsible for maintaining the town's peace. I also found out that in a few days his beautiful young lady who has been studying abroad will be returning." The scarred face slapped himself, cursing internally for being unable to change his ways and how he ended up talking about women again. "Rin Tingting." Su Mu's pupils trembled a few times and he blurted out. The scarred face suddenly smiled widely and said with a crooked mouth, "So the boss is." Before he could finish, he caught sight of the cold and menacing face of Miss Huisiener sitting nearby. "You did well on this matter. Go to the Zhigu Shao to receive your reward. You can exchange it for pills or talismans, take it as you like, whether for others or to sell it." Su Mu chuckled lightly, feeling inexplicably pleased by the unexpected good news brought by the scarred face. "Uncle Jiao, he is also in this world." "Thank you, boss." The scarred face looked delighted and bowed with his hands clasped. "Does the boss like to collect ancient artifacts from long ago? I know there is an old village named Hongxi Village under Rinjia Town, which should hide some." The scarred face, overly eager to improve, continued to speak. "Oh, that sounds good. We'll check it out when I have time." Su Mu was still pondering about the Zhang family members from the Xi lineage in Rinjia Town. "Then I'll take my leave." The scarred face finished speaking and felt relaxed while also a bit fatigued. As an ordinary mortal, he had run around all night, and now that it was bright his stamina had diminished, and he was out of breath, unable to hold on any longer. "Go on." Su Mu nodded. Half an hour passed. Su Mu stepped forward, reached out to check the breathing of the unconscious person, and found that their breathing was normal, seemingly in good condition, but still unable to wake up. This poison, how peculiar. Su Mu frowned tightly. He took out the 9-turn resurrection pill, which he had only refined one of hesitating. The refining methods of the pills recorded in the Yunji 7 signs are few, and each pill requires various rare herbs with a certain age to refine. The 9-turn resurrection pill is even more so. It feels somewhat wasteful to use it on this person for no reason. Some herbs cannot be bought even with money and are basically unseen in the market. Others have limited stock, making mass production impossible. Therefore, he had planned to cease regular transactions in the shop after a day's business. Why hasn't he woken up yet? Huisiener stepped forward, her face also showing confusion. This poison is specifically designed to deal with the Zhang family. Others are merely temporary. Ordinary people can be cured by the pills, but for the Zhang family. Su Mu did not finish his sentence as the unconscious figure before him still had not awakened. The reason why the detox pills are ineffective is likely also because of this. This toxin has been researched countless times and is made by integrating the special blood of the Zhang family. Is someone trying to deal with the Buddha? Huisiener's face turned pale, her fists clenched tightly. Zhang Qishan is such a person, how could anyone want to deal with him? Su Mu shook his head. He is not worthy. Huisiener's round eyes widened. The Buddha is not worthy of being dealt with. Su Mu reached out and patted the girl's head. Some matters are too complicated, but it's better if you don't know. I will handle this matter. Huisiener held on to Su Mu's arm tightly and said very seriously, if even the Buddha is not worthy, then we shouldn't get involved. This matter may even be beyond what my aunt can handle. The vice commander is here. Zhang Rishan and Zhang Qishan walked side by side, having changed into plain clothes. They waved at the staff of the Jinshin shop, signaling them to keep a low profile. To this end, they didn't even bring along other personal guards. Is the Buddha and his deputy coming here because something terrifying is about to happen? Is it the boss who has caused trouble? Not bringing anyone means it shouldn't be the case, so what is the reason? Let's have tea at the next tea house downstairs, Zhigu. Shall keep an eye on things here, and don't let anyone else approach the shop. While everyone was speculating, Su Mu's voice suddenly echoed from the second floor. Uncle Hu and the scar-faced man exchanged glances, understanding each other, and called all but the 3 Zhigu Shao to temporarily exit the shop. The few Zhigu Shao also stood up and walked to the front of the shop, preventing anyone from getting close. On the second floor of the Jinshin shop, Zhang Qishan took off his coat and sat directly in front of Su Mu. With 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses, how did you know? Zhang Qishan's peripheral vision caught sight of the tattooed man, lying in the corner, his fate uncertain. He quickly rose and squatted in front of the man, mimicking Su Mu's earlier gesture of checking the man's breathing, also feeling for a pulse on his neck. He's not dead. You. As Zhang Qishan stood again and was about to speak, he suddenly noticed Ms. Hua beside him, and he halted his words. Su Mu placed his hands on Hua Xian'er's shoulders. You shouldn't get involved in what comes next. Oh, just wait outside with them for now. Hua Xian'er's watery eyes were fixed on Su Mu. She bit her lip and said, if you're going to participate, then I want to hear everything and bear it together. Zhang Qishan frowned and pointed at the unconscious man. How did this person come here? Su Mu nodded at Hua Xian'er and turned to face Zhang Qishan. My staff rescued him at the dock. It seems something has gone wrong in the South Seas. The Zhang family has a traditional saying that the mountains and seas should not meet. The mountain guardians of the Zhang clan and the sea watchers must never meet. An ancestor of the Zhang family once divined that if the mountains and seas of the Zhang family were to meet, great disaster would befall the Zhang clan with turmoil and calamity ensuing. It was evident that the unconscious man was of the sea lineage of the Zhang family. Do you truly know about our internal family matters? Zhang Qishan took a deep breath, finally regarding the previously looped-down-upon youth with seriousness. Do you still have the mind to concern yourself with me? You should focus on yourselves. This person is a bait used to attract the hidden descendants of the Zhang family and your young clan leader. Su Mu sat down and poured himself some tea. Zhang Rishan tugged at Zhang Qishan's sleeve and lowered his voice. If you know about the 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses, it seems this guy Su Mu knows all the secrets of our family. What poison is in this person that even your elixirs can't save him? Su Mu spread his hands. It's a poison specifically designed to deal with the Zhang family. It has a general effect on outsiders, but once it enters your bloodline, it will cling to your bones. I can't cure it. Su Mu concealed the matter about the 9-soul returning pill. If the man were an ordinary staff member of the shop, Su Mu would have gone to save him, because this group could serve him and willingly provide their assistance. But the Zhang family is different. Qilin blood deer vital grass blue snake gall, can they save him? Zhang Qishan continued to frown, listing these rare spiritual herbs in one breath. Among them was a herb of great importance to the Zhang family, Qilin blood. Su Mu lifted his head to look at the two before him. Weren't you supposed to be going to the mine? To the February red pear orchard? Zhang Qishan and Zhang Rishan exchanged glances and immediately blurted out in unison, are you tracking us? Su Mu organized his thoughts and rubbed his temples. Do you really think that I could track you without anyone noticing? I know a little about the ancient tomb at the mine. It's from the northern and southern dynasties, right? The southern and northern dynasties, Xian'er mentioned that the family of the second master of the 9 gates is most familiar. Everyone in Changsha knows about the serious illness of February Red's wife. Then suddenly you mention these rare herbs, so I deduce that in order to get February Red to act, you plan to find these herbs and ask February Red to come out of retirement. Su Mu could not tell these people that he was an outsider who understood most of the stories of the 9 gates. So after some thought, he fabricated a reasonable explanation. The two Zhang brothers glanced deeply at Hua Xian'er, seeming to feel that what Su Mu said was reasonable and not. Hua Xian'er's expression did not change, but her palms were drenched in sweat. When had she ever told Su Mu these things? How did Su Mu deduce that Zhang Qishan wanted to invite February Red out? Could it really just be based on these clues, piecing together a trail and so quickly guessing the main point? He is indeed very clever. Zhang Qishan, rarely generous with praise, said. Su Mu sipped his tea. Where are you going to buy the herbs? If it's convenient, I can join you. I just made some money yesterday, and my alchemical materials are running low. Zhang Qishan's eyes were deep. That's fine, but it's not safe to leave this person here. I need to take him with me. Su Mu nodded. Taking him is fine, but even if you find the herbs, it might not save him. Once I find a certain elixir to refine the materials, I should be able to save him. Zhang Rishan breathed a sigh of relief, and before Buddha Zhang Qishan could express his opinion, clasped his hands and said, then we'll trouble you, Master Su. This matter is a great favor to us. Su Mu waved his hand. Don't rush to thank me. Once I find the materials, I can refine the elixir to save him, but my money is also money. What I spend, you need to compensate. By the way, there's also travel expenses. Are we going? Sure, the round-trip expenses for 2 people are included, accommodation, meals, and any purchases of jewelry or clothing along the way don't need to be covered by you. After Su Mu finished speaking, he blew on the steaming tea and waited for the two of them to respond. Zhang Rishan looked at Zhang Qishan. Zhang Qishan looked at Zhang Rishan. The two exchanged glances. Zhang Rishan raised the corner of his mouth, thinking about how much they could spend, and then spoke. All right, that's perfectly fine, but we need to set off today. The journey will take some time, and I'm afraid this person won't wait for us to return, and I also worry that delay could lead to changes. Su Mu put down his teacup and smiled. That's completely fine, and we can leave right now. Su Mu stood up. Zhigu Xiao, bring me 90% of the cash from the shop. As the supervisor of the shop, Zhigu Xiao rummaged around on the first floor, calling Hualing and the old foreigner to lift several large wooden boxes upstairs. Zhang Qishan stared at the several wooden boxes in front of him, his lips twitching slightly. Is Su Mu planning to buy up all of Beiping? Su Mu crouched down to count the cash and tickets from yesterday's earnings one by one, and continued, "You all know these are rare herbs that are hard to find in the world, do others not know? If I don't bring a bit more, I'm afraid we'll have no money left to even see the herbs' appearances when the time comes, and will likely be thrown out." Zhang Qishan turned to his aide Zhang Rishan. "Are they really that expensive?" Zhang Rishan shrugged. "I've only heard of them. Oh, I've never bought them, so I don't know." Zhang Qishan suddenly remembered something, his expression changing slightly. "You're not suggesting that I use this money and then have you reimbursed later, are you?" Over the years, Zhang Qishan had accumulated quite a bit of savings from his position leading the Nine Gates, and the regular business flow of the Nine Gates had always been divided with a portion going to him. But how much was this? This was at least 5 years of his income. Aside from the invaluable ancient artifacts that occasionally appeared, the normal total trading volume of the Nine Gates was roughly 3 years' worth. Zhang Qishan began to shift from his previous indifference towards money to finally feeling that making money is real. Sumu looked at the several wooden boxes in front of him and clapped his hands. "Once you finish counting, you should also count this. This time, my people won't go. You two will carry these boxes and be responsible for their protection and management. For every silver ticket or dollar less, you'll owe me double. Otherwise, if you take the money and come back later, I can compensate you." Zhang Rishan swallowed hard. As Zhang Qishan's brother and steward, he knew that at this moment there probably wasn't a single person in Changsha with cash flow as enormous as Su Mu's. Is it necessary? A few individuals were on their way to the Xiaowoman station in Changsha, with Zhang Qishan and Zhang Rishan deep in thought, puzzled. How much could it possibly cost? Sitting in the back of an old black Buick, Su Mu shook his head. At this moment, Zhang Qishan and Zhang Rishan were certainly unaware of the matter regarding the Lantern of Heaven. The Xinyue restaurant being the only sizable underground market in Beiping for trading antiques, spiritual herbs, and rare birds might also feature the rare artifacts Su Mu wished to purchase. For this reason, Su Mu had brought nearly all his possessions. "Are you both going?" Su Mu suddenly asked. Zhang Rishan shook his head. "I won't be going. With Buddha gone, I need to take over the defense management in the city. Without me, the Zhang family's guards won't be able to hold their ground and could cause trouble again." Su Mu nodded. "Then there's something I need your help with." Zhang Rishan continued driving. "Go ahead." Moments later, Zhang Rishan parked the old black Buick at the entrance of Xiaowoman train station. At the same time, 2 unfamiliar individuals approached from the crowd. "Who is he?" February Hong, with his wife Yada holding his arm, furrowed his brow looking at the young man who was not one of the Nine Gates. Huasiener blushed. "He's my friend Su Mu." "Su Mu, this is February Hong, the second master of the Nine Gates, and this is Yada, his wife." Su Mu looked at February Hong, who seemed somewhat unfamiliar without his stage makeup, and nodded. "Greetings to the second master and madam. Siener, come here." Yada pulled Huasiener aside. She whispered, "Isn't your family the one that doesn't marry? Is this your future son-in-law? He looks quite handsome and has a strong presence." Huasiener's face flushed even more. No, it's not like that, I don't." Yada bumped Huasiener with her shoulder, laughing. "Where did the open-minded and bold Miss Siener go? How can you act like such a shy girl? You still say there's nothing." Huasiener lowered her head. "Yada, everything is here. You all need to pay attention to safety on the way with Buddha and remember to protect him well. Also, don't reveal your identities. If the higher-ups find out about the city's defense and that you left secretly for another province, they might think too much. Keep all this in mind." As Zhang Rishan and several guards unloaded the wooden boxes, he reminded the guards who were about to accompany Zhang Qishan. Originally, Zhang Qishan had planned to go alone, as bringing luggage was quite troublesome and not in line with his character. But with Su Mu bringing several large boxes of money, the 3 men could not just carry it all the way. Su Mu cupped his hands toward Zhang Rishan. "Then I will rely on you for the matters in Changsha from here on." Zhang Rishan nodded slightly at Su Mu with a meaningful look. "This guy's still restless after leaving. What are you mumbling about?" "Nothing. You all be careful on the road. I will wait for you in Changsha." Zhang Rishan quickly turned around and jumped into the car, ignoring Su Mu. Perhaps because they were worried about Zhang Qishan's discomfort, both women did not linger by their side before or after getting in the car, instead following ahead or behind. While taking the Sunto Depart train, the 2 women exchanged seats with the 3 men to avoid the awkwardness of having Zhang Qishan alone. After settling down, Su Mu sat next to Zhang Qishan, while February Hong took a seat across from them. Throughout the boarding process, the 3 of them did not say anything further. In the quiet atmosphere, Su Mu began to gaze outside at the scenery. "Sister, don't worry. Su Mu said he has a rough idea of the poison you have. After obtaining all the medicinal materials this time, he'll be able to treat you successfully." Huasiener, sitting beside Yada, said seriously. "The dust grass. The people from the southern seas surprisingly expanded the source of the poison to the South China region, so quickly indicating that the poison affecting Yadu likely had become clearer. The Hong family was also not short on money. As Western medicine gradually settled in China, many difficult diseases had received scientific explanations and treatments, except for the unique toxin from the dust grass juice found along the remote coastal areas. Ordinary poisons can be resolved with detoxification pills, but for such rare toxic sources, only the 9-soul recovery pill could save her. Yada sighed, her face pale. In Changsha City, in the wealthy residential area, Are you sure that guy left Changsha? Yes, fourth master. Although we don't know who he went with, someone saw him at the station. Strange, why would he suddenly travel far, leaving behind such a pile of trash? Does he really not fear me taking care of him? Go and call some people. Remember, don't let anyone recognize that we're the ones looking for them. Aren't they selling medicine? Let's create a disturbance under the guise of fake medicine and then take action. If we can take down one, that's one less. Understood, fourth master. In front of the Huang family, the fourth master of the Nine Gates, a suspicious man walked out and quickly disappeared into the crowd on the street. Due to February, Hong and his wife being away, Chun Pai, wandering aimlessly on the street, shook his head and murmured, I wonder if the madam's illness will be cured. I've searched all over for famous doctors in and around Changsha, but they all say there's nothing they can do. Son, hey, have you seen this person? A person with a dark cloth covering their hair and face, whose voice was relatively neutral, pushed the dazed Chun Pai, raising the image in front of his eyes. Chun Pai shook his head without even looking. Never seen him. The visitor frowned and continued to show the image to people in the bustling crowd searching for someone's likeness. Bang! The stranger, whose gender was indeterminate, was bumped by the crowded people, causing the image paper they held to fall to the ground, trampled underfoot by passersby. Cough, cough. The figure with the dark purple cloth covering their hair and face coughed a few times, blood oozing from the corner of their mouth. Zhang Qiling, he said, only Zhang Qiling can save everyone's life. Hand over Zhang Qiling, and everyone will be safe in return. The person holding the image paper had a pale face, their originally black hair now turned white due to the illness, and their voice was hoarse. Beep, beep. Seeing the street congested, Zhang Rishan, returning impatiently, honked the car horn. He leaned his head out of the car. Do you not have eyes? Can't you see there's a car? Make way. Whoosh! Zhang Rishan's car sped past the bustling street, sweeping the discarded image paper off the ground, sending it flying into the air. Zhang Rishan in the car did not pay it any mind. As Zhang Xishan departed, there were still many matters waiting for him to handle at the Defense Department. What he did not know was that the images of the white papers he had sent flying into the sky depicted the portrait of the last clan leader of the Zhang family. In the southern archives, the area had already been devastated by local warlords, causing a scattering escape. On the green train, Sumu gazed out of the window, lost in thought, unaware of what he was contemplating. As the sun set, the dim yellow light spread across the distant mountains and plains. Grass grew, and a completely green butterfly flew out from the grass beside the train, swept up by the speed of the train, and was pulled into Sumu's window, landing right in front of him. Sumu rubbed his eyes. Butterfly Ding Xian, Yu Gu Chong larvae. Gu insect. Introduction: a rare companion insect of the Witch clan possessing spatial abilities capable of short-distance teleportation. Note: the destination must exactly match the mental image, otherwise it will fail. Type: companion Gu insect. As Sumu picked up the strange green butterfly that had fallen nearby, a system prompt appeared before him again. Ding Xian Yu takes the form of an exquisite green butterfly, its body shimmering like warm jade, with wings like thin glass adorned with intricate and profound patterns resembling runes, radiating a faint green spiritual light. The butterfly's body is slender and elegant, its compound eyes like transparent green crystals with long and delicate 6 legs. While Sumu was admiring this peculiar butterfly, he suddenly felt a small bite on his finger. Hiss! Sumu retracted his tongue, frowning. Can this little creature even bite through the witch's body? Immediately after, a system prompt flickered and finally rendered its judgment. The original butterfly, Ding Xian Yu species, has transformed into the current Gu insect. Ding Xian Yu. Sumu was taken aback. He did not know if the ancient witch clan had similar companion Gu insects due to obtaining the essence of the witch or consuming the blood of a witch. But he understood the origin of this Gu insect's name. Is it not said that heaven does not cut off all paths for a person? In the valley of despair, the cold wind blows, the autumn chant resonates, the youth returns, tears of stone in the depths of the soul. Ding Xian Yu wanders towards the north. Ding Xian Yu. Muttering the lines from a poem, Sumu's gaze fell once more on Gu insect. Ding Xian. Indeed. Isn't this the Gu insect Ding Xian Yu from the writings of the great love, heavenly sovereign? In the book, this Ding Xian Yu accompanied the great benevolence, great love, great compassion, Master Fong for a long time. It's an extraordinary Gu. The green butterfly regained its vitality after feeding on Sumu's blood. It fluttered around him playfully before finally landing on his shoulder. This miraculous scene drew the attention of Zhang Qishan and Yuehong, who were nearby. Such a beautiful butterfly, Yuehong said with a smile, reaching out to pluck the Ding Xian Yu from Sumu's hand. Puff! A green light orb quickly surrounded the small green butterfly. The next moment, a grim-faced Sumu stood in the train carriage aisle, his brows deeply furrowed. This little creature actually took him on a spatial journey right in front of Zhang Qishan and Yuehong. Sumu instinctively looked down. Sure enough, he was completely bare, having not brought anything with him during the spatial shift. This is the setting for this directed Gu insect. This was also the most embarrassing aspect for Sumu at that moment. In their seats, Zhang Qishan and Yuehong were stunned, watching as Sumu vanished from his original seat. Sumu looked at the Ding Xian Yu butterfly goo on his shoulder. Whoosh! Just then the iron-skinned train sped into a dark tunnel where one couldn't see a finger in front of them. The iron train continued to make clattering sounds. Using his own teleportation ability, Sumu quickly put on his clothes as he approached Zhang Qishan and Wehong. Wehong asked what was that just now. Busy putting on his clothes, Sumu's voice came from his former position. What? Wehong frowned. No, just now was it the Buddha? In a fleeting moment, both Zhang Qishan and Wehong were left in silent contemplation. Could it be that both of them were mistaken? Or was it just a trick of light and shadow that made them see things? Sumu appeared to still be in his position and hadn't truly vanished. It was just that the darkness of the tunnel and the lack of light in the carriage made everything seem hazy. Could it be that they truly saw things incorrectly? Quickly tidying up his clothes, Sumu, as the train passed through the tunnel and was once again bathed in the thick glow of the setting sun, appeared earnest, observing the actions of Zhang Qishan and Wehong out of the corner of his eye. Upon noticing that both seemed puzzled but did not express any exaggerated reactions, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The last time he used the space shifting of Emperor Jiang's ancestor, he almost scared Huasiener to death. Now with the appearance of this companion goo insect, it had happened again in front of others. I need to go relieve myself, use the restroom, excuse me. But you are indeed strong. Could it be that heaven has no restraint over you? Teleporting a distance of 10 meters seems effortless. Do you know another goo insect called Chuanxiu-chan? Is that also a companion goo insect of the witch clan? Oh, you don't speak. Indeed, people need to go out often. If he stayed in Changsha City all the time, how would he encounter such adventures? Walking over to the restroom, near the carriage partition, Sumu had a smile on his face, his excitement bubbling over. What happened to you two? Suddenly approaching familiar figures, he finally located this carriage, and came to Zhang Qishan and Wehong's side. Zhang Qishan's lips twitched slightly. I was just going to ask you, we agreed to stick together. Where did you run off to? The man in glasses wearing a blue long gown scratched his head. Ahem, I got on the wrong carriage. You told the deputy to let me board first, because I had something to do, but I didn't know which carriage you got on. I waited at the station for quite a while, and when I got tired I boarded the train to sleep. Zhang Qishan closed his mouth, making room for the suddenly appearing man in the blue gown and glasses. Hello, second master. So it's eighth master. The sudden appearance of Qi Tizui drew the attention of Zhang Qishan and Wehong. In an instant the two seemed to no longer ponder why Sumu could vanish into thin air, or how he managed to do so. Old Tea Street in Changsha City. The golden thick rays of the setting sun also shone upon the old Tea Street. A group of unfamiliar-looking thugs wielding long knives strode vigorously into the old Tea Street. Seeing this, the tea houses on both sides immediately closed their shops, which already had few customers. The tea merchants quickly gathered their sacks of tea leaves, ducking their heads as they hurried outside. Nightfall was approaching. Changsha City was known for frequent killings after dark. The tea houses on both sides closed their doors. Shi Taiejua's hall was also closed today. Thus the intentions of the newcomers became very clear. Zhen Xianguan. In front of the Zhen Xianguan shop, the bearded uncle, who was sitting on a straw mat with some others disguised as tea merchants, also noticed the newcomers and swiftly drew their knives from their hiding places. The arrivals bore ill intentions. The patrolling soldiers have been diverted by our people to the north of the city. They won't be coming for a while. We can take action. Kill. In the Zhen Xianguan shop, those sent by Sumu to learn skills had not returned yet, and there were only a few scattered individuals remaining. Most of them had little combat ability and could only instinctively wield long knives. Moreover, the number of attackers was overwhelmingly large, easily 10 times more. Elder Zhigu. The bearded uncle wiped his long knife and addressed the 3 Zhigu who were stationed inside the shop. When the boss returns, remember to tell him that none of us are cowards and let the boss take care of our families after we pass. What are we waiting for? Are we really going to wait until this group of people smashes the boss shop before we act? Everyone knew that Sumu's protective golden light has only one chance to save his life. They were not invincible. The enemies before them, even a single spit from each could drown them. The patrol team has been lured away, right? The sound of rapid footsteps echoed at the entrance of the old Tea Street, accompanied by a calm voice. 9 gates business, idle people, step aside. Seal off the nearby streets. Not a fly should be allowed to enter, nor should anyone think of escaping. The Buddha commanded during these days in Old Tea Street. Anyone causing trouble is to be killed without question. Shinpai, you rascal, you also came representing the Hong family. No kidding, isn't this what was agreed upon? When the Buddha speaks, the 9 gates must respond. Besides, this is also my master's command. Oh, the Hong family is rarely involved. This isn't this 6th master. 6th master, you just needed to send some people over. Why are you personally getting involved? Where are they? I ask you, where are the troublemakers? Over there, please, after you. Bang. The partridge whistle leaped down from the 2nd floor of the shop, drawing his knife, and standing protectively in front of the shop staff. It was only because his junior sister Hua Ling found these Taoist spiritual herbs and medical techniques interesting that she put them in her backpack. Hualing had flipped through them countless times, but aside from gaining some knowledge of identifying herbs and medical skills, she obtained nothing else. Unexpectedly, after the book fell into Su Mu's hands, he obtained brand new annotations and a new arrangement of scriptures formulating a method of cultivation. The 24 stars drew down qi, nourishing the lungs and internal organs. The internal organs cultivated vitality flowing into the blood vessels and spreading to the limbs. The combat power of the partridge whistle was already at the pinnacle level within the ghost lamp. With the addition of the cultivation and body refining methods, his strength increased day by day. The group of people gradually stopped in their tracks, anxiously watching the encircling crowd in front and behind. What's going on? Didn't Fourth Master say he had spoken to the 9 gates? Didn't he say the 9 gates wouldn't help? If Chunpai comes, that's fine, but this guy is psychologically twisted. He gets an itch if he doesn't fight for a day. But how did that guy Blackback Old 6 also come? Boss, do you think if we kneel and beg for mercy now, can we still leave with our lives? It's hard to say. The 9 gates have never appeared together like this before. This time it's tough. Then, don't panic, boss, I have my ways. The thugs who followed the leader heard this and immediately regained their spirits, clutching their knives and restoring. Bang! The leader thug turned around and quickly ran towards the 9 gates group, sliding to his knees. I said it was Fourth Master who sent us to trouble the true immortal view. I said everything, I will say everything. The subordinate. Behind the entrance of the old T Street, the few who rarely gathered nodded simultaneously. They also saw the subordinates of Fourth Master who did not appear, but did not see the person Shueihua. Chunpai looked at the crowd and did not participate, further retreating to the same position as a few gate masters. Chunpai frowned. Didn't anyone inform Fourth Master about Shueihua? Half-length, Li remained silent, smiling lightly, as if he already had the answer. Old Dog Wu picked up San Siyuanding, looking at the abdomen of the puppy that had not grown. Probably the vice officer didn't go to inform him. Blackback Old 6 had already charged into the crowd. Hua Jinsi fanned his folding fan. Without saying a word, they took my niece away. Su Mu has truly become capable. Jiejio adjusted his glasses. You'd better wait until Buddha returns and say this in front of him. Hua Jinsi's gaze tightened, his movement stiffened. No one in the 9 gates knew about Zhang Qishan's departure. They all presumed that Su Mu had gone on a business trip and made some deal with Buddha, allowing the 9 gates to protect him when he left. Unexpectedly, the other party turned out to be traveling with the leader of the 9 gates. Chunpai looked around, seemingly realizing something was off. The 9 gates are one body. Prosperity is shared, but downfall is not shared. Now that everyone is so exclusive, it is likely that Shueihua has become a thorn in the side of Buddha Zhang Qishan, who holds the military power of the entire Changsha city. Or perhaps, Fifth Master. Chunpai clasped his hands and walked in front of Old Dog Wu. Is the kid mentioned in the rumors circulating in the Jianghu the young manager of the true immortal view of Old T Street, Su Mu? Chunpai, filled with doubts, couldn't help but ask. If the Su family kid was seeking revenge on the 4 masters for the annihilation of his family, those words were spread by Old Dog Wu in the Jianghu of Changsha. At this moment, Shueihua was being excluded by the 9 gates, and the one who directed him was also caught in an inexplicable encirclement, which must be related to Su Mu. However, Chunpai still wanted to obtain a clear answer from the gate masters who held power in the 9 gates. Old Dog Wu nodded. The words were passed by Su Xiaogu for me, but Fourth Master's absence is unrelated to me. Everyone, please don't misunderstand. As an old 5, how dare I go against old 4, haha. Old Dog Wu didn't dare. Zhang Qishan dared. Chunpai took a few steps back and stopped asking more. It seems that Fourth Master Shueihua is difficult to escape misfortune this time. Is it because that kid has some unknown deal with Buddha? Knowing that you are sent by Shueihua, if you die, just blame the 4th Master you mentioned. Ooh, I will give you a quick death. Blackback Old 6's voice rang out in the crowd. Everyone knew that once Blackback Old 6 drew his knife, it would not return to its sheath without shedding blood. The eyes of the kneeling people dimmed, and before they could react, their heads fell to the ground. Whoosh! A fast arrow shot towards the crowd in front of the true immortal view. The partridge whistle sheathed his knife and stood with the others. In the midst of the chaos, Blackback Old 6 noticed the incredibly accurate, yet fast arrow, feeling somewhat surprised. If it were a crossbow or similar, anyone could pull the trigger and aim to shoot. However, the shabby Taoist before him was using an old-fashioned bow. There are few in the world who can draw a bowstring made of bull tendons and other materials. Moreover, those who can do it with such accuracy and tirelessness, bending the bow and knocking the arrow, are even rarer. Within the true immortal view, there are also masters. The sound of the Suona, along with a procession that had long been prepared to send off the thugs, approached grandly from behind. The crowd parted, allowing the funeral procession carrying customized coffins to enter into Old T Street. The 9 gates members stepped out, accurately lifting the deceased into the coffins and sealing them. The sound of the Suona rang out again. The crowd from the true immortal view, who had never seen such a scene, showed expressions of astonishment. On the 18th of the first month, an auspicious day, raised the sorghum. The coffin bearers who exclaimed, "Oh my," skillfully lifted the coffins following the Swona procession and began to, in broad daylight, killing so many people it is impossible to just leave the corpses there waiting for those with ulterior motives to seek traces and dig up evidence. Thud thud thud. The Nine Gates subordinates knocked open the doors of the tea houses on both sides of Old Tea Street. "Come out and clean the ground. This. What do we have to come personally? Or do you mean we haven't prepared enough coffins and need to add a few more? Charge, rush out immediately. Everyone come out, hurry up. Clean the ground. The shopkeeper is coming, he's coming." The scene inside Old Tea Street was busy, different from the previous atmosphere of slaughter. The dead were placed in coffins and sent out of the city with no one inquiring or asking about the reasons along the way. The street was cleaned and no blood or remnants of bodies could be seen returning to its former cleanliness. "You guys, why are you running? Go back, you are all familiar faces. Don't you know our Nine Gates rules for doing things? Continue with your business. Soon someone will come to drink tea and buy tea again." Yes, gentlemen. The tea vendors who had fled earlier hadn't gone far when they were blocked by the Nine Gates members. Old Tea Street returned to its former bustle, with people coming and going and carriages passing by. The previous events seemed as if they had never occurred. The movements of the Nine Gates were not overly concealed. Therefore the news quickly reached Fourth Master Shui Hua, who had sent someone to secretly cause trouble for Su Mu. Sitting on a sandalwood chair, Shui Hua, playing with a wooden string in his hand, stiffened all over. "It's over. Hurry in. Send someone to fetch military officer Lu Jinxuan at once." "Hurry in." "Yes, master. In." Shui Huang contemplated the sole remaining path to survival. "I don't know if we'll make it in time. Gather all the brothers from our gambling dens. Quickly. Arm yourselves." And he urgently ordered. Moments later his 4 lieutenants arrived one by one from the east, west, south, and north of the city, converging before Lord Shui Huang's residence, each radiating silence, severity, and icy dread. All knew this would be the most perilous battle of their lives, for they were to fight 8 gates alone, none gate again. Yet in ordinary times they had received boundless favor from Lord Shui Huang, and having accepted his silver, the hour of paying with blood had now come. Lu Jinxuan, a military officer holding equal rank to Zhang Qishan within the city, yet wielding little real authority, also arrived at Shui Huang's gate, accompanied by every soldier he could muster. Unlike the grim, fear-choked throng gathered before Shui Huang's estate, Lu Jinxuan wore a relaxed smile. He dismounted, then strode cheerfully into the courtyard. Should the Nine Gates truly unleash slaughter beneath the open sun, they would forfeit any right to exist. Into combat, organized crime requires evidence, but counterterrorism demands only a name list. No warlord commanding true power would ever tolerate within his domain an independent civilian force daring to pass judgment and decree life or death upon the wealthy and influential. Nor would he permit large-scale insurrection. And Lu Jinxuan understood this perfectly. "And rest assured, Elder Huang, I swear they dare not strike so brazenly. Should they appear, I will execute Zhang Qishan on the spot." A cruel edge flickered across Lu Jinxuan's smile. Not only upon seeing the man's military uniform did Shui Huang finally exhale in relief. Clarity returning, he realized even the Nine Gates, for all their arrogance, would never storm his home in broad daylight to commit murder. Civilian brotherhoods remain, after all, merely civilian brotherhoods. And above them loom far deadlier instruments, guns, cannons, bayonets. And what truly terrified Shui Huang was not the brotherhoods themselves, but Zhang Qishan, who wore the same uniform. "If you possess incriminating evidence against you, tell me. I shall devise a solution." And Lu Jinxuan settled into his seat, eyes alight with dazzling, unsettling mirth. Now, should the 4th gate defect, the remaining 8 gates would inevitably fall as well. And then seizing them, transforming them into personal assets, profit engines, would become effortless. Shui Huang ordered fine tea, served to Lu Jinxuan, yet his own gaze flashed with predatory sharpness. And the man seated opposite him had come neither in goodwill nor innocence. Once compromised, he would be no better than dead. And the Nine Gates had long stood united, not to serve as puppets of the imperial court, but to resist being bled dry, flayed, and stripped bare by those perched high above. This man before him embodied precisely that kind of predator. "My ancestors earned imperial favor, and thus were granted the imperial surname Huang. Even during the Dowager Empress's reign, our family never transgressed law or decree. How could I and my generation sully our ancestral legacy?" Shui Huang raised both hands to shoulder height and offered a shallow, strained bow toward the right, his smile brittle, forced. Clack! Lu Jinxuan slammed his teacup back onto the stone table. "And, since Elder Huang refuses to speak plainly, I shall withdraw from further involvement. My duties within the city are pressing, and bringing troops here without authorization is already a breach of protocol. Alas, it's truly like a dog biting Lu Dongbin. I take my leave now." Lu Jinxuan walked slowly, certain that within 3 breaths the terrified Shui Huang would call him back. Neither he would surrender damning proof of the Nine Gates crimes, or hand over his own fatal vulnerability. Either outcome would be an extraordinary stroke of fortune, for he had done nothing yet reaped the full spoils of the Nine Gates internecine strife. Nine Gates commander. In my view they're nothing more than a rabble of petty thugs, incapable of stirring even a ripple. A faint sardonic curve lifted Lu Jianxuan's lips as he turned away. Master, the Nine Gates have disbanded. What did you say? Both Shui Huang and Lu Jianxuan cried out in stunned unison. Moreover, the messenger continued, face flushed with excitement. The staff from Jinxian Temple shop have delivered a peace offering, claiming it is a rare treasure selected from among thousands of artifacts in their collection. The servant cradled a clay jar sealed with earth, beaming ear to ear. Hiring the Nine Gates surely cost a fortune. Influence connections gold. That young man clearly doesn't grasp your stature. He even dared let rumors fly across the Jianghu. Now he's tasted bitterness and surrendered. The shop clerk explained that their master spoke in drunken jest that day, never imagining his words would spread so widely. Yes, he possesses modest skill, but they fear constant vigilance. Their business has only just begun, and they've only just savored the sweetness of wealth. It's said the owner emptied his coffers to hire the Nine Gates once, and cannot afford another such summons. Thus he seeks reconciliation. Master, what shall we do? In Shui Huang's raucous, grating laughter pierced Lu Jianxuan's ears. Lu Jianxuan strode off swiftly. In that case this military officer takes his leave. Humph. In tears streaming down his cheeks, Shui Huang laughed. The young and fearless know no tigers. How true indeed. So now he fears. Do they think the Nine Gates are so easily summoned, or so lightly offended? I am Lord Shui Huang, the fourth gate. I always knew they'd never turn against me. Why would they? Bring it forth. Let us see what precious gift this newly enriched Jinxian Temple dares present to beg my forgiveness. If it proves cheap trinketry, send word back the master's wrath remains unquenched, and their master must prepare far greater wealth. It appears genuinely remarkable. Is this a golden-leafed clay Buddha, or is the entire figure cast in solid gold? Excellent indeed. That boy understands my heart. After decades I remain childless. This golden Buddha for fertility, how thoughtful. I am deeply pleased. Before the Jinxian Temple shop. Upon returning from delivering the gift to Lord Shui Huang's residence, the messenger found his comrades already preparing a brazier, willow branch-infused water, and other purification tools. Several talismans, crafted from sumu wood, were poised for ignition. Senior Zagusho, could that malign entity have followed me? The messenger, pale and trembling, clutched the brazier and sought reassurance. Zagusho's brows twitched violently. Most likely not. The master instructed you to follow instructions precisely, and that is all you need do. As the messenger stepped over the brazier and washed his hands, still cold and numb, with the willow-infused water, his whole body shuddered violently. From now on, any item brought here for exchange of pills or talismans must first pass before my eye. Zagusho's gaze swept over the assembled group, sharp, unblinking. Who among you brought into this shop that cursed clay doll, the one sealed by over 100 Taoist priests buried deep within sacred feng shui ground? At his words, all fell silent, eyes lowered, lips sealed tight. Who could have guessed the gilded clay Buddha concealed a fetus slain in its 8th month, a vessel forged from raw, seething resentment? Aboard the train bound for Beiping, Su Mu continued studying the Dingxian Yu bug, a spirit insect possibly drawn to him by the lingering aura of his Wu clan heritage. A commotion erupted from the forward carriage. No, I can't hold it. Why is your toilet facing north? Are there any others facing another direction? Apologies, esteemed passenger. Every latrine on this train faces north. Is something amiss? Nothing, my apologies. May I relieve myself here? You're courting death. Hey, don't push me again. Old man, I am the last living black law lord of the Northern Emperor. In front of his gaze a boy with peculiar behavior flushed red in the face, quickly fiddling with his belt ready to. The man sitting in the south-facing position could hardly tolerate the thought of someone urinating on him, so he swung his fist, as big as a sandbag, towards the boy. The boy was sent flying from the blow, rolling onto the ground, scattering the incense, candles, and talismans he had on. With no time to spare, the boy quickly flipped over and pressed a black wooden token beneath him. No monks, nuns, women, or animals are to see this token. Of violators will find it ineffective and be punished. The man, still fuming and feeling he hadn't vented his anger, raised his ankle and began to kick forcefully. He had been minding his own business when suddenly a young man approached him without a word, attempting to undo his belt to urinate. Who could stand for that? Stop hitting. Who are you to tell me what to do? Everyone saw it was this idiot's fault. How dare you urinate on me? Isn't that enough? Can we settle this with money? Don't. He seemed to have discerned the identity behind this unfamiliar boy. As the man looked over, filled with rage and wanting to teach the boy a lesson, he noticed figures stand up in the rear compartment, hands on their waists with guns half exposed, revealing Zhang Qishan's bodyguards. The man swallowed hard, then glanced at Sumu, who was still digging for money. Sumu had come from the rear compartment and was with the group that had boarded with guns. Here, is this enough? He must be wrong, as surely we can settle this with money. Sumu, unaware of the actions behind him, pulled out a silver dollar and handed it over. The man shook his head vigorously. I can't take this. Is he your friend? Sumu turned in confusion and then understood what had just happened when he saw what the man had seen. In this era, there was a habit of making homemade guns for self-defense or hunting. However, selling standard firearms was a grave crime. Thus, the holders would either be vicious criminals or government officials. In the eyes of ordinary people, Zhang's bodyguards stood tall and serious, their demeanor cold and military. It was likely they were the latter. Government officials. During the Republic-era, government officials were like gods in various places. Who would dare provoke them? Sumu nodded to Zhang Qishan and the others, signaling them to lower their weapons, and then pulled the fallen boy back up. The boy dusted off his clothes, which were stained with dirt, while clutching the black token, nervously staring at Sumu. Sumu smirked. A disciple of the Northern Emperor's Black Law. Are you a good person or a bad person? The boy asked with uncertainty. Sumu smiled slightly. I shouldn't be a bad person. Do you have so many laws? That old man didn't mention such harsh laws before making me his disciple. Is there a place for me to urinate? Anywhere, but facing north will do. As the pain subsided, the boy squeezed his legs tightly together, his face flushed. Before setting off, Sumu had asked Zhang Qishan to show him the railway station map. Sumu calculated the minutes until the next departure. Just 1 minute until we arrive. Hold on. The boy nodded vigorously. Okay. The honking of the car's horn echoed. The boy, standing by the door waiting for the vehicle to depart, gave Sumu a grateful glance, and then quickly undid his belt. Move aside. I can't hold it any longer. Seeing the boy dart away with his legs squeezed together, Sumu smiled to himself and returned to the original compartment. Do you know him? Zhang's bodyguard frowned. Before setting off, the deputy had repeatedly instructed them not to cause trouble. Sumu appeared to be a friend of Zhang Qishan and the deputy Zhang Rishan, so they couldn't just ignore him. If a fight had truly broken out and Sumu was bullied, they would surely draw their guns and rush forward to intervene. Thus, the bodyguards were somewhat displeased with Sumu's interference. I don't know him, but... Sumu looked in the direction of Chi Tizui. I wonder if you've heard of the Northern Emperors. Among those present, Sumu speculated that perhaps only Chi Tizui would have knowledge similar to his own. Chi Tiezui's mouth opened slightly, and then quickly formed an O shape. The Northern Emperor's Black Law. Wow. The Northern Emperor's Black Law. Wow. It really exists. Wow. Zhang Qishan and Er Yuehong frowned, looking at Chi Tizui with a serious expression, as if they had to clarify things today. Chi Tizui seemed to sense Zhang Qishan's growing hostility, and quickly lowered his head to compose himself. If that boy is really a disciple of the Northern Emperor's Black Law, he is indeed worth saving, because only severe evil spirits that cannot be managed by the likes of Qingqing and Yuga can use Black Law. Minor evil spirits are not allowed to invoke it. The lawmaker is the Northern Emperor, also known as the Great Emperor of the North Polar Purple Flax. The law is held by Tianping, referring not to Zhu Beiji from folk novels, but the real Tianping marshal, holding 300,000 heavenly soldiers. It supersedes all ghostly and divine laws. It has the authority to directly sentence souls to disperse and prevent them from reincarnating. It is not bound by any gods or Buddhas. The judge wields the decree, able to impeach gods and execute earth deities, commanding the 9 underworlds. Speak plainly. Zhang Qishan began to show signs of impatience. Chi Tizui shrank his neck. What it means is it has the greatest control, the harshest penalties, the highest status, and is most feared by ghosts and gods, enforcing the most rigid laws, known as the first demon-suppressing heavenly law in the Taoist sect. Upon hearing these straightforward words from Chi Tizui, both Zhang Qishan and Er Yuehong's expressions changed. Indeed, they should save him. Such a person, if they could recruit him, would be unstoppable in future tomb raiding. Even ghosts and gods would have to retreat. What a find. Chi Tizui seemed to guess Zhang Qishan's thoughts and shook his head. That's not possible. This faction has a strict law forbidding them from associating with evil people close to sycophants or those without virtue. Violators will be punished in Iron Violation Mountain and will die only to be tortured afterward. What if he's just a swindler? Zhang Qishan still found it hard to believe such a Taoist sect really existed. Chi Tizui scratched his head. This sect rarely appears in the world, and most people don't know about it. He further explained, moreover, if anyone dares to randomly carve Black Law orders, it would be equivalent to seeking their own death. Some things you must believe. In the next moment, the sound of commotion came from outside the car door, and everyone turned to look. How shameless. Huh. Who does he think he is showing that off? Should a living person be suffocated by needing to urinate? But young man, ha 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 ha, you seem not to have grown up yet. The boy, red-faced as he urinated, felt embarrassed. This was the first time he had lost control after learning the Northern Emperor's Black Law, and felt humiliated in front of others. However, he had previously tried to defy the odds. He had once urinated facing north when in a hurry. That was when he received the ridicule from the travelers queued to board. He had shrunk. The old master at home never mentioned that urinating facing north would make him shrink. Thank you for what happened earlier. The youth returned and raised his hand in thanks as he watched his peer Su-mu stoop to gather the incense candles and scattered talismans from the ground. Su-mu, who had been picking up the incense talismans, had only meant to see if he could salvage anything useful. Yet when he saw the other's tearful gratitude and excitement, he went along and granted another kindness. Su-mu bowed slightly. A scion of Beatty Hailu is rare in the world, you flatter me. The youth sighed, glanced at the passengers in the original carriage who had looked down on him, scratched his head, and said, let's talk in your carriage. There were many empty seats in Su-mu's carriage, but the guards had strictly commanded others to sit elsewhere, so only a few remained. The youth picked a vacant place, and lost in thought, said, you must be of the Tao as well, right? A thief sect. The guards looked at Zhang Qishan, Yue Hong, and Chi Tizui with puzzled faces. Could the newcomer really be so perceptive? Could he tell everyone's identity at a glance? Su-mu's answer differed from the guards. He nodded. Half, I suppose. Half. The youth shook his head with a rueful smile. If only learning it could count me as half. I learned formidable arts without observing their rules. That is why I studied the Beatty Fa. He had once been a simple country boy who tended cattle. One day the vengeful spirit of a woman who had been beaten to death by her husband and who hanged herself in a red dress devastated the entire village. The cowherd watched his parents die at the hands of that malicious ghost, though they had done nothing to provoke it, and swore to repay that hatred 100-fold. By chance, while fleeing the fiend, the youth met a wandering former heir of the Beatty Fa who had come to their village. The stranger promised that if the youth learned the Beatty Fa, not only that hanged ghost, but even a king of 10,000 specters could be cut down at his command. Overjoyed, the boy readily agreed. The old Taoist at once wrote a petition to the ancestor to grant a talisman and inscribed the youth's name among the Beatty Fa disciples. In the end, the malignant ghost was indeed eradicated. Yet because of the harsh strictures of the Beatty Fa, the youth became to many a dull and foolish boy. What is the point of living? Suddenly he wore the weary look of someone aged beyond his years and sighed faintly. One must even choose the direction in which to relieve oneself. Sigh. Seeing the boy on the verge of tears as he poured out his grief, Su-mu's eyes brightened. To live is to behold countless landscapes, to taste every delicacy, to revel in the world's pleasures and fortunes. The youth looked up at Su-mu astonished. That is precisely why I came down the mountain. My family and my master have no money and would have me stay on the mountain forever. I am still so young. Su-mu suspected the boy had run off down the mountain without permission. You cannot eat dog. The 5 pungents are forbidden even for cattle, and sheep swearing is banned. You cannot urinate facing north. Sigh. They'll give you money and let you manage your life by what you want, eat as you please, travel where you like. Only when I need your help must you return to assist me. That is not employment. Wait, isn't that hiring me? Who said I'm hiring you? Look, money fell to the ground, and you picked it up. That surely does not break any rules, does it? That does not count. I am as free as grass in spring and the oriole's flight. You are clever. What are you doing? I cannot swear, but if grass and orioles is not a curse, then I am quite clever, huh? Zhang Qishan watched the two youths chatting so animatedly and felt a weight in his chest. He glanced toward Chi Tizui, shook his head again. No means no. You are asking for him to die, and you will be punished. Leave the Buddhas and Beatty Hailu alone. Su-mu carries a Tao aura. His safety does not guarantee yours. Zhang Qishan shook his head and let the matter drop. After a short while, the train reached another stop. The youth who had picked up the money that had fallen from Su-mu disembarked. The youth waved to Su-mu. Then see you in Changsha. I'm not going to Beiping. He'll wait in Changsha. Find the Taoist called Jigu. Shall give him your name and the Machenzu, and that will be enough, right? Go. Su-mu nodded from the carriage doorway. The train pressed on westward. Penniless and unwilling to spend his life bound by Beatty Hailu, the youth transferred to a southbound train. Walking back to his carriage, Su-mu shook his head. He is even afraid to go north. TSK. Such strange rules and regulations. Having confronted malevolent spirits several times, Su-mu had come to understand that the ghostly, superstitious things of this world were real and dangerous. Like the golden-bodied clay doll, a shopkeeper had accepted fashion from the corpse of a fetus that had died a cruel death mixed with blood-stained grave earth and set upon a century-old pagoda tree as its frame. If Su-mu had not noticed it when he entered the shop that morning, the place would have been doomed within a day. Even the three who had briefly practiced the Shangqing Dadong cultivation method under Jigu Shao together were helpless. Su-mu did possess talisman arts to restrain that evil clay doll, but only to contain it. He could not easily exorcise or slay it outright. Since his last encounter with Sun Guofu, the one with yin and yang sight, Su-mu had been studying books and slowly comprehending a truth, cause and effect. But the heirs of Beatty Hailu were different. They paid no mind to karmic cause or heavenly law. If a thing harmed people or bore deep wickedness, they would simply destroy it. Other sects dealt with evil by invoking the Wu-Chang, summoning spirit soldiers, opening altars, and petitioning ancestral decrees. Beatty Hailu could even suppress and annihilate those sects' Wu-Chang troops, the armies of the upper, middle, and lower altars, and errant ancestors themselves. How arrogant, how audacious. Yet to force him to learn Beiti Hailu himself? Ahem. Sumu rubbed his nose and smiled, shaking his head. There were simply too many rules. As for that Jiminsai Shui Huang, Sumu composed himself and sat back. He had intended to seek out more dark techniques and repay like with like, but by sheer coincidence the shop had already taken in a terrifying evil spirit. So before he left, Sumu instructed the shopfolk to, under the guise of making peace, send the spirit to the Shui Huang manor. In this way he settled in part the grievance inflicted upon the Su family by that Yinxing ritualist. Such an evil spirit was akin to Dahei Fomu. Ordinary Taoists could neither drive it off nor avoid becoming imp. By day matters were tolerable. The Huang family enjoyed ancestral merit, and few terrible incidents occurred. But when the night of 100 ghosts came, everything changed. One must travel often, Sumu reflected. Opening the Jinxianguan and using his own means to trade for each household's treasured relics did not seem likely to succeed. Occasional gains aside, one could not simply wait for fortune to present itself. It was like the butterfly of the Dingxianyu Ginsect bloodline, which should have soared above spring fields and lived a brief life, somehow finding him. If he did not venture out, such opportunities would never appear. Sumu looked down at his cloth shoes, thoughtful. The Wu clan prized having feet on the earth and head toward the heavens. After putting the shoes on, he felt the one sun-ending surge of power begin to ebb. Hearing the commotion in the carriage, Sumu raised his head. In front of the carriage, the bodyguards seemed to have returned from some task stained with blood, holding a wooden box. "We've got the item, master." The bodyguards placed the wooden box on the small table in front of Zhang Qishan's seat. Zhang Qishan nodded. Shi Tizui, curious and eager, opened the box. Inside the wooden box lay an invitation card featuring a unique emblem that combined the patterns of the vermilion bird, rippling water, and entwined lotus. This was the invitation to the Crescent Moon restaurant that Zhang Qishan had intercepted, which should have belonged to the Northwest ruffian Peng Sanbian. An invitation. Shi Tizui took the invitation in his hands and began to peruse it. Peng Sanbian. Shi Tizui was filled with confusion. Zhang Qishan smiled slightly. As per the auction house's rules, without an invitation one cannot enter. We came in a hurry and did not inform them beforehand, so we lacked an invitation. A friend of mine also needed to attend this auction and he kindly sent it to me. Sent. Shi Tizui turned to look at the bodyguard whose clothes were still stained with blood, his lips twitching slightly. The invitation to the Crescent Moon restaurant. Upon hearing this news, Sumu suddenly raised his eyebrows. Given Zhang Qishan's identity, having climbed up from countless corpses, he should not have received attention from above. His military achievements might just be one of the factors for Zhang Qishan's future promotion. The most crucial aspect must certainly be linked to the Crescent Moon restaurant. What kind of place is Beiping? Who are the people capable of holding underground auctions there? Moreover, the Crescent Moon restaurant's predecessor had been recorded in Su Mu's past life memories in various films and books. Isn't the Crescent Moon restaurant just the pillow tower of the Wang, Songhai era? Sumu had not spent much time with Zhang Qishan, but to Sumu and the people of the Nine Gates, Zhang Qishan seemed like a wandering hero with dreams of joining the army. While being thorough in his duties, he was also extremely loyal and righteous, as evidenced by the incident where Shi Tizui fell into danger. At that time, Zhang Qishan had disregarded his official position and abandoned military affairs to rush out of Changsha alone to decapitate the group of thugs surrounding Shi Tizui. Additionally, looking at how the Zhang family's bodyguards like Zhang Rishan treated Zhang Qishan like a brother or father, it was inconceivable that someone so ungrateful could have so many followers around him. No one is foolish. Could it be that this journey allowed him to come into contact with another century-old family, the Wang family, and then he was controlled and supported to rise to power? Sumu pondered to himself. The information was still not very clear. Master, the information we obtained states that Peng Sanbian is a notorious ruffian from the northwest with a scarred face, a stout build, and a thick neck. What do you think? The bodyguard suddenly brought up another matter. From the information they gathered, Peng Sanbian was an extremely ugly man who enjoyed picking his nose and scratching himself. This was in stark contrast to the elegant Zhang Qishan. Zhang Qishan frowned. We can only take it step by step. I don't mind acting ugly, but to imitate the real Peng Sanbian's ugliness is quite challenging. After all, the foundation is here. Several of you don't look the part of Northwest ruffians at all, the bodyguard said with a bitter smile, glancing over the group. Zhang Qishan, Yuehong, Shi Tizui, and Sumu. Each of them looked like the cultured scholars from ancient times with no hint of ruffian appearance. At the Beiping station, hearing that her fiancé Peng Sanbian would announce to everyone at the Crescent Moon restaurant auction that Shi Yixingyue was his fiancé, Yixingyue waited anxiously at the platform with her subordinates. Miss, will doing this get us in trouble with the master later? If something happens, I'll take full responsibility. I heard that Peng Sanbian is hideously ugly and enjoys eating raw beef and mutton. Yixingyue would rather die than marry him. You all remember this. You have all been raised under the Yi family's protection since childhood, and when they get off the train, make sure to take them down. If anything happens, I'll take the blame. Especially you, don't hold back. But miss, we don't know what Peng Sanbian looks like. How do we identify him? The family has already sent someone to the platform to meet him. After he gets off the train, he will definitely look for someone from the Crescent Moon restaurant, so it won't be hard to find him. Moreover, the attire from the Northwest differs from ours in Beiping, so it'll be easy to notice. Hiding on the side, Xinyu, dressed in a black suit, was petite with a fake beard that quivered with her speech just above her rosy lips. As Xinyu was still instructing her subordinates to ensure that they would eliminate Peng Sanbian, a strange man's voice emerged at the platform. Is anyone from the Crescent Moon restaurant here? Why isn't anyone here to welcome me, Peng Yi? Master, it's a bit rough. No, like this, lower your voice, Peng San have arrived. Where are the people from the Crescent Moon restaurant? Get lost. Zhang Qishan, who was not fond of impersonating others or mimicking habits, lightly kicked Chi Tizui, who was posturing and continued to scan the crowd. Before getting on the train, he had made a series of plans. He had also delayed the arrival of the real Peng Sanbian with this train. It was estimated that the guy would only arrive in Beiping on the next train. Miss, is that Peng Sanbian? Isn't that suspicious, miss? Why does he look different from what I imagined? Also, I see that the few people around him look quite refined. Where's the appearance of a Northwest brute? Cough, cough, what are we here for? To kill you, or kill you. Miss, know that Peng Sanbian. Didn't someone come to pick him up? We can just go home and wait. Why do we need to come and meet him ourselves? Miss, you're not making sense. At the platform. Since in the carriage, Chi Tizui and the bodyguards kept mentioning how he didn't match Peng Sanbian's appearance, Zhang Qishan changed into a military green cotton coat, deliberately tousled his hair, and held a cigarette at the corner of his mouth. However, even though he tried hard to mimic Peng Sanbian, his inherent good looks could not be concealed. Sumu heard that many wealthy young ladies in Changsha wanted to marry Zhang Qishan, constantly crying and clamoring to their parents. Yet Zhang Qishan had no interest in such matters and had turned them all down. Zhang Qishan walked ahead. The girl was linked arm in arm, with Yuehong in the middle. Chi Tizui and Sumu walked alongside Huixiener. Many passengers had disembarked from the train with them. Yet none compared to the striking beauty of this group. Their look. Are you Peng San? The ones from the Crescent Moon restaurant coming to welcome Peng Sanbian walked out from the crowd, staring incredulously at the small team before them. Any one of these individuals would already exude a Dragon and Phoenix aura with their demeanor and appearance. When did handsome men gather like this? In the Northwest, a place beset by yellow sand, how could such good-looking individuals arise? Meanwhile, Su Mu's gaze fell upon one of the various stalls set up chaotically in front of the Beiping station. Soon Beiping would be renamed Jingxing. This was where Hu Bai and others would later establish their stalls, the initial site of the antique market, known as Panjiayuan. However, common items would not capture Su Mu's interest. 3 cave spirit officials, 3 saintly deities, introduction, governing the true law of the 3 caves of Dongshan, Dongshuan, and Dongshan under the command of the true monarch of the 3 caves, protecting the path, especially inviting the 3 great deities of immense power to descend, Marshal Neza, the great saint of heaven, and Erling Shun. Type divine invocations, spirit mediums, invoking deities. In front of the platform, the road is filled with vendors selling various items, including martial arts secrets, antiques, and curios. There are leather watch straps, beautiful exotic birds, and local delicacies like soil turtles, eels, and pork. However, most of these are merely meant to deceive travelers arriving in Beiping. Having lived 2 lives and understanding human nature, Su Mu approached a stall marked with a special label by the system. The stall sold various books. The vendor was organizing the books, arranging different types in separate sections. Suddenly, Su Mu's eyes lit up upon seeing a particular book. Does Manager Su also enjoy reading? The girl, arm in arm with Yuehong, was soon followed by Zhang Qishan and others. She bent down to find some ancient books and poetry that were unavailable in Changsha for Yuehong. Zhang Qishan showed little interest. Chi Tizui casually asked, "Boss, how much are these books?" The vendor looked up at the sudden visitors, grinning as he replied, "That depends on what kind of book you want. For martial arts manuals like these, the price is higher, while folk arts are sold at a premium." "How much for this one?" Sumu pointed to a book that had been reproduced countless times. The vendor pursed his lips, saying, "This is the most expensive one. I also have illustrations for it, priced at 101. With 100 when you could buy 10 jin of rice." The crowd shook their heads. Suddenly they looked closely at the book Su Mu had pointed to, and the girls blushed while the men displayed peculiar expressions. The hardcover book bore the title Jin Ping Mei. "I want this one, and also this one." Su Mu pointed to the book on divine techniques. "Haha, young boss has good taste. How about this? I'll bundle these 2 for you at 151. Deal. I don't have small change, here you go. Am I selling too cheap?" As he watched the group hesitate over the 100 when the vendor frowned at the silver dollar with a large head engraved on it, a few dark lines appearing on his forehead. Someone who could casually take out a silver dollar was actually complaining about the high prices of his stall's goods. After acquiring the items, Yuehong and Chi Tizui both smiled. Zhang Qishan, who usually didn't buy things personally at the market, naturally didn't understand that wealth shouldn't be flaunted, with few coins saved here and there matter. However, Yuehong and Chi Tizui were well versed in this practice. Without understanding financial management, how could they possess their current wealth and status? Despite appearing to be high and mighty in Changsha, they actually spent their days calculating income and expenses behind the scenes. Being a casual manager is easy, but managing a large family enterprise is anything but simple. However, everyone looked at Su Mu with strange expressions, unaware that he had a fondness for reading spring-themed books, and even acted to purchase such a book in front of everyone. After obtaining the items, Su Mu casually flipped through the forbidden book in front of everyone, then asked, "Do you want?" Everyone shook their heads. Even if a few had thoughts in their hearts, who would dare to take it in front of everyone? Su Mu nodded, casually tossing the forbidden book aside, and instead keeping the Divine Technique book worth only 50 won on him. I see Manager Su might not know. The Divine Technique book isn't commonly published for sale, but everyone in the street knows it. What's there to collect? The girl covered her mouth, chuckling. The others merely shook their heads. Su Mu strode forward, uninterested in arguing with this group. Since the beginning of isolation, the local folk culture in Huaxia had faced severe suppression. With the opening of sea and land routes and the establishment of transport stations, foreign cultures invaded intensely. Moreover, due to the need to make a living, con artists exploiting traditional culture continued to rise. This led many to mistakenly believe that certain traditional knowledge and skills accumulated over thousands of years were merely tricks to deceive ignorant and foolish commoners. However, from Su Mu's perspective as an outsider, he saw a unique scene that was different from everyone around him. During this period, many older generations still possessed real abilities. Whether it was astrology or folk artisans, their skills were profound and genuine. The only difference between Su Mu and those with unique inherited skills was that he possessed a dislocation judgment system. The 16-character Yin-Yang secret technique truly exists. Zhang San's lineage of tomb robbers relies on this book to rise to prominence, later passed down to Hu Bai, who also learned its skills. The 16-character Yin-Yang secret technique in Su Mu's hands had the dislocation system, identifying it as the most original true version, restoring its intended effects. The Shanqing de Dongjinjing and Yunji 7 signs were originally common scriptures. But in Su Mu's hands, the dislocation system deemed them as the most original true versions, restoring their intended functions. The so-called divine techniques are the performance arts commonly used by folk artisans while wandering the streets, such as hard qigong, walking on knives, cooking in hot oil, and holding a red-hot iron. However, this book is different. The subordinates of the Xinyue restaurant who were born in Beiping shook their heads with a smile upon seeing the curiosity of Su Mu and the others towards the roadside stall. Having seen many storms, they thought to themselves that Su Mu and the others were merely country bumpkins from a remote area, who upon entering Beiping showed a curious and joyful demeanor towards their surroundings. "Gentlemen, the car is right by the road, let's get in." The subordinates of Xinyue restaurant opened the door of the parked car for everyone, serving as the driver. Su Mu and Huasiener entered one of the rear seats, while Qi Tizui immediately sat in the passenger seat next to Su Mu. In the front, Zhang Qishan had already entered the passenger seat of the first car with Heir Yuehong and his wife in the back. Following them was Zhang's personal guard. Once in the car, Su Mu took out the Divine Technique book to flip through. Bored Huasiener turned her head, curiously peeking along with him. Maishan Divine Technique, Maoshan Divine Technique, Lu Run Divine Technique, Huaguang Divine Technique, Shaolin Martial Technique. Each title in the catalog was extremely obscure to Huasiener, which Su Mu quickly skimmed over. If it weren't for Su Mu seeing the term Three Saints Divine Technique, he might have genuinely wanted to study the previous content. After all, hard qigong is also a skill. It is said that when heaven and earth were first separated, yin and yang, where distinguished Tao gave birth to one Qi, nurturing myriad deities. Since ancient times, demons have proliferated in the world, causing chaos, harming lives, ruining laws, and destroying truths. Seeing this dry content, Huasiener shook her head and returned to her seat. This thing clearly looked like a trick written by someone somewhat educated. The supreme compassion for all beings transmitted to divine techniques for communication, using the human body as an altar, the mind as a contract, talismans as bridges and seals, as guides, respectfully inviting the righteous deities of the three realms to descend into the mortal world, possessing human bodies, borrowing true spirits, displaying divine might, subduing evil spirits, protecting the Tao, and aiding all beings. The marvel of divine techniques lies not in brute force, but in spiritual communication and the manifestation of holiness. In simple terms, when performing the divine strike technique, one must harbor the spirit of the Tao, remain unyielding in the dark, keep one's thoughts pure, draw the celestial energy of heaven and earth into the body, expel the impure qi, speak the incantation, clearly become familiar with the seals, understand the divine mysteries, and execute the hand seals without a single error. Possessing the ability of perfect recall, Su Mu finished reading and then closed his eyes to give it a try. Su Mu opened his eyes once more. A mysterious divine power descended from the heavens, pouring into the Baihui acupoint that Su Mu already knew then. Is that it? He felt a certain divine force descending, entering through the Baihui at the top of his head, then dispersing from the Yongquan at the soles of his feet. It merely traversed through his body before dissipating again into the world. The deities do not grant divine power. No, it's not that they do not offer divine protection. Rather, the three rebellious figures recorded in the book achieved nothing more than the status of protectors of the Buddhist heaven. What was the Buddhist heaven during the ancient era of primordial chaos? It was merely a little brat blasted and penetrated by the demon court of the demon clan, which was in conflict with the shaman tribe. If the war between the shamans and demons did not swiftly lead to the decline of both clans and the severing of their bloodlines, how could there later be a tripartite balance among the Buddhist, Taoist, and heavenly courts? Thus it is not that the mysterious deities cannot grant him the ability to summon gods and become a medium, but rather that it is entirely beyond their capability. How could descendants of the Pango bloodline invite so-called deities into their bodies and manifest divine miracles? Thoughts swirled in his mind. In an instant, Su Mu understood the reasoning behind it. Well, I suppose it could still be useful to those people under me who otherwise, if a deadly danger arises, I might end up as the only one left standing. Su Mu closed the book, shaking his head to himself. He forgot the last line of the divine strike technique: if you believe, then it exists; if you do not, then it does not. These three saints were exceedingly rare among the folk of the Republic era, unlike in the near future. Su Mu's gaze continued to gaze out the window, not just in Beijing. After returning, he should also wander around Changsha City. What if he discovers something valuable? This journey was worth the 2 days and 1 night spent traveling. He had gained much just after alighting from the vehicle. Beijing truly is a remarkable place. You are all friends of Master Peng San, correct? I am Lu Zai's from the Lu family in Beijing, residing beneath the Xinhua Hotel. Master Sin will be received by the owner soon. You might need to wait a bit. Why not come to my Lu family and rest for a while? The head of the family is eager to meet more chivalrous heroes from the Jianghu. The man driving glanced at the rearview mirror, his gaze instinctively landing on Su Mu. Peng Sanbiao is engaged to Xinhua. This visit is surely to discuss matters of marriage in the future. Though my Lu family is not as famous as Yi's in Beijing, we do hold some status. Those in the Jianghu show us respect, referring to our 5 families as Mingyan Meihua. Among them, my Lu family corresponds to the Hongmen, which has some knowledge of calligraphy and painting. The man driving seemed to be reminded by someone in his family. Peng Sanbiao may become the new master of the Xinhua Hotel, as the Yi family has only 1 daughter. Thus, Peng Sanbiao's associates will eventually settle in Beijing and take over reputable establishments. Therefore, those friends he brings this time will surely be influential figures. Establishing good relations now is better than waiting until later to face cold treatment. What Meihua? Mingyan Meihua. What the heck? Su Mu exclaimed, suddenly recalling something. The 5 families of Mingyan Meihua. By men Su Xian Min, Yao Hong Min, Lu Qing Min, Shun Huang Min Huang. By men for goldstone, jade, and silver, where Xian Min for porcelain, Hong Min for calligraphy and painting, U Qing Min for wooden furniture, Huang Min for bronze ritual vessels. The man driving cast a curious glance at Su Mu, then smiled and said, "This gentleman seems quite knowledgeable, having grasped the industries of our 5 families even before arriving. Indeed, these are our 5 families." Chi Tizui and Huasiener turned their heads in surprise to look at Su Mu. They had no idea about any of this. Even Zhang Qishan wouldn't possess such ability to comprehend the Jianghu forces, industry trends, and family faction dynamics in Beijing from so far away in Changsha. Oh, there's one more family. Su Mu recalled from his past life memories, speaking out loud. Whoosh. The man nearly swerved the car into the crowd. You idiot. Are you blind? Watch it. If you hit me, can you afford to pay? Look at you, what's so great about it? Listening to the curses from the crowd, the man quickly adjusted the steering wheel, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he maneuvered the car back to its original position. What did you just say? The man struggled to calm his emotions, his expression strange. Indeed, Mingyan Meihua does not only consist of their 5 families, but there is another lineage. However, that lineage broke many rules and nearly caused the 5 families to be erased from history. The 5 families expended much effort to suppress that lineage's affairs and have since refrained from mentioning them, continuously erasing all traces of their existence. This should have happened a century ago, and the younger generation of the 5 families would generally be unaware. How could someone from the Northwest learn about such internal matters? That would no longer be mere information gathering, it would imply a long-prepared scheme to absorb the 5 families. Indeed, there are 6 families. He had not missed any related works. He remembered that there was a television drama called In the Antique Bureau featuring these 5 families. Also, in his past life, he often spent his evenings and weekends watching various television shows, movies, and novels instead of going out. He had finished all series related to tomb raiding. He had not missed any related works. He remembered that there was a television drama called In the Antique Bureau featuring these 5 families, also known as Mingyan Meihua. Furthermore, the time background seemed to align quite well with the present. Thus, when the other party introduced themselves, Su Mu recalled this matter. Consequently, Su Mu casually revealed the internal secrets of the 5 families. He did not intend to mention the other lineage that made the 5 families uneasy, he merely spoke what came to mind. Su Mu's casual words stirred up waves of shock in the man's heart. The last family that was expelled was notorious for counterfeiting antiques, and had gained infamy among many peers violating the industry rules. If anyone could find that other family whose traces they had erased, it would indirectly plunge the now reputable 5 families back into the depths. In the antique industry, reputation is of utmost importance. The better the reputation, the more customers one attracts. The Xinyue Hotel, wielding immense power in Beijing, accepted the 5 families of Mingyan, Meihua as patrons for this very reason. Where is there a 6th family? It's always been our 5 families. What nonsense are you spouting? The man maintained a stern face, beads of cold sweat continuing to flow down. Su Mu, unaware of the man's thoughts, simply rubbed his chin in confusion and said, "Isn't there still the Zaiman Lao Chaofeng?" Who? The man, driving slowly, exhaled a breath of turbid air, his hands steady and his legs no longer weak. Because it's over. In the brightly lit basement of the Liu family, an elderly man whose back was slightly hunched due to age led the middle-aged family, head behind him, to a mural. The mural depicted 5 individuals with long braids, dressed in long gowns, standing with their backs to the viewers, facing an altar where a statue of Guangong was placed, engaging in a blood oath while holding incense. No, it was not 5 individuals, because in the center of the mural there was an obvious empty space. That empty space had been defaced with a sharp tool. A middle-aged man named Liu Yiming looked at the mural and suddenly spoke. "Are you saying that person implies there is another family among our 5 gates? They also know to call themselves the Purple Gate Old Steward?" The man behind him nodded slightly, not daring to speak further. Cough, cough. Liu Yiming coughed a few times, murmuring in a daze that Peng Sanbian is not here to recognize kin, he is here to collect us. "Sir." The man gritted his teeth. "That kid even reported Old Steward's name. What should we do?" Liu Yiming sighed with a bitter smile and shook his head. "He is the future son-in-law of the Yi family and also the future leader of our 5 families. What are you thinking? If we could really move the Yi family, why are we here?" In front of the New Moon Hotel, Chitizui, who had been abandoned after getting out of the car, was indignant. "Didn't that guy say he would take us to his home to wait for the Buddha? Why did he just run off like this? Sumu, did you say something wrong and make him angry?" Sumu looked astonished. "I don't." Chitizui turned around. "By the way, how did you know about this?" Hua Xian'er also looked at Sumu at this moment, all waiting for him to provide an answer. Sumu collected his emotions, his eyes shifting as he honed his lying skills. "Last time I went on a trip, coincidentally, someone told me about the situation over in Beiping. He was someone who had fled from there to our side." "Is it that simple?" Chitizui asked. Sumu shrugged. "It really is that simple." Hua Xian'er repeated Chitizui's words. "Is it really that simple?" Sumu followed up by repeating, "It really is that simple." "All right then." The two looked at Sumu, seeing that his serious expression didn't seem like he was lying, and nodded. Perhaps Sumu just happened to be that lucky. "What are you all chatting about? It's so lively." Yuehong, accompanied by his wife, approached, curiously looking at the group. Chitizui began to explain to Yuehong what had just happened in their car. Sumu lowered his head. Who knew that guy would reveal his identity? If he hadn't mentioned it, with so many surnamed Liu in the world, who would know who was who? If that person had revealed his identity while Sumu was not present, perhaps the 9 gates would have followed him, completing the Liu family's welcoming ceremony. Although this welcoming ceremony seemed to be filled with strong undertones of collusion for benefits. The obvious Mayflower. Why choose such a name? Too familiar. After waiting in place for a moment, the person guarding the New Moon Hotel reported, "The 3rd master has finished discussing with the old master. You may enter now." Everyone stepped inside. They then saw Zhang Qishan sitting in a chair, frowning, seemingly deep in thought. Chitizui approached him, raising his eyebrows and speaking in a teasing tone. "What's wrong, Buddha? Have you been exposed? Then why did you let us in? Are you expecting us to accompany you in your burial?" Wailing, thinking of my great name, how did I end up knowing someone like you? Zhang Qishan, unlike before, shook his head lightly and said no. Disguising himself as Yi Sinyu's fiancé, Zhang Qishan learned of the Yi family's status and influence in Beiping after meeting the master of the New Moon Hotel, Yi Leoi. This was actually a family with a history of over 200 years, and even the Qing army's entry could not hinder their development. The power behind them was unfathomable. If he could take over the New Moon Hotel, Zhang Qishan's status would continue to rise, potentially reaching the highest position. However, merely relying on a marriage certificate would not suffice to take over the New Moon Hotel. Yi Leoi informed Zhang Qishan that behind the operation of the New Moon Hotel was a complete supply chain with 5 suppliers. To take over the New Moon Hotel, he must make these 5 families submit. Unfortunately, this submission could not be achieved through force, as the other party was also a century-old family with considerable connections and influence. "What is troubling you so much?" Chitizui scratched his head. Yuehong raised an eyebrow. "Is there no spiritual medicine at this auction?" Zhang Qishan shook his head again. "No." "Then what is it?" The crowd fell silent. Zhang Qishan regained his spirit and forced a smile. "No, they said we could stay here in the guest rooms, and the auction will start tonight." "Why are all you gentlemen here? Quite rare." Please 5 gentlemen inside. Quickly notify the old master the 5 gentlemen from the 5 families have arrived. Oh, all 5 have come. Did they hear about the new son-in-law's arrival? Impossible, right? Those 5 wouldn't even bother moving when the old master wants to see them, and now a distant newcomer, who isn't even the son-in-law, can stir them. Zhang Qishan frowned tightly, seemingly guessing that the other party might have come to deliberately make things difficult for him, this fake son-in-law, so that the 5 families could live more leisurely in the future. Chi Tizui tugged at Su Mu's sleeve. You better run, trouble is definitely coming for you. You talk too much. Su Mu shrugged. In someone else's territory, can we just run away? Su Mu touched his nose, roughly guessing the reason for the other party's significant movements. The Purple Gate's actions were too unprincipled, leaving them with no face in the martial world. Moreover, it also affected the other 5 families that had formed alliances with them. If something really happened, he had already awakened the ancestral witch's spatial abilities, and while the distance might be short, it was enough to disappear without a trace. Additionally, with the even more powerful and terrifying spatial abilities of the Ding Xian Yu worm in him, he feared he wouldn't even need to take the train to reach Changsha. Besides, those 5 families were not here simply, as Chi Tizui said, to find trouble with him. What brings all 5 of those old fellows here? As Ileoi was helped down the stairs, he looked puzzled. Has Ileoi eaten? Ileoi as well. Ileoi as well. The 5 who entered greeted the owner of the New Moon Hotel in turn, then their gaze fell directly on the unfamiliar Su Mu and his companions. The man behind the Liu family whispered a few words to him. Then the Liu family's gaze shifted to Su Mu among the crowd. Good day, third master. No, that person is the third master. You've confused me. Who isn't Peng Sanbian, then who? Ileoi is unaware. The third master must have made preparations from the start, using a pseudonym to hide among the mundane world, avoiding unnecessary dangers. The third master is quite skilled. It is my servant who is dim-witted and failed to recognize you, third master. Indeed, for such important matters, the third master wouldn't casually tell his subordinates. Zhang Qishan, Er Yuehong, Chi Tizui, Huasiener, and Zhang's bodyguards all stared in shock at Su Mu, who was mistaken for Peng Sanbian. After the 5 entered, they immediately surrounded Su Mu, confidently stating his identity. Su Mu had a similarly puzzled expression, looking at Zhang Qishan. He had never claimed to be Peng Sanbian. On the second floor, delicate silver bell sounds rang out. Miss, we've mistaken the person. That is indeed the third master. Is he really that young? He looks even younger than I am. Miss, you don't understand. There's a saying that goes, women 3 years older carry the golden brick. Aren't you that golden brick? After the 5 old fellows entered, as Liu spoke, they began to contemplate the previous events that had occurred. Understanding the significance of the Mayflower and the 6 gates, whoever holds the knowledge has the power over the 5 families. Such an important matter, how could the bearer casually mention it to their subordinates or friends? What if that subordinate or friend got there first? Thus there was only one possibility. Peng Sanbian was very clever, not at all a reckless man, as the legends say. Thus Su Mu was the real Peng Sanbian rather than the seemingly scheming Zhang Qishan, but the one who casually mentioned the existence of the Mayflower and the old steward of the Purple Gate. In the northwest desert region, a burly man dressed in a thick animal fur sweater, unable to suppress a sigh. He pinched his nose and sniffed, looking at the yellowish snot on his hand, and without thinking wiped it on his sweater. Is this train delayed? Why hasn't it arrived yet? What time is it now? Reporting to the master, it is almost the hour of shun. The burly man extended his palm, counting with his fingers, lost in his own thoughts. Inside the New Moon restaurant. With the arrival of the Mingyan Plum Blossom family, there was no need for Su Mu to explain further. Concerned about the past reputation of their family for forgery, the Wu family listened as Su Mu explained why he had to conceal his identity and deceive old Master Yi. At that moment, a voice called from upstairs, "Masters, the young lady requests that Peng Sanbian come upstairs for." If this continued, they would soon be forced into a marriage proposal. Su Mu and the others breathed a sigh of relief and stood up, saying, "Then we will go up first, you all continue." As they were led upstairs by a maid of the New Moon restaurant, Su Mu lowered his voice and said to Zhang Qishan beside him, "I can't keep this up any longer. You handle that Ishinyue later." Zhang Qishan looked startled. Such a golden opportunity, and Su Mu was just handing it over to him. He then glanced at Huasiener beside Su Mu and quickly understood the meaning behind Su Mu's words. Among their group, only he and Chi Tizui were without companions. Huasiener was not the type to tolerate Su Mu's emotional infidelity. Su Mu himself seemed to have no expectations for the yet unseen Ishinyue. All right. Zhang Qishan nodded, contemplating how to approach Ishinyue in the coming moments. However, they were overthinking it. You must be Peng Sanbian, right? No matter what the others say, you must be Peng Sanbian. Ishinyue popped her head out and pulled Zhang Qishan from the crowd. Zhang Qishan said, looking back at the crowd with confusion. The others shrugged. It was clear that this girl had taken a liking to Zhang Qishan while they were on the platform. Thus, whether Zhang Qishan was truly Peng Sanbian or not was irrelevant. Even if Zhang Qishan were just a street wanderer, it wouldn't matter if she found him appealing. Let's reveal everything. I can't pretend anymore. It's exhausting. Su Mu stretched, as he truly had no interest in the couple. Ishinyue was not his type. It was Huasiener who looked just like Uchiloa from his past life that he was attracted to. He just wanted the auction to start and finish quickly so he could return to Changsha where a pile of matters awaited his attention. After the reveal, it surprised them that Ishin Yue did not care about who they were or their identities. She looked at Zhang Qishan with evident affection. Furthermore, she revealed some details of the auction taking place that night. Each of our auctions has unique themes. This time it's centered on medicine and food, and you will surely be amazed. Please elaborate. It's inconvenient to divulge too much, but it's related to the ancient legends in the Shanhai Jing. Are you saying that the food relates to the Shanhai Jing? You'll find out tonight, let's not discuss it for now. In the next moment, the feeling of someone calling out to him in the void surged back into Su Mu's heart. However, unlike last time, this time, it was a voice with a heavy accent calling out to him. Could it be that something has happened over at the Miao village? Su Mu knew very few friends, and that simple boy from the Miao village was one of them. None of the others spoke his dialect, so it must be that something had occurred in the Miao village. At the edge of Laoxiong Ridge, the Miao villagers living peacefully and avoiding the world had recently been subjected to continuous attacks from the outside. The reason was that the leader of the unloading ridge, Chen Yulo, had been trapped by the enemies at Bottle Mountain and issued a call to arms. Deep within Bottle Mountain, Luo Laowai, whose soldiers had nearly perished, dirted and disheveled, tugged at Chen Yula's sleeve, saying, "Help me out, boss. If this time I can make a comeback, old Luo will never forget your kindness." Luo Laowai wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. These soldiers were all relatives he had brought from his hometown. They had risen up in this chaotic world to seek a semblance of peace. Unexpectedly, they had been nearly wiped out overnight. Chen Yulo also appeared to be in dire straits, but the pride deep within him remained. "Don't worry, I Chen Yulo have no intention of abandoning any of my brothers. We have never encountered anyone brave enough to block our way out from unloading ridge." Boom. The sound of artillery fired again, blasting a deep crater to the right of Chen Yulo. Most able-bodied men in the nearby Miao village had been pressed into service by Luo Laowai's enemy warlord to transport ammunition and supplies to the front lines. The boy's elderly grandfather, in order to protect him, was also among those dispatched to carry supplies. Ahead, Luo Laowai and Chen Yulo fought desperately. Behind them, reinforcements from Chongqing Mountain had surrounded them, creating chaos. The boy wandered aimlessly along the path Su Mu had previously taken, inadvertently arriving at the site of the once ruined temple. The temple had been shattered by the thunder from that day. Only the head of a monster had been placed on a stone. The boy sorrowfully approached the stream and slowly knelt down. "If there truly are deities in this world, please save our village. We've hidden ourselves in the mountains. We are in." The boy bowed his head, covering his face as he wept. Placed before him on the stone was the very head of a certain ancestral shaman figurine that Su Mu had picked up that day. The boy and everyone in his village, the Miao people, were in fact descendants of shamans. They simply had no historical records to know this. A faint light flickered on the head of the clay shaman figurine. It seemed unwilling to accept that the heavens were about to sever the fortune of the shamans. But they no longer existed. Oh, what remained of the earth had transformed into reincarnation, lying in deep slumber beneath the 9 hells. Damn, how long is this battle going to last? The reinforcements behind unloading ridge have arrived, leaving us stuck in a difficult position. Damn it, why did the boss provoke Chen Yulo? Isn't it all for the treasure of Bottle Mountain? Our small squad is fine, just responsible for training and protecting supplies, but we don't know how many are dead on the front line. Forget it, let's head into the village for some diversion. I'm very angry right now. The boy kneeling by the river kept recalling the memory of that day when Su Mu stood up to protect him. "What are you doing? Get lost. Ha ha ha, the more you struggle, the more I enjoy it. What are you doing? I'm an old lady. It's fine, we don't mind." The boy, still kneeling on the ground, suddenly heard the screams and cries of the women from the village. The boy clenched his fists tightly, his eyes turning red with extreme anger. Bang! The clay shaman figurine exploded, scattering everywhere. The only existing true form of the ancient shaman figurine had completely given up its chance of survival. Whoosh! An endless cold wind swept through the ravine. Shadows rushed out from their hiding places in the ravine, all charging into the boy's body. The calamity of the shaman clan began to descend, marking the start of their decline. This place was the only remaining bloodline they had. What use is a trace of true spirit left when the bloodline is on the brink of extinction? Since there's no avoiding it, then let's enter the world. Is he my distant descendant? She carries my bloodline within her. The high priest sacrificed 1,000 years of her lifespan to find a way to evade the heavenly secrets for us hiding in the ravine, waiting for a chance. Sigh, who can endure this? You mere ants of the human race dare to extinguish my shaman clan's bloodline. The boy stepped toward the village, growing taller and broader with each step. By the time he reached the village, he had grown to nearly 2 meters tall, with arms as thick as an ordinary adult's calves. The last bloodline of the Jiuli clan. Where is the true Master Chiyu? The human race has offended my shaman clan again. In the Miao village, the girl, pinned down by a man and having her clothes torn, had her eyes glowing red, her expression shifting, deviating from her usual demeanor. This is the last trace of consciousness. Take it and use it, girl. Elsewhere in the Miao village, similar scenes unfolded. A roar echoed. Soldiers standing atop the mountain, frowning as they observed the situation below, turned to glance at the Miao village from which the strange, beastly roars emanated. Puff! Above the Miao village, concealed in the forest, a soldier in military uniform from a certain place was thrown high into the air, a large hole in his chest continually dripping with a rain of blood. Immediately more soldiers wreaking havoc in the village were hurled into the sky by immense force, their bodies to "Who didn't provoke you? Please don't kill me." The cries grew closer from the mountaintop, the fearful exclamations of the soldiers below, carried by the wind to the ears of the commanding officer. In an instant, the men and women from the Miao village, driven mad with rage, had gathered at the summit. The leading warlord attempted to draw his firearm and fired a shot. The bullet pierced the air, directly striking the chest of someone in the crowd of Miao men and women. Puff! The wound blossomed with blood, yet the furious blood-stained eyes and expression of the victim remained unchanged. No, why did you provoke these monsters? The warlord collapsed helplessly in a pool of blood, his last thoughts escaping his lips as he moved them slightly. They had long been trapped between Chun Yula's forces, unable to advance or retreat. Unless they broke through the battlefield ahead and captured Chun Yula alive, they would face the wrath of the Shuling people. However, they did not expect that before they could face the fury of the Shuling, they would first be met with the frenzied charge of the Miao village they looked down upon. Go find him, find him. Find him. Search. The shot-down Miao man fell, a certain arcane and obscure language resonating in the hearts of the remaining villagers. It turned out that this group of Miao people was indeed the legendary descendants of the Juli, the offspring of Chio, the bloodline of the legendary witches. It turned out that this group of Miao people was indeed the legendary descendants of the Juli, the offspring of Chio, the bloodline of the legendary witches. The gaze of the crowd fell upon the strongest boy among them, covered in green runes and tattoos. Because they had seen that person and knew that he came to the village in search of the boy. The last reminder left by their ancestors was to seek that outsider in white. Changsha, let's go. The boy clenched his fists and led the group swiftly down the mountain. The Miao village was no longer the ideal refuge. Wars like this would only intensify, and eventually this place would still be affected by external conflicts. Is the distance not enough? In the New Moon Hotel, Su Mu frowned as he attempted to use Ding Xianyu to activate the teleportation space. The little butterfly flapped its wings, resisting Su Mu's command. It had only just been born from the earth and sky, and with a trace of witch's aura, it had undergone a transformation. Since ancient times, witches and sorcerers have been intertwined. When a witch appears in the world, the sorcerers follow. However, at present it lacked sufficient spiritual energy to perform long-distance teleportation. From Beiping to Changsha, Su Mu and the others took a train for 2 days and nights to arrive. Such a long distance. It must be that something has happened in the Miao village. Feeling the restless stirring of his bloodline, Su Mu thought to himself. Su Mu Yu. Huosiener, who had brought tea from the next room, turned to see Su Mu in an unusual state, covered in golden mystical patterns. In other areas hidden by clothing Huosiener could not see. The golden patterns flowed down from Su Mu's forehead, wrapping around his eye sockets, spreading down the bridge of his nose to his chin, encircling his neck. Bang! The apple in Su Mu's hand exploded and splattered everywhere without him even applying force. Seeing Huosiener's terrified expression, Su Mu stood up. Don't be nervous, This golden pattern. What's wrong? The others from the next room who had been chatting came over and happened to see Su Mu covered in golden patterns and the strange scene of apple juice lingering in his hand. Upon seeing Zhang Qishan appear, Su Mu pointed, my current state is quite similar to the tattooed one on him. Zhang Qishan pointed to himself, me. After controlling his emotional fluctuations, the golden patterns on Su Mu's body gradually dissipated, retreating beneath his skin. At the direction Su Mu pointed, Zhang Qishan, attracting everyone's attention, said, I have a Qiongqi tattoo, and this is a family tattoo mark, and that is a dove's blood tattoo. How coincidental, I also have a family tattoo. My family made a grave mistake in the past, almost resulting in being exiled to Ninguda, and then they tattooed it in golden ink, and it hurt like hell. The others. Zhang Qishan, who had entered Su Mu's room, frowned and lifted his shirt. His shoulder tattoo had also spontaneously appeared at some point. The tattoo of the Qilanzhang family, whether it is Qiongqi or Qilan. It only manifests when one's bloodline is agitated or when blood surges or when encountering danger. Given the situation, Zhang Qishan decisively deduced it to be the latter. Is there a distinction in bloodlines? But when he was among those of his clan with Qilan tattoos, he didn't feel anything. Just in time, there's something I need your help with. The price is when we return, you don't have to pay me back all the money, just 80%. That should be too much, 70%. How about that? Su Mu sat down again, looking at Zhang Qishan. Zhang Qishan walked in. Speak. I need you to send an urgent telegram back to Changsha asking if any external tribes have come to my Jinxian temple today. If not, please have Zigushio make a trip to the Lao Xiongling Miao village for me. Zhang Qishan looked at Su Mu for a while before nodding. Okay. He called over his personal soldiers and whispered a few words. He could not send the telegram in his capacity as the Changsha defense officer, but he had other channels, albeit at a... However, no matter how expensive it was, after seeing Su Mu's terrifying state covered in golden patterns, Zhang Qishan was determined to help Su Mu this time. This favor he must repay. The personal soldier received orders and quickly ran out of the New Moon Hotel. The others in the New Moon Hotel also lost their earlier desire to chat, and sat beside Su Mu, beginning to inquire about the emergence of the golden patterns, as well as the reason behind Zhang Qishan's family tattoo. Su Mu looked at Zhang Qishan, he said, I said. Zhang Qishan looked at Su Mu, he said, I said. Chi Tizui, are you two going to say something, or not? Zhang Qishan finally couldn't resist Su Mu's curiosity, and spoke up, the tattoo on my body is a family mark. It only appears when my blood surges. Normally, no one can see it. Su Mu nodded, I'm the same. Zhang Qishan frowned. I come from a hidden family. Su Mu nodded, so, Zhang Qishan, can you say something different? Chi Tizui. Yes, Su Mu, you're clearly just echoing what the Buddha said and haven't revealed any secrets. Tisk stingy. The others watched Su Mu, who was pacing back and forth, growing more curious. The dove's blood tattoo was a well-known legend among the martial artists, often said to be hidden beneath the skin. But the golden pattern tattoo runes had never been seen nor heard of. Clang. The loud sound of a gong echoed from downstairs. Everyone turned to look outside. It turned out that it was already getting dark. The auction was about to begin. Everyone saw that Su Mu still refused to reveal the reason behind the golden tattoo and the family it belonged to, and could only temporarily give up. Su Mu was also somewhat troubled. After the witch clan's divine powers manifested, golden runes representing space and fire appeared on his body. The witch clan does not practice spells, their abilities stem from their physical bodies. With the possession of a certain divine power, a new rune would manifest on their body. The golden patterns on his face were a representation of the space rune. The one on his neck was a representation of the Zhu Rong fire system, the source of fire. In the old days, when phone connections were not established, information dissemination was exceedingly slow. It would take about 4 to 5 hours for a telegram to be sent and received. Therefore, Su Mu was still unaware of the specific situation happening in the Miao village that caused the sudden fluctuation in the witch bloodline. The auction is about to start. Let's stay in our original positions. Well, let the next private room to others. We can still see the auction scene downstairs from here. The familiar Ishinyue explained to everyone. A few people looked down and indeed could see the slightly elevated auction platform compared to the first floor ground. The invited buyers arrived one after another. The newcomers were either rich or noble. It was completely unexpected for Peng Sanbian to be invited. With his financial situation and knowledge from a remote area in the northwest, he could not possibly participate in the upcoming auction. Why are there still people with braids wearing outdated clothes? Su Mu frowned slightly as he looked at some of the crowd entering the auction. These people were dressed in styles from the court period resembling palace attire. Sir, you? A waiter from the Xinyue restaurant approached, frowning as he looked at the incoming guests. In this day and age, wearing such clothes in public easily drew attention from various authorities and could easily bring trouble to the Xinyue restaurant. What's wrong with me wearing this splendid attire, you bold one? Even in the Golden Throne Hall, no one dares to speak to me like this. A sharp-voiced young eunuch stood in front of the waiter, raising his slender eyebrows in a haughty manner. The waiter had no choice but to step back, saying, Please, sir. Su Mu shook his head, took a bite of his apple, and said, Indeed, this is Beiping. All kinds of strange characters are here. Ishinyue shot Su Mu a glare and whispered, Should keep it down. This person is very wealthy and powerful. Oh, a rare sight. Chi Tizui mimicked the posture of the previous person, speaking in a charming tone. Puffed Su Mu spat out his apple, laughing heartily. You little brat, you have this talent too. Ah, you're killing me. Chi Tizui placed his hand on Zhang Qishan's arm, saying, Buddha, doesn't it look like? Zhang Qishan's forehead bulged with veins, gritting his teeth. Get lost. Ha ha. The people in the private room burst into laughter. The lively laughter and fragmented dialogues caught the attention of the old eunuch and the young eunuch heading upstairs, who turned their heads, casting malicious glances towards the direction of the private room where the mocking laughter came from. Hey, don't be afraid. If something happens, I'll take responsibility. Just provoke him a bit more. Su Mu patted Chi Tizui, who was feeling a bit creeped out by the stares. Zhang Qishan rarely nodded at Chi Tizui. He also seemed to dislike such effeminate people. Chi Tizui swallowed, saying, 99% a rare sight. Haha. This time, not only did laughter come from Su Mu's private room, but the entire venue erupted into genuine laughter upon hearing Chi Tieju's imitation. Throughout history, very few eunuchs have been good people. The previous generation was even worse. In the past, their predecessors had to kneel and bow upon seeing these old eunuchs, and sometimes if a eunuch was displeased, they would be slapped in public. But now times have changed. What good is wealth and power? The emperor is gone, who still cares about a dead? To the young men in the next room, today's expenses are on me. Youthful heroes, that's how it is, straightforward. Thanks. Su Mu responded with a smile. After being mocked by everyone, the old eunuch gritted his teeth and quickly went upstairs to the reserved private room. The others, who claimed to be nobles, no longer revealed their identities and began to act low-key. Well done. Zhang Qishan rarely praised Qi Tizui. Qi Tizui blushed and smiled shyly. Sumu continued to eat the fruits on the table. It must be said that the Xinhue restaurant was indeed wealthy. The fruits and seeds they purchased were of the highest quality. Some fruits that Sumu ate even made him feel a strange power surging within. This indicated that these fruits were harvested from places rich in spiritual energy. Their appearance was indistinguishable from ordinary fruits, but their essence was different. Duong. The sound of the gong resonated again. All the invited guests had already taken their seats. Dear guests, the owners and distinguished ladies and gentlemen are all present, so the auction will begin. Everyone knows that our Xinhue restaurant only holds a few auctions a year, but everyone also knows that whatever we auction off is certainly extraordinary. Today we will focus on medicinal foods. A man in a long gown stood on the stage smiling kindly as he explained to everyone. Sumu in the private room also put down the apple in his hand and focused on the upcoming auction. Without further ado, let's bring out the first auction item. In the private room, Zhang Qishan, Yue Hong, and Qi Tizui could not help but rub their eyes. What's going on? Heavens, there really is that Lu Hua grass Qilin blood. It's the Lu Hua grass known for its ability to reconnect broken bones and heal the living flesh into white bones, reputed to cure all ailments. It's the Qilin blood known as the strongest medicine for healing wounds. With this item in hand, all external injuries could be healed instantly. The auctioneer on the first floor stood up, staring blankly at the auction item placed within the transparent glass. Watching the situation below gradually become emotionally charged, the auctioneer wore a broad smile. Starting the auction with these two medicinal items was just right to ignite the atmosphere, paving the way for the subsequent auction items. It could also elevate the prices of the upcoming auction items, stimulating the audience's desire to buy and their expectations. The starting bid is 200,000 coins, with each subsequent bid not less than 50,000. The auction begins now. 200,000. Why not just rob it? This medicine is precious, but it can't be that expensive, right? TCH, poor thing, if you don't buy, many will. I bid 200,000. The Lu Hua grass has long been bought out by the Eastern Trading Association. It's rare to see it in the market. I must have this medicine. 250,000. 300,000. As the auction started, more and more people raised their hands to participate in the bidding. Zhang Qishan in the private room instinctively swallowed. He glanced at Sumu beside him. When they arrived, he didn't expect that the prices in Beiping would be this high. The starting auction required at least 200,000 coins. This was indeed not a small amount in Changsha City. Although he had money, he couldn't take out that much cash at once. Fortunately, Sumu brought money. Sumu suddenly raised his hand. Wait, with this opening bid, Xinhue, you mentioned the Shanhai Jing, it won't be. Sumu had a very terrifying guess. Anyone who has read The Thief's Pen would probably understand. The Zhang family's Qilin bloodline was obtained due to the radiation from a falling meteorite combined with the consumption of a certain ancient corpse meat piece. Other related materials have also recorded this. It is said that those who consume ancient corpses can acquire certain extraordinary abilities. For instance, the members of the corpse dog hang consume ancient corpses to gain protective energy that prevents external evil from invading. And this is still the lowest level of ancient corpse energy. Perhaps the ancient corpses in the book are not truly human-like corpse bodies, but rather remnants of ancient divine beasts recorded in the Shanhai Jing. I can cure the girl's illness, just wait a bit, be patient. I want to see what additional food supplements related to the Shanhai Jing medicinal cuisine there are. If this statement were made by someone else, how could the people present believe it? However, when it is uttered by Sumu, who has inexplicably revived from a near-death illness and appears to be more vigorous than ever, the meaning changes entirely. Qi Tizui quickly spoke to the unsuspecting Yue Hong about Sumu, who was gradually gaining a reputation in Changsha. The Hua family had not wished to abandon Sumu back then, but they simply had no medicine that could fully restore him. Otherwise, given the relationship between the two families at that time, Sumu might have been taken to the Hua family to be cared for and raised at a very young age. The infection from tuberculosis had left him in a dire state for too long. These reasons led the Hua family to leave Sumu alone in the slums, merely sustaining him with ordinary. Then why didn't you say it earlier? Zhang Qishan looked at the youth beside him, whose gaze was gradually turning luminous, his brows slightly furrowed. Sumu's intentions had become very clear at that moment. To save Yu Hong's wife. The excuse of needing to purchase medicinal materials due to a shortage in the shop was merely a deception. His true objective was the unique auction at the New Moon restaurant in Changsha that could not be replicated. Moreover, Sumu seemed to show little interest in the renowned Lu Hua Chao and Qilin blood. Let's not mention Lu Hua Chao, but aren't you also interested in the Qilin blood? Though it is merely a herbal medicine, legend has it that this substance is the blood essence left by the dragon and Qilin divine beasts after they rubbed against tree trunks. Besides invigorating the blood and stopping bleeding, it seems to have other miraculous uses. Xinhue began to introduce more detailed information about the auction items to those beside her. This is exactly why Xinhue claimed that this auction was one of a kind. This auction does not feature antiques, gold, silver, or jewelry. It is solely themed around medicinal materials. As for the references to the classic of mountains and seas, that is merely a promotional tactic by the Yi family. Qilin blood low grade. Effect after ingestion, one may gain a portion of the Qilin auspiciousness, varying based on the potency of the medicinal components. Type inferior heavenly material. The system display appeared once again. Sumu remembered from his past life that during the experiences in the 7-star Lu Wang Palace, his brother Zhang Qiling had once fed Wu Xie Qilin blood. The Qilin blood before him should be of the same heavenly material, rare and hard to come by. After swallowing it, one may not attain the longevity, agelessness, and health of the Zhang family members akin to the Qilin, but it could dispel most difficult ailments. However, ordinary medicinal materials could not cure the illness afflicting Heir Yuhong's wife. The poison she had suffered from had already seeped into her bones. Only through the rejuvenating 9-transformation soul-returning pill could she rebuild her body's foundation and return to a normal state. Moreover, she would possess a constitution akin to Su Mu's prior to acquiring the bloodline of the witch clan. Should she embark on the path of cultivation in the future, she would surely sail smoothly. Su Mu's reluctance to save Heir Yuhong's wife was rather simple. The materials required for the 9-transformation soul-returning pill were extensive and rare, and he only had one. Heir Yuhong was not related to him. Yet now Su Mu suddenly declared that he would save Heir Yuhong's wife, and the reason still circled back to this auction. The money I've brought may not be enough. Let me save the girl Yu, and you immediately go and gather all the money, or use any items to mortgage at the New Moon restaurant for cash. Su Mu continued to watch the auction downstairs, pointing at Zhang Qishan, Heir Yuehong, and Qi Tizui. This group of people standing at the feet of the Purple Forbidden City for hundreds, or even thousands of years was indeed extremely wealthy. All right. As long as it can save the girl, I am willing to do anything. Would I please lend a hand if you wish for me to help you explore that ancient tomb in the mine? Heir Yuehong bowed slightly, his expression serious and earnest. Zhang Qishan frowned and called over the guard stationed outside. Qi Tizui could also see the seriousness in Su Mu's demeanor, pulling out a jade pendant he carried and handing it to Yixingyue, saying, Missy, may I ask if this jade pendant can be exchanged for some money? I'm not selling it, just mortgaging it. Oh, we will send someone to bring money back later. Yixingyue toyed with the ancient jade pendant full of the traces of time, a faint smile gracing her lips. You are competing with others for an invitation to the New Moon restaurant. How much money could you possibly have? Instead, how about this? I'll lend you some. Missy, may I trouble you with one thing? Please light a sky lantern at the end. Hiss. Before Yixingyue could finish her sentence, she heard Su Mu's words, which were considered by some to be from an insignificant gang leader in the Jianghu. Light a sky lantern. Does this kid know the rules of lighting a sky lantern at the New Moon restaurant? But does it have to be done now? The auction has just begun. Do we need to do it now? Yixingyue frowned and asked. Su Mu nodded. The sooner it's lit, the better. Once I encounter something I desire, the others will know that to obtain it they must compete with me. Since they want to compete, I won't waste my breath. I'll let them see the sky lantern at the entrance themselves. Yixingyue was taken aback. Do you know what lighting a sky lantern signifies? Su Mu continued to nod. I know. Once the sky lantern is lit, regardless of how much anyone bids for the auction item, I must continue to follow until they exhaust their funds, or I deplete my own. Hua Xian'er left without a word, quickly making her way downstairs. She felt a bit worried that Su Mu would not have enough money for the upcoming auction. Changsha City. Buddha Yes residence. The adjutant Zhang Rishan, who had just received the telegram, sent someone to investigate the true immortal temple's specific situation. Shortly after, he received another telegram from Zhang Qishan himself. Open Hanlin warehouse. Just those 4 words left Zhang Rishan stunned on the spot. After Zhang Qishan arrived in Changsha, he suspected that he might stay there for a long time. Therefore, he placed all his belongings and funds into the secretly constructed 11 warehouse. Hanlin Warehouse in 11 Warehouse was precisely where antiques, precious jade, gold, silver, and valuables were stored. What's going on? Zhang Rishan widened his eyes, staring at the contents of the telegram, unable to believe that this message came from Zhang Qishan. In the Hong family's pear garden, the elder responsible for managing the treasury also received the news that the Hong family's gold and silver stored at the bank had been rapidly exchanged somewhere. The elder was supported by his subordinates, rushing straight towards the bank closest to the pear garden. Just moments ago, 80% of the Hong family's savings stored in the bank had already been withdrawn. The remaining 20% had not been fully withdrawn, but there were simply not enough gold and silver stored in several. The Zhang family's guards, who had changed out of their military uniforms into civilian clothes, began to rush around the residences of the various heads of the 9 gates. The only message conveyed was one command: get the money. The 9 gates relied on Zhang Qishan's official position for various conveniences in their dealings. On regular days, Zhang Qishan only allowed his subordinates to draw from the transactional flows within the 9 gates, while most of the funds remained with the various families. But now it was time for Zhang Qishan to need money. Hua Jinxie turned red upon hearing that the bank's savings were also rapidly depleting somewhere. She suddenly slammed the table, rising angrily. Good. You little girl. You haven't even gotten married yet, and you're already turning against me. This is part of the savings my whole family has accumulated for over 100 years. Good. Very good. How much money does the underground force the Nine Gates located in the ancient city of Changsha in the south truly have? No one knows. However, it is common knowledge in Changsha that after years of operation, each member can casually shake their sleeves to reveal large amounts of silver. Vaping lies beneath the feet of the emperor in the Forbidden City, where wealthy merchants and powerful elites abound. Even a stray dog that passes by may originate from the royal palace. Indeed, they are very wealthy, but no one would risk their entire fortune just for those medicinal herbs that aren't sufficient to save a life. Vaping. The Xinyue restaurant. The auction for the deer grass and Qilin blood is in full swing. Look, someone has lit the sky lantern. Has that private room raised their paddle yet? Not seen any movement so far. Has someone already started lighting the sky lantern so early? Well, that's obvious. It's dark outside, so who wouldn't light a lantern? Do you know what lighting that lantern represents here? Isn't it for illumination? Isn't there someone in that private room with a visual impairment? Polish my shoes for me. Once you've done it, will you tell me at? Once the sky lantern is lit, the private room only needs to raise a paddle, and it equates to bidding against all auction participants. No matter how much you bid, they will always follow. This. Upon hearing the discussion, everyone on the first and second floors of the Xinyue restaurant instinctively looked towards the private room where Su Mu and others were. Because at the entrance of this private room, the staff of the Xinyue restaurant were leisurely hanging a conspicuous red lantern different from the surrounding bright white lights. Missy, may I send some items for appraisal to participate in the auction now? There is this rule, but the items need to be appraised at a high price to cut in line for the ongoing auction. That's good, you can take these pills for appraisal. All proceeds will be used for the expenses of lighting the sky lantern this time. Alright. Xinyue also felt that the atmosphere in the private room was becoming off. Seriously holding the pills, she quickly went downstairs. 800,000 taels once. Sorry dear guest, the person next to you has bid 85. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 80. After the red lantern was hung up, as everyone called out their bids, they unconsciously glanced towards the mysterious private room that hadn't raised their paddle yet, for their competition at this moment could easily become a joke if the people in that private room simply opened their mouths. Has the upstairs not raised their paddle yet? Haven't seen it. Does he really want these medicines or not? Then should we continue raising the bid? I don't know. Damn. The crowd bidding became inexplicable, fearing that the items they desired would be bought by the person who lit the sky lantern. Meanwhile, in the desert area where storms whipped up sand, a team of horsemen was racing down the official road towards Beiping against the billowing sand. The leader was the ruthless bandit Peng Sanbian, who had waited all day without seeing a train. Hurry up. Move faster for me. Damn it, tonight is the auction. If we're late, my fiancé's identity can't be revealed in front of those people in the north. Why must we make it tonight, third master? I don't know, but the master said that the people from the Xinyue restaurant are full of schemes. Tonight, I must stand before all the bidders at the auction as the future master of the Xinyue restaurant. So hurry up. We've already gone fast enough, third master. How many horses have we run to death on this journey? Deal? Since there are no further bids after 3 calls, these 2 medicinal items belong to this bidder. Please wait a moment. The goods will be presented before the customer leaves. In the private room where the deer grass and Qilin blood were auctioned, a man with a mustache, looking gaunt and with features differing from the Han bloodline, looked curiously at the private room where Su Mu and others were. The news that deer grass and Qilin blood can cure the poison afflicting his girl was released by the Eastern Ocean Chamber of Commerce they established in Changsha. Their purpose was to stir up the winds in the 9 gates and to allow Zhang Qishan to gain support from Er Yuehong, helping them unlock the mysterious ancient tomb buried deep underground. While the man was pondering, he was reminded by his subordinate who entered, "Sir, the money we brought this time is not enough, or should we go get more?" The man's expression changed as he suddenly remembered that during the competition with the bidders below, he had inadvertently bought back the items they had put up for auction at the Xinyue restaurant. Moreover, he had bid an exorbitant price of 95,000 taels. The man's original intention was to force Zhang Qishan to act, draining the 9 gates coffers. In fact, Zhang Qishan's private room had indeed lit the sky lantern, yet he had yet to raise a paddle to participate. The man was convinced without a doubt that Zhang Qishan, in order to bring Er Yuehong out of retirement, would definitely participate when the price was at its peak. This fueled a surge in the auction item's price. However, the other participants did not have the financial strength to continue competing with him. Then, "Hello dear guest, here are the items you bid for, please take a look, and also please send someone to pay the out." The staff of the Xinyue restaurant, holding 2 exquisite wooden boxes, arrived at the entrance of the private room where the man was. The man's gaze remained fixed on the direction of Zhang Qishan's private room, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. When he saw those 2 wooden boxes that had originally been sent to the Xinyue restaurant for this auction, he felt even more distressed. "Sir." His subordinate was also waiting for the man to make a decision. Zhang, Qi, Shan, I won't let this matter go with you. The man shouted in a low voice, slamming his fist on the wooden table beside him, his nails digging into his palm, blood oozing from his hand. Buying back his own auction items. If this matter spreads, how could he face others in the organization? Moreover, he hadn't calculated for Zhang Qishan and had spent so much money. After returning, he feared that the higher-ups would not let him off lightly. It's over. Puffed. The man, feeling increasingly uneasy, spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, his face pale. Oh, what happened to this little devil? Don't think about shirking responsibility. Oh, I believe you know our rules here. Sir, do you still want to get the money? Puffed. Upon hearing this, the fallen man again spat out a mouthful of... In front of the private room where Su Mu was, a team carrying a medical stretcher quickly ran past, then lowered down the unfamiliar man, who was dead, still facing the direction of their private room with round bulging eyes. Qi Tiezhua shivered, feeling inexplicably nauseous. Why does this person die without closing his eyes? How did he die? Was it really an acute illness? Suicide by poison? Didn't you see the foaming at his mouth indicating poisoning? Wasn't he supposed to have obtained the deer grass and Qilin blood? Why was he still so angrily seeking a quick end? The few people in the private room discussed. With his excellent hearing, Su Mu had already discovered the existence of this Eastern Ocean person and the plot designed to frame Zhang Qishan and the Nine Gates. Thus he had hesitated to bid on the Qilin blood that he also somewhat desired. Yet 95,000 was just too... No wonder this little devil, after failing to deal with Zhang Qishan, bit down on the lethal poison hidden in his gums and committed suicide. The second auction item is about to take the stage. Hey, everyone, please remain calm. First, have some tea and snacks. The effect of your pill is quite evident and can be auctioned off. Zhang's guards, followed closely by Huixiener, also arrived hurriedly. Here, if it's not enough, I will go get more. Huixiener placed a thick stack of banknotes on the table. Ixingyue raised her eyebrows. You all really have a lot of money, huh? The guards from the Zhang family set a heavy box down with a thud. Upon opening it, various banknotes from money houses and other valuables were revealed. Zhang Qishan also revealed his trump card, assisting Su Mu in this auction. Su Mu glanced at it and asked Ixingyue beside him, "Is this enough for me to light the lanterns?" Ixingyue blinked in surprise. That's definitely enough. But where do you all get so much money? You're so young, don't your elders take care of you? Elders. Among them, only Huixiener had not yet become the head of the Hua family and was still under the authority of Hua Jinxiu. The others had no elders. They were all special existences who had taken charge at a young age. Su Mu's peripheral vision instinctively swept over Zhang Qishan, who was seated behind him. It was likely that Zhang Qishan and the current Zhang family members had not yet heard of the incidents involving the 33 unhumans. Very few people among the Nine Gates would know how 5th Master Wu Laogo managed to rise so quickly. After all the elder generations had perished in the Changsha Biaozi Ridge, yet he still managed to rise and become the 5th-ranked figure among the Nine Gates. The truth was that he had secretly unearthed the limbs of an ancient corpse and consumed them, undergoing a miraculous transformation. This is also why in Wu Xie's memory, after his grandfather Wu Laogo died during an era when cremation was unnecessary, the elders still strictly ordered that Wu Lege's corpse must be burned. Moreover, no one in the vicinity was allowed to witness the burning of Wu Lege's corpse. At that time, Wu Laogo had already been infected by the strange energy of the ancient corpse and was on the verge of undergoing a bizarre transformation. This is also the origin of the legend of the corpse dog hang. The second auction item has arrived. Qi Tizui adjusted his glasses and continued to watch the platform below with keen interest. On the platform, unlike the previous auction item, something different was being pushed out. It's this thing. Upon seeing the item being presented, Su Mu instinctively frowned. As expected, rich people rarely have good things. It seems everyone is familiar with this item, so, without further ado, let the auction continue. The guest in the blue shirt smiled as he pushed the item in front of him. Purple river carriage. What is that? Come closer, I'll tell you it's that. What the hell? Is there really someone who eats this? That's too twisted, right? Can someone really buy it? Bidding starts at $1,000. $1,005. $2,000. It's just a purple river carriage. Do you really need to go through so much trouble? Isn't it everywhere? If it's being auctioned by the Xinyue restaurant, it's definitely not an ordinary item. It's said to be highly nourishing. Slurp. Expand on that. What does it specifically nourish? It nourishes immune deficiency. Bidding $3,000. I'll go 5,000. 10,000. Su Mu glanced to the side, not even looking at the item being auctioned. The others in the private room also instinctively shifted their gazes. It seems that the deer grass and Qilin exhaustion were just rare auction items used by the Xinyue restaurant to stimulate the atmosphere. After the auction items, the next would be those common, yet highly profitable items. The Xinyue restaurant generally does not actively seek auction items. They only provide a venue for most people to sell their treasured possessions. The profit model is to take a portion of the proceeds. The items being auctioned on the platform at this moment are likely from the Xinyue restaurant's own warehouse. Whatever they sell, the money all goes to them. After all, such a large enterprise cannot solely rely on extracting auction proceeds to establish a foothold in such a prosperous area as Beiping. They also cannot support so many servants and henchmen. How can you sneak over and steal the items that just that group of little bastards bought? Su Mu patted the shoulder of the goo worm Ding Xianyu. The little fellow with a strong spirit flapped its wings and began to fly outside. The thing I'm interested in hasn't appeared, yet let's talk about the ancient tomb in the mine. You two families should have some Su Mu turned around and looked at Zhang Qishan and Yuehong. Yuehong spoke nonchalantly. Some of the drawings of that tomb were uncovered by my elder, but the subsequent parts, since all the elders died in the tomb, couldn't be brought back. It's a tomb from the southern and northern dynasties, likely belonging to a certain feng shui master. Su Mu's expression remained unchanged, but his gaze stayed fixed on Zhang Qishan. Zhang Qishan lowered his head slightly, seemingly trying to avoid Su Mu's piercing gaze directed at his heart. Ancient corpse pollution. Meteoric iron from the sky. Spatial distortion. The immortality mechanism. Research on the living. Zhang Qishan could not easily divulge these details. Everyone has their own selfish motives, and he is no exception. Over the years, based on the information he has gathered, similar ancient corpse pollution traces have appeared in various places across the south and north. Tombs that have been contaminated by ancient corpses are likely to harbor ominous and bizarre occurrences, but they also contain immense opportunities. Zhang Qishan's father is from the authentic Qilin bloodline of the Zhang family. His grandfather was a strong contender for the family leader of the previous generation, just a step away from gaining control over the Zhang clan. But ultimately he fell short by that one step, which is why there is now a story of Zhang Qishan breaking away from the Thus Zhang Qishan knows more secrets than the average direct line of the Qilin Zhang family. Among them is some information regarding the source of the ancient corpse pollution. It is rumored that beneath Kunlun Mountain lies an extraordinary ancient corpse, neither human nor inanimate, neither alive nor dead. This ancient corpse feeds on the essence of the earth and corpses from various places. Wherever the ancient corpse passes, extraordinary items like Qilin exhaustion will be born. The reason Zhang family's ancestors were able to gain longevity and the bloodline of eternal youth is closely related to that ancient corpse that is neither human nor inanimate. That's about it. Yuehong pursed her lips and stopped the topic. The Hong family discovered that the ancient tomb in the mine was completely an accident. The 9 gates are all engaged in the activities of digging tombs and naturally became interested after discovering the ancient tomb. Unbeknownst to them, this ancient tomb is not an ordinary burial site. Su Mu shook his head. Zhang Qishan obviously had a "I won't stop until I reach the Yellow River" attitude. Unless he truly encountered something he couldn't deal with in that ancient tomb, he would be willing to share more information with Su Mu, an outsider. The dangers of the ancient tomb in the mine are not something Zhang Qishan and the others could handle as newcomers. The first time they go, it will definitely be like the plot in Su Mu's mind, with Zhang Qishan returning injured, unconscious, covered in white hair, and on the brink of death. Just as everyone was naturally drawn to the still-beating piece of flesh. You say your surname is Zhang, given name Qishan. Are you from the Zhang family, the Baolong Zhang? Do you know a guy named Zhang Qiling? What did you say? Zhang Qishan's expression changed as he turned to look at his companion, Yue. Su Mu also turned back to look at the other person. Is Zhang Qiling so famous that even the young lady of the prestigious Yue Hotel in Beiping knows him? Yue, not overly complicated in thought and unable to see through the few people in front of her, said to herself, as long as we find Zhang Qiling, they will give us a lot of money, and they are willing to offer treasures as well. Yue looked at the crowd on the first floor, her gaze wandering, then glanced at all the private rooms on the second floor. Zhang Qishan exchanged a glance with Su Mu, suppressing their emotions and pretending to be nonchalant as they continued to ask, why is this person very famous? Is he a missing rich heir? Is there a substantial reward? Yue chuckled. I'm not sure, I just overheard my father talking with someone and accidentally heard that the Yue Hotel has taken on this task. The person said that when he went into the mountains searching for treasures, he disturbed the mountain lord tiger and got bitten through the chest, nearly dying. Then suddenly a stranger came, bit his wrist, and let his blood drip into his mouth. Guess what happened next? With her eyes full of Zhang Qishan, Yue continued to stare at him, not glancing at anyone else. What could the fact that the other party was able to return alive and reported this matter to the owner of Yue Hotel surely meant that something extraordinary occurred. Many nobles are searching for the man named Zhang Qiling. It is said that by drinking his blood and eating his flesh one can achieve immortality. Ha ha ha. Yue laughed playfully, her words dripping with disdain. Where in the world is there someone like the monk described in bizarre tales whose flesh can grant immortality? No, there really is. Zhang Qishan glanced at Su Mu, suddenly reminded of the poisoned Zhang family heir waiting in Changsha for the elixir to awaken. The Zhang family guards the sea with Hai and the mountain with Shan, rarely seen throughout the year. The fact that the other party disregarded the distance between mountain and sea to step into Zhang Qishan's territory surely means it is not just to seek Zhang Qishan's aid. Perhaps the other party merely wants Zhang Qishan to relay a message to the family, telling the patriarch Zhang Qiling, who is already known to the high-ranking nobles, not to reveal himself easily, or it will cause a major upheaval. The young man is quite nice. Sumu shook his head and sighed. Saving a person is a good deed. But if the rescued person cannot keep their mouth shut after revealing their powers, it is no longer a good deed, but rather a disaster. In this regard, Sumu thought ahead. Thus, most of the people he saved could only move within his field of vision. Once they harbored thoughts of betrayal or leaking secrets, they would face his total extermination. This still-beating piece of flesh is one of the dragon meat pieces that someone snatched from Inko. The buyer stated that the starting bid is $1 and you can freely raise the price. Just $1 for the starting bid. Could it be fake? How can raw meat continue to beat once separated from the body? Have you ever seen this? No, I haven't. Could it be real? But that seems too. $1 million. Oh wow. Who is so powerful to bid $1 million right off the bat? Oh, it's that old eunuch. The murmurs started again. Looking at what should be the legendary dragon meat, Sumu had a strange expression. Dragon meat effect unknown, mutated, contaminated type unknown. The system has confirmed that this is indeed a piece of meat from a fallen Chinese totem dragon. However, the explanation of the effects made Sumu frown instinctively. Unknown, mutated, contaminated. Combining these words, why does it feel somewhat ominous? Moreover, the starting bid is only $1. The old eunuch directly called out $1 million. Did the other party already receive news that the Xinhua Hotel would be selling dragon meat? Then Sumu recalled what he accidentally heard in Changsha City about the Inko dragon incident mentioned by the wandering. The person said he had a friend who also shared in the dragon meat, and then experienced an abnormal state where scales grew and covered his body. In the end, he disappeared and could no longer be contacted. Trap. Sumu looked puzzled, not hurrying to bid on this dragon meat. If those who shared the dragon meat gained extraordinary powers, then this matter should have spread widely and could not be hidden. Rather than just the news of the Inko dragon incident circulating, there are few rumors about those who shared the meat. This time it is truly a rare item. Chitizui sighed with a wry smile. The old eunuch is indeed very wealthy. But after the dynasty was overthrown, he lost his power. Ordinary meat is of no benefit to the evolution of the witch clan's bloodline, but this piece of dragon meat may be key. However, the old eunuch's bidding is too extravagant. Sumu glanced down at the money box placed beside him and shook his head. He couldn't help but marvel. The people in Beiping truly have a lot of money. What Sumu did not know was that the group he encountered able to enter the Xinhua Hotel were already the top nobility in Beiping. They might also become the top wealthy families in a future peaceful era. The fall of the dynasty is just the fall of the dynasty. It generally cannot shake the foundations of local noble families. Ironclad families and transient emperors have appeared many times throughout history. Just then the goo worm Ding Xinyo flashed on Sumu's shoulder. Then in the corner beneath Sumu's chair, unseen by the crowd, appeared the deer living grass and Kirin blood that had just been auctioned off for a hefty price by that Eastern man. At the moment he saw the goo worm, Sumu noticed the additional items at his feet. He bent down slightly, and while everyone else was still watching the excitement of the auction downstairs, he picked the items up. Deer living grass is merely a rare herb with a somewhat peculiar appearance. Kirin blood. Sumu looked down at the Kirin blood in his hand that resembled a piece of blood-clotted flesh. This drug is even rarer than the deer living grass and possesses incredible medicinal power, allowing the living flesh to avoid all poisons. However, there are limitations. That is, it can only be consumed once eaten it is gone. The effect will not last indefinitely. As time passes, the Bodhi's vitality will gradually deplete the medicinal power and expel it. Kirin blood is valued at $950,000, while deer living grass is merely a complementary item. A piece of Kirin blood can fetch such a high price. If Zhang Qiling were tied up and bled daily for sale, how much could the true Kirin blood be sold for? No wonder the nobility is so obsessed with the legendary Zhang Qiling, forcing him to hide, afraid to show himself again, lurking in the Million Mountains. Is anyone offering a higher price? Then this item belongs to the Grand Eunuch upstairs. Next up for auction is a life-saving pill with astonishing effects. The keen-eyed Sumu noticed the Grand Eunuch, now dressed, simply walking downstairs during the intermission. The Grand Eunuch had even cut his hair short, dressing like an ordinary wealthy man. Time to run. Sumu smiled, pointing at the Grand Eunuch, revealing his actions within the private box. Steal perhaps. Zhang Qishan mistakenly thought Sumu was interested in the dragon meat, speaking solemnly. Sumu shook his head and pointed downstairs, indicating the unfamiliar man rising from different angles. Look. The Grand Eunuch changed his attire and appearance, trying to take advantage of the chaos to grab something and leave. But he was unaware that every move he made was under careful observation. As the Grand Eunuch walked toward the back of the auction stage, a few people had already exited the New Moon Hotel, vigilantly watching both the front and back doors. Someone is ahead of us. No, is that their item? Zhang Qishan frowned, voicing his suspicion. Most likely. Sumu nodded. Zhang Qishan asked again. Since the item is theirs, and it might really be the rumored dragon meat, why don't they use it themselves instead of making such a fuss to do this? Sumu thought of the terms anomaly and contamination from the system panel, replying solemnly. Someone from their side must have consumed it early, experiencing a change, which is why they are selling it off. Zhang Qishan raised an eyebrow. What's the purpose? Since the meat has significant side effects, why start the bidding at such a high price? Human perspectives are limited. Outside of Changsha, we would never know that in Baping there exists a place like the new. No matter how powerful they are, their vision is still constrained. Therefore, someone among them devised a plan to throw out some pieces of meat as bait, attracting those who might understand such peculiar items better than they do to observe how they eliminate the toxicity of the meat while retaining only the beneficial parts. The dragon meat pieces may sound mysterious and grand, but no ordinary person would spend so much money on an item with unclear effects. If it's merely due to the mystique brought by legend's curiosity, might lead to some spending, but it would be limited. The Grand Eunuch's opening bid was a capped 1 million, which indicates that the other party must know the miraculous use of this dragon meat and possesses the means to eliminate its negative effects. What are you doing? Sumu watched Chitizui suddenly move his chair, shifting away from him puzzled. Chitizui smirked. Shopkeeper Su doesn't seem like a good person either. I think I'll keep my distance. A 1 Buddha is enough for me to handle. Chitizui. Zhang Qishan squinted, his expression serious. My goodness, is there really no good person in this world besides me? Chitizui. Chitizui sighed dramatically. Ishinyue shot a surprised glance at Sumu. Interesting, you're quite clever. Sumu ignored the praise from the person beside him, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. Yet this incident stirred waves in his heart. Someone was observing the strange happenings in the world, and that person was indeed quite clever. There were wealthy and powerful individuals, and undoubtedly the organization had many members, each of whom might be as cunning as he was. Was it still that mysterious Wang family? Sumu mused to himself. Under the cover of night, the Grand Eunuch holding the dragon meat hurried through the darkness with several former palace experts. The item was indeed valuable, and the price was exceedingly high. But whether they could keep it was another matter altogether. In the night, teams were sporadically appearing at various intersections, observing and tracking. After following the Grand Eunuch for a while, they quickly switched to another group of people, continuing the pursuit. Just as Sumu had speculated. The dragon meat was just a small piece among the meat they had obtained, and the purpose of auctioning it was to attract individuals like the Grand Eunuch who understood its hidden secrets. They were observing to see if anyone could consume the dragon meat without experiencing bodily mutations or spiritual contamination. If successful, they would create a large number of usable anomalies. Just like the legendary Zhang Qiling, who could revive the dead with just a few drops of blood. There are both true and false versions of the legend. Most who have heard of the tale shake their heads in disbelief. However, the blood is said to treat various difficult ailments, neutralize toxins, and promote regeneration and healing. These effects have indeed been witnessed. Zhang Qiling's whereabouts are erratic, and no one can pinpoint his exact location. Yet most of the dragon meat that had not been consumed remained under their control, as long as they could create a presence similar to Zhang Qiling. Atop a mountain in Xianxi, a man bearing a black gold ancient sword stood firm there. Through the mist at the waist of the mountain, he seemed to see through and witness the myriad forms of the world. He was young and handsome with deep and defined features, yet he exuded a significant aura of hardship that belied his youthful appearance. He watched all the numerous events occurring at the foot of the mountain, many matters drawn from the archives of Southern Sea. He felt a sense of regret for the good deed he had done in the past when he had freed someone. Now, among those ordinary people he had saved years ago, there was a man named Mo Yungao, who had now risen to a high position, wielding military power, becoming a warlord in his own right. Not only did he bear no gratitude for the act of saving him, but after gaining power, he launched a sweeping pursuit. He even went so far as to disregard the lives of countless innocent people and aimed to force him out by destroying the southern archives established by the Zhang family in the southern regions. Having investigated all the way from the southern seas to here, he did not use any official roads. He traversed ancient post stations or smuggling routes, all hidden within the mountains. Throughout this journey, no one noticed, nor did anyone realize that he had always been on the fringe of this incident. Yet, even as the clan leader revered by his kin, he felt the powerlessness of human efforts when faced with the warlord Mo Yungao. In his mind, the sensation of losing those memory fragments surged again. He would soon forget the events that had transpired. Before that, he must understand the matters of Mo Yungao and the southern archives, to avoid forgetting the torment that had once afflicted his kin after losing his memory. The man took a deep breath, turning his solitary back away from the sword, and began to walk down the mountain. He actually didn't like the name Zhang Qiling very much. If he could relive his life and make a choice, he would prefer to return to that carefree childhood in Mata. But there are no paths for regret in life. Since he had already begun walking, then he would continue on this path. The man with clothes and hands stained with mud and eyes that were unusually pale patted his hands and asked, "Do you really not plan to take revenge?" Well, it makes sense. Creating a bigger commotion will only draw more attention to us. Another member of the Zhang family who died from the toxin of the twilight grass. You just encountered me too late. If you had met me earlier, you wouldn't have been so kind-hearted to do those things. In life, it's better to be a bit selfish. Sigh what a silent mute. But my situation is similar. Soon I will be blind. Strangely, I can't see anything during the day, but at night I can see clearly. How could I, the esteemed Bail, be reduced to doing this? It truly is fate. Up ahead is where your Zhang family resides in Changsha. Do you really want to keep going? Zhang Qiling remained silent, nodding gratefully at the pale-eyed man who helped him bury the Zhang family members. The man who claimed to be Bail Yi walked to a nearby stream to wash his hands and wipe the mud off his body before turning to open the bundle he had placed on the ground. Inside the bundle, besides some dry rations and copper coins, there was also an official robe symbolizing the identity of the old imperial court. He was not Han. His fluent northern dialect was related to his complex childhood experiences. The story bears a striking resemblance to certain periods throughout history. The emperor, gravely ill and with no cure, sent people out of the Forbidden City to seek the elixir of immortality. At that time, he was merely 8 years old, and he was indeed a member of the team searching for the elixir. His father, holding the title of general of the southern town and having the status of a prince, gradually realized that the imperial court was on the verge of collapse. Taking advantage of the search for the elixir, he led his entire family away from the imperial city. The long journey in search of medicine was filled with endless hardships and dangers. They ventured to the legendary Penglai, intending to find the immortal island described in ancient myths, seeking immortals whom the world had never seen. They also climbed the 5 great mountains, bowing to the heavens, trying to extend the imperial fortune of their family. Many times they wandered into uninhabited areas that were difficult to reach in the mortal realm. Finally, they learned of a place called Changbai Mountain, rumored to have witnessed miraculous signs of immortality. In the end, everyone perished before the Bronze Gate, with only the young boy hiding beneath his father's corpse, narrowly escaping disaster. Inside the Bronze Gate, ancient corpses and surrounding radiation burned his eyes, causing him to lose his sight in an instant. However, he also gained an extraordinary enhancement to his physical abilities. After the fall of the dynasty, the young man abandoned his family name and adopted the Han surname, Qi, beginning his journey through the world. It wasn't until he was in the southern seas that he encountered the mute Zhang behind him. He then gave himself a similar nickname, calling himself Blind Qi. The two, both seeking to unravel the reason behind their curses, joined forces to explore various ancient tombs, searching for the secrets of immortality that they carried. Thus, having abandoned their real names, they gradually earned a notorious title in this line of work: Southern Blind and Northern Mute. Immortal. Moreover, their youthful appearances meant they could not remain in one place for too long. Even with altered appearances, they would still be discerned by those with ulterior motives. Slice research requires profound scientific knowledge and instruments. However, consuming the flesh of immortals is quite simple. Sumu had already contemplated this matter. It also made him understand why members of the Zhang family would live in seclusion in the world of tomb raiding. Immortality is a rich foundation of inheritance for a clan. It allows a clan to transcend all of humanity. However, prolonged seclusion can also detach them from the realm of normal human thought. During the Cold Weapon era, they were invincible and powerful. Once they entered the world, they could easily alter the fate of an empire. But with the advent of firearms, everything changed. Inside the New Moon restaurant, the auction of dragon meat had concluded. The auction for Su Mu's pills began. Woof woof. The auctioneer commanded someone to capture a hunting dog, tying it up before plunging a knife directly into its belly. The knife wielder skillfully split open the dog's innards, but the dog did not die immediately from the blow. Ladies and gentlemen, please observe the effects of the pills. The auctioneer poured the powdered pills onto the wounded area of the dog. In the next moment, the blood that had been flowing began to visibly stop. At the knife's edge, strands of blood quickly intertwined and coalesced. Then the wound healed. Wow, what is this stuff that can instantly stop bleeding and heal wounds? Which divine being developed this potion? With this medicine, wasn't the previous auction of Qilin blood and deer grass a waste? I think it was intentional on the part of the New Moon restaurant. This effect is obviously stronger, so it was placed later in the auction, allowing those who bought the Qilin blood to waste their chance to spend money on saving their lives. Everyone please stop. The appearance of this medicine is entirely an accident. Last night, our New Moon restaurant suddenly received the news, which is why it was auctioned off at this time. Please do not misunderstand. Are you implying that the auctioneer could be among us? Which master's work is this? I, the Gua Erjia clan, am willing to pay a high price to invite the master to my home for a discussion. I, the Nyogwalu clan, am also willing to pay a high price to invite the master as a guest. What clan? Damn, the royal family. Aren't you from Beiping? No, I came from outside. Are these two surnames very famous? Although my Wang family is not a prominent family, we would also like to meet the master and have prepared a generous gift just for a meeting. Sumu, sitting in the private box, listened to the commotion below, his gaze resting on the one who claimed to be a descendant of the Wang family. Is this the Wang family he imagined? Is your pill really that effective? Zhang Qishan turned his head, seriously re-evaluating Sumu. The first day of the true immortal view brought in considerable income, which was inseparable from the promotion by the 9 gates. Thus Zhang Qishan believed that Sumu was merely a friend of certain gate masters from the 9 gates, using this unique method to make money. He never expected that such a method of drawing symbols and refining pills actually existed. If this pill were used in the military, wouldn't it double the combat power of the troops? From now on, Zhang Qishan will take all your pills. Buy as many as there are, money is not an issue, and I will find it if necessary, Zhang Qishan said earnestly. Sumu shook his head. Money is not the issue. I will also announce that I will no longer buy medicine. I will only trade goods for goods. Zhang Qishan frowned. What do you want? Ancient artifacts with legendary qualities, scriptures, talismans, weapons, and so forth, Sumu replied after some thought. Shi Tizui interjected. You also understand talismans. Sumu casually took out a talisman he had drawn. Shi Tizui examined it carefully. There are some principles, but I haven't seen this talisman before. Shouldn't it be drawn this way? This talisman should be used to summon wind and rain, right? Which sector are you from? Can you tell? Of course. Look, this flat body of rain is broken down by wind below, and it crosses 5 lines as the symbol, which means wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, and then this. So that's what it means. What about this symbol? This is... What do you think would happen if I combined this symbol with that symbol? Did your master not teach you? Talismans cannot be drawn carelessly, nor can the arrangement of the symbols be altered. By the way, which sector are you from? Did you bring paper and pen? I suddenly want to try something. Try what? Change the talisman symbols to make their energy more pure and dominant. Just right, I have time for the pill auction, so discuss these symbols with me more.